est. It's just like ripping the cushion on the, just tearing it to shreds.
Wait, I didn't even know a squirrel was ripping up your patio furniture to make I didn't even know squirrels did that.
Yes.
I've
Yeah.
never seen that before. I thought they just chewed on stuff to like, because their teeth will just grow forever unless they chew on stuff. That's why they chew on like wires and things.
No, man, he's like making a pimpin' pad. he's
Why didn't you
he's
run them off?
uh,
Like,
he's
get out of
he's
here.
adorable. Well,
Oh my
like,
God,
I
look at
mean,
you. Simping for a squirrel. How can we take masculine male advice if you're simping for a squirrel?
look, he's probably trying to put a pad together to get laid. Like,
Oh, I see. And as since we're such good guardians of monogamy, we support even squirrel monogamy.
oh yeah, that's true. Start the stream already. Come on.
Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday live stream. That's right. Get out of here, Mondays. We're back to Sundays with everyone's favorite squirrel pimp, squirrel setter
No, wait.
upper,
Listen,
squirrel
I'm only in favor of squirrel monogamy. Okay.
squirrel monogamous.
No
He,
Andrew
he,
Tate like squirrel pimp farm. Okay.
that's right. Protector of all the squirrels' monogamous nuts. Adam Friended.
What's up? How you doing?
Good, good, good. What are we watching today?
Well, we're gonna watch an interview with VAUSH on the Young Turks. Anna
Oh my
Kasparian. Yeah.
gosh. Vosh
They've
finally got
discovered.
on the Young Turks. Exciting.
Yeah, they've discovered there's that men are 50% of the population and they vote. So they're like, holy cow, we're really missing a giant opportunity here to gaslight people into voting for our political goals. We need to really, get on that. This manosphere is kind of pushing us to the side.
There's all these men out there, and they're voting Republican, and they're being anti-woke. Oh no.
I know. It's so awful because it's so cynical. You like they don't come to this conversation and we really need to, help disaffected young men get their lives together. It's like
Right.
they come at it more like there's a giant voting opportunity here, right? Like we need to get them voting on our side.
Yeah, because like if the conversation was okay, and I think they kind of try to frame it this way, but as you said, it's cynical. If the conversation is like, there's lots of disaffected young men out there, lots of unhappy young men out there, men, seem to be not doing so well in a lot of areas of life. Number wise, they're graduating from college a lot less. They're more suicidal. They're more depressed. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we need to help young men get back on track, right? And we don't want them to fall prey to listening to the advice of literal groomers like Andrew Tate. If that was the position that they had, like, okay, that's a laudable goal. But no, it's like, no. We have to prevent them from becoming, evil right wingers. We have to suck them into being communists.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of evil, right?
Yes, because it's not about anyone's happiness or well-being. It's about we need more soldiers. We need more foot soldiers for the ideology, essentially.
Yeah, they basically want to turn you into a puppet of their goals. Right?
Right.
It's like, screw your goals. Help us with our goals.
So before we watch the video of VAUSH on the Young Turks talking to Anna about how the left should appeal to men and the things that the left can do to appeal to men,
Right.
Adam thought it'd be funny if we went back and for context watched a clip or a small bit of a clip that we watched, did a whole stream on a while ago, which was VAUSH advocating for all relationships, well, not all relationships, but just basically saying that monogamy is not natural and that it's, he's saying it's bad and that, it's just your insecurity that makes you not want to let, your girlfriend or wife have sex with other dudes. Like that's just your own personal failing.
Yeah. You want to have a stable relationship that makes you feel good. You get a good night rest. You feel good about investing in your family. You want that. Well, that's just the patriarchy. That's just the patriarchy trying to, socially condition you.
That's
Trying
just
to
toxic masculinity, okay?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And the real way society should be structured is Vosh should be able to come in and screw your girlfriend whenever he wants. You know, you're at work working hard for your wife and kids. Vosh should be able to come over and just get a little nookie on the side. That's the way it should be, and you should be totally fine with that.
Yeah.
You know, you come home and Vosh is shirtless, sitting at your breakfast table after just nailing your girlfriend. You know, you're supposed to go, "Oh, hey, Vosh, thanks for coming over. Yeah, I just worked an 8-hour shift. Thanks for keeping my girlfriend company while I was gone." Yeah, yeah, you gotta avoid. Look, jealousy. That jealousy that you feel when you see, Vosh there.
Why are you being so insecure, bro?
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah, eating your food, drinking your beer.
Stop being so insecure. Listen, you just believe in some sort of weird patriarchy, capitalistic mentality that's making you feel like you have ownership over your partner.
Yeah, yeah. Look, that is social conditioning. Okay, those are the
Right.
elites coming in and getting inside of your head. Like those elites are convincing you that you should feel jealous about this, okay? And then 9
Yeah.
months later, when your baby starts looking like a mini Vosh, you're just supposed to be like, oh, well, that's life.
Right. I guess I'll just waste my time and energy and resources raising this other person's child.
Right, yeah. And
Yeah.
then when Vosh has like 20 kids because you guys are all raising his children. The literal definition of cuck. Like he's literally put a baby into each one of your households.
Mhm.
You know, that's just, if you feel that you've been wronged, well, that's just society. That's just society. Just elite nonsense programming. You need to deprogram yourself. It's funny how all this is really convenient for Vosh, isn't it? I mean, it's it's gangbusters for him, right? He gets all the sex he wants, all the reproductive advantage. He's got like 20 kids, and all of his little Vosh army, the Vosh sites, are out there raising his illegitimate kids.
Hey, Rags. I know Rags knows all about banging all the Wymans, right?
Right.
He's just
yeah.
leaving kids everywhere. Very irresponsible. Come on, Rags.
Yes,
Isn't Vosh
yeah.
gay? So there's a clip we saw where I don't remember where it was, but I remember watching this clip where Vosh was claiming Vosh said something on Twitter that got him into trouble. And so he started to claim he was gay for like protection. And he was like, well, the version of me that's on Twitter that gets in trouble is gay, but the version of me that's like not on Twitter is bisexual or something. So,
Did he really say this?
Yeah, we watched it. We watched some clip of him saying something to that effect. So the whole gay thing is just
Look, if Vosh has sucked your ding dong, okay, we would like to have you as a guest on the show, okay? We want like
some confirmation.
Yeah, we have a very open LGBT friendly platform here. Like
Yes.
it's no secret, we have a lot of gay dudes in our audience, okay? They're very vocal in the chat. We've had people on the show. Like, we got no problem with gay people, okay? So if Vosh has sucked your ding dong, please, we would like to extend an invitation to you to join the show. Just like, just so we can have some confirmation. Look, we don't like people using LGBT people as a shield so they can, be misogynist on Twitter. So
that's right. We're the gay police, okay?
Well,
we're gonna come along. We're gonna every single person that claims they're gay. We want some proof. We want send all proof that you're gay to Adam Brendan on Twitter.
Oh my! Okay.
DMs are
I just caught on to what was going on here. No, actually, don't do that.
If you're gay, Adam wants to know. You better prove it.
I honestly feel like this has already been going on for like the length of the show. To be honest with you.
So anyway, let's actually watch. It's like a 2-minute part of this clip, just to give some context to
the solid dating advice you're going to get from the commies.
Right.
It's not enough to just be pro whatever social shit people are for these days, okay? You need to have a general awareness of how all these like reactionary takes are beget by the normalization of social values. Okay, I think I can still be progressive and not be an advocate for non-monogamy. I'm not asking you to be an advocate for non-monogamy. I am asking you to acknowledge that monogamy is an arbitrary social standard born today of insecurity in the feelings of your partner's sexual exclusivity. Okay, that is a fact. I'm sorry. There's nothing direct or biological or natural or necessary about that arbitrarity. And hey guys, have you seen how monogamous people act about being cheated on? Like, have you seen how they act about all this stuff? It's not just the betrayal of being cheated on that bothers them, because cheating on non-monogamous people is still super fucked up. There's very clearly a sense of insecure and wounded entitlement. Because this happens outside of cheating too. Monogamous people have got... I've seen monogamous people get upset that their partners have had partners before them. What the fuck is that? That's like common. Guys get offended or insecure if their girl has had like a couple of partners beforehand. That isn't even... That shit is so fucking cringe. Congratulations. That's monogamy normalized. An irrational obsession with and entitlement to sexual exclusivity from your partners. That doesn't...
That's a tough one. Is it? I mean, is it irrational? I feel like it's very rational, to be honest with you.
To want to be in a monogamous relationship?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, there's all like, it's just using reason, right?
Right.
Like you don't want to invest your time and energy into somebody else's reproductive success.
Of course.
What is different than your boss taking, your wages from you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Of course.
Don't they believe profit is theft? How is this different?
Well,
it's reproductive profit.
Right.
It is.
Right. Well, I'm assuming his defense would be like, well, he's not suggesting, that anyone get pregnant. They, use protection, right? That'd be a suggestion. That'd be his counter. I mean, the bigger problem with what he's saying, we talked about this when we watched this video the first time. He keeps saying there's nothing natural about monogamy, which is a total lie. And we went over the data when we watched this video. All the physical evidence and all the anthropological evidence shows that humans have been mostly monogamous for their entire existence, with a little bit of cheating, and with the exception of in certain environments, in certain societies where there are a couple men that are able to gain or amass a lot of wealth, they'll be polygamous and they'll have multiple wives. But they never have these open relationships that, VAUSH is claiming. There's never been wide-scale evidence for humans having these like free love bonobo chimp societies where everyone's just banging everyone else. That's never. Yeah. That not only has that never been shown, the opposite has been shown in basically every situation. So it's just preposterous. It's just like I hate this disgustingly stupid attitude that the far left has, where everything is just culture. Everything is some sort of evil culture that's being passed down by the patriarchy or some malevolent force that's trying to convince you to do something against your own interest, like have stable relationships with individual people instead of just having lots of sex with a bunch of different people.
Yeah. Jealousy is an evolved trait. That's the thing that gives me,
of course,
the most concern here, is the fact that he doesn't understand that jealousy is evolved. Like he literally thinks elites force jealousy on you. You're conditioned to feel jealousy.
Well,
it's bullshit.
It's true. And the irony here is that, when you look back at things anthropologically, the only time that humans were able to have polygamous relationships, which it was, I think, for almost every situation except for like one where there's a lot of resource constraints, it's always, one man with multiple wives. That only comes about because of something that VAUSH hates. Land ownership. Yeah. It's only because you'd have one rich guy who would own a bunch of land and property, and he would therefore have the resources to have multiple wives. If you're talking about like hunter-gatherer pre-farming societies, people were not running around with multiple wives. Yeah. Unless they like killed the neighboring tribe and like enslaved their women or something. Yeah. Even then, that'd probably be pretty touch and go, but
monogamy is economically imposed as opposed to culturally imposed. But even in societies that are polygamous, you still have jealousy. The guy that has 20 wives if some young buck comes along and sleeps with one of his wives, that guy's going to get his nuts cut off.
Of course.
The guy's going to come out and kill that guy. Yeah.
Of course. Well, and it's, and I think probably the most relevant thing to the video we're about to watch with Anna is, they're talking about how there's a lot of men that are despondent or upset with the kind of some aspect of their life currently. And part of that is, probably a big part of that is dating. And there's been a very big complaints about, dating apps and, things of that nature. And if you're advocating for a society where basically everyone just sleeps around as opposed to being in stable monogamous relationships, all you're doing is you're advocating for there to be more and more really upset, pissed off guys. Because if you're in a society where everyone sleeps around, it's not, the people that are having trouble getting dates now are not going to be the ones, having all these open relationships with women.
Yeah.
You're just going to be making it worse because you're basically going to be having, the top whoever just determines what the status is, the top 10, 20, 30% of guys will be, getting the majority of women.
Yeah, that's what's happening now. Yeah. The top 20% of guys are sleeping around like mad. And then, well, I'm sure there are plenty of women that don't fall into this trap.
Of course.
I think part of the problem is of the manosphere is that they lead you to believe that every single woman is out there sleeping with 100 guys on Tinder, which is not the case at all. Like, obviously there are women who are more traditional and they understand the value of chastity and they want to get in a loving relationship with a guy. You need to find one of these girls and, do your best to get in a relationship with them. And, as a guy yourself, you have to be, you can't go around screwing around either because you're just going to open yourself up for that kind of abuse. So, that's the biggest issue here is, there are a lot of guys that feel jilted by the current situation and they see these guys that are, going around sleeping with, like a new woman every night and they're jealous.
Well, I mean, that is a big problem is that because of the internet and social media, it's like you could have, a handful of guys who go around and they'll bang a bunch of women and brag about it. And if that's all you see, because the algorithm or the feed or whatever will elevate, the exceptions that people are talking about, you think like, oh, that's what everyone else is doing. Why am I not doing that? It's like, well, no, that's just like a tiny, tiny percentage of people who are actually engaged in that behavior.
Yeah. So, well, it's not healthy, obviously.
No, but
I just think
it's
for the individuals and it's not healthy for society.
No, it's not healthy for anything. But I just think it's hilarious that VAUSH is about to talk about ways to help, disenfranchised, disaffected young men in society. And his worldview literally creates disaffected, disenfranchised young men.
Irony 10 out of 10, right?
Yes.
Like this talk is literally creating the problem that he thinks he's going to try to solve.
Yes, exactly. So I just pressed it back.
I saw.
So
hit it up.
VAUSH joins TOIT to discuss why young men feel alienated in the United States.
Oh, we're done with that other clip? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let me hit the back button.
Recently,
Lord of the Brains for 9 months says, when are you guys going to talk to Kurt or Mr. Girl again? I feel the conversation's left on the table there. Look at Mr. Brain. Look at Mr. Brain. That's right. Mr. Lord of the Brains trolling us.
I mean, I'm down.
Troll. Look at his little troll. Really? You're going to talk to Max again?
I mean, I'm not going to do much of the talking.
Yeah, okay.
I'll let you do the talking.
Look at this troll.
What are you talking about?
Lord of the Brains is trolling us.
You think it's Lord of the Brains is trolling us?
I know. What a shock, right? Lord of the Brains never.
I mean, I'm serious. Like
Thank you, Noel Ramos, for the $20. Samuel527 for $10 says, VAUSH seems like the kind of guy who would try to sleep with your girl behind your back and then try to gaslight you into thinking you're the bad guy when you call him out. Yeah, lot of the
ding,
very
ding,
true.
Ding, ding.
A lot of that conversation really feels like he's doing like he's caught and he's like trying to explain why it's justified. 100% gaslighting him. Samuel527 for another $5 says, I'm no longer 18 because Adam asked me to prove I am gay to him in a gas station bathroom, and now he won't return my calls.
See, that's pretty good.
That's
See, I
correct.
tell you, look at this. Look at that. LGBT community representing. You better be gay. You better not be making that joke as a cis male.
Godlight Snake for 2 months for Order of the Enlightenment. Thank you, Godlight Snake. Says maybe they just want polygamous relationships because they want to divide between the father, mother, and the child, so the state can step in and fill that role. Well, I think some of them that could be like a benefit. I don't think that's the motivation. I think that's too Machiavellian. That's too emotionally detached to be the motivation. I think the motivation is really just men want to bang a lot of women and they want an excuse to do it. That's really it. I think that's the primary motivator here. I think everything else is just noise. So
The men have two mating strategies. There's the pump and dump strategy, right? Leave a bunch of illegitimate children in everybody else's nest. And there's the monogamous strategy, right? We as a society have said it's probably more healthy to go with the monogamous strategy since it's very egalitarian, right? Everyone gets a mate, and the high status males that could have 20 wives have to limit themselves to one wife. So, yeah. But right now we kind of live in a de facto polygamous society, and we are getting a lot of disaffected males because they can't get into a decent relationship, which, I mean, unless you're going to talk about the system, it's so funny because the leftists are constantly about, it's all about systemic racism or systemic violence. This is about systemic mating opportunities.
yeah, I mean, in terms of the motivation, I just feel like there's a reason you have all these cult leaders. They end up like trying to bang all the women.
Yeah, of course.
Like, if you're gonna ask me, like, okay, what is the primary motivation for a guy? Is it his sex drive, the thing that like evolution has basically honed him for to be like the entire purpose of life, or to have some sort of cool, cold, detached, conspiracy about like, well, if I promote polygamy, like that's going to lead to some sort of like complicated method of government control of like children. And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, maybe they're in favor of the latter, but I think that's the justification for the former. I think that's the justification for the elephant brain. I think the elephant brain is definitely driven by, just wanting to bang multiple women.
Mao comes up in this talk, but Mao was in favor of actually separating children from their families and raising them in like little communal living.
But that was, I'm not saying that there definitely are socialists that want that, but those socialists I don't think would be promoting the kind of open relationships that VAUSH is promoting. Like in Mao's China, they were trying to clamp down on people having children. They were not in favor of open relationships and free love. So,
well, yeah, they introduced the one-child policy for this specific reason. But another insurance policy is we're going to take your kids away from you and raise them by the state, so we know exactly where they're coming from ideologically. But I understand what you're saying. You're saying the super chat is saying that Anna Kasparian and VAUSH have a master plan to destroy the family and not some inadvertent destroying the family out of their own ignorance, which is probably closer to the truth. I mean, we're talking about Anna Kasparian and VAUSH here. Like, they were
talking, so the chat was talking about specifically about VAUSH's position on open relationships. I don't know what Anna's position on any of that is.
Anna is married. Okay, Anna.
Right. I'm assuming she's not in favor of open relationships. So,
right.
No, but my only point is that when it comes to VAUSH, I think the goal is primarily because he wants to sleep around.
Yeah, VAUSH is in a position to have a lot of sex with a lot of floozies who just want to, say that they had sex with some famous YouTuber, right?
Right.
So VAUSH's goal is to have sex with all of those girls.
Yeah, right.
Regardless of whether or not you are their boyfriend, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So he wants to have sex with your girlfriend. And I'm sure if she said, I don't know if I should tell my boyfriend, VAUSH would probably say, no, you should lie to your boyfriend because I don't want to deal with someone coming around here and trying to, get even with me, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's
my
what
point.
VAUSH would say. Listen,
Right.
these they call them mate poachers. Do you know what a poacher is? Have you heard the term poacher
I've never.
before?
It's someone who cooks eggs at the hotel when you go to like the little like bar. Like they're like, "How do you want your eggs?" And you're like, "Scrambled," and they're like, "No, it can only be poached."
This is what's so insane about all this stuff, because all of this stuff has been studied for
Adam doesn't
50
care for my
years,
puns.
100 years, right? David and Buss. You just go start reading some David and Buss books. They're fascinating. They're page turners. The first David and Buss book that I read was A Murder Next Door. I started listening to it, late in the evening, and I was like, I'm going to be up all night listening to this book. This book is amazing. Like, it's just so eye-opening. And so, we understand the psychological, sociological, sexual dynamics of human beings very well. The only reason why the left hasn't caught on is because it completely goes against everything that they believe from kind of a religious perspective about the patriarchy and how terrible men are. I mean, I would argue they even toxic masculinity comes up in here. And I mean, what is toxic masculinity? I mean, I would argue, and they're in a position where they can't necessarily argue this because you got VAUSH here, who's completely promoting polygamy or de facto polygamy, whatever you want to call it. They can't say that toxic masculinity is the pump and dump lying to women strategy. Is that not toxic masculinity? Look, if you're going to a woman and saying, "Oh God, I love you. You're the greatest. Oh man, let's have sex." And then the next day you're ghosting her. Like, that's not toxic masculinity. That's just toxic humanity, right? You're literally like, it's a type of fraud, is it not? Look, and I know you guys can easily tell yourself, look, I had a change of heart. I was in love with her when I said that. And then right after I had sex with her, something happened. and suddenly I didn't feel that kind of love anymore.
I know.
Like,
Why did that happen? It's like the chemicals that were in your brain that were making you feel things suddenly just went away.
This is why we sell free will on the show.
That's shocking.
Free will
it's all cultural conditioning.
Free will is tough to come by.
Right.
Many times.
And I mean, listen, if you want to have an open relationship and you have a partner that's that's fine with that, I mean, more power to you. But I don't think it's kind of like the annoying red pill shit. And this will come up in the conversation because they bring up Andrew Tate. Like, the thing that annoys me about the red pill stuff is that there's like this veneer, this lie of like moralizing the bad behavior, essentially. Like, at least with the pickup artist.
Totally.
Remember the pickup artist? So it's just kind of like there's no deluding yourself. It was just like, oh, I'm going to teach you how to bang a bunch of women and be basically a scumbag.
Right.
It's like, okay. I mean, I don't like that, but at least they're honest. But now you have like sort of the kind of the Andrew Tate sphere of the world that's like, oh, I'm going to teach you how to basically manipulate and abuse women. But here's some kind of like BS justification for why that's actually a moral thing to do.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
It's like a religious thing to do. And that's what's gross about like, so if you want to be poly, that's fine. But the thing that's gross to me is, when you have, VAUSH or someone like VAUSH who tries to create this moral justification of how, well, it's actually more morally just to be in an open relationship, and being a monogamous relationship is actually a moral failing, and it's because you feel controlling and you lack you're too egotistical and you lack your own confidence, blah 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 blah, like all this bullshit. Like, that's what's really like stressed about the whole situation.
I mean, that's toxic masculinity, is it not? VAUSH and Andrew Tate are in the same park here. They're both advocating for the same thing. Do you remember the clip of Sneeko where Sneeko was talking about watching his girlfriend have sex with some other guy and how it really just threw him for a loop?
I don't think I heard that. No.
Yeah, I think Charlie.
When was he watching? Why was he watching his girlfriend have sex with another guy?
I mean, this is a clip that's gone around about Sneeko. Charlie made a video about it. What is Charlie's YouTube channel? Like Zero Penguin or something like that?
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, moist critical, I think, is another name that he goes by. These
Yeah,
kids
Moist Critical.
today with all their fucking
I didn't even know he did a video of Sneeko.
these. I'm trying not to curse as much.
I know.
My New Year's resolution. Did you see on the last video somebody went through and time stamped all the curses, and there's like
No.
1,000 of them? I pinned that comment.
That's amazing.
I
That
know.
person is a true hero. Oh my god.
They got tired after like 700. I was, oh,
I
man.
bet,
I was
I
like,
bet.
you're a champ.
Yes.
So yes, Moist Critical Charlie made a video on Sneeko because I guess they were in some sort of internet beef. Whatever, right? It happens. But there's some clip of Sneeko talking about his girlfriend. He had some girlfriend that convinced him to be in an open relationship, or one of his friends did, or whatever. They were like, you know, you're the man if you let your girlfriend sleep with other dudes, and you should like let her do that at some like swinger party or something.
Right.
And Sneeko, like a normal human being, is like this is not conscious. Jealousy is a biologically programmed response. That is your body telling you, hey, I'm going to be raising another dude's kid. Like your body is telling you, no, don't spend the rest of your life. Don't spend the next 20 years raising that guy's kid. You should raise your own kid. Like that's the whole evolutionary process.
Right. That's the reason behind it.
Yes.
But obviously when someone is feeling the experience of jealousy, like
they don't
there's not
know
like
that's
this,
what's going on. No.
Well, there's not like a conscious thought behind it. You just feel the emotion essentially.
Right.
No, so
but
wait, I didn't know
to say that that's socially conditioned. No, not socially conditioned.
No.
Yes.
But so wait, okay, so this is interesting because I never knew this about Sneeko. So Sneeko was at a swingers party, and his girlfriend
Pull up
at
the
the
clip
time
if you want. I mean, we're talking about it.
Well, okay, let me see. I'm very curious about this. Do you have the clip?
Like he's look. First of all, I feel bad for these kids because Sneeko's like what 20, like 22. I don't.
Well, see,
how
but
old
now
is he?
this gives context to explain why Sneeko has some of the terrible positions he has, because he had this probably
Sneeko has
traumatic experience.
Sneeko has terrible positions because he's like 22. Okay, listen.
Well, that's true too.
And it's been a common theme in dystopian fiction where children teach children. You know, like the abandoned children. It's Lord of the Flies, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're literally living in Lord of the Flies because this is what the internet creates. It creates children teaching children based on nothing, based on no tangible evidence, no cultural tradition. So I do feel for kids that just, you know, someone in Sneeko's circle has given him bad information, and now Sneeko's out there.
What are your biggest controversy?
Promoting that bad information. But you tell me in the chat. Maybe we'll put a poll up for this because I feel like understanding the evolutionary.
What are your biggest controversies recently? Biggest controversies.
Hold on, watch Together's been all bonkers.
It's working for me. I mean, it's gone off a couple times.
Okay.
So you tell me. Maybe like I said, I don't. It'd be interesting to have a poll of this. I feel as though understanding the evolutionary origin of all of my moral intuitions, including jealousy, is helpful. It's helpful in controlling jealousy. Look, jealousy is something you, whether you're a man or a woman, are going to have to deal with your entire life.
Well, okay, but there's more to jealousy than just reproductive mate guarding. Because it's not just about having children. I think it's also just about
in the job too. Like you've been stepped over for a position, someone else got a job. You were like, jealousy is in all kinds of areas of life.
Right,
yes.
right. But even in relationships, because it's not just about having children, because it's also about, because under that framework, you'd say, well, you should be in favor of people having open relationships as long as they wear condoms, because there's not there won't be the threat of children. But it's not just about that. It's about, you don't want to have someone that you're investing time and energy and resources and relationship in having this sort of idea that, oh, I have a whole bunch of other men
Options.
or women, options available to me that essentially I can hold over your head like, oh, if you don't do what I want to do in this relationship, I'm out of here, essentially. So
Yeah.
it's like I think when you do have like if you
Power
did have
dynamics, something the left
Right, if
never talks about.
if you had like a wide scale open, relationships in society, I think basically all relationships would become very well, relationships can be coercive, but more relationships would become very coercive because whichever
They are
partner
today.
has right, because whatever partner has the options available to them could always have this kind of like guillotine of ending the relationship over you, like, oh, I have like all these people waiting in the wings, boom, boom, boom. They're just ready for me to transition to them. And I can almost guarantee you that when you have the Andrew Tates and the people that do this kind of like polygamous shit, that's probably the exact thing they do with all, the women. If the women threaten to leave them or whatever, or they say something they don't like, they're like, I have all these bitches, at my disposal, just ready to replace you in a second. And that they're using that kind of emotional, mental manipulation and coercion.
This is why men are so dissatisfied, because as a society, we used to push back against that. Now we've gone completely in the other direction.
Right.
If someone is having sex with a bunch of people behind your back, suck it up, right? Like society doesn't even come in and say, oh, that's wrong. It's like they sign off on it. Nobody wants to be in that situation, obviously.
Okay, so let's watch just a part of this. I've never heard this before.
You're
I'm
just
curious
hearing this
about
now?
this. This is the first time I've ever heard about this.
How do
it
I
adds some
look?
interesting context to Sneako's positions.
I'm the boomer on the show. Why? I don't understand.
I don't know.
Like, how do you not?
I didn't know about
How
this
do you not know
Sneako's dark
about?
past.
How do you not know about the internet drama?
There you go.
Recently.
People are calling me a cuck. They're calling me cucko.
Why? Oh no.
Cucko in the chat, like I'm getting a lot of that. So a couple months ago, I was on a podcast and I talked about. So I have an open relationship with my girl, and I wanted to.
I got an open relationship with this girl too.
Yes, yeah.
Look at that.
Got him.
Look at that.
Ryan. Oof.
Why is that joke funny? Well, it has something to do. It has something to do with jealousy.
Right.
And I told the story how we went to a play party, we went to a sex party, and I thought, like, because I want an open relationship, like she's seen me with other women, I thought that it'd be like fair if I saw her with another dude. And so we like swapped with the.
Now there's a giant technical difference.
Wait. You unfortunately accidentally misrepresented the nature of this clip.
Right.
I thought this was a clip of Sneako being the asshole that he is now, who was in some relationship with a girl who convinced him to be open, and then it like poisoned his mind and made him become like the asshole he is now. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that he's in quote an open relationship where he's already banging other women at this point. So now he's like, well, let me be fair and allow my girlfriend to have sex with other guys. This is a completely different situation.
Okay. You spin it however you want to.
What do you mean? That's completely different than what you're saying.
Well, listen, I didn't add the context. You added, look, you don't
No,
have
you said convinced. You said convinced. He's like, oh, some girl convinced him to be open. Listen, it's fine. You misremembered. This is like from a month ago.
Okay, well, I don't.
You're an old man. You're working on a comic.
Maybe you're hanging a lot on the convincing. First of all, we don't know how the open relationship came to be, whether the woman convinced him or he convinced her. Like, it's probably more likely that he convinced her. But that's still a claim I wouldn't bet the farm on that claim, because we don't necessarily know the answer to that claim, correct?
Okay. Right.
We don't know who convinced who. So but wait a second. She's seen him fool around with other women, right?
That's what he said, yes.
Right. There's an entirely different dynamic, a technical issue when he fools around with other women. Like, women do get jealous, obviously, because they don't want you having sex with another woman and getting her pregnant, starting a family with her, and leaving this woman high and dry, right?
Right.
So they do get, women do get just as jealous as men.
The couple, and I didn't like it, and then we stopped.
But you watched
for 3 pumps. I saw 3 pumps, and I was with his girl on top, and I was like, and it just like, I'm like, nah, and I walked out the room, and then she walked out the room too, and she's like, okay. Um,
And that was the end of the open relationship?
no, it's
Or
still
just
open.
the end of
No, that was the end of the relationship.
Wait. Yeah.
just doing
Just
it?
the end,
The
of,
end
me,
of him
end of
watching
me
it.
being a cuck.
Yeah,
it was the
yeah.
end of my cuck experience.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
lasted 3 pumps.
He didn't like that.
Three
though.
pump-
didn't like it.
three
How
pump
did,
chump.
how did the guy like watching you get smashing his chick?
I couldn't, bro. I couldn't get it
couldn't
up
get
for
it up,
his
that's
bitch, bro.
Oh, that's
I couldn't get it up for his bitch.
That
bro.
must
my
be
problem.
super.
Look, he's like, oh, this is great. I'm screwing his girlfriend. He's not screwing mine.
There you go.
Colin.
No, because there was a couple things going on, and so I want to talk about this in the
Lot going
podcast to
on.
talk about this open relationship from like a humbling.
Okay. This is less interesting than I thought it was. I thought this was going to be like the Sneeko origin story. I thought this was going to be like how Sneeko was, fighting Batman and fell into a vat of chemicals and he became Sneeko, but it wasn't. It was just,
It's still just as interesting, is it not? I mean, what's happening here?
who couldn't predict this? This is the most predictable thing in the world.
Yes, obvious. Look,
I tried to have sex with a girl next to my girlfriend having sex with a guy and I wasn't into it. Oh, shocking. Really? Okay. Well,
the
what a
most
surprise.
Yeah, but look, we're watching a video from Anna Kasparian and VAUSH, who can't predict the most predictable thing in the world. That is the essence of what we're talking about here.
Right.
And Sneeko doesn't know any of this shit. Well, Sneeko might because he has read some evolutionary psychology.
Well,
so he
they
might
only-
understand
no,
this stuff
no,
now.
No. First of all, I don't think Sneeko's read anything. But no, see, the thing that's just annoying.
You have so much hatred for Sneeko.
I have
Look,
a strong dislike of the quote unquote red pill people who have, first of all, stolen the moniker of red pill. But
which
secondly,
is awful, yes.
Right. But secondly, and you should have a very strong dislike of them too, because they constantly use and abuse evolutionary psychology in very dishonest ways.
Look,
just to basically try to moralize really immoral behavior.
yes, I have that when we see these red pill guys who are obviously in their fucking 40s, who should know better, but are still on the internet giving bad advice to young kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hate those guys. Screw those guys, right?
Right.
Sneeko is 22 years old. Like, it's a completely different thing.
Well, okay, wait a minute.
Sitch,
if you're talking about, okay, wait.
Baby Sitch was a genius from the get-go. Baby Sitch has never been a dumb kid. Like, I guess I have more sympathy because I was stupid when
That's
I was
true.
20.
I came out of the womb, and the second, instead of like crying, you know how like a baby cries to breathe, I immediately looked directly into my mother's eyes, and I said,
Mom, I have to
you
go
and
work
Dad
on my
are married
thesis.
and are in a stable monogamous relationship.
No, you looked at your mom's eyes and you were like, I have some homework to do. I need to go work on my thesis in political psychology.
There you go. No. Okay. I understand what you're saying. That yes, like from a personal level, Sneeko is a dumb kid and lots of kids are dumb and lots of kids have dumb opinions. And I understand all that. I understand all of it. But I'm not going to sit here. I can have sympathy for someone being young and stupid. But when you're going out there and you're promoting a message to thousands, if not, I don't know how big his audience is, thousands or millions of people, and you're basically poisoning their minds, and you're also running interference for a little, groomer. To me, it's like, why the fuck should why should we sit here and do backflips to defend someone? Say, oh, they're just a stupid kid. It's like, yeah, they're a stupid kid, but they're causing real harm in the world. Like, fuck them. We don't run this interference. Like most of BreadTube are a bunch of dumb kids. But they are hurting society by promoting socialism, right? I'm not going to sit here and say, well, they're young, so that makes it fine. No, fuck them.
Well, if you want them to stop doing that, it's easier to have, you have a different strategy there.
Well, sure, but I'm not Destiny. I'm not trying to what's the
Why
word?
not?
He's trying to
why not? Sneeko
slowly
could be a
change
great
Sneeko's
advocate.
mind over the course of many conversations, which I wouldn't even be surprised if Destiny's given up on, because it seems like Sneeko's basically never going to give up on
he's a
Andrew Tate,
contrarian.
regardless of him what happens to him. Listen, Sneeko will either grow out of it, he'll just mature out of it with time, but I think that's about it. I don't think anyone's going to convince him of anything. So I'm not going to sit here and hold his hand and say, oh, he's young, so it's okay to, you know,
I-
if you're young and you have bad opinions, that's one thing. If you're young and you have bad opinions
you're
and you
completely conflating what
spend
I'm
your
saying
time
here.
and you spend your time convincing other people, other young people to follow your dumb opinions, I'm not going to defend you, and I don't have a lot of sympathy for you. And we don't have that sympathy for leftists, so why should I have it for Sneeko in this situation?
People can change. Young people can change. They can totally change. I just
Okay, I'm not saying he
that's
can
all I'm saying.
change.
I'm not.
I hope he does change. I hope he wakes up one day.
I'm not here condoning what he's saying. I'm here saying we can learn from it, and Sneeko
Sure.
hopefully one day will learn from it. When you've got, there's a bunch of I don't even know the manospheres guys. Who's the one that Authentic Observer made the response to? Like that guy, it's weird because he's like, he's got to be
Right.
pushing 50, and he's putting all this just terrible advice into the world for young people.
Yeah,
Andrew Tate is the same thing. He's like,
right.
look, Andrew Tate, he's pushing 40, and he's here telling kids how to be pimps.
Yeah, listen, if you want to say there's different levels of culpability for people in different ages, I'll agree with you. But
Yeah.
I'm not going to just accept it from the
Look,
young people.
that's what's a little, I'm not accepting this.
Okay.
I'm not saying,
Good.
look, I'm not here saying Sneeko has done nothing wrong. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Kids can do terrible things, right?
Kids usually do terrible.
Yes, they do. Look, oh my God, you're making my argument.
I know.
Yes. But it's you got to make a distinction between stupid people who there should be some hope for. Well, first of all, I don't think Sneeko is a contrarian. I don't know that he's stupid. And I watched Sneeko's content before he was Sneeko red pill manosphere, acolyte. Back when he was doing just like YouTube documentary style videos that were good videos. He seemed like a smart kid.
Really? I haven't seen any of those. So
Well, they nuked his channel, so you can't see any of that stuff, which is ridiculous. He had a
I'll take
bunch
your
of
word for it.
He had a bunch of.
I think you're just since you're
Sitch
a
is
serial
look at-
contrarian, I think you're just
This is borderline elder abuse now. Sitch is just sitting here beating me in the face.
Oh no, I see Adam's primary motivation is to tell people that they're wrong. And so you
Not
feel some
my-
sort
no,
of
that's-
kindred
no.
spirits with the Sneeko's contrarianism.
That's not true. I hate contrarians. Look, contrarianism is another
sure.
form of NPC brain, basically,
Right.
because the other person is just deciding. Look, Sneeko, monogamy sucks. It's the worst thing that has ever happened. Make a video now. Prove me wrong. Right?
Right.
Now he's pro monogamy. Look, we fixed it.
Anyways, let's
No, let's watch a little more of this. I want to.
I already pressed back.
No, let's.
What else is there
Why?
to see? Let's get
Press
off of
forward.
Sneeko. Oh
What are your
my
biggest
God, let's get
controversies
off of
recently?
Sneeko.
People are calling me a cuck.
Wait, did you? I'm already on. I'm on listening to the Anna video when you press play. So.
Oh well, I'm
It's
listening.
already
To
too late.
everyone else is listening to the Sneeko
Oh
one.
my God! Why?
Why can't we just listen to a little more?
Oh, fuck.
Look, people want to know what
What
he
are your
says.
biggest con-
You're
Okay,
clipping him out of context. I can't
what's the-
believe this. Your hatred
What's
for
the time
Sneeko.
code? What's the time code?
Your hatred for Sneeko has reached a crescendo that you're just going to clip Sneeko out of context. You aren't even going to give him the chance to finish his full argument.
What's
Look,
the
and-
time code that? What's the time code that you're at?
I don't know. It's at 01 because you messed it up.
Uh-huh.
Here, we can go a little forward. I'm at
You do it.
okay.
You do whatever you want to do.
Perspective.
Are you on a press tour to talk about this right now?
No, bro, no. I wanted to just talk about it once, like mad long
And get
ago.
it over with.
And now since I started streaming, like I get all
Okay.
these haters and like he's a cuck, and like these people are like watching my videos and
But
watching.
are they hate watching you? Or like, are they kind of like?
I have a lot of
like
hate watchers.
tongue-in-cheek trolls.
No,
kind
no.
of? They're like,
See,
we
I-
like
I-
them, but we kind of taking the piss. Or
I made like gay jokes, like so. There's these self-improvement YouTubers, and they were like stretching and stuff like that, and they were in short shorts, and I was just calling them gay because they're stretching in the camera. It's just funny, like, hey yo, just simple stuff, and they get mad, like his character, he's lost his purpose, he's not even going to the gym, and he's a cuck. Like people will try to ruin your life because you made a joke, and then I'm like, guys, like, do you really think it's like? Why do you think that they said that? They're trying to ruin my character.
I saw like a little bit of that, just like even the last couple of days when I was looking at your stuff. But like my
Okay, it's over. Basically, he said everything he's going to say about that. Sitch is gone now. He's like, I'm out of here. I'm done with this show. You watch that video as much as you want. Sitch, can we hit back now?
Aren't you so glad that we watched the rest of this clip? This was great. This was really, really pertinent to the conversation.
First of all, there's a bunch of clips
my
of him.
God.
This isn't even the clip I saw.
Okay. Anyway, I press back.
Okay, I'm pressing back now.
Anyway, back to now we can actually, it's only been an hour. We can actually watch the video we set out to watch today.
This doesn't matter. This is great content. What are you
VAUSH
talking about?
joins TYT discuss why young men feel alienated in the U.S.
Look, we've had to give the
There you
full background on
That's
cuckoldry
true.
in order
There
to
you go.
to
True.
fully analyze this video.
Right.
Why? What?
So, Massive Dingo for 5 months. Thanks so much. Says Sitch, as a DGG fanboy, I'd say Sneeko was a good lad, just led astray for what it's worth. Well, listen, I'll be honest. I didn't even know he had content pre his Manosphere phase. I've never seen any of it. So you could be completely right. Maybe he was a very intelligent, thoughtful young man who has unfortunately been led astray. So that could be very true.
Sitch is suffering from confirmation bias on this. Like he's got to confirm.
Are you
Sneeko
like
is
delusional? I literally just did the opposite of confirmation
Sneeko,
bias.
he's like,
Why
Sneeko.
you gaslighted mother?fucker? I did the exact opposite of confirmation bias, and you're like, such a confirmation. Blah, blah, blah.
Well,
How dare you?
before
How I'm gonna Greta Thunberg you. You're gonna get arrested by the Romanian police. How dare you? How dare you, Adam Friended?
Look, I have not done anything to get arrested.
How dare you?
I'm in California. When the cops show up, like we usually smoke out together before they leave.
Nah, somehow I'm gonna get the Romanian police to fly to California and arrest
okay.
you. Okay. Romanian Batman is gonna kidnap you and he's gonna drop you off. The
Pot
Romanian
is
prison.
probably illegal in Romania.
I
It's
mean,
funny.
I don't know, but I assume so.
There were some statistics by healthcare company Cigna indicating that men are the loneliest generation. In fact, 18 to 24-year-olds are lacking friends, intimate partners. They're feeling increasingly alienated from society.
Look, and they show a depressed woman. You gotta love Young Turks. Is the left out of touch with young men? Here, let's show a young woman who's depressed.
That's amazing.
Look.
Young Turks, what do you who is doing the graphics? They're so lazy. They couldn't when they went to istockimage.com, they couldn't type in like sad man. They just typed in sad and they just grabbed whatever the first one they could get.
Evidently so.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And when you look at statistics in regard to their education, whether or not they're working, more and more of this data reinforces
Another woman. Another sad woman. Okay.
that there is something awry.
What is
And
happening
addressing
here?
it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean that we should be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that men are struggling with, people like Jordan Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, VAUSH, who's a popular streamer, had tweeted this thread that I think is really, really important to address. He writes, I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't. He continues to argue that leftists and progressives have absolutely no idea how unnecessarily repellent they come off to so many people, and they get angry at the idea of being a more effective social movement because they don't want to share their social spaces with people who might have gone another way. But the criticism for leftists continue, and to be honest, I agree with a lot of what VAUSH says here. He says leftists will write master's theses on the effect of socioeconomic conditions on crime, and then shrug when 10 million more young men fall into fascism because their boy brains must just be innately fascist and they choose to be evil, and there's no way this could have been prevented.
So, okay, there's a lot of There's a lot of here to unpack. So first of all, I hate to say it, but I
What's happening?
agree. Sorry, had to get that out. Agree with VAUSH in the idea that yes, obviously there's not some, when guys, fall into rabbit holes, whether it's the far left or the far right, they're only concerned about the far right here, obviously, because they're on the left. But when a young male or woman falls into the far left or the far right rabbit hole and goes down some, politically destructive, socially destructive pathway, it's not, they don't have some, generally, I don't think, they don't have some Machiavellian idea in their head like, I'm going to become a far right racist because I want to be, lord of all the brown people. Just as I don't think that like people that fall into the far left rabbit hole say, I'm going to like destroy all the white people or, whatever the hell they're thinking. Like, that's not what's going on. That there are people that are unhappy with their lives, that are unhappy with society, and they have moral intuitions that lead them in, that predisposes them to being led in certain directions. And you have basically siren calls on both sides saying, hey, are you unhappy with society? Well, guess what? I have a solution that will fix all of that. And if you're predisposed, to have your moral foundations to the left or the right, whatever they're suggesting is going to sound like the kind of radical change that, hey, that this is going to, make things good for society. But the big problem here, and what I think what VAUSH and the other leftists will always stumble by and always fuck up, is right where he says this. He says leftists will write their master's thesis on the effects of socioeconomic conditions on crime and then shrug when 10 million more young men fall to fascism because their boy brains just must be innately fascist. This is the root flaw with sort of the leftist collectivism, and why VAUSH, despite what he's trying to argue for, can never actually materialize it. Because since the leftist socialist collectivist position is to destroy individualism and to associate and only look at things from a group level, that explains the inherent contradiction in this position that VAUSH is noticing. Because when it comes to crime, they'll say, oh, there's all these disaffected poor people, right? Because they're viewing them in the lens of poor. So saying, oh, there's all these poor people. They're all disempowered. They're all being abused by the state. They're also viewing it from the perspective of they view police as inherently evil and any sort of policing as inherently evil. So they're already siding with, criminals for that extent. But then if you change the group and you say, well, we're not talking about people that are going up against the evil police. We're not talking about people that are poor. We're talking about men, and we're only talking about men and men's issues. What happens? Well, suddenly all that intersectionality, all that group identification of being poor, of being, oppressed by the police, that all dissipates.
You're right.
Because when you say men, you're contrasting men with women,
yeah.
Right? That's the immediate contrast that crops up in your mind. And so since they can only look at things through group levels, intersectionality be damned, they look at men and they say, oh, you mean the patriarchy? You mean the evil sexist men who want to, keep power for themselves? Why? Or it gets even worse. They say, why should I care if a bunch of white cis males, the most privileged of people in society, why should I care if they're unhappy? Why should I care if they're not getting jobs? You told me, VAUSH, you and the leftists told me these are the most privileged people in society. You told me that society is bending over backwards, laying down hand over fist for these cis white males. How dare they feel sad? How dare they feel left behind?
Yeah. Wow.
And so they'll never have sympathy.
Yeah.
Or empathy or anything, because they can only look at it and this is why this is so insane, because VAUSH and their leftists have basically conditioned their audiences to not look at people as individuals, but to only look at them through their group lens. Why would they ever have any sympathy for a man in a quote unquote men's issues, especially if they're white and straight?
They're sexist pieces of shit. They don't care about men.
Of course.
Unless they're going to vote, Democrat in the next election. And then they're going to, ghost you. They're going to do the pump and dump. Ha ha, you voted Democrat.
And then the final tweet, because I want to make sure you guys get a full look at what he's thinking here. This is always a good topic to feel smug over because the replies and quote tweets are saturated with people who literally think, quote, we should care about men's problems and offer them advice is a dog whistle for we should build a Fourth Reich, thus proving the problem.
Now, and I had no sympathy for VAUSH here because he's part of the problem.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
engaged in this exact same BS dog whistling behavior. This is why when Jordan Peterson would come out and he would say very innocuous things, okay, especially when he first came out. Now he's saying some, he's being intentionally incendiary nowadays, which, I'm not a huge fan of. But when he first came out, he'd be saying very innocuous things, about what people, not just even boys, but what people should be doing to help improve their lives and to seek self-improvement. And you had all these leftists, including VAUSH, would come out and say, oh, he's the worst person ever. He's a Nazi. He's an evil person. He said that people should care about young boys. Oh, what a sexist, piece of shit.
Yeah.
And where
what
was
about girls?
Where was VAUSH then? Where was the defense of like, well, guys, why are we attacking Jordan Peterson? He's not saying anything that's that bad. Where was the defense then? But suddenly when VAUSH is attacked, oh my God. Why is the left behaving in such a fashion? Shock, surprise.
Yeah. Well, that's what they do. They build up, negative stereotypes of people and they just hit them over the head with them over and over again.
Right. And they create these mental traps, these mental prisons of thought, and then act surprised when they fall right into them.
Yeah.
Now, joining us today to talk about this is the man behind the Twitter thread, VAUSH. And I want to thank you, VAUSH, for taking some time to talk to us about this today.
Oh, it's an absolute delight. Don't mind the cam, by the way. Like young men, my camera encoder is alienated, just in this case from Skype. It's a pleasure to talk with you about this.
So this is something that I've been thinking about a lot because I've been just noticing.
You can tell VAUSH has his suck-up voice since he's on Young Turks.
I know. It's very true. We heard his non-suck-up voice before in the other video when he was yelling at his chat. Because they were like, oh, VAUSH, maybe I shouldn't let my girlfriend sleep with other dudes.
There was in that clip we were watching, there was someone in the chat that said, progressivism is when you let your women have sex with other men.
Yeah.
So even his audience was like, it's funny. Even most leftists,
they understand. They totally do.
They can't get over the moral intuitions of jealousy that strongly. They're like, I don't know about this one.
Yeah, that means it's working. The human species will be will be sustained another generation.
Well, no, listen, the human species is going to die out because we're all going to have AI boyfriends and girlfriends. So,
and your AI will be completely loyal to you.
Of course.
Look, sooner or later, people are going to want to have a real relationship with a human being. They're going to be like, "Oh, this robot is just sucking up to me."
I mean, will they though?
Yeah.
I don't agree with this.
Okay.
I think you're really off base.
Well, there are going to be a certain number of guys that are just like, I just want to fuck. I don't care. I don't like, there are plenty of guys that just want to subjugate women. They're going to be like, I can subjugate the robot. This is going to be fun.
You're thinking about this incorrectly. It's not just a question of subjugate. It's that, first of all, think about it not just from a guy's perspective, think from the woman's perspective. Okay. Assuming that either A, she has a job, or since we all have robots, no one has to work. Okay.
Gotcha.
Do you think the woman's going to want the robot guy who not only looks however she wants him to look, but always listens and responds appropriately to her long, boring stories about how someone at her job or her friend said something she didn't like and has been stewing with her for the last 6 months, and he nods approvingly and has a very kind, soft face saying, I can't believe that Shirley said those things to you. That's just so inappropriate.
Do you really think women are going to want that?
Yes. What do you mean?
Did you not watch She-Hulk? I mean, this is a woman thing. They are so they are so worried that people
Yeah.
are only listening to them because they're aesthetically pleasing. You're
Yeah, but with a
literally
robot,
going
you
to
don't
have,
have to worry about that.
no, yeah, because it is only listening to you because you have some sort of control over it. The robot doesn't like you for your inner beauty. Women want to be loved for their personality, who they are inside, not their inner, not just how they look physically. This is like that same thing, just on a new level.
Yeah, but the problem
They're
is,
not going to like that.
listen, you are sort of correct. You are
Sort of correct. No,
Yes.
this is exactly correct. They're going to be like, oh my God, the robot listens to me, but it's so hollow.
You are sort of correct, but here's the thing. The problem is that, you know how like why is it that when you play a video game and someone's going to kill you or there's like a monster chasing you, why do you feel stress or anxiety? It's like, it's not real. It's happening on a flat screen in front of you. You know there's no actual animal or monster chasing.
Well, there are
right?
consequences in the game to whatever it is killing you, obviously.
So it's just about the fact that, you have to redo the level, like the time.
Sure, the score,
the score. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're competing.
Okay.
This is the same
So you
thing
think if
with
there were no
relationships.
consequences, so like if you're
Look,
playing a
women
game,
are competing for relationships with guys that actually care about them, beyond their physical.
Well, here's why I
beauty.
disagree with you.
That's what's
So,
been happening.
if you play a game like Subnautica, there's a million games like this.
The
You can
sandwich game,
The sandwich game, yes. You can save whenever you want.
the cooking
And
game.
yet when that Reaper bears down at you roaring and it grabs your little sea moth by its claws and it starts trying to crush it, you still feel something. Okay. You still feel that emotion that's pounding through you. And
This is different, though.
it is different.
Look,
but what I'm telling
the
you,
robot
okay,
is
the
never
reason-
gonna
wait,
go.
wait,
Why are you
wait,
telling
wait,
me this
wait,
story?
let
I
me
don't-
okay.
like, get to the point.
I am getting to the point. The
No,
point
that's
is-
what the robot's going to say to the woman, and the woman.
No, the
that
point-
could never happen.
You're saying that people will never feel some emotion about a robot because deep down they'll know it's fake. And I'm
Yes.
telling you, people already feel emotions about things they know are fake.
But it's not
Okay.
fake. In Subnautica, it's not fake.
It is
because-
fake. It's not real. You're not really in a little submersible. You're not really getting crushed by a giant monster. And you can reload your save and
You're
you'll lose
missing
30
what I'm
seconds of your
saying.
time.
You're missing what I'm saying. There are consequences. There are multiple outcomes to that scenario. There are not multiple outcomes unless you program the robot to sometimes be in a bad mood and not care about what you're saying and to say, listen, why don't you ever care about my feelings, honey?
Well, maybe they will. Maybe they'll do that exact thing. They'll find out, people don't want relationships with robots that just do everything they want all
Right.
the time. So they'll program a little bit of resistance to trick you.
Right.
This
but
is just such
people
an
are gonna
easily
go,
solved problem.
They're going to say, oh, the resistance is just fake.
Angie Clark Fedora says, Sitch, bring up Steve the pencil from Community. Yeah, there you go. I could give you to the Jeff Winger Shark Week speech. But no, it's another thing with people might not like this. People might not like this, but it's similar to like a dog. Don't you feel love for a dog? A dog that is basically biologically programmed in many instances to basically love you unconditionally.
What's that?
A dog.
Dogs don't love you unconditionally.
Some dogs do.
Well, I mean, if you don't feed it, like you can take a dog and put it through hell and it's not going to love you anymore.
Yeah, maybe
obviously.
not if you're that abusive to it. But you think people are going to be that abusive to their robots?
I mean, that's the thing. You could be that abusive and the robot would still just
My
be...
point is, it's interesting to me because you're fixated on like the writer here. You're like, people won't have emotional
this.
experiences
Look at this.
with robots
I
because their
figured
writer will tell them that it's not real. And I'm like, no, Adam. Their elephant won't give a shit. Their elephant will say, I'm getting back all the humans evolved to look at other humans and to see certain cues and to see certain information. And that information they see then makes them feel certain ways by stimulating chemicals in their brain. And I'm telling you that the AI robots that they're going to eventually build will be able to give all these little physical, emotional cues that trick you into thinking it's like an actual rational feeling person, and you'll feel all the same thing you would with a normal person, with an actual human being.
Doubtful, and I think I figured out a solution.
Well, I think.
So you program the robot to...
I'm not saying this is good, by the way. I'm just saying this is what will happen.
You
And we'll have
program
to
the
deal with it
robot.
as a society.
Look, you program the robot to respond to your input. So
Mm-hmm.
if you are mean to the robot continuously, the robot does resist and become mean to you. So
Sure.
it becomes like the game Subnautica. If you want the robot to give you a certain response, you have to prime it with that response
Mm-hmm.
to some degree. So you are kind of playing a game with the robot. And then I think people might be more inclined to opt into this kind of relationship.
You could be completely correct.
Because then you're self-improving
right.
yourself. Like, you don't want to run around and be like
Right.
a fucking horrible person all the time.
Right, but what you're suggesting is even more dangerous.
Cynic, more sinister. I know.
Well,
I know. When I said it, I was like, "This is totally sinister."
And I think you're totally right. So let's use Minecraft as the comparison here. Okay, so it's like when the AI robot, waifus and husbandos first come out. Okay, it'll be like Minecraft creative mode. They'll basically do whatever you want all the time, forever. And people at first will be really into that.
Right.
But after a while, you could be right. It could start to feel empty. It could start to feel hollow because it's always giving you one thing. And humans, well, I guess it would depend on the human. Because it's like, say, like if you're a person who works a job that you don't like and you go to that job every day and it just sucks and people are assholes to you.
Well, I would send the robot, first of all, to the job.
Well, just assume, yeah, but I'm saying assuming, right? You're going to want to come home to your wife/husbando robot waifu who will just, be completely deferential to you. That could be exactly the exact thing that you want from your life. Right?
I think lots of men do want that. And that's why
Right.
they don't like relationships with women, because women don't tend to be just deferential.
Right. But let's assume that the person doesn't have such a horrible work situation or they do want something out of the relationship. It'll be like switching your Minecraft from creative to survival mode, where you actually do have to work towards a goal with your robot waifu/husbando. But here's why it's dangerous, more dangerous than a normal human relationship. Because with a human relationship, you can put in the work, you can put in the effort, and it could still blow up in your face because you're still dealing with another person who could be crazy or damaged or just wrong or just doesn't like you, right? It's the outcome. And this is why video games are appealing to people in ways that real life aren't. In a video game, the outcome is far more certain. And the objectives and what you do to get the outcome is far more clear. It's like, I know if I follow these steps, I will eventually accomplish this goal. Where in real life, it's completely uncertain about what the steps are, or even if you follow them, you'll get the right outcome or not. It's the same thing with a relationship. But if you have a robot that's literally programmed where you say, oh, if I'm nice to it in this number of ways, if I do this number of things, I know that at the end of the day, the robot will love me, or at least pretend like it loves me. That's going to be so much more appealing to people than a human relationship.
Yeah, it becomes the game of don't get divorced. Don't let the robot divorce you.
Exactly. So what you're suggesting is even more scary than I think what I was suggesting. Scary if you think this is going to be the end of society. So, but I have no clue what this is going to look like.
It's such a bizarre, but that's the future we're embarking on. So we'll see what happens, obviously.
We will. Philip Moore for $10 says, relationships are on their way out. Things will never be like they were again for the family unit back in the 1950s. AI relationships and generalist society is looming closer.
Yeah.
I mean, at least the AI relationships, I think. Definitely. But Crack Rock Steady, our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain for 9 months of discipline equals freedom, says, quote, kids can do I don't know if I should read this. It's gonna lead to a sidetrack. Quote, kids can do terrible things, Adam says. He also wants to let kids vote, though. A-Team bad take, but Adam has been better since then. That's why A-Team reigns. Just kidding. S-Class is always going to be the best class.
Okay.
So there you
I can let it. It's a total dereliction of my position, but we can just move on.
Good.
I don't understand what's so different. Well, I guess people do like mischaracterizing other people's position. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole political process.
Andrew Clark sent me a picture of, he says, I'm not sure, Sitch, this is the proper method for storing your love doll. People will be disillusioned. So apparently the way that if you have like one of these creepy, I don't know if it's the AI ones, the creepy AI sex robots right now, the way to store it is to actually remove its head and like
What?
hook it up upside down in the closet and then hook the body up by like the neck. So
Oh, yeah. So gravity doesn't do its business.
so yeah, I mean, sure, that's pretty disillusioning.
Yeah.
You have to
Awful.
take your wife's head off and put it in the closet.
Mhm.
Though I don't know, some guys might be into that.
Yeah.
Community around me, just like the loneliness and how atomized men are. And I don't see it as, addressing it isn't, in my opinion, a right-wing perspective or a right-wing task. I think that there are issues that the left would do a far better job in addressing, as opposed to more nefarious right-wing figures like, let's say, Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson. So before we get
Yeah, that drives me crazy when they compare Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson. It's like, it's just so stupid.
It was like, it's almost like, could there be two more polar opposite people? Okay.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You have Jordan Peterson, and I linked this clip. Someone on Twitter, who I follow, who's far more on the left than I am. They were doing the same thing. They were comparing Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson, and like they're the same. And I'm like, okay, here's a clip of Jordan Peterson literally saying that if you're a guy and you continually flunk out of relationships, or you continually have relationships that fail, that
you.
probably means that it's you, right? If you're going through relationship to relationship and you keep failing, there's one common factor. It's you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blame yourself, bucko.
Right. It's just, it's so disgusting to me that you have Jordan Peterson, who's all about personal responsibility, self-improvement. You need to be responsible. You need to treat other people responsibly and, kind, assuming they're not attacking you on Twitter, things of that nature. And then you have Andrew Tate, who's like, oh, I'm going to teach you how to basically emotionally manipulate women into doing what you want. You have to treat women in this very specific way. You have to basically act like you're a pimp and they're your, whore. And you have to do all these tactics and tricks to basically manipulate, the woman into just doing whatever you want. Like, these are two people that are complete opposite ends of the spectrum for the kinds of advice that they're giving. And yet, just because they're both against wokeness, they get lumped together by complete dullards.
Yeah, morons.
Like Anna Kasparian.
Yeah.
And other idiots on the left.
It shows that they have lost the plot. They cannot even distinguish. And this is funny coming from them. All they want to talk about is nuance.
Yeah.
Like they don't.
Wow.
They can't even. There's no nuance in the difference between Andrew Tate. I'm sure you've seen the clip that's been going around of Andrew Tate, bragging about how you need to lie and manipulate women to basically get them to work for you. Doing pornography. Like, can you imagine Jordan Peterson promoting this to young men? Promoting this as like a healthy lifestyle for how to put your house in perfect order before you criticize the world. Is this the Jordan Peterson? Where did I miss the Jordan Peterson video where he talks about how you need to get a stable of 20 bitches who are working for you? And here's how to lie to do it. Here's how to commit fraud to do it. What's going on?
I'd always get the women to come to my house, and I would tell them I'd give them 50%, but I would actually only give them 30% of the money.
Yeah. So what nuance do you need to be able to tell the difference between those two positions? It's like night and day. This is night and day, but this is the game that they want to play. They want to take the worst aspects of any particular group of people and paint the entire group of people as those terrible people. So because somebody is against wokeness, they exactly like you said, they want to lump them in with the worst elements who are against wokeness.
Yeah, of course. But that's
which is
Sitch
ridiculous.
Law. That's the
yes.
Do that. Jordan Peterson's rule number 2. Treat yourself like someone you're responsible for helping.
Yes.
Okay. Rule number 6, set your house in order before you criticize the world. Okay.
Look,
rule number 8.
Isn't rule number 1, tell the truth or at least don't lie?
No, and rule number 1 is stand up straight with your shoulders straight.
Oh, you're right.
Rule number 8: tell the truth or at least don't lie. Okay.
Yeah, at least don't
here we
lie
go.
to the women that you're,
Wait,
at
I
least don't
spoke-
lie to your cam girls.
I spoke too soon. Here it is. Rule number 10: make sure that your bottom bitch convinces your other bitches in your stable to keep working for you. Otherwise, they'll know that they don't need you and that they can go out there on their own. That's rule number 10. Jordan Peterson.
So terrible. Yeah.
It's funny, if you're going to compare them. Jordan Peterson's in trouble right now. The whatever the association is that manages psychologist, or at least wherever he got his degree.
Licensed clinical psychologist in Canada.
Right. They're basically whining at him because he said mean things on Twitter that they don't like.
Well, I have a theory. I have a much deeper theory.
Well, I'm sure, but I just want to, before you get into that, they're like, "Oh, Jordan Peterson, you've said, you've been rude to people on Twitter. We're going to take away, we want you to come back and we're going to re-educate you on how to behave on social media." Okay, that's the trouble Jordan Peterson's in. The trouble Andrew Tate is in is, well, he's now been arrested for sex trafficking, fraud, and tax fraud.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, really? These are the two people we're comparing? Someone who's, said mean things on Twitter and someone who lured women into sex work in Romania, then on camera admitted to emotional abuse, grooming them, admitted to defrauding employees, admitting to defrauding customers, and also admitting to not paying taxes. This is the same person we're comparing to Jordan Peterson.
Yeah. They're idiots. They're total idiots.
So what's your theory?
On Jordan Peterson? Well, obviously, look, I don't know if you saw the last Jordan Peterson video where he does the interview with the detransitioner.
Yeah, I saw it.
Jordan Peterson is going to war with the therapeutic community over the transgender stuff. They want to get rid of his clinical license like ASAP, because obviously if he's speaking from a position of reputability as a clinical psychologist on this stuff, everyone's going to look like fucking garbage. And they're totally going to look like garbage.
I don't think that's the primary motivation, just because that interview was relatively recent, and that report that they've been working on has obviously been something they've been building for a long time. Like, I think they want to just shut him up.
But I mean,
they just want to hurt him, but not for that specific reason, just for a bunch of reasons.
All of the stuff with Elliot Page, though, this is
right.
He's started going down this path long ago.
Right. No, I'm saying is, yeah, I 100% believe that it's politically motivated. Yes, I just don't think it's like there's one specific incident that they're like, this is why we're trying to do it.
This is you've talked about how what's going to turn this around is the detransitioner cases. We've gone back and forth on this. Those detransitioner cases are going to need expert witnesses. Those expert witnesses are going to have to be clinical psychologists.
Yeah.
So I mean,
well, they need psychologists in the field, presumably. Not, I don't know if Jordan Peterson.
Well, I don't know if Jordan Peterson is going to be one of those people.
Right.
Obviously, I don't know that he's done clinical psychology forever. But
I don't know if he's done it for trans people.
This is the argument that I had with you on a stream a while back, because I was saying, look, they're just going to say we were following best practices at the time, and even though those best practices turned out to be wrong, they were in fact the best practices given the scientific information that we had. And there's, you're not going to get any sort of settlement.
I don't think they are, because if you look a lot of the best practices for determining whether someone has gender dysphoria, it's supposed to be a multiple month-long process.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do think that there'll be some people who will sue and they won't be able to get recourse for it, because they did go, even if they were wrong, they did go through an extended process. We hear a bunch of stories about people who, they on their first visit out, they get puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones or something.
Right, and that's not best practices.
That is definitely not best practices. No.
Right.
So those places will definitely get hit hard.
Well, I see this as big tobacco going after the doctor that has done the study on lung cancer and smoking and they're basically trying to discredit that doctor as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't think it's that specific with Canada, anyway. But and did you see Jordan Peterson released all of the report against him? And it's like so ridiculous.
I saw you were looking at it, but I obviously I've been working. So
it's very long. It's very
done a
long.
deep dive into it. Maybe we can talk about it more on Tuesday.
To all of that, what the potential solutions could be. Talk to me about what you see, what you think the problem is right now with young men feeling alienated in the United States.
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to something leftists tend to be more comfortable talking about, which is toxic masculinity. You know, male loneliness is.
Oh no!
God, I mean, I shouldn't cuss as much, but fuckhead is the thing that comes to mind here. Look, this guy's a.
If you're trying not to cuss, okay.
Look, if you're taking advice from this person,
yeah,
you might be an idiot. You might be stupid.
Well, he's going to say something, but this really shows why this is such a very dumb way of thinking.
Often emergent of toxic masculinity. I think a lot of it comes down to something leftists tend to be more comfortable talking about, which is toxic masculinity. You know, male loneliness is often emergent property of toxic masculinity, which is, by the way, nobody likes this term, right? The right gets really upset when you say toxic masculinity because it sounds like you're upset with masculinity in general, and it's a really vague term. So let's just say, I think a lot of guys can be kind of antisocial because they're taught that sort of independence is a masculine virtue. They're taught that, you know, there's value in keeping your feelings bottled up. Now, obviously, it's pretty harmful. It makes people feel kind of lonely.
Okay. So here's the problem with this. Anna is talking to him specifically about how there's some new development. How there's some new development with men feeling, you know, more sad and lonely recently. Okay. And so VAUSH's big revelation here is, oh, well, you know, it must be because of toxic masculinity. It must be because men are taught to bottle up their feelings inside. Men are taught to be stoic. Okay. I'm sorry.
For a great reason.
But wait a minute. I'm sorry. Would not the leftist prescription in VAUSH's worldview say that men were taught to do all those things far greater for the entirety of human existence, and that now is a weird time that we live in where men are now being taught to not do that? So how the fuck? So if we've lived in periods of time where men were taught to bottle up their feelings more, were taught to be stoic emotionally more through all of human history, and yet now we live in a time where it's the opposite. How is that the problem that's making men feel sad now? How does that make any sense at all?
Yeah, you're right. So you're basically saying that men have always been taught to, and like the framing of this, I just completely reject out of hand. You should be able to control your emotions. Okay.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
So we're talking about teaching men to control their emotions, not bottling them up. I mean, just puts a negative spin on it. Obviously, being able to control your emotions is a positive thing. But men have always been taught to control their emotions, I would argue, for a very good reason. And it didn't seem to make them sad in the past. But now, all of a sudden, when you've got, you know, half of the political spectrum coming out and saying, no, you don't have to control your emotions. You want to have a tantrum? Have at it. You know, you're entitled to have your tantrum. Now they're suddenly upset about that. Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
No. I sent you a DM, but
it seems it seems kind of crazy. Well, this is, and you know, kind of the gender is a social construct. The gender, breaking down the gender binaries, forgetting that men and women are, different. Biological men and women are different, is part of the problem here, because the reason why society has always put a premium on men controlling their emotions and also women controlling their emotions, but not as much, because if women can't control their emotions, it doesn't often lead to physical violence. So, we're going to try, we're focused on everyone controlling their emotions, but we really need to go, the extra mile on men, because when men can't control their emotions, it often does lead to physical violence. And people generally don't like a society that has a high amount of physical violence, just, indiscriminately floating around. Do you understand this, Sitch, right?
Sure, of course.
Yeah. So
Well,
there's a technical aspect to this,
and there's another level to
which,
it too.
obviously guys who are not dangerous in any way, shape, or form don't seem to understand this.
Right.
It's easy for VAUSH to say this because, well, I don't know. VAUSH is packing these days and telling his audience to pack. So
Right.
weapons are the great equalizer.
Right. But there's another element to it too that's kind of complicated to work out, which is that on one hand, I agree, or I seem to agree, at least my intuition would lead me to say, okay, it's good for people to express the emotion they're feeling. You don't want to just bottle up inside. If you over excess about your feelings, if you focus too much on your inner feelings, that's going to make you unhappy because you're focusing on it so much. That's why one of the greatest ways to not feel depressed or sad is to be busy, is to find something to do, to be out there in the world doing a job, interacting with people, exercising, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you can fixate too much on and self-reflect too much, and it's going to make you sad. And I feel like that's kind of the state that a lot of people are in. They're too much in the I need to analyze every single thing I'm feeling at all times.
Look at this. So Sitch gives you the perfect example of why, stoicism is not a bad thing from the individual perspective. And I give you an example of why stoicism is not the worst thing ever from a societal perspective.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yes, yeah, there are lots of reasons why this is a good perspective. It bugs me when you have, far leftists like VAUSH and anti-KASPARIAN. They come out and they give absolutely no context here. Like, what do you mean by toxic masculinity? What do you mean by how is controlling your emotions bad for people? Where's your peer-reviewed study on that?
Or even if it's bad, that's what's responsible for, the way men feel right now, the disenfranchised men people feel right now. But part of it's like, I don't even know if VAUSH is saying this because he believes it, or if he's just saying it because he's like, well, I have to give an answer that leftists will like. This is the only way to get, like, maybe in his mind, he's like, the only way that leftists will care about men's issue is if I frame it in something that's palatable to them, like toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
Which is sad, but.
Well, I do think so. A lot of people on the left do look at toxic masculinity as, I mean, they're obviously competing with other men in the mating market. And when those other men are killing it and they're not killing it, they often see that toxic masculinity is a good excuse for why they're not doing so well.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
So that's why they're hooked to the toxic masculinity thing. This is why I was like, what are we talking about with toxic masculinity here? What is toxic masculinity? I mean, I would argue, lying and deceiving women to, have sex with them is toxic masculinity. Lying, using women so that you can get rich and they're left high and dry, I would say, is a good example of toxic masculinity. I haven't seen any toxic masculinity out of Jordan Peterson. You have a good example?
Not. I mean, I don't know. Recently, he's been too angry on Twitter. I don't know if you want to call that toxic masculinity.
That has nothing to do with masculinity.
Yeah, I don't think it does either. So.
Yeah, it's completely. There are tons of things that just are not relevant. Like if we're having a conversation about universal health care, like what does toxic masculinity have anything to do in that conversation?
No.
Yeah.
Phil Moore for $10 says, my guess is that AI will scan all streamers' content out there, mix and match personalities to create the most entertaining personas. Real streamers will lose their jobs to AI as they can't keep up. Oh, that's a great point. That will definitely happen. Yeah. AI streamers will become a big thing. Sammy G for $5 says, I will be 100% happy having a Cloud Strife AI robot wearing a maid outfit serving me coffee daily and fake talking to me. My AI, my choice.
I mean, I just don't know if I don't know if that's sustainable over time, Sammy. I mean, sure, it'd be fun for a couple days, but then.
Oh, a couple days.
I don't know.
And Stug for $5 says, personally, I would very much appreciate if the left/progressives would stop trying to solve the problems that they caused.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah. I mean,
that, definitely. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
It's so infuriating because they don't have any concept of the problem. They're BSing. It's such just, we're here BSing.
Yeah.
Look, we're on the left. Come join our cult.
Yeah. Well, it's like, you try to teach a generation that that men are inherently evil. And you surprise, men aren't feeling too great. I mean, shock.
Yes.
Who could have possibly guessed this outcome?
But then you're going to be the one to say, oh, it's okay. Listen, I know we've said you're completely evil and toxic masculinity is running through your veins, but just vote for us. And, we're here to help you pick up the pieces. It's like,
right.
So evil. It's so evil. You are a puppet. You are a puppet of what these people want you to do for them. It's gross.
It makes them bad at reaching out to others, connecting, sharing their interests, building friendships. I think it's one of the reasons why guys tend to view dating as sort of adversarial, because they don't think of like a woman as like, oh, well, maybe we'll just get along on some shared interests. Maybe we'll have something in common. They think of it as this like a mating battle, which, I don't think it has to be. And as a product of that, a lot of guys feel like they have no social inroads and they're kind of drifting through life without connections to people. It really sucks. And the left could, use that as an opportunity to maybe improve some people's lives, introduce them to some other ideas.
Like socialism. It's so fucking disgusting.
So just full disclosure, when the statistics first started coming out and they focused primarily on the lack of intimate partners, to be fair and completely honest with the audience, I was definitely more dismissive. But then when you see the
You guys aren't getting laid? Anna Kasparian's laughing at you.
Shock! I'm so shocked. Really? Anna was dismissive of the plight that young men were having in our society. Oh my God.
She doesn't care.
What a twist.
The other statistics, including the lack of friends, workforce participation for prime working age men between the ages of 25 and 55 has actually decreased significantly. And
you know what the gender difference for college graduation is right now?
No. It's like 60-40.
Yeah, you got it. 60-40 women.
Yeah.
Where is the outcry? Where is the alarm being raised? Why are men not graduating from college at the same rate as women? Where's all the concern there, society?
Feminism is a female supremacist movement, obviously. The outrage is that it's not 100%. It's true.
For some people.
It's completely true.
Sure.
For some people like Anna Kasparian.
Well,
specifically in the United States. And so, there have been some arguments that, it's the advancement of technology.
Did you see the outfit Anna has in the thumbnail?
No. In your thumbnail or the thumbnail of this video?
in my thumbnail.
Oh, I did see it. Yeah.
Anna wearing that nice skin tight red dress there.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't tell if that was really her or you just put her face on.
No,
because
no.
you blew the head up and made it giant. So
No. That's Anna Kasparian.
Okay.
Teaching a class.
Is this her new skirt?
Teaching a class.
How did you find this?
Probably at UCLA.
How'd you find this picture? Or did you type in like Anna Kasparian teaching?
Oh, I think I typed in like Anna Kasparian nude.
Yeah.
I typed in sexy Anna Kasparian, I believe was the keyword. So you can go ahead.
I was making the thumbnail. He typed in sexy Anna Kasparian.
Well, I just the thing about it is though, the only reason why I brought it up was because she's wearing that in a classroom. In a classroom.
Well,
Is that not the dress you wear to the nightclub?
So first of all, yes.
Okay.
Okay. But secondly, to be fair to Anna, okay, Good Faith Gary is going to come up here.
Look, 2023 is the year of like we're gonna bury Good Faith Gary.
No. I will never bury Good Faith Gary
in the basement.
No. Okay. So I typed in I Googled what you Googled, so I'm seeing I assume was her wearing that same red dress.
Right.
A lot of these pictures at the bottom right, it says Sundance TV. Which means that this class was filmed for some reason. So it's possible that she was just wearing the dress because she knew she's going to be on camera.
Okay.
So that, maybe I would hope normally when she's teaching classes, she's not wearing her club dress. I mean, listen, I wouldn't mind if my teachers were wearing those dresses, but it would be a little distracting. I don't know how well I can focus on. Maybe I'd focus, Maybe I'd focus on the material better. I think we should do a wide scale study. Okay.
Anna's
we need hot teachers wearing tight dresses to see if maybe that will help young boys go to college more. Maybe if there are more hot women professors at college wearing tight dresses, maybe, college graduation rates for males would increase.
Sitch has turned it around. So this is actually a positive thing. Anna is working on getting the male attendance for class up by wearing these skimpy little numbers in the classes she's teaching.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know.
Hilarious.
Yes, right. Just like Japanese anime. Yeah.
Oh my!
It's
hilarious.
It could make things so much better. Okay.
Okay.
Doomer,
sure.
Hey Doomer. Doomer doesn't like when I say Good Faith Gary. What's wrong with Good Faith Gary? It's the one good thing we could extract from what's his face?
From his videos.
What was that guy's name?
It's not Good Faith Gary. That guy's so bad faith. It's not even funny.
But it was a nice. It's like a nice little alliteration.
Did you see his last video on Jordan Peterson? He's still out.
He made another one?
Yeah, he compares Andrew Tate to Jordan Peterson for like 25 minutes.
Oh no, we gotta watch that video.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name?
You're gonna love it.
Totally blanking on that guy.
I mean, I can't say his name because it's technically a swear word, and
what?
I'm trying not to curse as much.
You just don't remember. Chat, what's
It's
that guy's
shithead.
name? Why can't I remember that guy?
It's shithead.
Noah Thompson. Noel Thompson. Wasn't
Noah shithead. Okay.
You're not helpful. Adam is not helpful at all. Not Noah Thompson.
There's three for you. Noah shithead.
Noah Sampson.
There you go.
Thank you. You're not helpful at all.
Look, I was trying to get it begins with an S. I was trying to help you out, but you just weren't paying attention.
YouTube Shorts. Is that what our hot masculinity takes?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll check them out. Maybe we'll watch it next week.
Dating advice from a literal cuck. You guys will love it.
Oh, was he in an open relationship too?
I don't know.
I mean, it seems like it. I'd believe it, but.
The video games. Well, all of these technologies exist in other countries and they're not experiencing the same decline in workforce participation. In fact, to give you a specific number.
So I do think that technology has something to do with it because we live in this weird time where people can be more connected than they've ever been, but also still be more alienated than they've ever been. Like, and I don't know, because I'm a super antisocial person, right?
You are?
Yeah, I know.
Really?
Shocking, right? I could sit in a cave by
Oh, I'm
myself
not.
for like a year and I'll be like totally happy, right?
I love to socialize.
So I don't know for people that for non-weirdos like myself, like I don't know if they go on Discord, say like during the pandemic, if they go on Discord and they would talk to people every day, I don't know if that will fill the gap of like social interaction the way that a face-to-face interaction does for most people.
I mean, it does for me. I mean,
Okay,
I
well,
like.
then there you go.
Look, we talk for 8 hours. How's that different than me going out to dinner with my buddies and gabbing?
Well,
with
I don't
them?
think it is, but I'm a weirdo, so I don't want to use my own personal experience.
The only difference is like we're eating and drinking and talking face to face. It's no different
Right.
than talking to you
Okay.
having a live stream with a bunch of guys.
Though I don't know, because I feel like for a lot of people it's different. That's why I think like a lot of people we feel more connected because you're on all the time, but at the same time people feel more isolated at the same time. Well, and actually, you know what it could be? Here's an It could be because everything is so apparently, what's the word? Apparently not like competitive, maybe. Like, for example, here we'll bring up Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson says, what causes crime? It's not poverty. It's poverty relative to wealth, right?
Yeah,
it's
is.
being poor and looking at,
Discrepancy.
right. It's the discrepancy.
Jealousy.
It's the jealousy. It's being poor and looking at like wealthy people and seeing the discrepancy. If everyone's poor, you don't really like notice it. And I'm wondering if it's kind of the same way now because of social media. Because like you can be on Discord, you can be on Twitter, you can have your friends and your followers. And so you should be like, oh, well, I'm interacting socially all the time. Why am I, feel this way? But you're looking at like other accounts that have like hundreds of thousands of Twitter followers. Or, you're looking at other people that have like all these followers, all these friends. So like that's constantly in your face that like, oh, there are people that are doing socially better than you are. And that's constantly like broadcast to you in a way in which before social media, you never really had that experience ever.
Yeah. Journalists never knew how popular they were compared to some other journalists. They could always
I'm talking
lie
about like
to
the average
themselves.
person more than like a journalist.
Well, any profession, right?
Right. I'm talking about more like young people.
Academics could never. Well, I guess they had different. Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. There is a ranking system that is out of this world now for everyone in every vocation.
That never existed before. And I think a combination of like the social pressure of always having to feel like you're on socially all the time because social media, plus the combination of feeling like there's a rank that you're part of all the time. There's all these weird social pressures that people
Does
never.
that rank thing bother you? I mean, that doesn't bother.
It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Because I'm a big time, little time YouTube celebrity. but the plebes, Adam, the plebes.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been a plebe and it didn't bother me when I was a plebe.
Yeah, but
so.
it never bothered me. But I'm being a horribly antisocial person. I don't, I'm not the person to draw this, from.
I mean, we're still technically plebes too. I mean, I don't consider
we're not technically, we still are plebes then.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yes.
Well, that's what I meant to say anyway.
Right.
But yeah, it's just like, I don't know how many people are bothered by that stuff.
We're not big time
get
YouTubers
that
like Rags, but
Rags is like a little YouTuber, man. He's not a big time. What are you talking about?
Wow, throwing shade at Rags. I can't believe you. How dare you?
I sent Rags the link, by the way. I don't know.
Oh, I did too.
Okay.
But he's probably AFK because he assumed that.
That's why I was talking shit.
He would assume that he would ask to come on, and then like we would ignore it for 4 hours. So he'll probably check in like an hour and be like, "Oh, I actually responded."
Well, it is what it is.
Anyway,
Rags is a big boy. I'm sure he can control his emotions.
Phil that remains. Hey, Phil. We just talked to Phil not that long ago.
Yeah.
Phil for $5. Thank you for the $5, Phil. Says, I once tweeted that we need to stop demonizing men, and a dude that used to work for me got so mad he stopped talking to me.
I know, that's so sad. That's the world we live in. People,
Isn't it sad?
I mean, look, America was one of the founding ideas of America is the freedom of thought. And I just, people are so just pay lip service to that. Like they don't actually believe in freedom of thought at all. Like you have to think what I think or I'm not going to talk to you ever again.
Right.
What is that about? What's going on with that? Oh, look at that. Rags joined the watch together and immediately fucked it up. Damn it. I hate not cursing.
Okay, hold on. I'll fix it. But no, I think it's, people find comfort in confirmation of their worldview, essentially.
Oh, so that's just you being a needy little bitch.
Recently.
Well, I mean, it seems to be the case for like almost everyone. They want this constant validation that what they believe is true. And if you believe otherwise, it's like it's a massive threat.
Yeah. Yeah. That's an ancient intuition from back when we were in tribes and we were completely afraid that the neighboring tribe was going to come over the hill crest and kill us all and take our women. So we had to make sure we all told ourselves the neighboring tribe is evil. We must kill them all, right? And people still live in that psychology to this day. It was like, oh my God, this guy realized, Phil, oh my God, I thought he was in my tribe. He's in the evil tribe over the hill.
He's in the evil right-wing tribe, like Rags.
I am in the evil right-wing tribe.
If I don't stop talking to him, he might come over and subjugate me.
It's big time YouTuber celebrity Rags.
I'm at the perfect size because I feel like I'm big enough.
Is that what she says? Is that what she says?
That's what they all say. Yeah. They say, how are you the perfect size?
The truth
you're like, should I be bigger? And they're like, no, you're the perfect size.
I was like, actually, no. This is perfect. This is great. This straddles that knife's edge of a line. It's not actually. It's actually a very, very thick line between being pleasantly small enough, but not too big to where it's just like a fucking chore,
Right. It's a zoo constantly. Yeah.
A zoo. Yeah, that's right.
That is tough. Yeah. The amount of hate the giant YouTubers get, I think, is probably a little too much.
You're going to say the amount of hate that people with giant cocks get.
Oh, that too, obviously.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, that's right.
Yes. All the farmers are very jealous. They wish their cocks would grow that large.
All the farmers.
Yeah, for the state fair. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm talking about all of the gentlemen across the world who, point being is, I like being this size. I feel like I'm big enough to have a decent audience, but not so big that everything I ever say is scrutinized and a gajillion people see it and you're held under scrutiny by everybody in the world who sees you.
You don't have like an army of hate watchers.
I'm sure I do, but they're mostly...
Well, they're not taking everything you say out of context and posting on Twitter to try to get you in trouble. Not yet, anyway.
Once I become more active, I'm sure that'll happen. So that's always something pleasant to listen to.
Oh, no, wait. They shouldn't do that at all.
Take everything I say out of context? Oh, people do it on EFAP all the time.
Of course. Well, those people are mean.
How do you feel about all this?
Yeah, where are you at? Or how toxically masculine are you?
Immensely, very high.
Have you ever ghosted an ex-girlfriend? Have you ever broken up with a girl in email?
No, I haven't used email for that. That seems awfully official. Seems very.
You want your breakups to be unofficial in case you go back on
a nice casual breakup. You want to close the door, but when you want to leave the window open,
Well, so you can sneak in the back,
Look, I feel like if you're going to break up, depending upon the relationship, I feel like you should break up in person, face to face. I feel like.
I think so too.
Doing it on the phone or email, oh God, like that's the worst. So I feel like that's a level of toxic masculinity that can be measured.
I think it's cowardly.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Unless the kind of person, there are some people that we all have our own limited to their own degree relationship experience, but it seems to me that if you part ways with someone that you're in a relationship with because you all just hate each other now, and you despise each other, then it doesn't really matter if you do text or email or anything like that. Then it doesn't matter, right? Because you hate each other's guts anyway, and there's no desire to keep the bridge up or to stay friends or to stay acquaintances or whatever it is. Setting that aside, if you are going to essentially break up or part ways with someone that you still like as a person and you don't want to consider an enemy, you need to do it face to face.
Right.
Because it's cowardly if you don't. You are avoiding having to have what will be, to some degree, a difficult or unpleasant conversation for either one or both parties. You're trying to make that impersonal by using texts or emails or things, when that's kind of a personal thing. It's a personal aspect of interaction that you should do in person.
Yeah.
What was the name of that movie? Where,
Jurassic Park.
Where
Taxi
George Clooney,
Driver.
Remember George Clooney's like hired to fire people?
Oh yeah.
I don't know that movie.
I do.
Up
Talking
in
about
the
Batman
air.
and Robin?
Up in the Air. You've never seen Up in the Air? It's great.
Yeah.
George Clooney is like he has a service where basically
He fires
bosses will
people.
hire him to fire people because they're too cowardly to do it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we need one of those for breaking up, right? Just hire a guy to say to break up with.
There was a YouTube channel with a guy that would do that for people.
Oh,
He would
that's
call
amazing.
them up and record
Yeah.
the conversation
Oh, no, that's
and say, yes, this person is breaking up with you, and they just wanted me to call you and let you know.
there you go. There
And
you
it
go.
was
That's
actually,
a
I
classy
mean,
way to do it.
Well, I mean, it's totally not classy, and I mean, it's kind of like a train wreck. But I do admit, I listened to a lot of those videos because it was like, a train wreck. You can't really look away from something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah,
CT made a Discord poll that says, "Does Discord make you feel lonely?"
right.
We'll do a
It does not make me feel lonely. It does the opposite of make me feel lonely. It makes me feel like I can get a kind of interaction with people, a sort of very nearby, safe, not too personal level of social interaction with other people. It's always at my fingertips, so to speak.
Well, I could see, I thought a little bit more about what you were saying, Sitch, and I could see if you were not in a situation where you could have a face-to-face interaction with people, it could make that, that as a goal feel a lot more distance, and that could make you feel depressed. Like if you have a bunch of people online that you interact with and you're friendly with, and you're substituting real life for real life interaction, it could make the lack of real life interaction that much more painful. So
yeah, I don't think for most people talking to others through video calls or voice calls on Discord or whatnot, I don't think for most people that's a substitute for real life interaction. I think if it is for you,
we are, but
then I think it's unusual for
all
people.
three of
I
us
think
are
it's
probably
typical.
having real life interaction though, aside from
Yeah, definitely.
look at this. Rags and I are both. Oh yeah. I mean, I do hang out with friends.
I mean, we're
I do hang out with
Sitch
friends
does that
in
too.
real life.
sure.
Constantly. Yeah.
Of
Sitch.
course.
I would it's just not the same. I don't need to have probably the typical level of real life interaction with people, but if you go a while without it, I think what I start to feel like is that there's something I should be doing and I haven't done it. So that little voice in your head says, "Hey, you haven't like talked to people in a while. You should go out and interact with,
Make
the rest
sure
of
you still
civilization
remember
a bit
how it's
personally."
done, right?
Kind of.
Listen, I swear my girlfriend is real. She just goes to a different school.
That's
Okay?
right.
She just goes to a different
school.
Discord. Okay.
She's in a different Discord server.
Exactly. Is that the move nowadays?
Wow.
I think I think an over reliance on these methods of communication, Discord and whatnot, Skype and TeamSpeak, those sorts of things are what leads a lot of people to feel lonely, because they might think that it's interaction, and it is, but it's not the full experience that I think that most people need. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist or a chemist or anthropologist or anything like that, but
this came up in
I
the
would wager it.
This came up in the video with Jordan Peterson with the detransitioner, because she said she started dating online and that, you know, she's dating people that she's not actually interacting with in the physical world. And I guess people do that these days, but how does that really work? I mean,
I don't know. It just seems to me like that's the first thing that you might do to meet someone, to get acquainted with them. But
yeah,
the idea that I don't think I could ever be in a serious relationship with someone and not have them be physically present around me and easily reachable.
Well, long distance relationships are as ancient as all relationships. I mean, this is.
Are they?
Yeah, I feel like people have always engaged in long distance relationships, because
back in the caveman days they had a long distance.
Well, maybe not caveman days, but well, maybe. I mean,
they would tie a note to rock and throw it to the next valley.
Well, no, let's say a raiding party comes in and steals all your
that cute Neanderthal over.
Yeah, with the really big forehead.
Yeah, that really gets me going. That big forehead.
She's hot, man. You know what they say about big foreheads?
She's real hairy. Oh.
Absolutely. I like that natural look.
Look, if a raiding party comes in and steals your wife, you're going to try to get her back. You're going to be in a long distance, literally in a long distance.
I don't know if that counts as a long distance relationship. But...
I like being cucked by other tribes who steal my woman from caves.
You don't think so?
I wouldn't call that a long distance relationship. I'd call that a kidnapping.
That's a kidnapping. Yeah, that's not a relationship. If you're calling it a relationship, then that's Stockholm syndrome and you need help.
Well, it's a relationship as long as you're trying to get her back. Like as soon as you give up, as soon as you're like, okay, she's gone, then it's the relationship's over.
For a little while, and then eventually it just becomes she's gone.
But is it not long distance?
It's a long distance relationship. So when people you have used this phrase and twisted it into something that it is just clearly not.
I'm certain people go off to college and stay with the person that is not going to the same college as them in a long distance relationship.
This is totally different than the caveman kidnapping.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, yeah, no.
All right. As long as you don't.
I'm saying long distance relationships have existed long before the internet. But the internet is kind of this idea
we all had
that
pen pals with hot ladies.
I'm just saying that the internet now is kind of in a making it seem as though you're going to have a long distance relationship, that you're never going to see each other. And I like, even long distance relationships, there was the idea that, okay, you're going away to college, I will see you at Christmas time, or, we will spend the summer together, or, right?
I kind of think that, well, as far as the internet's concerned, I think a lot of people, they are... Maybe the better way to phrase it is that the internet unintentionally lies to people, and that people think that the internet is going to be a replacement for human interaction. They treat it like that, and it doesn't quite scratch the itches they thought it might.
Right. Yeah, I agree. That seems like a reasonable perspective.
Always. That's what I strive for, is a reasonable perspective. That'll go away as we start to delve into the topic of women.
Yeah, I was going to say, you were on last time, and I...
Creeping Pence for $20. Thank you so much. So they made a super chat 2 weeks ago, I remember, about anti-CRT laws, and my teaching sister were from Iowa. She's afraid the law prevents.
Sister.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sister.
She's afraid the law prevents bouncing ideas around and letting kids make up their own minds, even if it's not indoctrination. Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, or I don't tell her. I mean, she should just teach what she's going to teach, and I don't think it's going to run afoul. I'm pretty sure that the law says you're fine as long as you don't explicitly tell children to A, be racist, or to B, judge groups by the base of their skin color, or C, intentionally try to make them feel bad for their ethnic background. So
I think you should tell your sister to
tell her to print. This is what I do. I'd print out the law and give it to her, and then say, well, where's the part that you think is going to get you in trouble?
Well, no, ask her if she feels comfortable bouncing around ideas about race and IQ in her class. And
that's not going to help the situation, Adam.
It's a perfect illustration of why, like, certain ideas you probably shouldn't be bouncing around in a classroom. So
right.
Yeah, especially if it's younger, kids.
Right.
That's why college should be where you discuss all the things, because you're about ready to go out into the real world. You're a big boy or girl now.
Right.
The law just uses the word teach.
Teach?
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Teach. You call your teachers teach? Is that totally cool? Is that radical?
Whenever we call our teacher or miss, they get really pissed at us. Like, I have a name.
I'm a person, yeah. You do that with doctors.
Doctor, yeah.
Doctors love it when you call them doc.
Your teachers get upset at you?
If you called them teacher?
If you call them teacher, yeah. That makes sense, because if you're a teacher who's teaching a group of people, you see them regularly over and over every day almost. So you think you're at more of a personal level to where you don't have to call someone by their title, but you can call them by their name.
Yeah, but
in the same way that they don't call you student,
But saying Mrs. Mulligan, that's like a lot of syllables. But saying teach or miss, that's one syllable. It's just rolls right off the tongue.
Teach is almost like I'm cool. We're at a teach, and we're at this kind of part of our relationship as far as students and teachers go, where it's casual, it's not too serious. We're here to do a job, sure, but we can have a bit of fun. We're not too uptight. We can be a little bit laid back.
Saying you don't call them teach unless you're having illicit sex with them after class.
That's the signal. You give them the wink and call them teach. It actually means I'm gonna need some extracurricular activities, and also I need to make that D turn into a D, so to speak. So.
How much D do I have to give you to get this?
How much D do I need to give you to get an A?
Well, so now that we're done talking about sexually harassing your elementary school teacher.
Elementary school? I wasn't thinking that young. If you're thinking that young, that's on you.
How much D in the A does it take to get this D into an A?
Do you have any perspective on...
Do you want this D in your A or your V?
Do you have any perspective on the video that we're watching, Rags?
Daniel the Bruce for $20 says, shameless plug. Check out the previous guest KASPARIAN channel for a new great video on trans issues and a kind of new shitty episode of 3 Homos and a Pussy with me, Danimal, local asshole and idiot, and other morons. Well, thank you. Check it out. Check out KASPARIAN channel.
Danimal is very smart, and you should watch his videos because he's always got something interesting.
I like Danimal identifying as local asshole and idiot. So.
Danimal will be back on our show. We've had him on before, I think maybe even a couple times, but yeah, he's definitely coming back. So,
right. Anyway, you were asking Rags a question before I rudely interrupted.
It's okay, Rags.
Yeah, what was your question?
So what is your perspective on whether or not anti-KASPARIAN and VAUSH are actually smart enough to woo disaffected men over to voting Democrat?
Well, as we, I don't think being smart enough has much to do with it. I think that especially if you're trying to woo young people of either gender, then you can do that with ways that have nothing to do with intellect, especially because young people don't often have the ability to recognize whether or not someone that they see as an authority figure or someone who's older is intelligent or not. But do I think they have what they take? Do I think that they have what it takes?
Do you think their strategy is... So you're saying they don't need to be intelligent to do this, but...
No, I don't think you need to be intelligent to do it. You could be charismatic and just tell people the things they want to hear. You could be cunning and conniving. But
so
I don't know. I think
men want to hear that they're toxically masculine future rapists? And that's...
some do, but I doubt many of them do. I certainly don't like it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you tell half the men that they're oppressed and half the other men that they're the oppressors and that they're just terrible in their own way, it's like, of course they're going to feel bad. Like, what do you think they're going to feel?
Yeah.
You're trying to constantly shame people into thinking certain ways and doing certain things. What do you think that's going to create? Happy men? I don't think so.
Well, and VAUSH wants you to feel bad for like wanting your girlfriend not to sleep around. Like he's basically guilt tripping you for that.
Oh, like the whole you're insecure. If you,
exactly.
The only way that I think I could jive with that, to use the young people lingo,
that's the young people.
Okay. Yeah, when they say jive, like jive and
I mean,
hip,
wasn't that on the Jeffersons in like the 1940s?
I feel like it's coming back.
I brought it back. There it is.
Back every 50 years.
There it is. You've got it. Do with it what you will.
Yes.
So
what were we talking about?
We were talking about you
being a jive turkey.
Oh, I am a jive turkey.
You explaining how
gobbling them cocks.
We how their perspective can be useful in actually helping disaffected young men. How,
how I think they could be useful.
Well, we were specifically talking about monogamy and how VAUSH wants to guilt trip you into
you're
wanting
insecure
to be in
if
some
you don't
sort
want
of monogamous relationship.
I think the element of insecurity would come into play if you weren't like operating under the same rules. Like
look, if your girlfriend is sleeping with like 5 or 6 other guys, insecurity is the right feeling. Like you should depends. Should definitely feel insecure.
It depends how much money you're making.
I don't know. I think this is I think that the general rule.
Sitch, did you really say that? Oh my god! Jeez.
What did you say?
Sitch just went
full. It depends how much money you're making.
Sitch just went full Andrew Tate. He's like,
I know.
Yeah,
nice.
Look, after castigating Andrew Tate for an hour, you can't make that joke. It just doesn't come off right.
Seems to me like being in an open relationship only works for a very small percentage of people who kind of have the mindsets and who kind of gel together in a particular way. You need to have particular people in particular kinds of relationship dynamics to where I feel that would work.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. I would imagine that most people just couldn't handle that because of insecurity, jealousy, a lack of communication. And if it's not working, if it's not a two-way street for both participants in that relationship, then that just doesn't seem, that could be where insecurity comes from. If you're a guy and you want to be able to sleep with as many women as you want, but you won't allow your wife to do the same thing, that sounds pretty insecure to me.
Right.
But if you're both doing it, and it's working for you, then I don't think there's any insecurity at all. If anything, it's the opposite. It's like super security.
Right. Yeah, I think there's 2 types of people that are in open relationships. I think there's people that, I don't think it's social. I think people that are just born with very low levels of jealousy or tendency towards jealousy.
You think they're born with low levels of that?
I do. I do.
What makes you say that? Because babies are jealous as fuck.
Well, not everyone's born with certain levels. So I think part of the problem is that we don't tend to think of people's capacity for emotions as biological. Like obviously there's learning involved there, but there is a huge biological component to people's capacity to how angry they get,
fear of outsiders,
how fearful they are of outsiders, how much control they have over their emotions. And I think a lot of people in open relationships are just people that have just biologically, we're born with very low levels of
all
jealousy.
Maybe all kinds of emotions. Maybe jealousy and specific.
Certainly, possibly, yeah. Or they just have learned to process that in a particular way that they don't find, or that honestly isn't self-destructive or dangerous. Okay,
look,
I'm holding.
Can you suppress? I just like,
it's not just about suppression. It's learning why you feel the things that you do, because all of our react.
How you
can
react,
gaslight some people, Adam.
How you react to the feelings that you have is one strategy. Trying to not have those feelings is another strategy. I don't necessarily know if you can even, if it is a viable strategy not to have those feelings. Let's take jealousy out. Let's, like, fear of outsiders is generally, people have a certain, some people have a certain level of xenophobia, fear of outsiders, right? I think that's like biologically set in people, and the emotion that you have, I don't know if you can control that. You can definitely control how you react to that emotion.
That's a big one, because like the in-group, out-group thing, and our tribe, their tribe, that can manifest in so many different ways. It could be anything from, I don't like people from a certain country or a certain skin color or a different culture, or it could be a men-women thing. It can manifest in a huge amount of ways.
Right.
And learning to recognize why you might feel the way you do, I think that's probably going to be key to making sure that it doesn't, result in anything unhealthy,
Right. Well, like someone could be born with a high tendency for xenophobic feelings, but through learning, they could learn to associate with different in-groups and different out-groups. Like they might not associate their neighbor who is from a different country originally as part of that out group, because they're like, oh, well, they're American now, or they share the same skin color, or what, whatever cultural mechanism is going to make people have those.
Well, you're turning them into insiders, which would turn off the fear of outsiders.
Right,
I mean,
but
that wouldn't change the level of fear of outsiders.
Right, but so what I think Rags
I don't
is
think
kind
it's
of
necessarily
saying,
outsiders. I think that's. I mean, I think that we could relate with many outsiders more than we relate with insiders, depending on what traits they have.
Well,
I think it's more of just people who aren't like us in general.
You're kind of talking around like I'm posing a very specific idea here. Right, there is an emotion. There is an emotion that people have when they are afraid of outsiders. Okay.
Yeah, fear.
It's like a very specific type of fear, right? I see something that is, an intruder in my home.
Is it even fear?
Right? Look, if you see if it's the middle of the night and you have an intruder in your home, that is a fear of outsiders.
I think that's a different fear.
I think that's different.
Hold on. Look, I'm saying that some people could have that same fear that we have when an intruder is in our home in the middle of the night.
Some people could
when
have that
they
feeling,
see a video of people at the border, crossing the border illegally, they have the same emotion. It's called fear of outsiders. Okay. And that manifests itself at certain different levels. And you will say to me, you'll be like, Adam, listen, it should manifest itself very heavily if somebody is in your house in the middle of the night. And I'm going, well, I don't necessarily know. Maybe the people who are always talking about immigration, it manifests itself just as bad when they watch a video on Fox News. They're like, I'm at a 10 for fear of outsiders here.
Just because we've been going a while, what does this have to do with polyamory or anything?
This jealousy is the same type of emotion.
It can
there is the jealousy that you have when you come home and you see another man fucking your wife in bed, and there is the jealousy that you have when your wife, talks to somebody at the coffee shop.
I feel if I was in an open relationship,
people are set to a certain level of jealousy in the same way that they're set to a certain level of fear of outsiders.
When you say people are set to a certain level of jealousy, what do you mean by they're set?
Look,
to
I'm asking you, do you think you can control that setting, that biological setting? And you're not really answering.
Yeah,
you're kind of like punting.
Well, no, it's because you phrase things very confusingly and long-winded. Okay. And now that you've asked a very direct, simple question, my immediate answer is yes, I do think people can control that. Yeah.
Okay, so how do you do that?
How do they
control that?
I'm not sure.
How do you change that setting?
Well, I don't know how you.
I can tell you.
I think it'll. Okay. How do you do it, Sitch?
Okay, I don't think you can turn it off. But what I think you could do is what I said. I think it can be sublimated in different ways, which is kind of your first answer, Rex, which is that, I don't like if someone has, say, high levels of jealousy, they're not going to be able to turn that off, but they could be taught or gaslit potentially in a certain social situation to not perceive certain activities as causing jealousy or should causing jealousy. And it's the same thing with kind of immigration. And it's why you have a bunch of people that are like, oh, I don't like the Irish. I don't like these people coming into my country. But then when they have a different outgroup that they don't like, they say, oh, well, I don't like these Mexicans. Suddenly the Irish no longer become the outgroup. They become part of the in-group. Once there's something else to latch onto, something to compare it to.
The problem I have with that is that you are literally not changing the emotional setting.
No.
So wait,
I understand. So what I'm saying to you, Adam, is I agree that I don't think they could change the behavior, or the feeling, but they could sublimate it in some way.
So then you don't think you could change it. So you disagree with Rags. The idea that you can change that setting is wrong.
I think Rags is saying what I'm saying. I just think he's saying it slightly different.
That's because
we're right. But
Rags, so hold on. So you're saying you can't change the setting. I'm not sure you can change the setting. Rags, do you think you can change the setting?
I think you can, because I think that the setting is more than just a very basal general emotion that you can feel. Like if we use the jealousy example.
Okay.
Can you make someone who is literally never jealous? Yeah, I'm sure. There's all kinds of people. We have sociopaths, psychopaths. We have, I'm not saying if you're not jealous, you're those things, but we have different, types of people in terms of how they work and how they process emotions and being social.
Okay, what is a technical aspect of that? Because I think, like, you could say, you could do like what Sneeko did. You're like, I'm going to expose myself to things that make me jealous, and then as I expose myself, my jealousy levels will go down. But I would argue that your jealousy levels are not going down. What's changing is your relationships. Like, you stop feeling jealous because of this person. You're no longer in love with that person. Well, if it's not
jealousy in that situation, you're essentially removing jealousy. If you mean being jealous in any situation whatsoever, then that's probably, I think that's a totally different thing.
Well, you're changing the you're changing the out group. You're not changing the actual emotional level.
I don't think this is necessarily much to do with out group, in group. So much it is how we process and value our relationships with individuals. So if we're talking about a couple, and if we use the example that you mentioned of coming home and your wife is getting fucked by another guy, well, that might be something that you want to happen and enjoy because you have that fetish, or because you're happy to see your wife happy, because you don't have you don't feel a lot of ownership over your.
He's completely talking around.
No. Okay, hold on. Let me say one thing, and then we gotta get back to the video.
Okay.
Which is that I'm not really sure what you're.
Yeah, what is your perspective?
I'm assuming what you're. I mean, I think people can change their emotional responses to things. I think it's difficult.
Absolutely.
But I think they can.
Can they change the emotion though? That's the question.
Yes.
But it makes the emotion go away. The emotion is your response to those things. It's often the first thing that we feel.
I think you can do both. Okay?
Well, do you think is jealousy an emotion?
Yes.
If you learn, if you learn to detach yourself emotionally from something, like say, and it's something that I've done where I try to not be so elephant driven, where someone says something, you try to say if say you're someone like Adam who gets very angry sometimes when people say things. Yeah, you can learn over time to not have snap anger responses to it. And to me, I don't think it's, at least from my experience, it's not just a method of self-control. It's once you start doing it, you will actually not feel the anger anymore. So yes, I do think you can change both your response and the actual feeling of emotion.
Okay. And you think exposure is how you do it?
I think that's the only way you can do it.
It might be.
I disagree.
With an intentional practice to do something.
Yeah, but
exposure alone won't necessarily.
You're changing the response. I don't think you can change the emotion level. I really don't. But
if it goes away and you don't feel it anymore, isn't that changing the emotion level?
Yes, it is. But I mean, you have to show that that's actually happening.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think it's difficult.
All of your example. My problem is all of the examples that you're giving change the outward situation so that you would not feel that.
So it's gone.
So
if you were in you're just not acting upon it.
Well, no, you're changing the out. Look, there are certain stimuli that produce the emotion. What you are doing is you're taking that stimuli away and you're saying, look, you no longer have the emotion. Well, of course you don't have the emotion. You took the stimuli away.
That depends. I think we might be thinking about two different situations. Because if we talk about the stimuli of seeing your wife fucked by another guy, then you could literally not have started out being jealous, or you could be jealous at first, and then you think about, well, why would I feel that way? And then once you think about it, you don't feel jealous anymore. Even though the stimuli hasn't changed.
I understand what you're asking. What you're asking is so weird that I understand the difficulty. You're saying so you could technically train yourself to not feel angry at something. Like whenever someone tells Adam, the sky's blue, that really triggers him, right? Now he could learn over time for someone saying those words in that combination to not anger him. But that doesn't mean that his capacity to be angry will dissipate.
Yeah, of course, because that's such a huge, broad underlying point of our psyche. Yeah,
gotcha.
Not being jealous in a particular situation almost certainly doesn't mean that if you grow to not be jealous in that circumstance, you're never going to be jealous of anything again.
Exactly. So I agree. I don't think you could do with jealousy. I don't think you would remove someone's capacity to be jealous about anything.
To be jealous in general, possible, that would probably. I feel like that almost require a lobotomy or something.
Right.
Physical brain tampering or something.
Yeah, so I agree with that, if that's your point. But anyway, let's Is the left out of touch with young men?
In fact, to
what are
give
we
you a
doing here?
specific number from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, about 7
just
million prime working age
come I can't hear
men
the thing?
are not working.
You can't hear it?
Oh, my volume was like set to off by default. That's not usual.
Oh, that's not good.
And they're not looking for work. They're also self-medicating quite a bit. A huge portion of them have reported that they're taking painkillers daily. Deaths of despair are very prominent and pronounced among the male population versus the female population. These are huge issues. In fact,
That's kind of weird considering how much they tell me that the world is set up to be my oyster.
Right?
That's kind of strange.
Well, that's
the Bureau of
that's the
Labor
problem with
Statistics
why,
also noted
the left can't address this, is because they're saying that. They can't in the same breath say, oh, everything's set up for white guys or even just males in general, and then also address the fact that males aren't happy. They literally can't do both those things.
You're right. Yeah, complete contradiction.
that when it comes to unemployment among working age men, we have a 1937 economy. Okay, and again, this is not happening in other rich developed countries, right? So
do we know that, or because I don't know, is that the case or not? Because I feel like that's important to know, but I don't know it.
I don't think that is the case.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably highly dependent on each country. Each country has its own weird thing going along. Like obviously, Japan has its own very bizarre situation. They're having lots of problems with depression and things of that nature. But I think if you look at, from my understanding, if you look at overall Western European liberal democracies have similar problems with like people feeling isolated and sad.
Particularly young men.
Particularly young men. So if you look at my poll, so only 600 people have responded yet. Come on, guys. There's 1,400 people watching.
Yeah, you should
answer the poll. Question was, does social media make you feel lonely? 64% said yes.
Interesting.
And
I would have
only-
guessed the other way, because for me,
Only
it just-
36%
it does the
said
opposite.
no. It makes me feel more connected. So
Yeah, that's strange to me.
Also,
Very-
like the stream, you jerks. If you vote in the poll, you have to like the stream. That's the rule.
That is the rule from what I hear.
There are no rules.
I answered the poll and I'm doing this.
Sammy says Japan replaced its lights with special blue lights to cut down on suicides. We aren't that bad yet. That's true. That's true. Zero Fuck says, however, on Discord, the poll is going in the other direction. That's interesting. So is it people in Discord are saying they think Discord is bringing them closer together, but people not on Discord are saying they think it makes it worse?
I think it's probably because if you're in a Discord room with a bunch of other people answering a poll, that has a sense of camaraderie more than a bunch of individual people on a YouTube
chat,
live
right.
chat might. I certainly feel like I'm more part of a group if I'm interacting in a Discord call. It seems more personal, even though it's smaller in size. It seems more personal.
Yeah, if you're in a, well, especially if you're in a call versus you're just
Yeah,
typing at
absolutely.
each other. Where is this poll, CT? What room is this in? I want to look at it. I want to see it.
there is a crime, and I'm trying to figure out what is it exactly, right? The right wing will say, oh, it's feminism. It's because
Hey, that's what Sitch said.
That might be-
women don't want to
yeah,
stay
that
at
might be a
home and raise
reason.
kids.
That's
I mean, if
definitely a
feminists,
reason.
if there are certain feminists who are saying that men are shit and everything's set up for men and men have all the privileges, men have no barriers, everything in our society is is set up for men, and a man doesn't do well, he's going to probably be like, well, wait, what? Either I was lied to or I'm extra terrible that I can't even pull this off.
How come Anna doesn't explore that critique? Why does she just
Because she's
dismiss that?
monologuing to people who already agree with her and to VAUSH.
She just is like, obviously that can't be true because
Yeah, that's madness.
reasons. Like, what are the reasons?
Well, it's a dismissal of the concept that feminism could produce any negative results, particularly to men.
Look, if you demonize a population, they're going to get demoralized. It's pretty, like, I thought they understood that. I mean, this is why we have all the prohibitions we have on racism, because it's not good to demonize a population.
So in the Discord poll, you only have 43 respondents so far.
Nice segue.
Yeah. Excellent
10
segue.
said 10 said Discord makes them feel lonely, and 33 said it does not.
That makes sense to me. Yeah.
Though I
makes
did
sense
say
to me.
social media in general.
Hold on. Are you saying that our poll is more accurate because we have more respondents?
I mean, maybe.
Does the age of those respondents matter, or is that figure in?
I didn't ask the age.
I want to know what the five.
No,
and unders
I'm just
think.
saying, like, if this poll, skews younger, those young votes we should take out because they don't obviously know what the fuck they're talking about. So
I didn't realize that my name on Discord is still set to legendary love canon. I should probably change that.
Oh, holy cow!
That was
Who's that? Did you set that?
I did, because that's one of Nick Cannon's children's name.
Legendary love canon, huh?
It was either
'cause
love
it's
canon
Nick
or legendary love canon. So I was
Okay.
like, Zod says I should keep it. I think it's gonna give people the wrong impression.
Does that how's that help you on Tinder? You should make that your.
I should
Tinder
change.
name.
I should make that my Tinder name.
Yeah.
So
I've spent so much time in the outdoors and Eagle Scouting and search and rescuing and all that stuff. It's still to this day when people say Tinder, I think they mean like small sticks, sleeves.
yeah, how do you get your fire started? Sure.
Yeah, not the fire in your pants though.
Dryer lint.
Dryer lint is
best
very
thing.
very good. Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
Look
Yep.
at look
Dryer
at these
lint
Boy
is
Scouts
incredibly
bonding
good.
here.
You're just throwing away. You're just throwing away
Well,
useful material.
Dryer lint.
Dryer
I will
lint is very
specify
fine.
I'm an Eagle Scout.
So am I.
Yeah. All right. What about you, Adam? How far did you get?
I mean, I have a fire pit in the backyard that I use on
Oh,
a regular
get-
basis.
What loser?
But no, not really.
You're
Me
a,
and Rags
you're
have
not an
our
Eagle Scout.
official American flags that were
You're
flown
like a
over the
Sparrow
White
Scout.
House.
Sparrow Scout. I am
Yeah.
gonna try the lint. I mean, why not? It seems flammable, and
Who,
I like
who was
burning
president?
things.
What president signed your little letter? Who was president when you were Eagle?
Oh, it was probably, I don't know.
You don't know, Rag?
I got my George W. Bush signed letter for being an Eagle
Look
Scout.
at this.
Probably something like that. It was back when I was 18. Whoever was president when I was 18.
So-
I don't know. That was such a long time ago.
Probably
we wouldn't
Bush,
know.
unless you're really old.
Probably
We
around
would know that.
2010-ish.
Or
like
maybe
that.
you're young. Maybe it was Obama. Well, if it was 2010,
Maybe.
it was Obama.
Obama. Obama.
So there you go.
I don't know if I ever
Did
got
they
one of
want-
those or if that's a thing that everyone
You think-
does.
well,
I
wait a
forget.
minute. That's what every Eagle Scout gets.
I can't remember.
What,
It was
you're a
just so
fake
long
Eagle
ago.
Scout?
Well, here's the thing. I hate ceremony in all of its forms.
Mm.
So I don't often pay attention to the things I get from that sort of thing. I just
Okay.
don't like,
I mean, me too.
yeah.
I didn't go to either my high school or college graduation because I don't like
I went
that.
to my
stuff,
high school
but-
one because I had to, but I didn't want to.
J-Mac, thank you so much, our surrogate father, J-Mac, for 50 gifted memberships. Thank
Wow.
you, Jay. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
and thank
thanks,
you, PC,
Jay.
for the 10 gifted memberships. Oh my God, J-Mac, our surrogate father just gave another 50 gifted memberships. Holy crap.
Welcome,
you
new
go.
members.
Wow.
I hope
J-Mac
not.
will be the father of us all.
Yeah.
That's like anti-polygamy. He's just everyone's father.
Anti-polygamy
But
would
through
be
responsibility. Okay. Through money.
anti-polygamy.
Isn't that's the opposite of toxic masculinity, right?
Yes,
Taking
that's
responsibility.
positive, ultimate. J-Mac is the ultimate
Yeah.
avatar of positive masculinity.
Yeah. Raising your own kids. Treating
To be
your
independent,
baby
they don't wanna
mamas
enter-
with respect.
Yes. And raising me and Adam.
How am I?
I mean, okay.
or romantic partnerships, blah blah blah. I don't buy that for a second. I do agree that some of the
We got to back it up a bit here because she's like in the middle of a thought. I don't really know where we're going.
race, right? So there is a crisis happening, and I'm trying to figure out what is it exactly, right? The right wing will say, "Oh, it's feminism. It's because
some degree,
women
maybe.
don't want to stay at home and raise kids. They want to be independent.
I
they
doubt
don't want
it's
to
that.
enter,
Yeah, I don't.
I don't think it's that. Women wanting to be dependent and not necessarily want to have families as much. That's fine. I don't think there's a shortage of women who want to get into relationships, have kids, focus on the family.
That's a leftist, misinterpretation of what the right thinks. I mean, sure, there are plenty of conservatives who believe in strict gender roles and want to get in relationships like that, but they tend to do it. So, I mean, it's not like a thing.
Yeah, I highly
Like
doubt that the pool of women to choose from has decreased to any appreciable amount because of that.
Yeah.
And plus, I mean, a lot of guys probably think it's totally fine to be a stay-at-home dad. My dad was a stay-at-home dad in our family when I was growing up, and it worked out a-okay. So I don't think that's a problem at all.
Partnerships, blah blah blah. I don't buy that for a second. I do agree that some of the rhetoric is a problem. You know, statements about toxic masculinity, a lot of generalizing about people. I also think that there's a misconception that this is an issue that
anytime they bring up toxic masculinity, it's like, no. Each one of you define it individually, write it on a little note card, and then flip them over at the same time, and we'll see if we have the same definition, because that gets thrown around. And VAUSH said it earlier about how the right hate that term. Is like, well, yeah, because it's this super amorphous, impossible to nail down thing floating around in the ether that never seems to get defined.
It means whatever you want to mean. Whatever behavior that a man engages with that you don't like, that's toxic masculinity.
We live in the age of Tate, where we can point to a guy like that and be like, yeah, that's toxic masculinity right there.
Predominantly impacts white males, but that's actually not the case. The largest population that this impacts is actually Black men in America.
Oh,
and so this is
stop telling Black men that they're just intrinsically oppressed and taken advantage of, and they have to struggle to overcome all of these barriers, and the world's out to get them. It's like, yeah, I bet if you tell a lot of young men that, they might believe you.
Well, look at how much work they have to do to get
Suddenly
their audiences
to
care about men. It's like VAUSH has to be like, well, it's because of toxic masculinity, and it's got to be like, well, Black men are actually the worse off here. Like they can't just be like, men are suffering. No. They have to tie it up in a neat little bow for leftists. They have to give them something to grab onto.
I'm not saying we want to help the white people, just to be clear, audience.
Fuck those guys, but the Black people, the Black men, now that's the problem.
a huge problem. And what do you think we need to say or frame, or how can we frame this issue so it's more?
Spit it out, Anna.
Be more.
How do we help the Black guys without helping any of the white guys? That's what you're trying to. That's what you want to say.
If you tell everyone that it's the systemic systems of systemic oppression systems, and it's all, and you can't do anything about it, and you're always going to be oppressed, and it's not your fault, you poor thing, and I don't know, it just feels really demoralizing to me.
Yeah,
you want to empower these people.
More palatable to the left, who generally do want to ensure that every community is looked after, that everyone feels that.
Well, not every.
That's
community.
not true. That's totally not true. You can't tell men that they're part of the problem persistently through this patriarchy. Yeah, exactly. That they are the problem through patriarchy theory, and then turn around and say, "Oh, we care about your community that's oppressing everyone."
They're living a happy, prosperous life.
It's a tough sell. People feel these issues in their gut. When we talk about the kinds of things that drive people out to vote or even to throw revolutions, we're usually talking about very basic.
Don't tell people to throw revolutions.
Gut-level problems that political analysis gets added to. For a long time in this country and many others, anti-immigration sentiment has been built on the anxiety of working class people who feel their jobs are threatened by immigrants. Often the data doesn't bear that out, but it's their fear that's used as a catalyst to push those politics. The anxiety, the loneliness of young men, this has historically been used as catalysts.
I don't know how we started getting into talking about immigration.
Basically everything from the Bolsheviks in Russia to the brown shirts in Germany. It's just a large and often unaddressed demographic.
Yeah, I don't like this argument because it's saying, these tangible things in your life are just some sort of made up fear being used to politically manipulate you. I mean, I think if you're having trouble finding a meaningful relationship. I think if you're having trouble in school. I think if you're being demonized by certain groups of people online constantly. These aren't drummed up charges that are fallacious. These are honest to goodness things that are happening, and Anti-Kasparian and VAUSH are participating in this.
This isn't a competition thing. We're not talking about giving up on feminist analysis or saying it's like, oh, well, actually, men have it worse than women. Right? It's not about that. It's just you want to reach out to people where they are. And
no, you don't.
To start that process, you know, with a lot of young guys, I think it would help if lefties were willing to acknowledge this sort of natural conclusion of toxic masculinity as like a mode of social analysis, which is if men are socialized in certain ways and treated in certain ways socially.
Is VAUSH like Max Headrooming for everyone? Or is it
Yeah,
just
no, he is. It's great because optically
okay.
it looks like shit, and I love it.
It's
the
interesting.
Fact that he's totally boomered out his camera to the point that he can't even do. He's finally on the Young Turks. He's like, I'm finally in front of the mainstream leftists, and look, I can't even get my camera to work correctly.
Nice.
It necessarily follows they must have specific problems. And if those problems are the product of social systems that are out of their control,
but you
I don't know
always
why
say
we wouldn't
that for
apply
all
the same basics.
Whenever someone has a problem who isn't white, it's never it's not there's like it seems like there's nothing they can do about it. That's just the hand you've been dealt. So that's got to be incredibly demoralizing to people who get told that over and over and over.
I mean, these social systems are kind of out of their control, though. You can't help, like.
But that's different than saying that that's going to be the main thing and that you don't have much power. There seems to be this focus on that instead of you doing everything that you can, and you can do it, and you are empowered to do all these things. They preach empowerment, but I just don't think that's actually in the messaging.
True. Like, yeah, social systems can be outside of your individual control, but they use that as an excuse to try to remove someone's personal responsibility from their life.
Like, how many people on the left do I hear talk about, like, yeah, voting is just, you don't even vote. Like, it's not, it's pointless to even vote. It's like, man, if you can't even get people to vote, then oof.
Well, and it's interesting because it's, you know, because VAUSH and others have pushed this idea that, like, society is built for men for so long, he has to kind of contort himself into this position where he's like, well, you know, it's not just men. It's really like the 1%. It's the rich elite men. Like, he has to try to find some narrow pathway where he can still kind of maintain his
Here's what I said
collectivist, you know, theory and still be able to advocate for, like, the plight of the average man. So you're the working class. It's okay.
Sociological lens of that, as we would with literally anything else. Patriarchy, racism, transphobia. No individual has control over these systems, and we try to interweave
no snowflake
analysis
thinks it's responsible for an avalanche, but I don't know if that's the kind of message you want to pack up and give to people.
All of this just comes off as bullshit to me.
Well, it is, and it's bullshit because, you know, what is the position of the left right now? It's, you can't be neutral. If you're not an advocate, you're an enemy, right? If you're not an ally, you're an enemy.
Oh yeah.
And so from that perspective, then yeah, the individual male is responsible for the political system that they're participating in.
Yeah, you're right. Look at that. They give you the ultimatum. They try to peer pressure you into being a leftist. Otherwise, you're part of the patriarchy.
Of course.
Yeah, it's constantly browbeating them into telling people they're bad people, and they, you know, that they're to the core, they're rotten and they're terrible, and they have internalized this and internalized that, and man, just being bombarded with these messages all the time, it must really just take it out of you.
Yeah, if you just, you know, would adopt leftist policies and let everyone in the neighborhood have sex with your girlfriend, your life would be completely great.
You'd be so much happier.
Yeah, you'd be walking on a cloud.
Well, it's like, you know, Ibram X. Kendi, you know, he says you're either racist or you're anti-racist.
Right.
There's no middle ground. And it's the same thing with, you're either sexist or you're anti-sexist.
Right.
And then they come along whenever you attack that, and they're like, oh no, I'm not saying each individual person is part of the problem of the system. It's like, well, that kind of is exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. Loud and clear. We get it.
Our compassion for and respect for the individual problems people have. We do this all the time with other issues.
Now you believe in individuals.
And to an extent, we do it with men. But I feel like we lean off that a little bit. Maybe because men's rights as like a sort of a nominative thing, you know, like how it's referred to usually refers to misogynist or incel communities online. So it's like,
that's how you refer
men's
to it.
rights.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how you know. You are the only people who refer to it. Like
Preach
that.
it, Rags. Exactly. Just because you completely mischaracterize the men's rights movement doesn't necessarily make it that way. Yeah. Look, have you? There's that movie by, is it Cassie J, the feminist, who was like all against the men's rights movement, and she started doing a documentary on it, and she started realizing, oh my goodness, these men are just completely getting shit on everywhere they go.
Well, it doesn't surprise me, considering that before I joined, we had Anna here talking about lumping in Tate and Peterson.
Oh, I
together.
know. Yeah, exactly.
Well, this doesn't surprise me at all.
You actually mean like this or that. Well, leaving aside the baggage, right? You can call it what you want, men's advocacy, whatever, just common decency. It's still worth pursuing.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, I think the phrasing men's rights.
So, but wait a minute. Through everything that he just said, what did he actually say?
Nothing.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You knew you were going to get interviewed. You could have thought about it a little bit.
He's like, well, you know, I think that, you know, we shouldn't be so mean to men and blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, but, and what, so what?
Yeah.
You could have just said, I think we shouldn't be sexist against men, like in one sentence.
Just because they're men doesn't mean that they don't get to have the same kinds of, you know, concerns we have towards women. And it's easy. I know it might sting when it's coming out, but it's okay to say that men have rights and they should be concerned about getting them. He
has to do this like tightrope walk because VAUSH and the other, you know, far left types have been using this, men, especially white men, but men have been the dominant sex that have been, you know, hurting women for so many generations. And they use that as a cudgel so that if you're in an argument about some issue, they can hit you with this, you're a sexist man stick. You know, and they use it specifically to attack individuals. So now he can't, you know, he has to try to remain consistent. So that's why he has to kind of do this like weird loop-de-loop argument to try to make it seem like he's not contradicting himself.
Yeah, and just like we were talking about the dog example, when you beat your dog, like
don't beat your dog
constantly, you know, you completely demoralize him. You're gonna get a demoralized animal, and that's the way, you know, they've been demoralizing men for so long, and they wonder why they're fucking depressed.
I mean, what would you think about? Just think about what you would want to be told if you were a sad man, if you were depressed and you felt lonely.
Well,
how would you feel?
You would want good advice.
You'd want to, not be constantly browbeat every second and being told constantly that you're a terrible, horrible person and that you have internalized this and that. And on the inside, you actually hate everybody who isn't like you.
Well,
probably not a good start.
I mean, there's been a lot of studies that show obviously marriage is a good force in society because it socializes men. Yeah, as soon as a man gets in a relationship that he's, you know, concerned about keeping, he starts thinking about his behavior and, you know, doesn't do stupid man shit that sometimes we do for fun. So,
stupid man shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you understand. You get it, obviously. So that's a giant civilizing force in society that the left completely ignores. Look, having a relationship like the clip we played of VAUSH early on is not a stable relationship. So, and VAUSH is literally yelling at the people in his chat for wanting to form, you know, quote unquote normal relationships. So it's just, everything he said previous to this is antithetical to what he's trying to do now. And it comes off as so politically self-serving. It's like, listen, all of the manospheres guys are voting Republican. We really need to fix that. How do we come out with some sort of offer that men are going to find palatable? Well, in order to do that, they have to accept men have certain desires, like in mates, chastity for one. And they're not in a position to do that. It's against everything they've been saying for the last 50 years.
Men's rights activists, it does unfortunately make one recall some of the most unsavory individuals imaginable, right? Some who think that rape should be legalized. So I don't like thinking about that group when it comes to this particular.
Who thinks rape should be legalized?
Yeah, who are they talking about there? Because obviously,
I know you want to lump that in with MRAs, right? You know, MRAs. You know, people who think rape should be legalized. Like, fuck off. No one thinks that.
Well, I'm sure there's
8 billion people on the planet. I'm sure some of them do. Yeah, but
I'm sure there's someone that has said that, but there might be someone in the MRA community that was clipped out of context, made to be a thing.
No. That doesn't make any sense. Of course, if rape was legal, that would take all
you're
the
about
fun
to
out
get
of
clipped
it.
out of context.
that's true. It's the thrill of knowing it's not allowed.
Yeah.
That's where the appeal is.
People don't know.
It's amazing that before I even said what I was going to say, Adam knew in the direction I was going.
I know it's so going to get clipped out of context. But look, 3 years from now, Anna Kasparian is doing a live stream talking about how PSA Sitch is in favor of legalized rape. That's why she's able to say this now, because they've taken somebody out of context. I'm certain.
No. Wait a minute. She couldn't say that. I literally said I'm against legalizing rape because if you legalize it, it would take all the fun out of it.
Based in truth.
Okay, so Anna Kasparian would say PSA Sitch is in favor of recreational rape because he thinks it's exciting.
No, wait, recreational.
As opposed to business rape or...
Yeah, what are you talking about, recreational?
Yeah.
No, it should keep being illegal.
Portfolio.
It's like what we were talking about earlier, Adam, about how difficult things are more rewarding.
No, I'm curious about the word. Okay.
This one's just for the funsies.
Of or relating to recreation, engaged in as a pastime. Yeah, you said it would take all.
Go. Listen, I never said it was a hobby. Okay.
You said it would take all the fun out of it, which made it seem like it was recreational. What is
Sammy says, Adam, cough if Sitch is taking advantage of you. Send a signal.
Look, recreation, an activity that diverts, amuses, or stimulates. So yes, you are using rape as recreation. That's what your last statement would say. So Anna Kasparian, when she responds to this video, will say, listen, we should have never made that video because the guy in that video actually is in favor of recreational rape.
There you go. Well, let him say that. That'd be funny.
Well, obviously Sitch is joking, but this is how she's able to make this claim here, which is the point that I'm trying to make.
She hasn't actually heard, I don't think she's actually heard anyone be in favor of, or she heard some random clip somewhere in the recesses of her mind. She's like, I think I heard someone saying that they want to legalize rape or some absurd thing.
No, didn't they go after one of the men's rights activists and completely clip him out of context? And that was like a mantra to get him fired from work. I feel like they did.
Is this like a specific thing she did?
I feel like they did. Yeah.
Anna Kasparian. If I type in Anna Kasparian MRA rape, give me the results I want to see or something.
You could say MRA legalized rape or something like that, and they probably have. I'm spacing on the name of the MRA guys, but there's Paul Eland and there's a bunch of guys.
I don't know. Nothing's coming up. So.
I feel like Paul Eland made a video where he was talking about how this was taken out of context or something.
I would be shocked if
they spun it around. He was talking something about men being raped, and then they spun it around to he's the rapist, which is a common tactic. So
apparently, did Roosh say something about wanting to make rape legal?
Maybe it was.
I wouldn't be surprised by Roosh.
Maybe if it was Roosh.
Yeah.
Roosh V.
Yes, Roosh V.
Well, that guy's just an attention seeker. So obviously he's got to say incendiary stuff. Otherwise, you don't get any attention. So
this was a while ago, though.
Anyway,
because I don't think this is about male entitlement. I don't think this is about men feeling or fighting for a system in which men get.
You got to pause, Rags.
To feel entitled to certain things in society, including, certain sexual acts, whatever it is. This is really about making sure that people don't feel lonely, feel that they have purpose in life. That's the other thing. an increasing number of young men feel like they have no purpose in life. And I think that it has to do with the fact that for the longest time, they were conditioned to believe that they are supposed to be the breadwinner in a family. And when they are lacking this.
So, okay, I have a big problem with this. Men were conditioned to feel like they should be the breadwinner. Is it conditioning when that's the state that men and women were in for like thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years of human history? Like, is that conditioning? I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I guess. But.
It is, if you think of evolutionary processes as conditioning, which, I mean, you can.
That's
definitely.
not how she means like,
no, she's talking about social conditioning.
Right. Humans are born as blank slates, and then we have this oppressive society that tells men that they have to be the breadwinners. It's like, okay, what are the chances? Why is it just a big coincidence that that's the way that societies have basically been managed for all societies in human history for thousands of years? It's all just this part of this patriarchal conspiracy theory.
I guess you could say it's conditioning, but it's the civilization in the making sort of thing. It didn't just happen overnight, but it seems to be an arrangement that largely works. And not all conditioning it's not necessarily bad. You want to condition people to do a lot of things that are good for them and avoid behaviors that are not good for them. So,
well, we have this problem where I think there are biological things in which biological tendencies in which people
definitely
act towards, and I think one of those is the idea of like, the guy being the quote unquote provider. Now, I'm not saying it has to be that way. I'm just saying I think that's the way humans evolved to be
generally
in terms of provider, in terms of the way that we conceptualize modern work. Essentially, I think men would naturally fit into that role, and so because of that natural tendency towards that, then culture then reinforces that as like the socially acceptable and morally good thing, because obviously not every guy is going to want to do that. Not every guy is going to want to get a job and blah, 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 blah. So there is a cultural conditioning, but the reason the cultural conditioning exists is because of the biological tendency.
Sitch, did your dad come out and sit you down and say, listen, son, you have to be the breadwinner? Did you have that conversation with your dad? Did you have that conversation with any teachers? Did your scout troop leader come out and give you that conversation?
I wouldn't be surprised if people, much older than me had that actual talk.
Well, I'm older than you, and I never got that talk.
Well, you're in California, so it's a weird hippie family.
Look, I'm sure that conversation happens now, but I just looking at the problem, I would say that the guys would be fine if they could get into like a stable, loving relationship, regardless of who the breadwinner was. I think that's the root of the problem.
Yeah. Yes. Of course.
Yeah. So she's saying that the problem is that men don't want to get in a relationship unless they're the breadwinner. So this is putting off a lot of women, and now men can't be in relationships.
I think it's the opposite. I think women are still in a space where they do not feel comfortable being the breadwinner.
Well,
really? You think so?
Yes.
Yes. For many women, obviously. Yeah.
Not all women, but I think most women still, when I've looked at these opinion polls that they do, most women still want, they feel uncomfortable dating a man or marrying a man who makes less money than them. If you look at these.
Oh, I mean, like the thing you said about how men feel less comfortable being the breadwinner. Is that a thing?
Yeah. So she's literally putting on men the thing that is the problem with women.
I think a lot of men probably still do not feel comfortable making less than women in the relationship. So I think that's also happening, but I think it's also happening for women as well. So you can throw the blame around at both sides.
Yeah, but it's not a social conditioning thing.
I mean, like I think the key here is to just don't think of this as some sort of contest between men and women. Like both roles are extremely important and totally valid. And you shouldn't feel bad if your wife is earning the money and you're the one taking care of the kids.
Yes.
Both are incredibly important things that you have to do. One's not better than the other.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. But that's the social, like here's the thing. You could make that socially acceptable, but you have to acknowledge that the reason that that's not that way in the past wasn't because of society.
Right.
Yeah, not necessarily. Yeah.
The
And
fact that
is this
for the
something that-
longest time,
Look, when I watch videos from men's rights activists talking about this stuff, this is not what they're talking about.
Yeah, they're talking about making rape
Like-
legal. We've been over that.
No, they're not.
You know how
talking
they
about
are.
that.
But Anna said that they were.
Well, obviously Anna's lying. Lying her ass off.
Well,
so.
that's not a nice
Are we
thing
allowed to
do.
say ass? Does that count as a curse word? The
buttocks.
Yeah, she's lying her buttocks off. The thing that
liar pants on fire.
Look, the thing that the men's rights activists are complaining about are things like how, they were the breadwinner and then their wife basically left them and was having sex with the milkmen and now took half of their money.
A milk winner.
Yeah, and this is a much different conversation than she's not even really familiar with the plight of the men's rights activists. They're talking about the legal system being stacked against them. They're not talking about how we need to go back to the days when men and women were, there were strict gender roles and men were the breadwinners and women were the stay-at-home moms.
So let's see.
they were conditioned.
Look, Sitch is just reading the chat.
So I found one study that said 58% of women said that they would feel uncomfortable being. 58% of the women said they feel uncomfortable being the main breadwinner in the relationship. 69% of women said they'd be uncomfortable footing all the bills in the relationship.
I would be curious to see what men.
46% of men said that they'd feel uncomfortable footing all the bills.
So men. So
virtually half.
Men have caught up, and women are the ones standing in the way. Yeah.
A different survey said
women are
2,000
the
women
ones enforcing the gender roles. These guys are so fucking.
So here's a different survey: 2,000 women who were on a London dating app. 60% of them said that they refused a second date with a guy after finding out he had a lower salary than them.
How many?
I wonder what the why is behind that, because I feel like that could.
They want them to support.
They're gold diggers. What are you talking?
I don't think that. Some of them might be, but I would want someone who makes more than me, because that's just an advantage,
right?
Well, people generally want to date up. Everyone does. That's the thing. Women want to date up.
A lot of men don't want to date up. That's not true.
I guess I just don't see that as a thing. Like I wouldn't date a loser, but I wouldn't expect anyone to want to date a loser anyway. So I don't even think that's as much of a gendered thing.
Yeah, but what determines someone to be a loser for a man and a woman can be very different.
Sure, I suppose so. I mean, like, what if I think of a loser woman, except all of them, am I right? but it would be someone who's, I guess I would go to personality first, but money's a big thing. Yeah, I don't know which one is. It's
Rags,
like, you gotta have.
I'm changing your description to gold digger now. I can't. You've said too much.
No, think about this. If you
total self-report.
Well,
no.
It's about thinking about what making money entails. If you are making a lot of money, then you likely have a good education, or you have desire to do a job well, or you have a passion for a career, you have a good work ethic. Making money often is because of other traits and attributes that you have. If you don't make money, or if you are satisfied holding a very, very poorly paying job, then that could be potentially sending up some big, warning signals. So
you're thinking about this far too nuanced than either VAUSH or Anna's thinking about it.
I don't know. I just feel like if you're going to get in a relationship with someone, you should be thinking about this sort of thing. That's potentially the person you'll spend your life with, or at least 3 miserable years before she takes half your shit. So you need to be
said the MRA.
So you need to think about it.
It's hilarious that they have no idea what the issues are, and they're the ones talking about this stuff. It's like, it's comedy gold.
There's a Pew poll, and it says women are twice as likely as men to say dating is harder now than 10 years ago because of physical and emotional risk.
Can you say that one more time? I want to make sure
women are twice as likely as men to say dating is harder now than 10 years ago because of physical and emotional risk.
Yeah.
Interesting. Risk to them. I assume risk to themselves. So there is more of a physical and emotional risk to, maybe it's because there's more of an impersonal nature when you find people initially, which means there's more opportunities for you to be misled by people. Because people can behave like they're you just totally fabricate an identity online.
Right.
You could talk a big game and you could say this and say that online, and then you could finally show up and be, a loser. So, yeah, I guess I understand that. And I suppose women generally are going to be more, certainly physically vulnerable. So they'll feel like that could lead to some, bad situations. So I suppose that makes sense.
To believe that they are supposed to be the breadwinner in a family, and when they are lacking this education.
And also, I think that the whole supposed to be a breadwinner thing, I think that probably just ties into the attitude that I should be able to provide for somebody else. There's kind of there's a masculine association that we have, certainly that men, I think, tend to have with, if I am going to be a man, then I need to be able to not just provide for myself, but to help other people do that, especially the people that I care about. I need to use, my personness, all the attributes of who I am to be able to take care of other people. Because if I can't do that, I feel like I've let them down. And if I can't take care of other people and I get into a relationship, that means they're the one taking care of me. And I feel like I'm an anchor on them in a way.
Right.
Attainment necessary to get the kind of career that makes the kind of money that makes them feel like the breadwinner, well, then it makes them feel like they're not really worth anything. I see a lot of that going on as well. When you look at the number of college educated men, that has declined significantly. And so some of the solutions that I've heard from people who do take this seriously on the left is that, hey, there's a lack of male role models in, the public education system. There's a
man, when you guys aren't fucking trying to tear down every public male figure that you find all the time. Yeah. I mean, we're tearing statues down, and it seems like any person from the past who has some flaw because of they were from a different planet, essentially, we can't idolize them, can't look up to them, got to shut them down. Got to replace all of our male characters and shows and everything with, someone else. Like, well, yeah, it's like you know a lot about that, Anna, I feel.
Wicked Supreme tweeted out what are good male role models on the left. And I retweeted it to say, look at the responses, because I was just like, it just
male role models on the left.
It seemed ridiculous to me. And I was like, the fact that nobody even said, obviously Jordan Peterson's not on the left. Maybe he did say just what are good male role models. I'm looking for the tweet now, but
I think the thing we need to get people to understand is that if you have a role model or someone you look up to, you don't have to look up the entirety of who that person is. You don't have to look at someone like Thomas Jefferson, right? He was a slave owner. Like, yeah, that wasn't good, but look at all the other incredible things that he did. You don't have to take the entire package and accept all of it and not say, yeah, that was a different time. He did these things that wasn't bad, or that wasn't good. Don't do those. But all of these other amazing things, that's something that you should be focused on. That's something that you should try. An emulator that should inspire you.
Okay,
well, hopefully we don't have to go back to like the 1700s for modern role models.
No, it's just it's what comes to mind, because they stay role models because we talk about them, and because we have the monuments that we haven't torn down yet, and because we can, we could sort of put them through the filter of modern, I guess modern sensibilities and stuff.
Here's the tweet. Name a current male role model who demonstrates patience, wisdom, understanding, and emotional resilience.
Does this need to be a real person or a fictional character?
It could be.
It's demoralizing that there are so many fictional characters in this response, in the responses. Yeah.
I don't think that's demoralizing.
Really?
I mean, I guess if I would say that if they were all fictional characters, if you couldn't point to any real people, that would be like, oh, it is kind of bad that we don't have any real people to look to, as if they don't exist.
Well, it's easier to understand a fictional character fitting specific traits than a real person that you don't know personally, right? Like obviously you could put someone you know personally, but like,
do you have I mean, obviously I thought immediately Jordan Peterson like ticks all
I would
those
put Jordan.
boxes.
Well, I would have put Jordan Peterson. He's not been very emotionally resilient recently, but or patient recently. I would put old Jordan Peterson.
What did he do recently?
Jordan Peterson from
I mean, obviously the going after.
He gets so angry on Twitter.
Like angry and crazy, sort of. I feel.
Look, I unfollowed Jordan Peterson on Twitter, so I don't see his crazy, insane tweets.
Well, there
anymore.
you go.
Did you say before you unfollowed him? Did you say we'll see who cancels who?
I should have, but I didn't. I just was okay,
maybe next time.
I quietly unfollowed and was like, okay, look. Oh, here's one. FD signifier is a response to Wicked Supreme.
That's a good one.
FD signifier. I know you love that one, don't you?
Yeah, of course. He called what was the actor, famous black actor, Sidney Poitier? He called him like a liberal. He almost called him the C word, not quite. He called him like basically liberal cope for like unthreatening black men. The guy who was in the movie Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. That's literally all about like an interracial marriage and in society dealing with it in like the 60s. But that's not good enough for a revolutionist FD signifier. They also put someone responded to that tweet, Hank Green. That's a good Hank Green's a good.
Who is Hank Green? Is that the comedian?
You don't know who Hank Green is?
No.
He's
I mean, maybe I do. I just don't.
He's like
remember.
He's not quite socialist, I don't think, but he's like a very far left.
Oh, okay.
YouTuber. He used to do him and his brother. They used to do like a pretty good like science YouTube history YouTube, but it became very, very left wing. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. He does. Is it him or his brother that writes all those terrible books?
I don't know.
There's not one. There's not one Jordan Peterson in here which says more about Wicked Supreme than it does about anything else. A lot of there are some Destinies, which I mean I'm conflicted on. I feel like Destiny's at least trying. But
I don't know if Destiny is a good role model.
I know he's literally in an open marriage.
But he tells people that that's not something that is he's an outlier in that regard. He's very clear that it's not something he recommends for people to do.
Right.
But it's that whole compartmentalization sort of thing. You can look up to Destiny for many good attributes and try to, incorporate those into who you are. And that should sort of be the way that I think you just look at people in general.
There's more Joe Bidens than there are Destinies.
Here you go. I have the real answer.
You came
Jean-Luc Picard.
No, I saw that one. That was the fictional character, which I'm like, Jean-Luc Picard is an anti-natalist, isn't he? Well, I guess he's not.
No, he's not. What are you talking
he's
about?
not an anti-natalist.
He just doesn't want to have
He just doesn't like children.
Yeah. Right.
He's extreme. He's very focused on his career and doing his duty, and he's very job-oriented. Right. He doesn't like kids, which is
he's basically like
true. Yeah.
Okay.
But he's not really social. He can be so. He's not like some introverted, shy person, but he's not. I mean, the TNG ends with him deciding to finally join a poker game.
That's true. Finally accepting French.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
And then that all gets thrown away in the Picard sequel series.
That cringe ending.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
How dare you call that cringe?
He finally becomes human.
You're a terrible person.
I know. I am terrible, but I'm sorry.
Listen, we all know.
Jean-Luc Picard is a saint. We should always
got to get that Jean-Luc Picussy.
But wait, they destroyed it with Picard though.
Correct, but we don't talk about Picard.
Okay.
We talk about the good old days. That's what we do now. Is we don't talk about the new things before they were destroyed. We talk about the good old days. Oh, the old shows that were nice that we used to love.
Yeah, Next Generation was good. It was actually good. There were some episodes that were a little weird, but it was overall.
Oh, yeah, it's Star Trek. It's weird. It's
Star Trek's hit or miss. Star Trek's hit or miss.
Sometimes it happens.
Now it's just all miss. Apparently.
Now it's all miss.
That's all miss. 100% miss.
We all know that the best male role model is Kamina from Gurren Lagann, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know who the anime people are.
That's because you're a bad person.
Gonna assume they're bad role models, though.
No, Kamina is literally the most manly, positive, masculine stereotype of all time. He is the ultimate male role model.
It's great. Yeah. He's all over the ladies the whole time.
No, that's not true.
He is. What are you talking about?
No, he's not. He's totally like dismissive of Yoko like 90% of the time.
Yeah, but he recognizes her femininely.
Well, she's hot. I
assets.
mean, of
Yeah.
course.
Kamina wants some of that action.
He's too busy saving the universe. Okay.
Is it Yoko? Is that her name?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Adam is quickly Googling. He wants to bring up.
I did like that. I did watch part of that anime, and it is very funny. Yes.
Disparity between female and male educators in the public school system. Curious what you think about that.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is. I do think it's unfortunate that we consider education such like a feminized profession. Not because there's anything wrong with female teachers or whatever, but obviously people.
Well, I think there's more female teachers in lower. Quote, unquote,
In lower,
education,
I think so. That was certainly my experience. I don't think I had like a single male teacher until like 8th grade or something, and then it was almost exclusively men in high school. There's just a couple ladies.
In high school, really?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I only had a couple female teachers in high school, though I did go to an all boys high school, so I don't know.
That might have something to do with it.
Maybe.
Hilarious.
Hilarious.
I mean, I had lots of male professors in college, but in high school, in middle school, and elementary school, overwhelmingly women teaching. But I don't think that's the thing, because again, that's been true, I think, for decades.
Probably women want to focus. They have a tendency to prefer being around younger people to teach, to rear, nurture, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
That probably creates a preference there.
Of course.
Which is fine.
So I mean, I don't think the issue is that kids don't have male role models like teachers. I think the issue is I don't know if there's that many male role models for kids in media nowadays, because everything's so focused on like, well, you have to have the strong lady, which is fine, but why can't there be a positive male role model as well? Can there be both? Can we have equality here? That's all I'm asking. Equality in role models. That's all I'm asking for.
Take a lot from their education, and any significant disparity in representation is going to reflect some kind of social value. So, I mean, we can see the need for this reflected in the fact that two of the largest breakout conservative figures in the past 5 years, respectively, Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate, both became powerful in exactly the same way. That is to say, they postured as like self-help gurus for young men who felt like they'd been failed by society and left no options to better themselves otherwise. Now, the prescriptions those two offer are garbage and completely irredeemable.
Completely. Jordan Peterson's prescriptions are garbage and completely irredeemable.
Right.
Like, really? Like, I guess we have to remember this is a crazy nutcase talking, but geez, wow.
Well, yeah.
Especially when they're complete polar opposites, Tate and Peterson, and yet at the same time they're both completely irredeemable. It's like, damn, that doesn't leave much room for giving advice, does it?
I'm very curious as to like what specific things has Jordan Peterson advocated for on a personal self-help level that VAUSH thinks is so reprehensible. Exactly.
I know it's probably like just the concept of having any level of responsibility and doing something for yourself and some independence or something like that. I don't know.
And it's funny because like Peterson isn't even that conservative. Like if you actually listen to what he's saying, he's not really even that conservative. He was only kind of pushed to the right because he was coming out as very against the woke shit.
I think Jordan Peterson said you should clean your room. You can do that, but apart from that, don't listen.
Nothing else, really. Nothing. Just clean your room and do nothing else.
Right.
All right.
Don't lie. You should ignore that, right?
Oh yeah. Well, we know VAUSH's stance on that. He does.
That's true.
His ethical framework is, it's not great.
Never always be better than the you of yesterday. Don't listen to that.
Don't do that. You should always strive to be worse.
Right.
And then eventually you'll come back on top.
Pursue what is meaningful, not what is expedient. Oh.
That's a terror. Definitely don't do that. You want to be expedient as fuck.
Terrible. Assume
Yeah.
the person you're listening to knows something you don't. Wow.
Oh, wow.
That we
Vosh
know Vosh doesn't
never
like
does
that.
that.
he never
Right.
likes that.
There you
Mr.
go. Oh,
Agua.
here's the big problem. Rule 12, pet a cat when you encounter it on the street. Well, that's how you get a toxic plasmosis. So no, Pearson's wrong on that one. But
I gotta use the loo. I'll be right back.
Why this
'Cause he
video
had a
could
cat.
be summed up as why are men turning to the people who don't demonize them? Like it's that simple. Well, obviously.
But that's the problem. It's like, so you have the left is demonizing men, especially young men, especially young, straight, cis, white men.
Teach men not to rape. Remember when we went through
Right.
that for like 6 months?
Right. But that's the problem. No one wants to feel like they're being attacked all the time. So then you could have someone who's literally a groomer, literally a snake oil salesman, like Tate, who is simultaneously saying, I'm going to help young men, while literally taking advantage of them and robbing them of money with like cam girl scam shit.
Yeah.
And they're going to come along and they're going to say everything that the young men want to hear, where they say, I'm going to tell you that you shouldn't, don't hate yourself, be proud of yourself for being a man, and, get revenge against the people that are telling you to hate yourself. And of course, that message is going to be very appealing to lots and lots and lots of people.
Yeah. And who's not telling that message? Jordan Peterson gets lumped in with that guy.
Right. That's why it's so disgusting. That's why these people are so full of shit. Because if they were actually sincere, they would have been holding up Jordan Peterson from the beginning.
Of
from
course.
2014, 2016, whenever he came on the scene. They would have been holding up in the beginning as like, Jordan Peterson is the gatekeeper. He's the stopgap that is preventing people from falling into extremist, right-wing ideologies. But no, is that what they did? No. They lied and they lied and they lied and they said, Jordan Peterson is the alt-right's favorite philosopher. Jordan Peterson is turning people into Nazis.
People get so little encouragement these days.
Yes. It's so disgusting. I don't remember it's because people on Twitter like bringing up these fucking articles from 2017 calling Jordan Peterson a Nazi. Still,
I know.
It's like reopening the door. Like I forgot how Jordan. It's so weird. I cannot think of anyone on the planet. Jordan Peterson is probably the most lied about, libeled, maligned person on the planet. I can't think of anyone that's even comparable.
That's more lied about?
In terms of like lied about on a like has articles written about them that are just chock full of lies. I can't think of a single person that's even close to Jordan Peterson. And it's baffling.
Yeah. It's demoralizing. They believe the lies. Look, anti-Kasparian literally thought Kyle Rittenhouse was the guy chasing in the video. Like, that's how fucking stupid she is.
See, Kyle would be like the second. He's like the second most lied about person.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The Jordan Peterson.
I'm just like, the idea that people are taking advice from either of these people who literally, look, VAUSH wants to shove his hand up your ass and work you like a puppet. All he cares about is that you're voting Democrat in the next election, and he's literally admitted he will say anything to get that outcome.
It's no principles.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. PSA Sitch, one of my favorite content creators, made a great
Does
video.
he make videos?
Never heard of that guy.
Made a great video a long time ago about how the type of person you are is more important than your philosophy. Like whether or not you embrace, being a decent person and, an honest, caring, trustworthy person is more important than your political ideology, because that's you. That's what makes you you. It's so true.
That guy sounds very smart. So
yeah. Well, I'm saying, look, this guy VAUSH is completely controlled. Like VAUSH literally, his philosophy is that no, you can be a despicable person as long as you vote correctly. What kind of world does that create? A bunch of despicable people. Yeah, exactly. A bunch of despicable people trying to take advantage. There's literally no difference between VAUSH and Andrew Tate. They both have the same exact philosophy. People are there to be used by them.
Mm-hmm.
and you should basically start using people to your advantage, or you're a sucker. That's just so awful. I don't look. You have to, and most people are not. Thank goodness. You have to literally be a psychopath to not have that affect you. Like if you get yourself in a situation where you're literally using people at like your property, that's going to weigh on you unless you're a psychopath and you have no caring whatsoever. I mean, this is the biggest problem in a lot of these dictatorships where, corruption, political corruption is kind of the norm. People don't like to live that way. They don't like to live where, my business is about fucking people over and lying to people. Do you like to lie to people, Sitch? I mean, most people don't like it.
I love I actually become very excited.
Yeah.
When I dupe someone, it delights me.
There is a certain thrill that comes with fooling someone. Yeah.
Most people look. Life progresses in a way where sooner or later you're going to be in a situation where someone's going to ask you to just do a little white lie for me, right? As a friend, it's like most people are uncomfortable with that. They don't want to do that. They're like, listen, I really don't want to lie. I don't, certain societies, this is like a daily routine. And this, I feel like, weighs on people. This is why I do think, honesty it's an important part of our society. We live in a high trust society, and the value of that, I think, is lost on a lot of people a lot of the time. They don't realize there are these societies that are low trust societies where you can't trust anything anybody says, and you yourself are embedded in a situation where you're a fool if you tell the truth.
Yeah, but this is why so many people were so quick to jump up and down and point out the hypocrisy of, Hassan, who is preaching all of this, socialist economic gobbledygook, and yet he's, living in some mansion in California, and, he's buying all this expensive garbage, and he's definitely partaking in all the expensive capitalism. He's, he's not doing some sort of co-op with the people that help him make his videos. And then we see VAUSH 100% defends Hassan, saying, I do not care if Hassan is a liar. I do not care if Hassan is a hypocrite, as long as he is driving people towards the ideology that I like. That's all that matters to VAUSH.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Certainly a way to live. It's just not for me, I suppose. That's just,
thank goodness.
Wild.
Most people don't want to be in that situation. They want to be in an honest, forthright business where they don't have to lie to people for a living.
It shows what people are going for, right? And frankly, it doesn't take a lot of internet sleuthing to find out that a lot of people are feeling really listless these days. You have to give people identities and aspirations. I see a lot of this discussion with young women. One of the discourse bits that always comes up, it's how do you be a good feminist, but also like, what about this feminine wiles thing, right? Or like, how do I balance my progressive attitudes on gender with this, that, the other attitude I have on what it means to be a woman? It's an interesting topic. I have no skin in the game. Good luck, right? I don't know how often that gets resolved in left spaces with guys, because it is a good question. How do you resolve, progressivism with like, well, being a masculine guy? A lot of women you might want to date kind of do like manly guys, at least some of them, right? But
a lot more than some.
More than some. And it's funny to me, because to me, it's super obvious. The only reason VAUSH even talks about this at all is because he has like every single toxic masculine trait imaginable. And so he's like, he knows he has to run defense and interference for himself, essentially. Like this all comes off to me as incredibly self-serving.
Really? I mean,
of course.
He's been accused of sex pesting and stuff like that before.
Well, yeah, he's a hyper aggressive. He fits like every bill of like toxic masculinity. Remember, there's a clip someone even put on Twitter after this. And I don't know if I can find it. Someone had the clip of him talking to Authentic Observer, where he's like,
"Oh, you're right.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's okay for me. Any woman that makes this face at you, it's okay for me to be sexist." And then, he plays a clip of her, and then he's like, shut up. I think he calls her the C word or something. And he's like, shut up, kind of, I'm going to slap you around, he makes some sexist joke, comment
You're
about
right.
it.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay. So because she has politics or an opinion I don't agree with, I can use sexism against her. I mean, if that doesn't prove to you that he's a total hypocrite, that he doesn't actually stand for any of the principles that he preaches, then nothing will.
How many young, clueless Vaushites, too, would just harass Authentic Observer just because she's an attractive woman on the internet, too, and feel completely justified because, her politics are different.
Like,
so what I'm doing is okay.
The whole point of saying, the whole point of being against sexism is you're saying, I believe that women and men should not be prejudged by the basis of their sex and should be able to, as individuals, choose, whatever path they want in society, assuming they're not, harming another person. Okay.
Right.
That's what it means to be against sexism. You don't want to pigeonhole people into the boxes. And if you say, well, wait a minute, if there's a woman who I don't like for some political reason, it's okay for me to leverage sexist attacks for her, then you don't actually believe in that philosophy. You don't actually believe in that goal. You don't really care about any of that whatsoever.
True. Yeah. True. Very true.
Very true. Very true.
Thank you.
Very
true.
Very self-serving thing
Very
going
true.
on here.
Yeah, I agree with all that you said. True.
I agree.
What does it mean to be manly in a context that isn't, Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson? Just having the conversation might get a lot of folks invested.
People.
They might understand that the left is interested in these issues beyond.
I don't know, who can we use next to Vaush's name like every single time? Like Vaush and Charles Manson? Is that a good comparison? Like,
if
people like Vaush and Charles Manson.
Well, if they're not on our side, we can just lump them all together, you see. It's that simple.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Vaush and Xi Jinping.
Well, people don't know enough about Xi Jinping, though. You need someone
Vaush and Vladimir Putin.
Who is the Jeffrey Dahmer? That's the guy who ate people, right?
It's got to be someone like
and
vaguely
Jeffrey
on the
Dahmer.
left. That's right.
Why?
I don't know.
Jeffrey
Some
Dahmer.
vague
Look,
association.
Jeffrey Dahmer was a sexist too. Okay, you just
Vaush and Stalin.
no. It's got to be like a hyper
Vaush and
sexist
Mao.
person. It's gotta
I'm
be
pretty sure
someone-
Stalin was sexist. I'm gonna guess.
Look, it's got to
gonna
be
guess,
someone who
but-
Gonna
eats
guess.
people.
The Stalin
I'm
fan
telling
club
you.
can correct us if we're
Was
wrong.
Stalin actually a big advocate for gender equality? I'm guessing no.
You don't know. It has to be something. It's got to be horrible.
He was
On
super
the sort of-
short, so he was uncomfortable about it.
Like token, like surface level political skim where they're trying to get people off the top. Compassion.
Yeah, compassion's the right word, I think. And,
Yeah, that's what Vaush embodies.
You got a lot.
Vaush is the compassion. He's the god of compassion. When I see Vaush and everything that I've noticed about him, it all compassion. Name one more compassionate person than Vaush. I can't.
Impossible.
Apex kind human.
No.
He did
A
do
lot of
those
backlash
tweets.
for talking about this. And, you might tweet about it, but where I've heard you actually talk about this issue at length is on your streams. And I think you're thoughtful in the way
She must have listened to that stream we listened to at the beginning. I'm certain of it, right?
I bet.
you talk about this issue, but you still get hit with, oh, you're just a secret right winger from your critics, right?
Who says he's a
it's been
secret
known to
right?
happen.
Who says that?
The people that are so far left, people that are like literally licking the boot of the ghost of Mao and Stalin are like, Vaush is a secret right winger.
You'd have to have actual crazy people.
Yes. But see, so this clip is 17 minutes and 54 seconds long. We've gone 13 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Yeah. Where's
What
the
have they
substance?
actually? Yeah, like what is the substance been? It's been.
Oh, wow. You're right. They're 13 and a half minutes into this, and I feel like nothing has been said.
Yeah, all they said was, the left isn't providing positive role models for men. Okay, that takes you 10 seconds to say, and then
It takes a
they
normal
say,
person
yeah.
10 seconds to say. It takes them 8 minutes to say.
And then that's all they said for 13 minutes. They said, yeah, the left is failing. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you're demonizing. Look, this video can be summed up in, why are people turning to the people who are not demonizing them? Well, because they're not
Shocking.
demonizing them. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Now, if you want to have a conversation of maybe we should stop demonizing men,
Yeah.
you can have that conversation.
But it's literally incapable. The ideology that the far left has set up is incapable of not demonizing men. It's based around that.
Well, this is the problem because there are certain behaviors that I believe you should demonize, but they're not.
Yeah, but not like an entire sex or not an entire.
Well, they're not unique to men. That's
That's
the problem. The characteristics are things like lying, being dishonest, which men and women both participate in. Obviously, we saw the Johnny Depp trial. We're like, men don't hold a monopoly on being dishonest to the opposite sex.
I know
what's behind that, because I feel like that is what most of, at least the online left, I don't know if I can say that about the left in general. They seem to spend a lot of time going after one of their own who might have some ideas that are a little different or might have concerns that are a little different from their own.
Look at this.
And excising them like tumors from the discourse afterwards.
Anna has turned this into, why do we get all the purity spiraling on our side? Like, we can't even talk about men without, in a positive light. We can
barely talk to ourselves.
We can't talk about men in a positive light without being accused of being right wingers. What is this? Well, they're parroting your ideology back to you.
Here's the problem, because on one hand, the elephant gut reaction is, well, let's look at the height foundations. People on the left are very low in loyalty on average compared to the right.
Yes,
right,
of course.
So that'd be the explanation. But I don't think that's actually true in terms of, I think the right purity spiral is just as hard on the online discourse. It's just about different issues.
Right.
If you're anti-Trump on the right, oh, well, you're not a real right winger. You're a Republican in name only. You're a rhino. Or if you're like pro-vaccine or something, oh, you're gonna get annihilated. Like, there's so many little issues on the right and on the left that if you just speak out against, everyone's gonna turn against you. So I'm not sure. I don't think it's just a left-wing thing. I don't buy that. I think both sides, because I've heard people on the right say the same thing about the left. I think both sides think the other side is like this unified coalition to destroy them, but that's because they're not in the other side, so they don't see all the squabbling that happens.
Does the philosophy shape the purity spiral, though? That's the question.
Of course. The type of purity spiral, what kind of things are allowed and not allowed, sure.
You couldn't get a purity spiral about men because the right doesn't demonize men. That's not part of their political strategy, demonizing men.
Well, that's not true. Because you could say, okay, what if you're a big advocate that like you think men should be stay-at-home dads, or should be allowed to be stay-at-home dads. I think a lot of people on the right would attack you for that in a lot of right communities. They'd say, no, men should be out there being the breadwinner. Like,
I guess you're right. So the ideology does, the belief in strict gender roles shapes their ideology. So that affects the purity spiral.
Obviously, I'm talking in generalities, but
yeah.
But I think because the issue here, and this is part of the, we've talked about how audiences are the ones that actually extremify the streamer, not the other way around, is also that I think a lot of streamers have to try to appeal to the biggest, broadest group that they can. And so they have to talk in these kind of very general statements. They have to try to appeal to as many people as possible. And I think you do that by basically adhering to like all the political talking points, essentially.
Cool.
Well, the gatekeeping tendencies of the left are how you know you're a leftist, right? If you're a good leftist, the people you hate most should be other lefties. It's the only way to know.
I'm a great leftist then.
Phenomenal
we do terrible
leftist.
Things to people.
I think there's kind of like, I don't want to overuse the term, or maybe use it lightly, the term trauma, but I feel like after the past decade of online discourse, people are very sensitive, especially on the left. People are very sensitive to the idea that we need to treat men better. Not necessarily because they disagree with the idea of treating men better. That seems like a nice thing to do broadly. I would hope a lot of people would agree with that. But rather because we need to treat men better has often been couched in this very ideologically loaded set of policy and social prescriptions that usually have to do with undoing the gains of feminism, or
I don't know about
at the very least negating the harms that women experience socially. Because
that's how they cope. BS. That's how they cope and say that that's what the case is. Right. But anytime you want to do something for someone then the knee-jerk reaction is, oh yeah, well, what about the other thing that's not related?
Well, this is again another classic example of how socialists don't understand human psychology. They act like humans have this capacity where you can say, hey, this group of people as a group are responsible for this system, but the individual actors in the group are not responsible. Like, no one can wrap their mind around that. It's, we see this where they complain about like policing as an institution, but then everyone assumes that all the individual police are bad on their side. That's why they're all ACABs. All the ACAB people, they all hate individual police officers. How many of those ACAB people are like, oh, I don't like policing as an institution, but every individual police officer is, innocent until proven guilty.
I like it when people have ACAB in their bios. You just know to avoid them instantly.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Right. So it's the same thing with this. Like, VAUSH lives in some sort of hyper intellectualized fantasy world where he thinks he can tell people that, the patriarchy and men are responsible for all these bad things in our lives. But each individual
men are great. They're awesome. They're all friends.
Right. It's like, that's not how it works. The whole point of you collectivizing a group of people and talking about how they do bad things, literally the point, the point from an evolutionary perspective for that philosophical and psychological concept is to otherize and demonize a group of people as an enemy. That is literally
a negative
why
stereotype. So people hate their guts and feel you're morally justified in doing nasty, inhuman things to them.
Of course.
Yeah. It's awful.
Because of the patriarchy or inequality, I fully sympathize with the sensitivity. I mean, I've been online for a while. I see how the discourse tends to go. But we have to be strong enough to understand when a dog whistle isn't a dog whistle, when it's just a term. I would hope that a lot of lefties could understand.
It's too politically advantageous to turn an innocuous comment into a dog whistle. Like, that's the whole point of it. So this is bullshit. More bullshit.
Well, I'm sure you saw with Santos, who, first of all, Santos is a horrible liar. So I'm not going to defend Santos. That's the guy who won the House seat, but he basically lied about everything. He lied about being Jewish. He lied about where he worked. He lied about his parents and being in like the Holocaust or something. He lied like literally every part of his background.
He's not even Jewish, and he said his parents were in the Holocaust.
Or he said his grandparents or something were in the Holocaust, or were escaping the Holocaust. That's why they came to America. Like, he just literally lied about like every part of his life. He lied about it. And then, did you hear about this? And then when they're like,
I did.
They're like, wait a minute, you're not Jewish? And he's like, well, I would say I'm Jew, ... ish. Like, I'm sort of Jewish. It's like, wait a minute, that's not what those words mean together. And so, but anyway, so fuck Santos.
That's hilarious.
But putting all that aside, a lot of people were tweeting that apparently when he was sworn in,
power sign.
Yeah, when he was sworn in, he had he put one hand up and he had his other hand, and it was like doing I'm assuming it was by accident. He was doing kind of like the circle game.
It's never
thing.
By accident, don't you know?
Yeah, I know. It's always on purpose. He had his other hand was oddly placed on his hip because he's probably just didn't know where to put his other hand, and so it's kind of vaguely in the circle thing, and people are like, "Oh my God, Santos is making the white power gesture! I knew it. He's a secret Nazi." It's like, come on, and it's what you said. The dog whistle is in that that's used as a way to attack someone, and they'll never get rid of it because that's the point of it.
Yep.
You may have an aversion to the capital M, capital R men's rights movement, a justified one. But to the outside, when you seem to be taking a stance against the concept of men's rights, people who aren't as familiar with the context of that discourse might interpret that as you literally politically being opposed to men doing all right.
Well, that's because
doesn't do great for them.
Because that's what you've been doing for years and years and years. This is what you did for yourself. You did this to you.
Yep.
Sorry, but you're the one who did this. This is how you've treated MRAs for years and years and years and years.
Yeah.
Of course, this is why people would think bad of you.
recruitment numbers. We could really use those. Things in the country aren't going great right now, and bereaved masculinity is basically the front line. It's the bulwark of the fascist movement that's growing in this country. Steve Bannon was specifically recruiting from incel forums. Those Andrew Tate 12-year-old TikTok flossing tweens or whatever are not going to grow up to vote for Biden in when he's 105 years old.
Recruit people? Like what's all this? I mean, it seems to be a certain kind of. I don't know. What's all this about? Like, where would you go? Where does VAUSH go? Who do the Young Turks go to try and find new people?
YouTube. That's where they're trying to recruit people from.
The
right?
same exact pool. Okay.
Yeah.
They all want to grab these aggrieved. And here's why this is such a joke too. And people always forget this. So communism literally was created, and socialism was literally created as a way to destroy liberalism. And that's why you have this weird, far left, far right alliance sometimes. And so it's like, yeah, of course, the socialist wants to grab from the pool of young men who are upset with society. They want to say, listen, you know why you're upset? It's because of the liberalism. That's the problem. And they just give you a different solution. The right says, oh, it's, whatever, neo-reactionaryism or whatever the fuck the right says. And the left says, oh, it's socialism. That's the solution.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's so ridiculous for VAUSH to be like, oh, they want to take all these disenfranchised young men and brainwash them when we should be doing that.
Right,
that should be
exactly.
what we're doing.
But look, he's mad because they spent so much time demonizing him. He's like, oh shit, now we can't do that.
Yeah.
Damn it.
All the drag queen storytelling stuff is like, what's that then?
Yeah, exactly.
How come you people want to talk to kids a whole lot?
I know.
There is a trend happening right now. There is a group of people looking for answers, and that's young men who do feel listless. And you can watch them be pulled away by a multi-million-dollar effort from the right to appeal to their insecurities, or you can try to do something about it. And to me, there is an obvious.
Isn't that
Tell me.
What's
something?
The right did a multi-million-dollar effort to appeal to them. What is that?
I don't know what that means.
What was that all about?
No clue.
It's just like Koch brothers. The Koch brothers are funding the Be Nice to Men movement or something. Like they bankrolled International Man's Day, which nobody even recognizes.
Steve Bannon teamed up with the Koch brothers.
Yeah,
to
lure
young men to becoming alt-righters, supposedly.
Look at this. He's trying to pull the dirty capitalists are raising money to organize young men.
They're sucking up men to the right. We should be sucking them up to the left.
There is a trend that's happening right now. There is a group of people looking for answers, and that's young men who do feel listless. And you can watch them be pulled away by a multi-million-dollar effort from the right to appeal to their insecurities.
The left would never do this, by the way. The left would never fund these, sorts of projects, groups, organizations, or anything to appeal to young people. That would never happen.
No.
Look at this. He can't even get through this without dunking on men. He's like just appealing to their insecurities. Yeah. He's like, let me just dunk on you right here. So I'm trying to win you over. Here, let me just slap that hand.
Yes.
You insecure little pieces of shit.
That was a great catch, right?
Look, the right is these insecure losers that the right is trying to appeal, the multi-million-dollar campaign to take these dumbasses.
And you can watch them be pulled away by a multi-million-dollar effort from the right to appeal to their insecurities.
To appeal to their insecurities.
Not even to appeal to anything positive, just appealing to insecurities.
Yeah.
Of course.
You little insecure losers.
Yeah. Nice.
Look, VAUSH would make you vote for communists at gunpoint. Like he would literally do that.
Of course.
What kind of person is this?
Ends justify the means.
What kind of person is this? Look, he's not appealing to your self-interest. He's not. He's basically saying, look, the right is going to pressure you through social manipulation And instead of them doing it, we should be doing it. That's his That is literally his argument here.
Well,
it's
he's
not.
saying-
He doesn't even understand what is good for you.
He's saying if the right appeals to someone, it's playing on their emotional insecurities. But if the left appeals to someone, wow, that's appealing to their virtues and their higher moral character.
Doubt, big doubt, big doubt.
Which is strange, because if you want to set up the people who've been taken by the other side as pitiable, right, or as if they're victims, then you would want to paint them in the light that their good nature has been taken advantage of. That these are good people. They've just been essentially led astray by the wrong people.
Yes. Yeah, you wouldn't call them insecure dummies.
Wouldn't call them fuckers.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Or you can try to do something about it. And to me, there is an obvious right answer here.
What is it?
We should manipulate the shit out of them. That's what we should
Tell
do.
us what the answer
Kill
is.
them all. I mean, get them on our side.
Have you seen that VAUSH clip where he talks about how you really have to frighten people into voting? And that, like,
is that in the one where he's telling people, like, do the revolution and grab guns and shoot people?
I think he's talking about the trans genocide or whatever, and he's like, you really have to frighten people to get them to vote. I'm going, look at this. Someone's gone full mask off here.
Are you saying that VAUSH was playing to people's fears and insecurities?
Yes. Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you would suggest? VAUSH would never do that. He's not on the right.
I do not. First of all, just as a political strategy, fear is something that people use a lot of. I think aspirational messages are more, have a better track record of actual success. I think if you get in an election where it's just, everyone's appealing to the lowest common denominator, you're trying to scare people into the other side being, the downfall of Western society. I mean, you're both competing on the same field. Well, so do you disagree? I mean,
so I used to always say that, what you're literally saying. I used to always say that. I would say people want to vote for someone. They never want to vote against them. And I think that's generally true. However, even though I think that's generally true, there is, of course, one major exception to that.
Okay, let's hear it.
A little man you may have heard of called Joe Biden.
Well, this is why I said the caveat, because both parties, neither party had an aspirational message. Both parties were appealing to fear.
I think
Obama did have an
Mm-hmm.
aspirational message. Reagan had an aspirational message. George W. Bush had an aspirational message.
Would you say Trump had an aspirational message?
Make America great again.
Trump did have an aspirational message. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, I do. So I'm saying, yeah.
I don't know if he did in the second election. I don't remember what his
Joe
slogan was.
Biden is message was, be terrified of Trump, and Trump's message was what didn't seem aspirational at all. It seemed like, be afraid of immigrants and gun grabbers.
Maybe.
Where was the aspirational message in Trump's?
In his second,
Well, in his
I
first,
don't remember.
he was like, you're going to be so tired of winning. It's all going to be winning, winning, winning. It was completely aspirational.
That could be a good point. I think you're right. I think a lot of the aspirationalness of what Trump's message was not there in the second election. So
right.
Maybe.
So I do feel like, aspiration is the way to go. And that the reason we're talking about this is because VAUSH has literally said in other videos that you have to frighten people. You can't have any sort of aspirational message, which I disagree with from a strategic perspective, just politically.
Well, I don't know if I don't remember because it's been a while since I know what clip you're talking about. I don't remember if he said specifically he's against aspirational. He just said that you need to strike the fear in people.
Well, yeah. Where is VAUSH's aspirational message? I mean, he's literally endorsed
Socialism.
every single fear tactic.
Utopia.
Look, he's even using a fear tactic here. He's saying we have to be afraid because the billionaires are coming in and manipulating young men. That's fear. He's basically trying.
Well-
Look, he didn't come out and say, "Listen, we have a huge opportunity here. There's a group of people who feel disinfected and oppressed, and we are the party of the disaffected and oppressed. We should make those people we should take up their cause." He didn't say that.
Right.
He's like, we should frighten these people and manipulate them into voting with us.
So people do a thing, which is I don't have a problem with, which is that if you're talking to a specific audience, you're going to, if you're not stupid, you're going to try to frame what you're saying to be persuasive to that audience. So from like this, what VAUSH is talking to the left-wing audience, doesn't like men, they're not going to be persuaded necessarily through some sort of moral principles of like, hey, maybe we shouldn't, treat men as part of a collective group. Maybe we should treat men as individuals and say that they're human beings just like everyone else and are deserving of respect. He knows that argument isn't going to work. So then that's why he kind of uses this cynical, pragmatic, like, well, we have to appeal to them. Otherwise they're all going to become Nazis and we're going to lose the political fight. So I don't really have a problem with that aspect, but I do have a problem with the aspect of, well, wait a minute. Should you be supporting a movement that's not in favor of just helping men be treated as human individuals with dignity like everyone else? Like,
no,
like,
you shouldn't.
Why
be
is that not a
supporting
persuasive argument? That's a red flag.
I mean, I don't feel like the Andrew Tates of the world are treating men with dignity. I really don't.
Treat them like they're suckers. Like, give me money.
Totally.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I do obviously feel like Jordan Peterson is treating men and women alike with dignity, even though a lot of women have completely mischaracterized his position, which a
lot of men have.
Happens all the time. It's happening now.
Yeah,
just by comparing him to Tate and saying that they're essentially the same person.
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
So, but he will clap back at them as individuals, and people will say, "Oh, well, he just hates all women," which is just bullshit.
Par for the course. Yeah, you just hate women. Yeah, you've heard it a million times. Blah blah blah.
I agree with you on that. I'm going to leave you all with one final statistic, and this is incredibly alarming.
That's why you let
2021 poll from the Survey Center on American Life revealed the number of American men who view themselves as having no close friends quintupled over the last 30 years, increasing from 3% in 1990 to 15% in 2021.
That is terrifying. Like that's your school shooter numbers right there.
Well, I wasn't listening. What did she say?
What were you doing?
I was reading.
Sitch.
I noticed that our channel had a copyright claim, so I got distracted.
You just saw that?
I just saw that,
like from days ago.
Yeah.
Who?
Also, I was going to change. CT made a different ragamuffin emoji, and I was going to replace it and see what it looked like.
You need to engage with the content here, okay?
Oh my God! Listen, Dad.
Okay. Gotta be content brained.
Listen, Dad, I can multitask. Okay, I can change.
There you go. Listen, I changed the ragamuffin emoji. Let me know if you guys like it better.
What? Okay, read this statistic.
To a different ragamuffin emoji.
I mean, okay, interesting, but okay. Read the statistic because it is kind of terrifying here. Just read the screen.
May 2021 poll from the Survey Center of American Life revealed the number of American men who viewed themselves as having no close friends quintupled over the last 30 years, increasing from 3% to 15%. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, from 1990 to 2021.
Is that? I don't think that's because of toxic masculinity. So.
I think it's a matter of what we sort of started talking about when it came to the internet and social media and people seeing these things as replacements for having real life connections with people, which a lot of people I think just kind of need. Well, shouldn't be used as a substitute, but instead it should be used to amplify your social life.
Well, this is the problem. Like if you're having more fulfilling relationships with people online that are not ultimately people that you can interact with in your real life, I feel like you're spending a lot of time and investment in these friends that maybe you feel are closer than are really close in reality, which could be a problem. Like obviously I have friends that I've known for 30 years now that are just like, I mean, we were friends in real life though. I don't know. It's a weird situation.
Well,
the
I do
internet
think
is-
that number increase is probably entirely because of the internet.
Yeah, I
Is
agree.
what you're saying. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Well, this is the thing, because like the internet is an easy fix that you can go to and say, okay, well, I have these close friends, that I hang out with on Discord. And I don't know that those, like, you're not forming the kind of relationships that can last 30 years.
Well, okay. Well. Pause for a second.
Maybe, I don't know.
I think you 100% can have close friendships with people online, 100%, that you would in person. I think it's definitely possible. I just think it's more likely that because of the internet, like before the internet, you were kind of forced to basically interact with people around you because there was no other option.
Right.
But because there was other options, it could potentially lead some group of people, like the 15% autistic, down this weird pathway where they're friendly with people online. So they're getting social interactions via that way, but maybe they don't feel like those people are necessarily close.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, which is a troubling thing. Well, I don't know where that leads at 20 years, 30 years out, right?
Well,
you can't make friends that you've like lifelong friends in your 40s. Like, it's just not possible.
I don't agree with that. Why not?
Well, you have friends from Boy Scouts and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I'm not precluding the fact that I could make a friend with someone later in life that I could become close friends with.
Sure, no, I'm not saying that you can't.
I mean,
obviously.
They couldn't definitionally be a lifelong friend in the same way because
that's what I'm saying
through specific temporal, length. But
so if you are like, the best case scenario is you're investing in online friends and real life friends, right? And you,
real life's overrated. But what were you saying?
If you're only investing in online friends and those online friends you feel are closer than it turns out they really are, and then you've not really taken any time and energy to invest in real life friends, then how do you? It's harder to make friends. It's not impossible. Obviously, you can make work friends and stuff like that. But once people start families and stuff like that, it's a completely different social dynamic.
Well, I wonder what is. I guess I have to look it up. How do these people define close friends? Because it could also just be that people in
the definition has changed.
Yeah, have a different definition of close friends than people in
maybe
2021.
And just the way that people individually consider what a close friend is, I hold that to a very, very high kind of standard, to where I might say I have one, maybe two friends, maybe.
Yeah, me and Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I keep showing up and bugging y'all.
We're close
to remind you of our friendship. Wow. All right. Well, I have one friend. I guess I have one friend then. But yeah, some people are like, oh yeah, I know Jerry and Larry and Bob and Jim and Steph. They're all my friends. Some people have a very low bar for who they consider a friend.
How close can they really be? They got like 75 close friends, right?
Yeah, which you don't have 75 close friends.
Right.
Just be polyamorous with your close friends. Okay.
That's true. That's true. The amount of people that you will allow, that's what friend means. Who will you allow to fuck your wife? That's what a friend is. That's a true.
I meant metaphorically. I didn't mean literally.
We should watch this Think Club video. It says 1 woman, 4 husbands.
Hot or not?
I can't find whatever this thing is that she's quoting.
This oh really?
I'm looking at the wrong thing. Survey Center of American Life.
Bridget Kennedy.
That's
the
not
week.
helpful.
Oh really? It wasn't?
Survey Center of American Life.
So for anyone who thinks that this is just about male entitlement to sexual activity, you're mistaken. Open your eyes, look a little harder, because if you consider yourself a progressive or a leftist, the whole ideology is to want to uplift people, pick people up when they're down. And
yeah, that's why you guys are such optimists.
Yeah.
That's why you're constantly preaching about, all of those things. Yeah, you're not totally trying to tear things down and people down all the goddamn time.
Pick people up.
This is what the study says are the reasons for this. They said number one, obviously, COVID. This was in 2021 that this was done. So that has an impact. Number two, American parents are spending twice as much time with their children compared to previous generations, thus crowding out other types of relationships, including friendships.
Parents
I guess
are the
I guess
needy
the
little
amount of,
bitches.
There you go.
Well, I mean, I guess it follows there's still only 24 hours in a day.
Can't
And if your
parents find
priorities
their
are
own
shifting-
friends?
Maybe a lot of it depends, I suppose, on how just generally social you are. I mean, if you are not involved with your own communities and groups and clubs and school this and church that and everything like this, then you might just not really. Yeah, I guess a parent's still a person. They might have the same problem that a younger person has.
Parents are
They just fill their days
people.
with stuff
Let's
that
not
isn't
go crazy. I mean,
yeah.
Well, yeah. That's a good point. That's a really good point. I should have thought about that.
Then it said the third reason was Americans are working longer hours and traveling longer distances for work, which may come at the cost of maintaining and developing friendships.
Yeah, don't underestimate what, an extra 30 minutes a day, an hour, 2 hours commuting every day. That's time you could have spent
online with your
doing
online
anything.
friends.
That's right. Online on Discord doing polls, which is a real social behavior.
Though it also says that it says roughly half Americans have reported they have lost touch with at least one friend during the pandemic, but the same number have reported making additional new friends over the same period. So there you go.
Oh yeah, I suppose a lot of this, if it's very recent or if this happened during the COVID times, then that might have influenced a lot of the results as well.
Yeah, I think this being in the middle, this poll being in the middle of COVID kind of
yeah, that's true.
Changes a lot of things. If it was like 2018, maybe you say, okay, that'd be a better.
Yeah, if in 3 years or so, I'd be curious what the numbers were.
Right.
And especially because these are the people who want to lock down everybody and go full police state on everyone. Yeah.
True.
Dismissing this very clear issue that continues to grow in the country, I don't think is the right way to go. I think
What
the
is
left
the right
needs
way?
to offer
Tell us.
better solutions and to be
like, man, this is like you
I know.
you have 18 minutes and you haven't said anything of value.
True.
You could say a lot in 18 minutes, but man,
I mean, not us. We need
not us,
like 8
of
hours.
course.
I know, we need ours.
Not us or EFAP. No. But at least by the end of the 12 hours, we've said a few things instead of nothing after 18 minutes.
completely frank, I don't know exactly what those solutions are yet.
Oh, Sitch doesn't know.
But I want to have more of these conversations moving forward. And VAUSH, I'm grateful that you took the time to talk to us today.
And I'm incredibly grateful that you reached out and gave me the opportunity. Thank you very much.
This is my nice voice.
It's not a zero-sum game. It's really not. We lose nothing by trying. And the advice, the engagement, it's just
what advice?
It is at par with what we're willing to do with basically every other group, every other social issue, just the decency to give it a little bit of a sociological look over and maybe arrive at some prescriptions. I think we can do that. And I think people want to do that too once they get past the cloud.
Absolutely.
No, they don't, and they never will under that ideology because they can't, because you've labeled men and white men as the bad guys. So no, you want it. This is the problem. They want to see certain groups fail.
Yeah, men.
It's part of the ideology. So yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it. They're like,
if 10 years from now they're like, oh my God, there's been a massive uptick in like white people committing suicide. Do you think the
they'll
woke
love that.
socialist leftists are going to care about that?
they're going to be like, woo, they're going to yell out, yeah, great. That's what we've been shooting for.
Yeah. Celebrate.
They do. And it's so bad because they do look at the whole feminism thing, sets the sexual dynamics up as a zero-sum game, which is it's horrendous. It's totally horrendous. It shouldn't be that way. It's not a zero-sum game.
No.
Like, you can have meaningful relationships with the opposite sex. It doesn't have to be War of the Roses.
No. Guy, thanks so much for being a Freedom Seeker for 6 months, says VAUSH doesn't need to go anywhere to recruit. He just has to wait for them to graduate college. There you go.
Oh, really?
Patrick Mulligan for 10 Canadian says, hi, Sitch. I'm happy to see Rags join you again. I must confess, while I'm eternally S-class, I have fallen behind in viewing due to binging Destiny's channels. His content is entertaining. That is true. Destiny is entertaining.
He is certainly an entertaining streamer. That's right.
Captain Mystery for $10 says, "Oh, VAUSH is so compassionate. I definitely don't think he's a huge bully and a jerk."
Yeah, true.
The last person who should be talking about kindness.
I know. Andrew Clark for $5 says, "People have less friends because they are a part of less groups, especially as adults. Less sports, church groups, hobbies, and such. They stay home and work."
True.
I mean, I think that's part of it. I think part of it is the fact that everyone's interests have become so, what's the word? What's the opposite
Divergent?
of homogenized?
Divergent.
The opposite
Diverse.
of diverse.
Yeah, so diverse.
Varied.
So varied, yeah, because of the internet, everyone can have like their own niche interest, and I think that has pulled a lot of people apart. I mean, and you can bond because you can have people bond over the internet through fandoms and whatsoever's, but I think for some people, I think for the weirdos not like me, I think they need that physical interaction. So maybe it's not the same for them.
You need it too, Sitch. You just.
I do think you're an outlier.
No,
I think if
he's not an outlier, he's just
he
like
is, he's a
everyone
weirdo.
else.
No, he's not. He's special.
He needs it. He's just suppressing
Thank you,
it.
Rags knows I'm special.
Yeah, he's
Ooh.
special. He's a special boy.
Special.
Is that a
So
good
far,
thing? I don't know.
So 1,300 people respond to the poll, and it's
Mm-hmm.
62% said that social media makes them feel more lonely, and only 38% says no, it makes them feel more connected.
Well, I could
So there you
see
go.
if you want to have like a real friendship, like you want someone to go to the movies with, you want someone to go bowling with. You can't go bowling online.
Who wants to go bowling?
Bowling is fun, really.
That was the example that
Bowling is mildly fun. Let's not
That is-
oversell. Let's not oversell
Yes.
bowling.
Well, if you
That-
want to go,
Wait, you
like,
can go bowling online. You just play a bowling video game with your
It's
friends
true.
on Discord.
if you want to have a relationship
With bowling.
with a
With a
Mm.
big ball.
if
With a
you're
big old
if you're a
ball.
man, and this video is about guys,
And
If
you
you
really
wanna
like
have-
balls.
If you love balls, if you love guys and balls,
look, if you want to talk about guys and balls with your friends
Yes.
on Discord,
Yes.
that's a very easy thing to do.
if you're
Yeah.
an insufferable
want
leftist and you're always telling men to stay in their own lane, then well,
VR bowling.
Look, if you want to have a date with someone that ends up in maybe holding hands or
Yeah.
even better, a kiss, you're gonna have to venture out into the real world. You have two options. You really have, dating apps, or you have, let's go out and see if we can, meet someone. So, and if you're going out to meet someone, it's nice to show, other people that you might be eventually romantically involved with, that you're capable of forming normal
bowling.
relationships with other people. So having a friend along is helpful. Like if you're going to go out to, you want to meet someone in real life because you want to have like a date or something, something that could go somewhere. Like a friend is helpful, is it not?
Yeah, but
unless
how-
you're trying to woo Sitch, who just wants to stay at home all day because he gets all of his social interaction through
Look,
the
you're
computer box.
True.
But if you go, like I'm going to go to the bar or whatever, bowling, I'm going to go somewhere where I might meet a significant other. If you're going by yourself without a friend, I mean, that's a loser move. You're going to strike
I always
out.
go bowling to meet the chicks.
Look, Sitch bowling by himself on. Well, wait a second. I've seen some pretty.
Ladies?
I've seen a bunch of girls at the bowling alley. that
Adam
we
is like,
go
I
to.
met my wife bowling.
Yeah,
I
there's
did-
plenty
look,
of
I
chicks
did
at
meet-
bowling alleys.
I
They're,
didn't meet my wife bowling, but last time we did go bowling, I did see that there was a group of girls, and I thought a group of guys this would be a good opportunity for them to like talk to some girls.
There you go.
Look,
I mean, but
dating,
yes.
everyone complains about dating apps. So I just you've got two options. You got dating apps or you got the real world. And in the real world, having a real world friend is going to be helpful in getting you into a relationship. It really is. How's it not? Am I wrong? Well,
I don't disagree.
what's the flaw in my reasoning here?
No, I
Look,
think I
ladies.
don't disagree with what you said.
Ladies in the chat.
Right.
all
If
three
you
of
see
you.
if you see if the guy who's bowling by himself and he tries to strike up a conversation with you, how, like, are you going to be more receptive to the guy who can't even find a friend to go bowling with him? Or is it the guy who, is with a bunch of friends?
Of course not, but no one would disagree with it.
Okay.
So,
but you have to have a friend to be able to do this, though.
None of this matters because
it doesn't matter.
No, because in 15 years we're all gonna it's all gonna be like Ready Player One. We're all gonna be just doing everything with our virtual reality goggles on. So,
even having sex with your significant other is going to be.
Well, no, you'll have your robot.
No, I'll be doing that.
Yeah, you'll have your robot.
I'll be having sex with your significant other.
Oh, there you go.
This okay, sure. I mean, I'm just trying to give advice to people who might actually want to like have a relationship.
Relationships are really overrated, honestly.
Suddenly I feel like Doomer has entered the call.
How dare you compare me to that?
How
dare you compare me to that?
I don't want to dwell on this. I'm just curious, just like a one-time ask. Rags,
hello.
Are you like in a relationship, or are you single? Like, how do you classify yourself?
I would classify myself as single and ready to mingle, but not that ready.
Okay.
I'm
Sounds like you're
I'm
playing
single.
the field.
I am a pretty I'm kind of a the bachelor's life for me sorts. That's kind of how I am. I don't really see I think it's my personality and just kind of who I am. I'm very social. I get along with everyone, but I don't think I want to be in a relationship where someone's always around and I'm sharing living space with people. Who knows if that'll change, but that's kind of how I see myself at the moment. But I feel like I could get along with a decent amount of people, but I don't know if they could get along with me.
Well, usually people who are in the, media space have a lot of options.
Indeed.
For dating and stuff. So.
I never feel like I don't have options, and I'm what's that? I'm alone, but I'm not lonely a lot of the times. I get all my social interactions. I know a lot of people. I hang out with them. I'm on good relationship with my family and friends and stuff, but I'm not really out there looking. I'm not really on the prowl. And if I'm with people, then I'm upfront about what I'm here for, so to speak.
Yeah, you say ask them. Well, hold on. How does that roll? Do you ask them out like on a date or?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, not a date. I don't want them to think that we're dating, because dating generally will imply that we're in some kind of a romantic sort of thing. I don't want to give that. I don't want to set people up,
right?
For thinking that that's something that I'm really after. Now, if something happens and I find someone who's amazing and we just mesh and we're super compatible, and I really, really like him, who knows what happens? I'm keeping all my options open.
Okay,
but
cool.
I'm not actively out on the prowl for someone.
Right. So you're not. Sometimes people do obviously look for, they're looking for a serious relationship.
Yeah.
Those people tend to find each other and then get in a serious relationship like right away, and there it is.
It's not the thing you want to rush into, that's for certain. But I totally understand. Absolutely.
Did you use bowling as an example because that was the example that VAUSH gave? He compared bowling to having sex with your girlfriend.
No, I just used bowling. I just thought of something you might do in the real world.
He was like, oh, you get the same, neurochemical receptors in your brain bowling with your friends as you do with like being with your significant other.
No,
I
do remember that. Yeah, he did compare bowling to. He said bowling was exactly the same as having sex with your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Well,
like he was doing it in kind of like a
incredible
disparaging
bowling
way.
or terrible sex.
Yeah,
So,
I'm leaning towards it's probably terrible sex.
Probably. He doesn't strike me as the greatest, most fun, amazing bowler.
Oh,
that's not the kind of split I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Please spare me your opinion on that.
Oh, I will do my best.
Wow! Andrew Clark for $2 says bowling is amazing. I have 3 balls. Well, there you go.
Nice. Yeah.
Bowling is
fun.
mildly fun.
I guess my parents must have been really into bowling because I know that they had their own like special bowling balls. And they would take us bowling as kids.
Having any ball is having your own special bowling ball, sort of, right?
It's true. I mean, how many people own their own bowling ball? So I guess
certainly not me.
I should have asked them. I should be like, how often the hell did you guys go bowling? That you own bowling balls?
Bowling is okay. Bowling is okay. It's all right.
Yeah, I'm not anti-bowling. Sure.
I'm not anti-bowling either. Bowling is a mildly fun activity that you can partake in every once in a while.
Miniature golf is more fun.
The problem, I think, with bowling,
miniature golf. That's a good
mini golf's all right.
option right there.
Nah, yeah.
I mean, it depends on the girl, obviously.
Some
girls you might invite to
okay.
miniature golf, and they'd be like, "This guy's a loser."
Who doesn't like miniature golf? What kind of soulless being rags?
Well, mini golf and bowling are very similar in that you can only play one at a time. Otherwise, you're waiting. But there is a lot of stand around and talky time.
Yeah.
So that could be good. But it can also spell your doom. That's why movies a lot of time. For instance, if you're gonna take a lady out to a movie and a dinner, you want to do the movie first and then the dinner. So that during the dinner, you always got something to fall back on to talk about.
Right.
I mean, it's fine. It's cliched. You know, it ain't no zoo, but it's a good option.
Gemini, hey.
Also, so before you go on, someone in chat has pointed it out correctly. Also, it's not miniature golf; it's putt-putt. It's a very important distinction.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
This is like the soda versus pop debate.
Maybe
no one says putt-putt where I live. I've never heard those words.
Well, I guess you don't live around fun, correct people.
Gemini, thanks so much for being a Discipline Equals Freedom for 9 months. Says bowling is great. More people should bowl.
Yeah.
Bowling is a good activity that I think the strength of bowling is that it's very inoffensive to everyone. Like, who hates bowling? I don't know if there's people who hate bowling. I mean, maybe. But it's kind of like putt-putt, right? Like, who hates it? Does anyone really hate it? It's a safe bet for a group,
Sure.
Because you could always just sit around and eat food and drink and watch other people bowl and talk to them. So you're being social either way.
Now, see, I take all my first dates to go paintballing. It's a very trial by fire date.
Yeah, I suppose there's some things that are really risky moves. It's not a safe bet that works all the time for literally everyone, like the zoo. But
the zoo's a good date. Right,
the zoo is the apex
skeet shooting
place to take a lady on a date. Is you take that bitch to the zoo.
Nothing gets women more excited like seeing a bunch of animals running around.
Nothing gets women. Shooting's good, absolutely. If you know she's into it, it's as long as you know she's into it, absolutely do that.
Mm-hmm.
But if she doesn't like guns, then I would stay away from the
you should make her like guns.
Make her like guns. Listen,
women are
malleable. If we're gonna be in a relationship, you're gonna have to develop some pretty strong opinions on guns, and by that I mean you gotta love them.
I've never done Topgolf. I always wanted to try Topgolf.
What's Topgolf?
It's like a big range. Where you hit the, I think there's some
like battle royale
mechanism
golf?
where you kind of like you have to, by hitting your golf balls in a range, you get points. I don't know if it's just distance or if there's like little like giant holes you're supposed to hit your balls into or something, but
almost like going to the range, but the golf version of that.
Like skeet. I don't know if it's like skeet, skee ball, but with golf or something.
Oh, like you got little like zones or targets you're trying to hit?
Yeah, I think they're like targets, right?
I don't know.
Chat.
I don't fucking know.
I've seen pictures of it. I know someone wanted to do it once. I'm like, oh, that looks fun, but I've never got around to it. Gamified driving range. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Okay, all right.
Andrew Clark for $2 said, yeah, they're really big targets to golf into. Right, that's what I thought. Escape rooms, yeah. Some people really love.
Yeah, escape rooms can be good. Yeah, that could mesh really well with the kind of person that you're trying to get to. Yeah, this is why you kind of. Like, if you have no idea what she's into, that's why, like, the zoo and stuff is a great option. But if you know that she's into guns or golf,
escaping,
because golf's another so-so one, because golf is like difficult to hit that little fucking ball with a club and get it to go where you want. That's why putt-putt's, a bit more approachable.
Have you golfed?
Huh?
Have you golfed?
I've not played golf. I've
never played legitimate golf in my life.
I've gone to driving ranges.
Oh, really?
Where I am passable for the average person.
Yeah.
But I've never any better than that. Kind of like bowling. I'm slightly above average for what I would call the normal person, but it's
well, that's probably why you don't like it.
Because I'm slightly above because I'm better than most.
If you're really good at it, you probably like it more. But
that's true of everything.
Probably, but I just don't really care that much for the process of bowling, like the sport, the motions one makes, the pacing of how it plays out.
Someone said escape rooms, so she knows the theme of the relationship.
No, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, this will be good for later in our relationship when I kidnap you.
Someone said, didn't you go to an escape room where one of the puzzles was to solve a Rubik's Cube? Yeah, that one sucked balls. Some escape rooms suck. Because this is why I don't like things that are like crosswords. I don't care for crosswords and things of that nature. I think that an element of a really good puzzle or a really good escape room is that you don't have to really bring much outside knowledge in with you.
Oh,
it's
really?
all stuff that you can. Yeah, I think that a good puzzle is something that you can discover and find out and solve, and it's contained within the puzzle. So, like, if you have a crossword puzzle and you don't know Richard Nixon's second ex-wife, then you're just fucked. There's nothing you could do. That is unsolvable. And you may get lucky with some other adjacent ones that you have solved, but then the fourth letter's G. Is like, that doesn't help me at all. I have no clue who this is. And it's done. It's over. It cannot be figured out. There's nothing to figure out. That's all purely knowledge you've started the puzzle already having. So a good escape room, right? And the example that was brought up was that you had to solve a Rubik's Cube, which I guess technically is something you can discover but that's just sheer amount of time to figure that out. So if you don't know how like a Rubik's Cube works, then you just hit a wall. There's nothing you can do, which is lame.
There is, in escape rooms, there is this weird, like, what is part of the game and what is like outside of the game, because you always think of things like, well, we could just take the door off its hinges, but you're like,
if you really need to escape,
how about if we just tear this panel off of the wall?
But there is an element of playing within the bounds of what's intended for a good escape room.
You don't bring like a power drill,
but then there is where they would be like, okay, well, yeah, removing the hinges from the door was the thing that you were supposed to do. And you're like, oh, really? Okay.
Then I feel like that's the sort of thing that you would be communicated to you. Like, this is literally anything you can do to escape, do it. But generally, there will be an understanding that there is a certain way to go about it that doesn't involve engineering that you can do. And also, escape rooms often have themes. So like the Rubik's Cube one was like 80s themed or something like that. And then we went to one once where there is like a Christmas theme. So there's typically some sort of a thematic element that you go to them for. So if you have to, so you kind of know by that alone some element of what the bounds are for what you're intended to do.
Someone has suggested axe throwing for a date, and that can be lots of fun, but
what?
But you have to like go out with the girl or boy and toss a baseball around for a couple throws to make sure they know how to throw. They don't throw like a girl.
An axe?
Yeah, it's like those dickhole asses who will they'll take a girl to the range and they'll give her like this super powerful revolver for her first thing to shoot.
Right. Well, because here's the thing, because
it like knocks her arm out of the socket.
Yeah, the axe throwing thing is fun, and it's fun too because you have to no one, unless you've done it before. It's like weird. It's like you don't just throw it like you throw a baseball. There's like a finesse to it.
Yeah.
But you have to if the person can't throw, if they do like that weird. I know there's no unsexist way to do it. They do that weird stereotypical girl doesn't know how to throw
like a
things.
girl.
Yeah, they're never going to be able to do it. They're never going to be able to learn. So you just got to make sure you take the right person.
Yeah, you don't want to take someone to a date if the date requires a sort of general skill that they're just shit at,
right?
Because then they very likely will have a terrible time. because they might have a terrible time because they'll
It doesn't
feel
matter. You're there to show your skill.
That's right. You're
That's the
you want to
whole
destroy them.
That's the whole application process. You're
okay.
like,
I
you guys
forgot.
don't-
You're right. I was going about this the wrong way. It's
When
very
that
true.
girl sees that your ability to either sink that
Hell
golf ball in the
yeah.
hole or to nail that axe into that target, she's just
Hell
gonna be like,
yeah.
wow,
That's
this
right.
is
You
a
need to
man I can get
establish
behind.
from day one. You need to establish that you're here for me.
You are here to
You're here to
offer
witness my
excellent
achievements.
axe throwing genes. That
There you
is
go.
your
Our
you
children,
have to-
because of you, will be really shit at throwing axes. But despite that, I will allow
I
you
will-
the
yeah,
privilege
see-
of breeding with me.
Look, you got to show them that your genes are strong enough to overcome their shitty axe throwing genes.
If
You
you're
have
a
to
very,
make
very
sure
good
that when
girl and
you-
you're dutiful and obedient and you do what I say, then I will allow you the privilege of breeding with me.
You have to make sure that when you show her up at whatever event you're at, that you have to like really rub it in her face. Like really just show her
Well,
that
assert
you're,
your
like, the
dominance from
boss.
the get-go.
I
Assert your
think-
dominance.
Very
I
true.
think having a magnanimous approach, a
Nah.
very humble, it takes a while to figure it out and you'll get it next time. Next time we go axe throwing.
Honestly,
That's probably
it depends. I've been in relationships both with girls that are like, if you're playing something with them, anything with them, and you beat them, they're totally happy for you. And girls that are like super hyper competitive that will get very upset if you beat them like really badly in some game or something. So you kind of got to know.
So it said when she sees you nail the girl at the end of the bar, she knows she will have to compete for your musk.
Oh, it's disgusting.
I like a little musk. You
Ugh.
know, a little bit.
Andrew Clark for $2 says wood lanes are where it's at. Synthetic lanes are garbage.
I
don't
mean,
know anything
I have
about
never
that.
played on a
That
synthetic
seems-
lane as far
that
as I
seems
know.
True.
I mean, they look every bowling time I've gone, it looks wooden, but I couldn't tell.
I
you
guess
what it was.
I don't. I just don't have the skill set to really know.
I don't like
mean,
carve
I've
a
seen
chunk of
some
the floor out
plastic lanes.
and send it to like the lab to be analyzed.
I mean, you can tell there's either wood grain or it's like plastic. You can tell. I'm
Yeah,
sure
but
you've seen.
there could be ones that are plastic, or synthetic, but they make it look like wood grain, right?
No.
Okay. Clorox Jello shots for $5 says the fun in axe throwing or golfing with a newbie can be teaching them and showing them proper technique can involve close body contact. Well, that's a good point. That's a fantastic point. You get right up to the girl, you hold her, and you're like, "Listen, you gotta hold it like this." You gotta do this.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
yeah.
move.
And she's like, "Are you erect?"
They're like, "No,
Maybe
that's I'm holding an axe back here.
Maybe back-
That's my other golf club." Yeah, there you go.
Oh man.
Yeah, listen, if you go to those axe throwing places, if you've never been to one, it's like you go to this place, it's like a bar. You can get wasted, and there's like these lanes that you throw axes down.
That's
around,
true.
like,
There's nothing that
targets.
mixes with throwing axes more than alcohol.
Yeah, it's fun.
Look, remember we had a conversation about breaking up in person earlier. I think going to the axe throwing place is the place.
It's not a good place.
You should go
It's not where you should go if you're
when you're
looking to
breaking
break
up. Yeah.
No, you
that
should go to
axe in
Build a
her
Bear
hand.
Workshop. That's where you go to the breakup.
Put that axe in her
Okay.
hand and then say, "Listen, I don't think we're right for one another."
There you go. Take him to jujitsu, pottery, spin class. Moon Doggy for $10 says, I agree. I like a guy who is good at his hobbies, especially when you see his competitive side come out and you see the adrenaline pump him up. Yep, you got some people really into that.
You want people who are passionate for
Some people
something.
aren't.
Look at that. It sounds
You don't
like
want someone who doesn't have
careful.
passions for anything, who doesn't have
True.
hobbies and interests. That's
True.
dull.
I mean, I feel like we have a surprising number of females that listen to our stream.
Four.
Well, I mean,
It's a surprising.
we have Kava, we have Sammy G. Look, Moondoggy seems
Wow.
like she is of
Wow.
the female persuasion here.
How do you know Moon Doggy's a woman?
Could be
Because
a gay
they-
man, which is most likely because it involves less women.
I like a guy who is good. Well, maybe. I mean, Moondoggy, let us know.
Just assumed Moon Dog's gender. I can't believe you. Have.
Moondoggy sounds
Kava says
like just-
females. Where? Kava
Right,
is
good night, guys.
Kava is a female. I don't
Kava?
think she's down with women voting, but
Let's
let's do it. Yeah.
First of all, be more specific when you say let's do a sex poll. Secondly, I wouldn't trust the results.
I mean, we
Moondoggy
could try.
says that Moondoggy says he's a guy. So
Oh, really?
There you
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
I told you. Adam.
Or
I'm a guy.
Moondoggy is lying that she's lying
There you
that
go.
she's
I
a
told
guy.
you.
So
I agree. So, okay. I don't want to ask the sexual
There's-
orientation.
you're either a man or a lying woman.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 confirmed. 5 confirmed women.
in the
lineups.
chat
There you go.
right now.
In the chat right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Confirmed women.
Yes. 5
Well,
confirmed.
we'll keep an eye on them.
Let's watch this.
Well, okay. There's only 4 that we know for sure.
Look, all the guys want to have a sex poll because they want to know how many
sex
ladies
poll.
are actually in the chat.
Yes, no.
Confirmed feminoids. There you go.
Yeah.
Femoids
There you
in this chat.
Okay, we're up to 7. We're up to 7 supposed
Allegedly.
women's. Alleged 7.
We'll
There
do
you
the
go.
poll. Let's do the poll. I'll do the poll. You can read super chats.
Okay.
I'll take
Sometimes
care
I
of
look like a woman from the back.
it. Rags.
I don't know how to take that, but
I'll
yeah.
All right.
Sacrified R says, I do not think the internet is the only or even the main reason. I suspect it simply amplified the issue. In other words, a catalyst, not a cause. That's fair. That's fair. Rockaro, formerly Solodoge for $2 says, isn't all of socialism a zero-sum game ideology? It is.
That's right. Someone's got to be exploited for anything to grow. Someone has to lose for there to be a winner. There can't be any. You can't have someone go to someone else and say, "I'll perform a job for X dollars for this amount of time." It's all exploitative.
Well, and even a lot of socialists will admit this. Under their co-op models, they can't really compete efficiently with capitalism. So they understand it has to be like an all or nothing sort of situation. Andrew Clark for $5 says, the problem is that synthetic lanes don't absorb the oil. So as the games progress, oil is scattered. So it's harder to play consistently.
Wow.
Is there oil on the bowling?
Every once in a while, I try to sneak like a little extra foot, and I slip out past the line, and man, it is just slippery.
Oh, there's oil on the lanes. You're right. Yeah, I didn't think about that. The lanes are slick. So I guess that makes sense. Maybe do a chromosome poll. We're not going to do it.
I've never pulled them out and counted. I assume they're all there.
Yeah.
Might even have some extras. It's always a good plan. Have some spares.
Super exciting.
I have a great video, a great additional video to watch. I noticed you.
That is yet to be determined.
Who was scrolling through it? Was that you?
I was,
Sitch, or-
because
okay.
you had it just the giant red subscribe thing, and someone in the chat was complaining
Felt a
about
little
it, and I
needy.
looked at it and I was like, you know what, they're right. And then I was scrubbing the
What did they
like
say?
every
beta.
every part of the video I scrubbed to was like a guy and a girl like giving each other goo eyes, and I was like, Jesus, Adam, is there like a single frame I can land
He's
on
just-
here that's not
his
going to make
fetish is
men
general
feel,
romance.
So this is the one the
violence?
apocalyptic
Yeah,
one
exactly. This
the one
this
that
is
you
where it's
settled on.
at.
What were
Yeah.
you looking for?
Just any frame that I could stop on that would make people feel uncomfortable.
Oh, this one's
So
a good
I
one.
settled on violence.
This one's a good one. What's going on in this
Ugh.
picture?
Holding
That's all-
hands. That's
Those
pretty
are
gay.
all the disenfranchised young men
This is
starting a
VAUSH
riot.
out with his monogamous
Right.
girlfriend.
There you go. Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian says, hey guys, I was checking out Chinatown in Vancouver the other day, and guess what I found? The Dollar Meat Store!
Oh,
Though
wow.
Sadly, I could not find SFO. Hi, Rags.
Hello. He must have just left. You just missed him.
So there you go. Gene the Angry Penguin for $5 says, Vosh and Pogo the Clown. Police just ain't gone to Vosh's basement yet. Was Pogo the clown name for Gacy?
The killer? Yeah, that's the killer clown man person.
John Wayne Gacy?
right?
Was that his clown name? Pogo?
It very possibly could have been.
Yes, it was. I just Googled it. Pogo.
Nice,
Or Patches
very
the Clown?
nice.
Really? No way.
I mean, now that I'm looking at it, John Wayne Gacy looks a lot like a combination of Jangles and Vlad.
Because Adam and I, we know who those are, so that works as a descriptor. So
Jangles and Vlad.
yeah, Jangles and Vlad.
Creationist Cat, right?
Oh,
That's his
okay.
channel name.
Oh, Vadim Newquist.
Vadim, not Vlad.
Vadim?
Yeah, what do you?
Thank you.
Hmm.
I don't know. It was a V name. If
Vadim.
Vadim and Jangles had a child, it would be John Wayne Gacy.
Wow, that's scary.
Captain Mystery, thank you for the $5. Says get good. He's got a little get good emoji.
Yeah,
True.
that was cool.
Captain Mystery for $50. Thank you, Captain Mystery. Says, hello. If it isn't my favorite black void with teeth and blue jacketed friended. If you don't remember me, I'm the founder and moderator of r/moldy bread. A shout out is appreciated.
What is r/moldy bread about? Dare I ask?
Sounds like a YouTube.
That's a
channel.
good question.
You just discuss like bread and mold, and their.
It's a place to criticize bread tubers.
Okay.
Oh.
Place to criticize bread tubers.
Well,
there you go, guys. Thank you, Captain Mystery, for the $50. If you want to go to a Reddit to criticize bread tubers, check out r/moldy bread.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Corp Neo for €2 says, quote, clean your ghetto, bucko. Jordan Peterson, according to VAUSH. There you go.
You should clean your ghetto. You should clean wherever you live. If you live in a ghetto, it shouldn't be filthy.
Oh, man, our surrogate uncle, Mystery Guest 01, thank you so much for $200.
Wow.
Really generous of you.
That's amazing.
Hi, Rags.
Hello.
That was an expensive hello.
That was, but you know what? I think it was worth every dime. I really appreciate that.
I completely agree. Yeah.
I'm sure that because that was their message, I'll get a big old juicy cut of that $200. Of course.
No, probably not, but
I'll spend it on taking bitches to the zoo. I'll get a whole bus full of them, a whole gaggle.
A whole bus. I like it.
A whole bus full of them.
The Andrew Tate model.
I'll rent out a short bus, promise them things, definitely deliver on all my
budget
promises.
Andrew Tate model.
I just get a short school bus.
Definitely easier to control that way.
The first one the first maybe, I don't know, 6 or so will think it's really weird that I rented out a whole bus. Right. And then the 7th and 8th and 9th and so on, they'll be like, oh, this is why you rented a bus.
Oh, this is just a school field trip.
I'll just tell them to socialize in the back while I take us to the zoo. We'll be there in no time, ladies.
95 Keep for $10 says, Adam is saying that everyone will abuse their AI girlfriend because he knows that if he had one, that's what he would do with it. It would make The Handmaid's Tale look like the Feminist Manifesto.
I mean, you try it out at least, see what happens. Right?
Classic projection. Daily Dose for $2 says, Hank Hill's the top role model. I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
There you go. That's
I was thinking Homer Simpson as like a male role model.
I don't know about that one.
Bart Simpson?
I don't know about that one.
Why not?
Pogo the Clown?
That one, you could be on something with that. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, finally, my years of work, worming my way into Sitch and Am's audience pays off so that I may pick up women from their crowd.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
There you go.
We're all doing you guys a great service here. Doesn't look like we have enough women. We need like a 50-50, like for everyone. So
we've only had 295 people respond so far.
Mm-hmm.
That is, could be better.
It's like 90-10.
90-10.
Must be a lot of women in the audience.
90-10 split. So,
so
I feel like
10 of you.
I feel like the poll is not receptive because all the women are going to respond, but most of the men are not.
They're like, I'm a man.
Really? You think it's even okay? So you think it's
going to be
worse?
some selection bias, but
I don't know. It could be the other way around.
Or there's just a bunch of liars. We all know that there's no such thing as women on the internet. Okay.
Agreed.
Kavah says sausage fest.
CT threw off
just
the poll.
Line them up.
One of the 4 or 5 confirmed women, CT, says, I voted male in the poll. So she already threw the result.
Why would you do that, CT? So
because
mean.
She's a problem child. Okay, she's a little gremlin. Speaking of CT for $2 says, I was stopped one time by a group of dudes at a theme park. Like they knew I wasn't famous. They just stopped me and wanted to take a picture. What? Who was nice? So shout out to Dylan, I guess. Well, there they go.
All right. Fair enough. I guess you just have one of those faces that owes itself well to random photography.
There you go.
Yeah.
Some boys thought you were cute and they want to take a picture.
Absolutely.
They should have charged them.
Maybe they'll they're going to Photoshop you onto pornography at their houses. I really wish that I could watch that lady have sex. And that's
Listen.
likely not the case, but what I can do.
Did they ask you to take your shoes off? Because I hope you said no.
Well, if it was at a
You should
water
charge
park,
extra for that.
if it was a water park, she was likely wearing flip flops or something anyway. So
The
she's
theme
halfway home.
park.
Oh, theme park. Maybe the theme was being barefoot. Maybe the theme was water.
Maybe. CT for another $4. Stop giving us money, CT. Says Adam about the bowling thing. Me and Blep agree that if it's one dude, we're more likely to let him join us as long as he's not creepy. Because a group of dudes, you know what they're after, and we're just here to vibe. However, if we're in a mixed group and they're in a mixed group, it's all cool. Again, as long as no one is being creepy. It's very different when it's all guys approaching a group of all girls. Well, interesting.
Well, unless the girls are there for the similar reasons, right? Maybe the girls are out there to, see what happens with the boy groups. Who knows? I don't know. The inner machinations of a femoid's brain space. They're a strange bunch. You never know. Guys are strange too, but I can relate to it more.
That's true. Yeah, with guys, it can go either way because a group of guys could be perceived as threatening, but then one guy alone could be like a weirdo. So yeah, I could see going either direction.
True.
So.
Either way, you just never leave the house.
Well, listen. I mean, how hot is the guy, right?
Yeah,
Do you want to be stalked by a
say.
single solitary killer or a whole pack of killers? It's
right.
What if it's
you
a
got
bunch
one
of hot
really
guys?
hot guy and he comes up to a group of girls, he's like, "Hey, ladies, can I join your game?" They'd probably be like, "Sure." But if he's like, ugly. VAUSH for $2. Thank you, VAUSH. VAUSH gave us $2.
It's very kind of him.
I'm glad that you're a good sport after all this. VAUSH says, "Hullabaloo and howdy do. Musty prawns and Timbuktu. Yeltsy bye and hibberty poo. Kick him in the dishpan. Hoo hoo hoo." Well, thank you.
That's art.
Awesome. Yeah, I didn't know he was such a poet.
Yeah.
Right.
It's quite the thespian.
Definitely didn't steal that. Magor for $2 says, "Social media makes me feel angry more than lonely, especially Facebook. The people I know from real life sure have bad political opinions, myself included." Well, there you go. As long as you know that you're included. That's all I meant. That was a Courage the Cowardly Dog reference. Wow. Bringing me back. I knew that sounded familiar.
Wow.
For all you Courage the Cowardly Dog fans, I'm telling you, The Tower of Doctor Zalost is one of the best episodes of cartoon ever made.
Is that the one with the tower that shoots the cannonballs?
That's right. That's right. The Happy Plums and the cannonballs and the rat. Yeah.
I really liked the episode with the guy who steals their sleep. Because of the cool, he lived in this really cool looking purple forest that was just very aesthetically pleasing to me.
I bet a lot of those Courage episodes were really good.
Yes.
What
happened? We have the Pharaoh's Curse, the Return the Slab. That one.
The Man in Gauze. The Man in Gauze.
King Ramses.
Yes, that's a classic episode.
It scared me when I was really young. That Pharaoh was creepy as fuck. He was standing out there in the field.
Okay, you got to be younger than I.
He just scared. I don't know. Maybe I was just a sensitive child. Maybe I held on to my childish innocence longer than you did.
Maybe that's it.
Because you grew up in the ghetto and you were a child of the streets and you had to be tough.
I was tough on the streets, Rags. You were coddled.
You were shot so many times. You were the Man in Gauze.
That's right. I saw a man that looked like King's Ramsay every day on my walk home to school.
The Man in Gauze. Oh, I'm gonna use the loo real quick. I'll be right back.
What?
I just dropped my top.
Can you?
What? Well,
you dropped. You dropped your
my
boob,
what?
Your boob protector top.
Yeah. See, Rags leaving got me so excited. I just ripped my
You
top
fell out of your top. Happens to me all the time.
No.
Nice.
So for Hanukkah,
I fell out of my
Parker
bottom.
got me a gift, and she didn't get a dreidel, but she got a little top. And I spin it sometimes when I'm streaming, and it's just gone. It flew across the room. So there you go. I bet if it was a dreidel, that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah. Okay. So is that? Are we done?
Sam Randomness
More
Poo
super
for
chats.
$10 says, "We need a quote.
Focus.
Matt Walsh reacts to the Chaos Gods of 50K video so bad I'll kill for a teenage TikTok celebrity for it." I'd kill
what is that?
a teenage TikTok clip before it.
For what?
Matt Walsh reacting to the Chaos Gods of 40K.
The Chaos Gods of 40K. What is that?
That would be an interesting. I don't think Matt Walsh would ever do that, but that would be an interesting video to watch. You're the one you're the 40. You know more about 40K than I do. You don't know about the Chaos Gods of 40K, Adam.
I mean, maybe I read about them a bit, but
okay.
We have resident 40K experts. We have Cullivar, who I don't know if he's in the chat right now. He said he's going to delete his YouTube channel, so maybe he's moved on to greener pastures. But we also have Counterpoints.
That's right.
Who is a 40K fan. So
that's right. And Carl, avid listener Carl.
Carl, yeah, he's a 40K fan, isn't he?
He knows
what
all
the
about
heck?
40K. Yeah.
What the heck? It's like 40. I've read one book on 40K, and I mean, I get why all the neo-reactionaries just, jizz their drawers for 40K, because it's very the world seen through the eyes of authoritarians with technological power.
Sargon, that's true.
Yeah.
Sargon's a big 40K guy.
Yep. I don't know that Sargon is a neo-reactionary though at this point.
Did you say he is or is not?
No, I don't think he is.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't think he is either.
The
I don't know what that have to do with what was
he had an interesting conversation with Peter Boghossian. Yeah,
yes.
we might listen to a little bit on Tuesday. I've been lining up a bunch of guests on the Tuesday stream.
So that person's supposed to come on this Tuesday, so we'll see.
Ba?
Yes.
Is it Ba or Bar? Okay.
I don't know. Baz, I think.
But we could watch a little bit of the Peter Boghossian talk.
Yeah, we
and
can
he
do
could
both.
come on too.
Sure.
Cherry's going to come on the Tuesday after that.
Nice.
And she objects to us laughing at the wage gap. She says the wage gap is totally real, and that
Wow.
she sent me some
Interesting.
studies to
Okay.
prove it.
Why don't you send those studies to me so I can look at them?
Well, I didn't want, come on. I'll send them to you the day of.
No, you send them to me. You send them to me now.
You need them now? Right this
After the stream.
second? Okay.
Okay.
I
I'll
mean,
give you
it's
till
like
Monday.
2 weeks away.
There you go. You can send it to me on Monday.
We also have President Sunday has agreed to come on. And he made it
Sure.
he's beefing with Short Fat Utaku about something or other. So
Oh, was he the
aren't
guy
we
who's
all?
he sounds like the stereotypical loser nerd?
President Sunday?
Yeah.
I mean, that's subjective. But
Maybe.
okay. If
I don't
that's
know
the
what
way
you
he
mean by
sa-
that.
What is he
if
arguing
that's the
with
way it
Dev
sounds
about?
to you. Well, I invited President Sunday to come on today. President Sunday is an avid VAUSH defender.
Oh yeah.
And I said, he could defend VAUSH if he wanted to on this. He's doing a live stream right now on vegan ethics.
Exciting.
I did ask in the chat he said he might come on after he's done with the live stream. So he's
see.
sporting a very new look right now that is a
Oh.
little.
Like a good look?
Of course not.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I don't-
Some randomist poo also says that they also need a Jordan Peterson reacts to the Chaos Gods of 40K. So
Mhm.
there you go. Just want people reacting to the Chaos Gods of 40K.
I'm a big Slanesh fan myself.
Aiden Paladin has agreed to do a monarchy part 2 debate with us as well.
Oh God! I mean, yay!
So,
Exciting.
what do you mean? People. First of all, that was
No one
very-
cares about this conversation.
What are you talking about? Look, my channel is virtually dead, and that video got a ton of views, and everyone still views it to this day and comments on it all the time. Yeah. So people are definitely interested.
We're down to 8% feminoids in the poll.
Well, when you're calling them feminoids, why the hell would they watch the channel? I mean, it sounds like you're.
That's what
Was it
Kavah
ones for
said. I'm
punishment?
using-
You know how they are.
Exactly. I'm using.
It sounds like
Kavah's
you're
term.
saying they're defective, but I think Kavah might be a little bit anti-women.
You think she's self-hating?
I don't know. She's made some comments about how women shouldn't vote, and I can't tell if
Wow.
she's serious or
Wow.
not. But Kavah is very intelligent. She makes very intelligent videos. I mean, she's obviously. I'm
Speaking
sure
of,
she's got a reason for it. But,
Women that hate themselves. So we watched that feminist panel last week. Supposedly, I haven't watched it. Supposedly, there's a conversation between Destiny and Just Pearl, I think her name is, who's one of the other woman that
on the
wasn't
panel.
Sydney Watson on the panel. And supposedly she's like a big defender of Andrew Tate.
I don't understand how you could be, well, not just a person and defend Andrew Tate, but like a woman especially and defend Andrew Tate. Like, man, I'm not even like, God, what a jeez.
Yeah, the people who are trotting out these are consenting adults,
high bar.
Well, if a person commits fraud against you, you are a consenting adult, right? The people who are defrauded by
having fraud committed against you because
exactly.
You essentially consented to something that you were deceived.
Right. Exactly. The people who invested in Bernie Madoff's hedge fund or whatever, sure, they were consenting. They weren't consenting to him using the money.
They consented to something else that was not exactly communicated properly.
And I do feel like there's enough evidence to make a fraud claim against Andrew Tate. Yeah, he's pretty much admitted it. Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, lately. It's possible that he was just lying to try to seem cool, and I'm sure the Romanian prosecutors will find that out because he was basically committing tax fraud. But he's admitting on video to committing fraud.
So are people saying that we have a society that's buyer beware, that you should know that the person is lying to you? You should just are you saying that lying in relationships is acceptable?
Well, no, it's entirely tribal. Like if it was Hunter Biden that was accused of all these things,
all over it, I'm sure Hunter Biden has taken the class that that Andrew Tate offers. I mean, that has happened, right?
What's the name of the school? The Andrew Tate online school? What is it like?
Supreme Gentleman School.
Supreme Gentleman Cobra Strike Club or something like that. Something really infantile. Something indistinguishable from a parody of itself, essentially.
Patrick Mulligan for 2 Canadians says, reminder that tomboys are superior femoids. Ask Rags.
Tomboys are superior to femboys, easily, no contest.
There you go. No, he says are the superior femoids, not
femoids. No, femboys aren't femoids. They're just dudes who are just really unappealing.
What if they identify as women, though?
Oh wow, this changes everything.
Hustler University.
To some it does.
No, probably not. No, I'm fine with femoid. They're just not my thing. But tomboys are better, though. Ironically.
There you go. Hustler and Hunter University. They're very close.
Hustler University.
Supreme Gentleman Dojo. You don't want to go to that one. That's a bad place.
Supreme Gentleman Dojo.
You don't want to go there.
That's actually hilarious.
I haven't watched I saw that Zahan was on Rogan. I saw there's a clip, I think, on YouTube that they uploaded. I watched that was basically Zahan predicting that China is going to be completely just like screwed in 10 years. And I saw the clip, but I haven't watched the whole thing yet. So
yeah.
Tidge, thanks so much for being free with here for 6 months. Says, I don't have much to add to the stream other than saying I'm glad the Sunday show is back to its normal schedule.
Yes. So
it is Sunday. Yeah, good job, guys.
Yeah, awesome.
It is Sunday.
I saw you guys talking yesterday about Glass Onion.
Yeah, that movie sucks balls.
Okay, I was wondering.
I just
what
watched
the
that
consensus
movie
was.
a couple days ago.
Right.
And I was gonna put a meme up, and then I just forgot. You know the meme where the guy's like, "I'm a retard," and then the people say, "Let's get away from this retard."
Yeah.
I'm just pretending.
I think I referenced it once. Yeah, because the discussion around that seems to be.
I don't
even think people really know what they're talking about when they talk about that movie.
Or do people like it? Movie? I saw it had like really positive
like it.
marks on Rotten Tomatoes.
It sucks because that movie's balls.
It's so weird. I watched it and at first I'm like, oh, I don't, he's very political. Wait a minute. What the fuck is the point of this movie? I don't even understand. What is the purpose of this movie?
Is it like a sequel to Knives Out or just in the same?
I've never seen Knives Out, so I don't even know if it has any relation to it.
Glass Onion's way worse.
Do you like Knives Out, Rex?
No.
Okay.
It's bad.
Some people are.
The Glass Onion's worse.
I've heard people say to me, "Oh, you have to see Knives Out. Knives Out is great," and I've never seen.
No,
Knives
it's not.
Out.
Yeah, it's bad.
Is that character, the detective character, is he in Knives Out?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only connection?
I think so.
Well, it's really weird because it's the movie is set up like it's a mystery movie, and then it's like halfway through the movie, it's like, oh, it's not actually a mystery movie. Fuck you. And then you go, oh, well, then what's the point of the movie? And then
Except it is a mystery. It's just it's just really, really poorly written.
But it's not even a mystery. It's like it's a mystery of how it was made. I guess that's the mystery.
The mystery is why people like it.
Because the whole point of it is like it's like, oh, it's a glass onion. It's something that looks like it has layers, but it's actually like see-through. There's nothing. It's just empty and hollow. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, sure. What's the point of? It's like Rian Johnson is so obsessed with just subverting things. He thinks that like subverting a mystery movie to not being a mystery is like genius subversion. It's like, well, no, then it's just people doing shit. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's the beginning and the end of, I guess, his thing is he just wants to subvert shit regardless of how well it's done or context or anything. There's no just craftsmanship in it that's of any value.
Well, like subverting a mystery story into just being obvious and stupid. That's not really subversion. Like,
tell us why it's terrible, Rags.
The plot doesn't make any sense and the characters are shit.
Oh, okay.
And they destroy the Mona Lisa. The character you're supposed to like literally destroys the Mona Lisa painting.
I know that part. I was like,
she destroys the Mona Lisa painting to make someone else angry.
Right. To ruin his reputation. I thought, okay.
Yes.
That's an interesting
None of it
move.
makes any sense.
I was like, wow. I thought we were supposed to like this person.
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, you're supposed to. I guess a lot of people actually do because people are stupid and I hate them.
Right.
CT sent you a Pokemon to name, Adam.
Okay, I'll work.
Oh God, I am very curious as to what you're gonna come up with this one.
Okay, makes me think I should look at it.
Yes. Spencer, thanks so much for being a free sticker for 4 months. Says the previous poll, likely represents those that comment and receive interactions from creators. It is hit or miss if they get interaction based on chat numbers. That's interesting. That's a good point, I guess. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Like, in terms of like, do you find social media, lonely or not?
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you're saying they're in a parasocial relationship, and it depends upon if that social relationship is being fulfilled or not.
Yes, essentially.
Wow.
Essentially. I sent you the picture too. I want to hear Rags' name for this.
Yeah, let me take a look here. What this
Rags,
fellow is?
Look, if Rags wants to do the special
Spintalos.
Okay,
that's what you're calling it, Spintalos.
I like
Spintalos.
But we'll go with Spintalos.
No, what's yours, Adam?
Spintalos.
Well, I haven't thought of one, but I just Rags can be our guest Pokemon namer.
You have to do a separate one.
Well, Spintalos is pretty hard. I mean, that's like there's nothing.
Hard.
There's nothing in this Pokemon that says it. Like, what's a Spendalos?
Well, there you go. That's why I want you to come up with your own name.
Yeah, that's coming up with a name. It just looks like a Spintalos to me. I have no idea why. It just came to me as if a vision.
Okay.
What does it say to you, Adam? What does it call out to you?
I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Edgar.
Oh, come on. Give it some. People got to be able to like guess.
Okay, so you wanted something that like embodies some hint. Is
the whole point is people are supposed to be able to guess what the Pokemon is from your name, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, Edgar does not.
Edgar is the name someone gives to a Pokemon that has another name.
Yeah, when they catch it, it says.
But Spindalos is.
Would you like to give
essentially
a nickname?
Spindalos. Look, Spindalos is Edgar.
Spintalos.
I mean, there's no difference between Spindalos and Edgar. That's the whole point of me saying Edgar.
But okay, give it an actual.
Okay.
Yeah, an actual name.
Well,
let
me think about it for a second.
Edgar's not a real name.
Okay,
Do you have another super chat or?
You think we have lots of super chats.
Okay.
Vash Viper for $10 says, for me at least, I think social media makes me feel lonely because any relationship can end with a click of a button. If that happens, then the bridge is burned and I've got nobody to talk to.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
It's definitely easier to end online relationships than. Well, it depends. I mean, if it's a physical relationship, you have to go out of your way to interact with the person. Maybe not. But if it's like where you go to school or you go to job or you go to some place where you have to see that person, then yeah.
You gotta pretend to agree with them, otherwise they're gonna like ghost you. That's how online friendships go, right?
I think a lot of people's relationships and friendships are based on, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, would be based around just the fact that you're in a place where you kind of have to interact with a person, and so you become friendly with them. Yeah, I'm not sure the relationship would really continue if that wasn't the case. Andrew Clark for $2 says, next Sunday Fight Club stream with Rags? Question mark?
Question mark? Question mark?
Question mark? Question mark?
I guess. I
think that was aimed at you, Rags.
And when
really
is
wants
this?
us to watch
And we have one person that really wants this Fight Club stream.
It's Andrew Clark.
And it's Andrew Clark.
Yeah.
I'm not sure a lot of other people really want it, but Andrew really wants it.
Andrew really
wants to see that Fight Club.
Yeah. I guess we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens.
Maybe.
Potentially Criminal for $5 says, did TYT have to provide a warning that this interview with VAUSH may cause cancer to pregnant or women who nurse?
Women who are breastfeeding?
There you go.
Look. You think TYT has women who are breastfeeding in their audience? Somehow I don't think so.
Right.
Unless it's like a cat. They've like a...
That's one of Jordan Peterson's rules for life. If you see a cat,
breastfeed it in the street.
Breastfeed it.
If you see a kitten, an abandoned kitten, breastfeed it in the street.
It will search frantically for your other 4 nipples, but don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
Did you come up with a name yet, Adam?
I'm leaning towards something with Vicks Vapor Rub in it.
Okay. A mystery guest here one. Thank you for being our surrogate uncle. Thank you for being a freehold here for 4 months. He reminds us of your last name, Fingerjacks.
Fingerjacks.
That's what you named Mewtwo, right? Fingerjacks.
I'm gonna go with Vicks Vapor Horse.
Vapor Horse.
What do you think?
What? I see it. Now that you're saying that, I see it.
Look, this is probably the easiest one I've ever done.
Vicks
Look,
Vapor
if you guys don't get it, if you guys don't get the Vicks Vapor Horse,
Vicks Vapor
there's
Horse.
no
like
hope
the
for
rub.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. I like it. I
like
like
to
it.
declare, I believe I am coming down with the vapors.
Interesting.
Okay.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Monday's talk about natural rights was cringe. You guys weren't totally off, but you are missing some critical nuance. Well, I'm going to blame Rags for any lack of nuance in that conversation.
I'm not here to provide nuance. I'm here to provide strong opinions, even on things I know nothing about.
There you go. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, VAUSH is wrong. I make lots of friends being as rude as humanly possible. Well, there you go. I believe
really?
that.
Are they real
I would
friends, though?
I would believe it. Yes. Bishop Cruz for $10 says, I've known over half a dozen couples who have been in open relationships. They start out happy, but end horrible and in divorce and bitter breakups. Also seen people use open relationships to scout for their next boyfriend. Oh, well, that's... Yeah, you gotta be careful of that. So...
This is just so obvious. So obvious. Yeah. Never underestimate people's ability to lie to themselves.
True. Rogue Elephant for $20 says, hi, Rags. Glad to see you. You've helped make some of my family appreciate furries for possibly being base degenerates as opposed to just mere degenerates.
Nice. Always happy to do what little I can to improve our image on online discourse.
There you go.
Rags is a prominent member of the furry community.
I'm not.
What?
I'm not part of the furry community.
He's not?
I thought you were a furry.
I don't. Probably not.
Oh, okay. So that's a yes.
It's not likely.
Probably not means you are a furry.
Probably not. Try again later. Doesn't look good.
Outlook not certain.
No. Don't give us the magic 8-ball responses, okay?
Rotisserie Protocol for $10 says, first off, Sitch, give me my damn wrench already. Angry face emoji. Secondly, our tards send their regards. Rags guests on the show more often, please.
Our tards send their regards. That's pretty cool.
That's a pretty
great.
good saying.
Yeah.
I like it. Rags disappeared.
Did he?
I'm here. No, I'm here.
There you go.
I can't wait to get Rags' response on this next video. I hope he's sticking around for it.
Mr. Rich Low Pitch for $20 says social media should be a supplement to in real life interaction, not a replacement of. The same way fast food should be an occasional treat and video games should be a fun activity when you aren't able to do outdoor activities. I mean, that's all good in theory, but in practice.
And then Sitch came in and just crapped all over the idea.
I'm just explaining what is real. Okay?
Sitch, look, people want real human interactions with people. It's fun.
I don't think anyone got your Pokemon, Adam.
Good.
Okay. What if I call it...
Look, there's several steps to this Pokemon, okay? First of all, you got to think, Vicks Vapor Rub. What is that? What do people use that for? And then you have to think, oh, yes, I get that. And then you have to make another connection. And then, I mean, the horse is the easy part. Really.
Why was I supposed to give Rotisserie Protocol a wrench? Did he give $100 or something?
I'm not sure. I've never heard Rotisserie Protocol.
Listen, Rotisserie, I'm going to give you a wrench.
Sounds like a really weird way
Don't do it. Don't do it. That's
something.
the first time I've ever seen Rotisserie in the chat before.
Listen, I could take it away. This is a
look. He's going to ban everybody.
I've seen Rotisserie. Okay.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
There's your temporary. Be good, Rotisserie. Otherwise, I'm going to snatch it away.
Oh, you just take it away now, and then you go, look, you had it. Look, I gave you the ring.
I only do that to Doomer. Okay.
I think Doomer has a wrench right now, though.
He shouldn't.
Okay, you're right. Take it away.
Which is interesting because you guys gave me one. I didn't even ask for it.
Look, how come?
But you're a big internet celebrity. So
I thought you were going to say because I was tough but fair, just, understanding, empathetic.
You're not any of those
sense
things.
Of morality. I'm all those things.
Skeptical.
All those things and more.
Skeptical. This Pokemon, I'm trying to think of. Oh my god, it looks like. I'm gonna call it like gate horse, horse gate. It's like a horse stuck in a gate. Like that's what it looks like.
But look, there's little pills on the gate.
It's a horse that's literally. It's a horse that tried to jump through a gate and then got stuck and was like, "Oop, I'm stuck in a gate now."
There's little NyQuil pills on the gate.
And then it became a horse.
Look, that's Vicks Vapor Rub is connected to the NyQuil pills.
Stuck horse.
There's little
Stuck horse. That's the name. Stuck horse.
NyQuil gate stuck horse. Let's be.
Oh, CT says Thoth got it. I just didn't see. Apparently, Thoth got it a long time ago. It was yes, Arceus.
Vicks Vapor Horse.
Arceus.
They got it on.
There you go.
You just don't know what's up. Okay, let's watch the video. New video. Here we go.
What is this video that we're watching?
Look, you'll love it. Subscribe, guys. Okay, so this is a clip from Robert Wright's book, The Moral Animal.
Gotcha.
Okay. But I really want your feedback on whether or not...
Who's this video by?
It's by Robert Wright.
Robert Wright.
But I made the video. I did the visuals and stuff like that. So, but it's an excerpt from an audiobook. It's only 11 minutes. You guys can look, pause it whenever you want and give your feedback.
You did the visuals for it, but okay.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Something about the world doesn't seem to make sense. On the one hand, it is run mostly by men. On the other hand, in most parts of it, polygamy is illegal. Why did they let this happen?
Yeah, what's up with that? I don't look. Men want to have lots of wives. Why would they?
I mean, some men do. I don't know how many men actually want to have multiple wives.
Look, men run the world, yet polygamy is illegal in most places.
I don't know. I feel like what I raised was a decent question.
Well, what was your question again?
About how many men actually want to have multiple wives.
All of them.
Like, is that a? I don't. I barely want. I'm on the fence about one.
Oh, really?
They want to have sex with multiple women, but they want multiple
it's like
wives. That's an entirely different question.
Yeah, I'll fuck bitches, but I don't know about having multiple wives.
Okay.
a lot of nagging.
So you just think the logic is way off. You're like, of course, men made it polygamy illegal. Too many wives is, that's just big trouble. Okay, that's interesting perspective.
The first step toward answering the why monogamy question is to understand that for some monogamous societies on the anthropological record, including many hunter-gatherer cultures, the question isn't all that perplexing. These societies have hovered right around the subsistence level. In such a society, a man who stretches his resources between the two families may end up with few or no surviving children.
Okay.
And even if he were willing to gamble on a second family, he'd have trouble attracting a second wife. Why should she settle for half of a poor man if she can have all of one? Out of love? But how often will love malfunction so badly? Its very purpose is to attract her to men who will be good for her progeny. Roughly the same logic holds if a society is somewhat above the subsistence level, but all men are about equally above it. A woman who chooses half a husband over a whole one is still settling for much less in the way of material well-being. The general principle is that economic equality among men, especially but not only.
I guess that's making the assumption that like half of my resources are for this wife and half is for the other wife, instead of I have these resources for whichever wife needs it.
Well, I mean, obviously, if you have 5 or 6 wives, those resources are going to be
split up between
thinner,
more people.
Obviously.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. I mean, it makes logical sense to me. Yeah. Look, why do women really want to opt into half a husband? I mean, most women feel. I mean, I wonder how Anna Kasparian feels about sharing her husband with a second wife. I'm sure she'd be. Wasn't there a recent movie about that where they were like, there's polygamy involved? And
Jordan Peterson was Captain Picard.
Oh, yeah.
Or Captain Kirk, I mean.
Only if.
Since you're in the monogamy camp, right? You're not.
I'm pro monogamy.
Okay. Second wife is not on the table for you.
No.
I think yeah, generally one wife is one spouse for one person seems to be the way to go.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pushing it.
If near
if you can handle any wives, almost certainly one is what you should devote yourself to. Especially when you keep the value of individuals to kind of be at a certain level.
I mean, I heard one is the loneliest number myself, but
we could be alone together.
Level tends to short-circuit polygyny. This tendency by itself dispels a good part of the monogamy mystery, for more than half of the known monogamous societies have been classified as non-stratified by anthropologists. What really demand explanation are the 6 dozen societies in the history of the world, including the modern industrial nations, that have been monogamous yet economically stratified. These are true freaks of nature. The paradox of monogamy amid uneven affluence has been stressed especially by Richard Alexander. When monogamy is found in subsistence-level cultures, Alexander calls it ecologically imposed. When it appears in more affluent, more stratified cultures, he calls it socially imposed. The question is why society imposed it. The term socially imposed may offend some people's romantic ideals. It seems to imply that in the absence of bigamy laws, women would flock toward money, gleefully signing on a second or third wife so long as there was enough of it to go around. Nor is the term flock used lightly.
Oh my God.
Here. There is a tendency for polygamy.
Who are these fat, ugly guys?
What's going on?
Pictures? Who are these?
They're
ugly?
Rich. That's the only explanation. No personality is worth that.
You're seeing love. This is love, Sitch. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my God.
To occur in bird species whose males control territories of sharply differing quality or quantity. Some female birds are quite happy to share a male so long as he has a lot more real estate than any male they could have monopolized. Most human females would like to think that they are guided by a more ethereal sort of love, and that they have somewhat more pride than a long-billed marsh wren. And, of course, they do. Even in polygynous cultures, women are often less than eager to share a man. But typically they would rather do that than live in poverty with the undivided attention of a ne'er-do-well. It is easy for well-educated, upper upper-class women to scoff at the idea that any self-respecting woman would willingly suffer the degradation of polygyny, or to deny that women place great emphasis on a husband's income. But upper-class women seldom even meet a man with a low income, much less face the prospect of marrying one. Their milieu is so economically homogeneous that they don't have to worry about finding a minimally adequate provider. They can refocus their search and spend their time pondering a prospective mate's taste in music and literature. And these tastes are themselves cues to a man's socioeconomic status. This is a reminder that the Darwinian evaluation of a mate needn't be consciously Darwinian. In favor of Alexander's belief that there's something artificial about highly stratified yet monogamous societies is the fact that polygyny tends to lurk stubbornly beneath the surface. Though being a mistress is even today considered at least mildly scandalous, a number of women seem to prefer that role to the alternative. If we adopt this way of looking at things...
Yeah,
I don't buy this.
Yeah, that's why I want to get your response. What's like, you're not buying into any of this?
No, I don't buy this at all.
Okay. What don't you buy? Be specific.
I think, okay, well, you have to be specific. If you're in a low resource environment, then I would 100% buy that. Yes, women will choose to be in a polygamous relationship in order to have access to the one or the few males that have resources. But in an environment, well, and maybe that's all he's talking about.
Well, he says he says in that environment you do get monogamy because it's the environment imposes it. Basically, nobody.
No. He said the opposite.
Resources. Well, no, he says in a resource-rich environment is where you get polygyny. In a non-resource-rich environment, you get monogamy.
Well, okay, he means it. He's using it in a different way that I mean it. In terms of a resource restrictive environment, okay, in a stratified, in an economic, and that's what he said in the video. He said there are 6 countries, and you put their flags out.
Yep.
That are weird that they didn't have polygamy even when they had a stratified economic situation,
right?
Like an elite class,
super rich and poor, yeah.
Right. So what I mean when I say resource rich, I mean like resources that everyone has access to. So right. I mean, like, a strong middle class or, a more egalitarian society. That's what I'm talking about. But if there's a restriction where there's a very heavy class situation where just a few people have everything, then yes, I believe that women will definitely sacrifice that to be part of a polygamous relationship. But if that's not the case, I think there's very few women in like a modern society that live in a, first world country that would choose to be in that situation.
But I mean, there are certain number of women who are, I feel like our society is kind of de facto polygynous right now. Like a lot of,
I don't think that's the case at all, but
when you say polygynous, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, there are girls that would rather be with a guy who's like got other girlfriends and be in an open relationship than be in a monogamous relationship.
I think that's not remotely true at all. And there's a huge difference here too, because you're talking about there's in between a girl being in a dating relationship or a fuck relationship with a guy who maybe is banging other women, as opposed to being married. Because what you're talking about,
they're auditioning for the marriage,
right? Because if you're married to a guy and he has other wives, even though like the reason for the marriage is to secure property rights for your child down the road, in just a dating environment, there's literally zero security to any of that whatsoever.
Right. Yeah.
So women don't want to be in that situation.
And hypothetically accept the Darwinian view that men, consciously or unconsciously, want as many sex-providing and child-making machines as they can comfortably afford.
Oh, Sitch.
Seems really reductive to just say that's just the Darwinian view. As if monogamy doesn't have a lot of really good benefits to a social species.
He said women want... Wait a minute, let me go back a sec.
Hypothetically accept the Darwinian view that men, consciously or unconsciously, want as many sex-providing and child-making machines as they can comfortably...
Oh, men.
Right.
I mean, that's a strategy that I think men can operate. I don't think all men are all... Okay. He's actually... If he's to say that that's the
Well, this is
saying
his
that all men-
hypothetical he's
Right.
laying
If,
out.
if you were to
so.
say that that's the software that all men are operating under because of evolution, that's not true. And this came up with when we first watched the VAUSH video. The physical evidence, if you look at animals that are polygamous versus animals that are monogamous, they have very specific physical tells that human males and human females don't have in terms of, there's a specific, they always talk about testicle size is a big one for polygamists because you have to have, they talk about this in in gorillas and other primates that have polygamous societies. They have to have very big balls because they have to use it's very gross, but they have to use their sperm to literally blast away competitor sperm from competition.
They're in non-monogamous pair bonds, but there are
Exactly.
species that have tiny little balls that are like the mammoth walrus, who has a harem of people, a harem of other walruses that he just beats off other competitors.
Wait, so this whole time I've been physically perfect for a harem, and I've just never.
Because you have
I've been letting that go to
very
waste.
big balls, yes.
But look, the harem.
What was the walrus you're talking
I
about,
disagree
Adam?
with the
'Cause
harem. I disagree with the harem situation because if you're like in a harem situation, I mean, you're not necessarily having competitors sleep with your wives. The whole idea behind polygyny is these wives are only yours.
So what was the walrus that you're talking about?
It's like the mammoth walrus. I don't know.
I think you're wrong, actually.
What is the walrus?
Mammoth walrus testicle size.
Well, no. What is the walrus that has the harem?
I don't know.
Look, they do
harem
this.
walrus.
They have this in.
Why do you think they have small balls?
Look, they have. Typically species that have like harems do have tinier testicles.
No,
I don't know why
you have
we're going
it
down the
literally
testicles.
backwards. You have it backwards.
Look up gorillas.
Gorillas.
Gorillas
that's
versus
the example I
gorillas
used.
versus chimpanzees.
This is why more balls, more bitches is a common phrase.
So silverback gorillas are the ones that.
Oh,
have the-
I see what you're saying because
more like silver sack gorillas
because they can fight each other.
Yeah,
That's
they
the way
kill
right.
the other competitors, so they're not
Right.
battling inside the female's
You're
vagina.
right, you're right. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. That's
Yeah.
true. Right. But then the ones that have to compete
Say it a little
sexually,
louder. You're right. I
Right.
like that.
The ones that have to
that
compete
feels good.
sexually.
Oh, look, he said I'm right.
the ones that have to compete sexually will have really
Right.
giant testicles.
Yeah. Like chimpanzees are competing.
Right.
Chimpanzees don't form units that are one
Right.
male and 20 females. They're like,
But you know where human balls are on the ball spectrum.
they're like
chart?
in the mediums.
They're right in the middle.
Right, which shows that humans
tell you where
have
she-meanies
multiple which shows that humans have multiple reproductive strategies. And one of the reproductive strategies, and I think we could do a survey test right now, and we could go to 20-year-old guys and we could say, listen, would you rather have this situation where you have these 20 hot wives and you're in the Hugh Hefner seat, nobody else can have sex with your 20 wives, only you, or would you, and you're rich enough to afford these 20 wives, or would you like to be in a monogamous situation where you have one wife and obviously you have enough resources to live comfortably in that situation? Which one would you pick? And
Sure,
I would bet you.
Most guys
I would
are gonna
pick-
pick the harem.
I would pick the latter.
Yes.
And it's not even close for me.
I know you, but most guys in that poll.
Well,
would
what do you
pick
mean by
the
that?
Yeah. So Rags
I'm
would
saying
be.
you're
I
a
don't got
freak.
big balls?
I'm saying
So
you're
you're
a
not saying I got
fucking
tiny
weirdo,
balls?
okay?
Rags.
Saying
So
you got
Rags.
tiny little balls.
Rags would be in the 2%. And the 98%.
No, I'm legitimately curious how many. I think a lot more want the one.
Well, it might be. It
necessarily-
might be 90.
We're talking wives, not just
Well, it depends.
for
It
sex.
depends. How anonymous is this poll? Okay.
It's completely anonymous. Obviously, that's the way you want to do it. So it is anonymous. So that
Because like
nobody-
I'm imagining 20 women that I have that kind of a responsibility for in two. Like I don't know if I couldn't do that.
Rags doesn't like variety in his.
Yeah, but
No, I love
Rags is already
variety. I'll fuck
thinking more
anybody, but
clearly
it's-
than the people that are thinking with their balls.
But I'm just trying to think about daily life with 20 wives.
I know it seems
Like, don't you feel
tiring.
I would feel terrible that I wouldn't be able to give attention and that sort of individual, the mindset to them because there's going to be 19 other bitches waiting their turn.
I
Look at
agree.
this.
I
Rags
agree,
is-
but you're
Rags is
thinking
like,
through
I have
this
to have
way
sex with
more
like 20
clearly.
women in a night.
No, we ain't talking about having
He's just
sex.
talking
We're
about,
talking
like-
about marriage. We're talking about a
Yes.
wife.
Rags is thinking
Oh,
through this
fuck
far
20
more clearly
chicks.
than
Absolutely,
most men
line
would
them up.
when they'd
But-
answer this question.
But like, I'm very invested in.
Right.
I would be very invested in someone
No,
else
and
if we
that's
had that
that's
kind of a
good answer. I
relationship.
think that's a good answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, Rags.
What would you choose, Adam?
The harem,
obviously, I would choose a monogamous relationship
Yeah,
because
Obviously, all right. After dragging me through that, yeah.
Obviously.
what I believe in monogamy. I think it's good for society.
I believe in it as well.
Yeah.
I don't think. I think polygamy is not really.
It's
I
bad
think
for-
it's better.
yeah.
I think it's pretty much better for everyone that we're monogamous.
Which do you think Vosh would choose? Which do you think Destiny would choose?
Vosh would destroy the concept of marriage. Everyone in his ideal world, everyone's just fucking, and there's no bond between two people.
Do you
I
think-
can only assume. I
do you
I
think
have no clue. It
Vosh
just strikes
look,
me
if
as
this is Vosh's 20 wives here, do you think he's going to encourage them to go have extramarital affairs with other guys, or do you think he's going to say, nah, you should probably just be happy
he
with
might
the
say it
Vosh?
just to keep up appearances, but inside he'd be seething.
Yes. Okay, Rags. Yes, that's exactly what would happen. We all know it.
Did
You're
anyone
forward.
actually think Hugh Hefner was having sex with any of these women at that age?
Hugh Hefner.
Hey, man, pills. The
Nah.
big, Viagra and stuff.
He's an old, tired man.
Hugh Hefner was a big fan of Viagra, and
Vag.
I read the biography of one of his wives,
Mhm.
which was just, fascinating.
what was
But
that?
they
like?
would do these sex parties. Okay, he had like his wife and like remember when he was running around with like his 8 other girlfriends or whatever?
I don't remember that, but I'll take your word that it
He was
happened.
going at
Yes.
she describes it in the book, and it's so, it's just pathetic.
What?
What do you
really
mean?
is.
What's pathetic? I'm not following.
Yeah.
Well, they would basically like
Just fucking and sucking everywhere.
no, because he couldn't really keep up, so it was just like a simulated like, we're having.
Was he just
that's
there
what
to
I'm saying.
observe,
Right.
or
Like he's too old. He's
to
not
titillate
actually
him, but not actually,
Right.
Right. Well, it's all it was all simulated to keep selling the brand, essentially. Like,
No, because
well-
this was like they're like everyone get around and be naked and make, get Hugh Hefner off.
Oh, so it was even simulated like in private?
No,
Like
they
it
would
wasn't-
they would get together like 8 naked chicks and Hugh
Yeah.
Hefner, and he would do Viagra and they would fuck. But it wasn't
Oh.
like wild and crazy sex. Like he's
Well,
like
I wouldn't
one
think
after
so.
what
another.
you're describing seems totally reasonable in every way. I guess I just don't see what's crazy about it.
No, he's saying that basically, he's got 8 naked women there. He's like 60 or 70. He's taking Viagra, but he's still a 60 or 70-year-old man. Like, what is he?
Yeah,
gonna
I
do?
don't expect him to be a fucking sex god at that age.
Exactly.
I expect him to be, to tell some funny old person stories, and maybe the N-word slips out every once in a while, and we have a good time. But ultimately, he's a cheery old dude, and
There you go.
he just sits by watching, and he's happy that all the young people are having a good time. That he
it's-
can facilitate all
though?
this.
it's been a long.
I probably would.
It's been a
If you were
really
one of the
long
naked
time.
people with Hugh Hefner.
If I was one of the naked people with Hugh Hefner, then I'd probably be fucking someone else for him to watch, and I'm fine with
There
that.
you go. There you go.
I don't care if a creepy old man watches me fuck someone else. I'm in his house drinking his wine, schmoozing his booze.
There you go.
Let's do it.
It's been a long time since I read that book, but it's
Mhm.
definitely coming from the perspective of a woman that felt very degraded by what was going
bet.
on. Yeah.
Sure.
So she was definitely not happy. And I think I guess she was competing in the harem to like be the wife, and then
Why would anyone think that?
she became the wife, and
Who-
then
do you
but there
remember
was
who was
still the
this?
girlfriend situation. It's like
Was this Crystal or Kimberly?
Or another K word.
I read this book forever ago. Just look up
I looked up wife.
look up Confessions of like a Playboy Playmate or something. I don't know.
Confessions of a Playboy Playmate.
Was she just a Playboy playmate, or was she actually married to him?
She was married to him. Yeah.
Playmates for life.
Why would he marry anyone? strange.
Why would he marry anyone?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they were actually in love.
I think her name was Holly.
Holly?
Yeah.
It's not a K word.
That is not a K word.
What did I
Explain this
say?
bullshit.
Did I say K word?
No, I was just
Holly
noticing.
Madison?
I'm just a
Holly
pattern-seeking
Madison, there you
creature.
go.
Collie Caddison.
Look up Holly Madison's book and tell me what it's called.
World's largest bikini parade? No, that's not.
Holly
Like a parade for the
Madison.
world's largest bikini?
Secrets of Playboy. Is that what it's called?
I don't
This
think
is-
so.
No, that just came out.
Down the rabbit hole is what it's called.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. I'd go down her rabbit hole.
Down the rabbit hole. Curious adventures and cautionary tales of a former Playboy bunny. There you go. And maybe she didn't make it to wife status, but I mean, she talks in the book about how, I mean, there was definitely Hugh Hefner was leading several of them on, saying, you know, oh, we're going to get married. You're going to be my wife. It's going to be you and me. Yeah. I know you're one of the 8, 10, I don't know, how many even girlfriends was it? I mean, he was running around with like the blondes. He had like 8 of them.
Right.
Going clubbing in Los Angeles all the time. And she felt like led on and deceived. She was like, oh, look, Hugh Hefner, a spontaneous decision at age 21 transformed small-town Oregon girl Holly Sue Cullen into Holly Madison, Hugh Hefner's #1 girlfriend. But like Alice in Wonderland, she plunged down a rabbit hole, what seemed to be a fairy tale life inside the Playboy Mansion, including A-list celebrity parties, and her own #1 rated television show quickly devolved into an oppressive routine of strict rules, manipulation, and a battle with ambitious, backstabbing bunnies.
Just because I want to be
losing her
Is any of this
identity and
true?
sense of self-worth and her hope of the future. Holly found herself sitting in a well, you guys got to read the book. It cuts
She
off
puts the
that.
hoe in hope, is what you're saying.
She wasn't married
The
to him.
hoe in hope.
She was.
That's brilliant. Did you just come up with? Is that like an internet term?
It is now.
The hoe in hope is pretty good. You know the term alpha widow that they use? I mean, that's
Alpha widow?
Yeah.
No, I
No,
don't
I've
know
heard
that
that
term.
one.
So an alpha widow is a girl that gets her body count up too high by dating all the alphas on Tinder and then can't get into a serious relationship. So she's basically like a widow. Nobody wants her. I don't know how much
weird.
truth there is to that. It seems
That's
like
a strange phrase for that sort of thing.
But alpha widow is an interesting term.
Alpha widow sounds like what does that sound
hoe
like?
and hoe. What was yours? Hoe and
She puts the hoe in hope.
hoe and hope. Hoe and hopefulness. Now I can't remember the term, but it was pretty good.
Well, Holly Madison is now married to Pasquale Rotella, CEO of Insomniac, the world's largest dance, music, and experience company, and has 2 children.
Okay, yeah. So it ended happily.
So
Great.
there you go.
It ain't over yet. Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Yeah.
She could still end up miserable. But I'm glad.
And married to some other old guy.
That's right.
Well,
I mean, I guess
I don't know
hopefully
what
she
that
will
guy
end
is.
up married to some old guy.
Is
right?
that guy an old guy? I don't know.
No, they look to be probably comparable ages.
Okay, good. Good
She's
for her.
43 now, so he looks.
But that's not really an answer to his question.
Mhm.
I mean, he looks like he's probably like in the 40s.
Oh yeah, they did the TV show The Girls Next Door. I remember that.
Anyway.
So they were all on a reality television show as the girlfriends of Hugh Hefner.
I mean,
and they
I don't
were
know.
all vying for wife status. They were all like, of course they wanted they're doing it for the money.
They were
course.
waifus.
Of course. Did they? I mean, you can't. It's hard to imagine they actually feel some connection, some emotional connection to this 7-year-old man.
No, she loved him, Sitch. Come on.
Oh, I'm sure.
That's what love
sure.
is.
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's the whole point of this video. That's why I'm like, I mean, I feel like this is a pretty good argument here. So anyway, let's continue.
And women, consciously or unconsciously, want to
Are all gold diggers.
Oh my God.
maximize the resources available to their children, then we may have the key to explaining why monogamy is with us today. Whereas polygynous society is often depicted as something men would love and women would hate. There is really no natural consensus on the matter within either sex. Obviously,
or within this live stream between the three of us.
Well, no,
women.
I agree. I agree with that point because that's literally what I said. I said if you're living in a resource-constrained environment where only the top have all the resources, then women, of course, are going to be happier to be in a polygamous society, and the men are going to be more upset.
Yeah, but this is why I say we're in a de facto polygynous society right now because of the women are flocking to higher status males, and the lower status males.
That's not okay. Being a serial monogamy is not the same as being de facto polygamy. I completely.
He literally makes an argument in the book that it's the same thing.
I completely disagree with
serial monogamy is the same as de facto polygamy because guys are not as interested in going out with a girl that's had 20 ex-boyfriends.
I completely disagree with it. Those are even comparable.
Okay, maybe so. I don't know. I'm not.
They're definitionally so different. There's a difference between saying like, oh, I'm going to date one person at a time and maybe I'm not going to like them. And so I'm going to have a different relationship. That's so different than being like, I'm going to marry 5 to 6 women. Like, how is it even remotely similar?
Well, because the higher status males are dominating the best dating years of women. So if a woman spends her entire 20s serially monogamous relationships, so she's got 10 ex-boyfriends, and then she wants to settle down and get married, the guys are like, I don't know if I want to date a woman who's just, been in one relationship
so you
after
could
another.
say, okay, so someone could say that certain types of serial monogamy can have similar pitfalls that someone might find in a polygamous environment, but to say that they're the same is insane.
Okay, well,
you're saying that there's some group of women out there who basically have their prime years stolen essentially from them by some,
Oh, it is? Thanks,
Yeah.
Rags.
DE space.
Rags
facto.
is the best guess.
It's like per se, PER space SE.
De facto. Existing in fact, whether with lawful authority or not. In reality.
Yeah, I know what.
Or fact.
We're not arguing over the term how to define de facto in this conversation.
Well, I did say de facto polygyny. I didn't say it is polygyny. I said I said the results are the same.
But the results are not the same. They're literally different results.
Look.
If you end up in a situation where one person is married to 5 or 6 people, that's different results than one person being married to one other person later in life, or being divorced and being married to another person later in life. Those are completely different results.
The result
I don't know why we're arguing about this. This is so obvious.
Well, no, the result is lower number of women in the marriage market. That's the result. If you have 5 guys who are passing girls around
or sandwiches,
you got the same.
I have a huge problem with the way this is being talked about because I don't know if any of this is true. Like, this is just things people say.
Well, I'm just
like, what are the actual statistics of women all these women are only dating the top guys? Like, what are the actual numbers on this? Does anyone know? Is this all just hyper speculation?
Well, I would love to see. It's like the thing about, which would you prefer, the harem or the one? Is like, I legitimately feel like this is something that should be a part of this, this narration or whatever, because that seems like it's really monumentally important.
First of all, this was pitched as a hypothetical. Okay.
Well, no, he's saying this is a fact about the world.
Look, no, he's not. He's literally saying this is a hypothetical to examine polygyny. Look, he says, imagine a hypothetical. And then he sets up the hypothetical to be as incendiary as possible to get your attention. We can back it up to where he says it's a hypothetical.
No, because he said, okay, I know, I have it on the transcript thing.
Okay, look at
He says, because
imagine if
looking
you will.
at things and okay. Actually, yeah, wait, let's go back for a second.
Yeah. But look, in polygyny, the problem is one male gets 10 wives, right? And if you do the math on that,
I know, I understand.
Okay.
That's not. I'm just. What are the numbers
Okay.
for these? This is what happens every time we have this conversation. It drives me crazy. People make these claims. Oh, the top men are getting all the women. I'm like, what is this? Is this just people feel that way? What? Give me some actual number that has been derived from this. Some actual data that has been derived of this claim before we have this conversation. Because otherwise, I'm going to just say this is all just people feeling a specific way, and I don't trust people's feelings.
Well, I'm not saying anything about the data. I'm just talking about the math. Like, we're literally arguing over the math of the de facto polygyny thing. We're arguing about serial monogamy having the same outcome as polygyny, which is not a question of whether or not we exist in that society. I mean, I've made that claim.
Because it depends on how you're defining serial monogamy and how it's all working out. Because the very specific claim that you're making, the very specific claim you're making, I still wouldn't call it polygamy, but I'd say it has some kind of similar, it could have a similar
then we agree.
negative repercussion.
Then we totally agree.
Well, no, I don't think calling it polygamy doesn't make any sense to me, but they're very different. And I don't think it's just saying, well, if something has a similar negative outcome, it's the same thing. It's like, well, no, that's not true.
Serial monogamy does.
You make it sound sinister when you say that.
Well, if it has the same outcome as polygyny, isn't it sinister?
No, I mean, just the phrase serial monogamy. You make monogamy sound
serial killer.
You make it sound really bad. Like
First
he's
of all,
serial monogamous.
First of all, Sitch says serial monogamy. He's the one that brought it up. But
he keeps marrying women, but only one at a time.
I know.
Stop.
Like,
if there's a better term than serial monogamy.
Well, because this is, I guess, part of the problem too. Is when I hear serial monogamy,
little joke.
What you're describing is not even serial monogamy in my mind. What you're describing is like someone who's just fucking around with different people, like indefinitely. That's not serial monogamy. Serial monogamy is, oh, I'm getting a relationship with someone monogamously. We're going to see if we're compatible, and then maybe we're not. And so then we break up, and then we both get, find relationships with another person, in a monogamous relationship. That's serial monogamy in my mind. That's not what you're describing.
I mean, that is what I'm thinking, though. What are you talking about?
You're describing like, oh, there's some like fuckboy who's like just going to basically use, women until he gets bored with them. And eventually he'll settle down with one. And all those women he used are going to be screwed out of the dating market because they're too old.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
that's literally what you're saying. That's
what
you're saying. You're saying that's the same outcome as polygamy.
I'm saying you have, you date a woman for a year and then you're on to the next woman. And you date her for a year and then you're on to the next woman. And then you date her for a year and then you're on to the next woman. I mean, you can couch it as in, you're trying to see if a relationship will work. Sure, fine.
I will tell you mathematically why that's not the same thing as polygamy.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay. So one guy's dating one woman for a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he says, oh, they both say, okay, we're not compatible for whatever reason. They break up. And then he dates someone else for a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the women are not existing in a vacuum where they don't date anyone and they just exist in a void the whole time. They're all dating other men at the same time too.
They go to the next guy, exactly.
Right, but so everyone's dating everyone else. There's no serial. If it was a polygamy, there would be one person that has, or some tiny group that's dating all the women, and then everyone else is shut out of the market. What you're describing is a bunch of people dating a bunch of other people.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
That's
why this is like ridiculous to me.
In the 10 years, the guy's going to have 10 partners, correct?
No, because, this is what you're conflating serial monogamy with someone who's dating multiple women at the same time.
Has he not had 10 partners in the last 10 years?
Yeah, and those 10 women have had 10 male partners.
Okay, yes.
So if you do the math, so if the average woman, so let's just say let's use a hypothetical here, okay? If we have hypothetically a guy and he dates 10 women over 10 years and the woman dates 10 guys over 10 years, that's not polygamy because they're all dating equivalent numbers of people. No one's being shut out of the market.
Well, no, you haven't talked about the market. You're not talking about the market because
that's what polygamy is definitionally.
If all the women are participating and only 20% of the men are participating in this arrangement, doesn't that change things?
But what you're saying could only exist if one of two things happens. If all the women, when they're not dating this one guy, are all sitting, they're not dating anyone. They're just existing in a fucking void. Or the guy is dating multiple women at the same time and lying about it, in which case he wouldn't be serial monogamous.
She could be dating multiple people at the same time too.
Then that's not serial monogamy, because that's not a monogamous relationship.
Let's just go back to the video. Okay, you're getting super stressed out about this.
That's why this is driving me crazy.
I mean, I could do it. I could illustrate it for you on paper, but it's just
no, you can't,
so
because
simple.
what you're okay. You're talking about something completely different. So
if there are this, we've laid out a system here, the serial monogamy system, let's call it, right? If you're not participating in that serial monogamy system, you are effectively locked out of that system.
I understand that. Of course, but that's true of anything. That could be true of any. It doesn't have to be serial monogamy. It's just normal monogamy. If you're not participating in the dating market, then yeah, obviously you're locked out of it.
But you understand that polygyny locks males out of the mating market.
Serial monogamy does not.
Serial monogamy doesn't lock males out of the mating market.
No. Okay. Unless you're suggesting that men are it only could in one way. Only one way, and you have to see data for those, would be if the men are basically going from relationship to relationship with no breaks, and the women have these huge breaks in between every relationship they ever do, because they only could wait for the availability of the top 10 or 20% of men. That's the only way the math works out, that what you're suggesting.
Well, the men could be doing multiple women at the same time.
Then they're not. Then that's not serial monogamy, definitionally, and we're talking about something completely different.
Oh, because you're saying that they're not monogamous, even though the women are monogamous.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm talking about relationships where both parties are monogamous.
You okay? Let's continue on the
societies is the fact that polygyny tends to lurk stubbornly beneath the surface. Though being a mistress is even today considered at least mildly scandalous, a number of women seem to prefer that role to the alternative. If we adopt this way of looking at things and hypothetically accept the Darwinian view that men consciously or
Braggs is like, where are those girls? I want to meet.
No, like I'm curious how many women actually prefer that.
I'm curious too, obviously. Yeah.
It would be cool information to have for this video.
It would. But this
do
is
a poll on what?
I don't think this part is.
Yeah, we'll do a poll on whatever you want, guys, obviously.
Yeah, the 7 women will get
what do people
in our
want?
audience.
What do people want the poll on?
Listen, we're up to 8%. Okay.
Oh.
Well, we can end the poll, obviously. That poll's going horribly. Here, end poll. What do you want now?
Sex-providing and child-making machines as they can comfortably afford, and women, consciously or unconsciously, want to maximize the resources available to their children, then we may have the key to explaining why monogamy is with us today. Whereas polygynous society is often depicted as something men would love and women would hate, there is really no natural consensus on the matter within either sex. Obviously, women who are married to a poor man and would rather have half of a rich one aren't well served by the institution of monogamy. And obviously, the poor husband they would gladly desert wouldn't be well served by polygyny. Nor are these superficially ironic preferences confined to people near the bottom of the income scale. Indeed, in sheerly Darwinian terms, most men are probably better off in a monogamous system, and most women worse off. This is an important point. Consider a crude and offensive but analytically useful model of the marital marketplace.
Look, he said it was going to be offensive. It's okay.
No, but see,
I just want you to be ready.
No, he's saying something. The reason that I'm triggered is that he's saying something so different than what you're saying and what you said whenever we've had this conversation.
Look, he's saying I will go back and reread the chapter on de facto polygyny.
What he just said was that he thinks, and this could be true, is that economically women would be worse off under a completely monogamous situation and better off in a polygamous situation. And that's,
they are.
That's very true. That's possible. That's very possibly true.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, this is.
And the irony here is that in our society, the way that we conceptualize it is that monogamy was done at like the behest of women. And he's saying, no, monogamy was done at the behest of men.
Of
and
course.
That's the controversial part of his statement. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Right.
1,000 men and 1,000 women are ranked in terms of their desirability as mates. Okay, there isn't, in real life, full agreement on such things. But there are clear patterns. Few women would prefer an unemployed and rudderless man to an ambitious and successful one, all other things being even roughly equal. And few men would choose an obese, unattractive, and dull woman over a shapely, beautiful, sharp one. For the sake of intellectual progress, let's simple-mindedly collapse these and other aspects of attraction into a single dimension. Suppose these 2,000 people live in a monogamous society, and each woman is engaged to marry the man who shares her ranking. She'd like to marry a higher-ranking man, but they're all taken by competitors who outrank her. The men, too, would like to marry up, but for the same reason can't. Now, before any of these engaged couples get married, let's legalize polygyny and magically banish its stigma. And let's suppose that at least one woman who is mildly more desirable than average, a quite attractive but not overly bright woman with a ranking of, say, 400, dumps her fiancé, male number 400, a shoe salesman, and agrees to become the second wife of a successful lawyer, male number 40. This isn't wildly implausible. Forsaking a family income of around $40,000 a year, some of which she would have to earn herself by working part-time at a Pizza Hut, for maybe $100,000 a year and no job requirement, not to mention the fact that male number 40 is a better dancer than male number 400. Even this first trickle of polygynous upward mobility makes most women better off and most men worse off. All 600 women who ranked below the deserter move up one notch to fill the vacuum. They still get a husband all to themselves, and a better husband at that. Meanwhile, 599 men wind up with a wife slightly inferior to their former fiancés, and one man gets no wife at all. Granted, in real life, the women wouldn't move up in lockstep. Very early in the process.
You like the MGTOW?
Yes.
Look at that. Going their own way, so they say, right?
There was the question here too is, like, first of all, this would be like impossible to study because, like, how do you couldn't pull people on like getting rid of, as he said, you have to magically get rid of the anti-polygamous sentiment that exists in these countries. But even if you could, I don't think money would be the sole factor. Like if it's like in his example,
no, of course not.
If guy 400 is like hot.
Yes.
And like has a good personality, is lady 400 going to drop him for guy 40 who's like a fucking gargoyle, but he's rich?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I mean, some women would, but
of course.
I don't think you'd say like the majority of women would do that.
Look, the whole point of the experiment is you don't need the majority of women to do it to suddenly make men worse off.
Of course.
Yeah, you just need a few women to do it.
Right, of course. If 5% of women
if
polygamy was legal and 5% of women decided that they'd be fine with polygamy, then you just cut off 5% of men from basically marriage.
Well, and in the thought experiment, he says it perfectly. The men get a slighter, less attractive woman than they could actually earn in a monogamous society.
Or we'll say less desirable.
Less desirable, sure. Right. Okay. Let's be political. Look.
Yes.
You'd find a woman who, pondering the various intangibles of attraction, would stand by her man. But
right there, look at that. There it is.
There you go.
In real life, you'd probably have more than a trickle of upward mobility in the first place. The basic point stands. Many women, even many women who will choose not to share a husband, have their options expanded when all women are free to share a husband. By the same token, many men can suffer at the hands of polygyny. All told, then, institutionalized monogamy, though often viewed as a big victory for egalitarianism and for women, is emphatically non-egalitarian in its effects on women. Polygyny would much more evenly distribute the assets of males among them. It is easy and wise for beautiful, vivacious wives of charming, athletic, corporate titans to dismiss polygyny as a violation of the basic rights of women. But married women living in poverty, or women without a husband or child, and desirous of both, could be excused for wondering just which women's rights are protected by monogamy. The only underprivileged citizens who should favor monogamy are men. It is what gives them access to a supply of women that would otherwise drift up the social scale. So neither gender as a whole belongs on either side of the imaginary bargaining table that yielded the tradition of monogamy. Monogamy is neither a minus for men collectively nor a plus for women collectively. Within both sexes, interests naturally collide. More plausibly, the grand historic compromise was cut between more fortunate and less fortunate men. For them, the institution of monogamy does represent a genuine compromise. The most fortunate men still get the most desirable women, but they have to limit themselves to one apiece. This explanation of monogamy as a divvying up of sexual property among men has the virtue of consistency with the fact that opened this chapter, that it is men who usually control sheerly political power, and men who historically have cut most of the big political deals. This is not to say, of course, that men ever sat down and hammered out the one-woman-per-man compromise. The idea, rather, is that polygyny has tended to disappear in response to egalitarian values. Not values of equality between the sexes, but of equality
pretty natural,
among
though.
men.
Pretty natural for monogamy to arise just based off of how people think and the way that we form relationships with other people. Like giving that kind of attention to more than one person is arguably not even possible for a lot of people.
Well, it's easy to say that in Western, democracies, first world democracies with, lots of resources. I think the natural state of affairs, I think, is polygamy and giant stratifications in society with no middle class.
Don't say natural. Okay.
Yeah, because it seems like monogamy seems to be a very, very prominent thing, and I think that it's because it meshes so well with our nature.
Well, no,
Right.
I'm saying natural is no social influence whatsoever.
No. Because you don't actually mean that. Because when you say natural, that means hunter-gatherer.
Right.
That's not polygamy. Polygamy is once we have farming.
Okay, you're right.
So that's not natural. That's the thing. We have this artificial resource gaining tool, essentially.
Right. Yeah.
No.
So as soon as you start gaining resources, how the resources are distributed in most societies is there's
unequally. Right.
Yeah, rich and poor. No middle class. The middle class is the thing that really takes work to socially engineer.
Political power became distributed more.
Part of this is that just the idea of like liberalism and the emphasis on the individual, that kind of, it's hard to imagine how you could have a society that's rooted in liberal individualistic values and also has wide-scale polygamy, because those things are contradictory.
Right, yeah. Tell that to the neo-reactionaries who probably love monogamy but hate liberalism. Like liberalism, this whole video is basically saying liberalism is what got you monogamy.
Right.
Because he's going to say it here. Here, I'll let him say it.
In response to egalitarian values, not values of equality between the sexes, but of equality among men. As political power became distributed more evenly, the hoarding of women by upper-class men simply became untenable. Few things are more anxiety-producing for an elite governing class than gobs of sex-starved and childless men with at least a modicum of political power. This thesis
I don't think that's
remains
a part of
only a
it. That
thesis.
doesn't sound right. Like the elites were worried that all the masses of rabble were going to steal all of the wives, or they couldn't protect them enough. That I don't know.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem right.
Well,
That doesn't seem like that'd factor into it.
I don't think that's the motivation, kind of the way he phrased it. I think that would be something that would prevent the situation from occurring. But I think it's more of emergent property of just, as I said, the ideas of liberal principles kind of emerges to also being monogamous, because they kind of go hand in hand.
I mean,
That's just a risk you'd take.
Like, how much has porn kind of prevented this kind of argument that he's putting forward here? That, sex-starved men are going to go out and raise shit in the streets. But I mean, I
porn
feel like
definitely adds a whole new level to lots of the equations.
yeah,
so.
it satiates them from going out and rioting in the streets, right? Because
Well,
they're not sex-starved.
I mean, they're not. Well, I don't think people riot because they're sex starved.
Really?
Yeah,
They
really?
riot.
Not-
Riot because their situation is dire.
Wait, well, hold on.
Not because they're not.
No one is going out to the street to riot because they're like, I want pussy, right? But that's not like a thought process.
What
that's
about
happening.
pussy riot?
Right, except for pussy riot. But I think that generally, when someone's in a relationship with someone, it's generally I don't want to say calming. It generally is a more civilizing effect on both parties involved. And so a guy, if he's, married and has a child,
He can't go to the riot.
yeah, like, right. He's going to be far less likely to go out to the riot, and he's going to far less be angry about like the state of the world and affairs, unless his wife's, a bitch. Right. So,
He's going to be less likely to endanger himself or engage in dangerous things.
Right.
Of course, because he's got his
that
wife at
investment,
home
yeah.
to protect him.
now, if we lived in some sort of like crazy hypothetical situation where like, the top, men all had like 5 or 6 wives. So there was some sort of like very visible, distribution of women in America, then yes, I think people would literally write about that specific reason.
Well, I mean, this is literally what the people are complaining about, what the men's rights.
Yeah, but even
the
in
red
the
pillars
day,
are complaining about. The
even
red
back
pillars
in
are
the
saying
day-
you got to get your 6 bitches, and
right. But those people are all idiots. Even back in the day when we had these polygamous societies, it wasn't like everyone. It's not like every woman was part of it. It was just like this was just something like the rich elites kind of engaged in, essentially.
But reality at least loosely fits it. Laura Betzick has shown that in pre-industrial societies, extreme polygyny often goes hand in hand with extreme political hierarchy and reaches its zenith under the most despotic regimes. It stands to reason that as political power became more widely dispersed, so did wives. And the ultimate widths are 1 man, 1 vote, and 1 man, 1 wife.
Wife's
Both
legs were
characterize
widely
most
dispersed.
of today's industrialized nations. Right or wrong, this theory of the origin of modern institutionalized monogamy is an example of what Darwinism has to offer historians. Darwinism does not, of course, explain history as evolution.
I need to know what
Natural
this guy means when he says Darwinism.
Yeah.
selection doesn't work nearly fast enough to drive ongoing change at the
Well,
level.
because I mean, and I don't like that he's saying this from an evolutionary perspective, because I would argue once you add farming into the equation, you're kind of fucking with the evolutionary natural set of humans and how humans evolved.
And a
so
lot of
it's
the
more
times
like
people
it's
Go ahead.
more like those. It's more like whatever we evolved for. Those tendencies have been kind of been fucked up. People talk about how like porn has kind of messed with our brains because we didn't evolve to have it. It's the same thing with like farming and most of what we consider to be ancient life. All those things, we didn't evolve. We evolved for hundreds of thousands of years as hunter gatherers, not like to be living on farmlands with kings and noble lords and all that crap.
And I think a lot of the times when people say evolutionary and they talk about this stuff, they completely they never add in the psyche or why we want things or like our mindsets.
Mm-hmm.
As if it's all just purely physical, as if just fucking and breeding as many women as possible is what's actually evolutionarily good for us. Like we don't have
Right.
mental needs and desires, and as if emotions and mental health aren't things that we have to
Right.
think about.
Or like maybe a better example would be like we have this like massive craving for sugar and carbs, and we evolved to have that because in nature it'd be very rare for us to come across sugar and carbs. But then once we develop farming and once we can produce our own food, we can create all this unhealthy garbage to satiate this thing that we evolved to desire, right? But we didn't evolve to eat potato chips. We didn't evolve to eat ice cream. We didn't evolve to eat any of this shit that we stuff down our gullet. And so to say like, oh, well, we evolved to want to have harems of women, it's like, well, wait a minute, that's not true.
Yeah, like well, first off, we clearly didn't, because I can go outside and check.
Right.
So. And again,
Exactly.
yeah, the way that we structure our culture and societies is, of course, downstream to the biological reality of what our general needs tend to be and things of that nature. Usually,
Right.
It's not like we didn't get here for no reason, and to reduce it to just more animalistic things and desires without and remove the human. The human psyche from it, I think, it's just a huge oversimplification. It's the kind of thing I see from
What do you
Typically
mean
from, like,
by human
creationists and
psyche?
stuff.
What are you saying?
Why we do these things in terms of our emotional needs and social needs. We're
But
very
aren't the
complex in that
emotional
regard.
needs and social needs, aren't those part of the evolutionary process?
That's what I'm saying.
So wait a second. I thought you were making an argument that you're separating. You're saying that this emotional, or you're saying that the evolutionary argument doesn't encompass the human psyche, so therefore it would be separate from the evolutionary argument.
I say if you're going to make evolutionary arguments, it has to be more, I feel, than just
Inclusive
purely
of the
it has to include all those things. It can't
but
be
that's
like
the whole
treating
point of
humans
evolutionary psychology.
to reduce everything to the most base possible animalistic nature that we have instead of the reasons behind why we got where we got.
Well, this is my thinking. I think when you're talking about like the base animalistic urges, that stuff still exists in us biologically. But then culture comes along, and culture is also evolving. So cultural evolution takes the urges of the biology and tries to structure them in a more constructive way, because obviously the biology is fixated on, individualism, like to the extreme, fighting against any reproductive rivals and stuff like that. That's what you see in nature, right? To a more cooperative society where we're trying
which we also see in nature.
Well, we do in like hymenopteric insects. We don't necessarily
no,
see
not
it
at all.
in,
We see it all the time in creatures.
Our closest relatives.
Well, if anything, but we also see that in other animals as well. I mean, we are social creatures and we're very intelligent, and so that explains a lot of why we think the way we think and our desire to cooperate and how we feel about members of our own species and all that stuff.
What are we cooperating to do, though? I feel like
human beings.
Yeah, I feel like all culture is designed to answer that question. Like, what is the?
Well, the point is in a very, broad, quick answer is to help the species flourish.
Yeah, there you go.
And we have discovered, as you could tell by the civilization we're in, that a really great way for us to flourish as a species collectively is for us to get along and be nice to each other and not to be too selfish, but not to be too submissive, to do all these things in cooperation. It yields really, really good results.
Yeah, it does. Obviously, because we're surrounded by our own species. Like we human beings dominate this planet. We're turning the entire biosphere into more human beings.
And even if you remove that element from the equation, domination of other species and things of that nature, control over our environment, it's really, really good for us emotionally and just health-wise for us to behave towards each other in this way. And that can't be something that that anyone can forget when we talk about our flourishing collectively. It's not just, the purely physical, but there's the mental aspect and how we get along.
I'm sorry. Someone has chimed in my DMs and said, so someone needs to tell this entire conversation that there's a difference between wives and concubines.
True,
well, if you want to
very
read,
true.
Holly Madison's book, she goes into great detail about this.
I'm sure that many women would make terrible concubines, not because she's like bad in bed or anything like that, but because she'd be miserable doing it. And that's the thing I would want to avoid. If I was some king of a castle or whatever, if I had a massive, empire and everything I could possibly want, then it would bother me that I would have concubines who were miserable. I wouldn't want that. That would make me feel bad.
Well, but you're looking at this from a too modern perspective. Because
I'm looking at it as me, as I said at the beginning of the hypothetical.
Right, as a rational, moral person from a modern perspective. Because back then, the point of wives wasn't to make them happy; it was to
make more kids.
Yeah, but we all agree that's bad.
Right, it was to confer property rights to some specific lineage, usually based on some kind of treaty. So,
remember when I read the debt book and I messaged you about the original money was women.
Right, and it's funny because that was right when I was watching that Netflix documentary about the not the Mormons, the weird
Yes.
Mormon cults, the
Yeah.
FL, what were they called? The Fundamental Latter-day Saints, FLDS, not the normal Mormons.
Yeah.
They're like a weird spin-off group.
I think Be Sweet is the name of the documentary.
Be
you're
Sweet,
watching.
yeah.
I watched
And
it. It's horrifying.
Yes, and it was like these guys would have like up to 30 or 40 wives.
Yeah.
And they had to just like collect the young men and basically kick them out of society because there's obviously not going to be anywhere near enough women to sustain that.
Yeah.
And so but that's what they had to do. They had to just get rid of them. And I guess back in the day, they just, try to send them off to war or something. But
Yeah. How terrible is that?
Level of culture and politics.
Not only that, they would be like, go off to war. You can go rape the women in the next country over and leave us alone. Like, what a fucking terrible world. The people who want to talk about going back to the glory days, need to read more history. They really do.
That's because when people have a very romanticized version of the past, I think a lot of the times,
of course,
people like to imagine themselves in these fantasies as being someone who's well off.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I'm the king, or I'm a royal, or I'm a noble, or I've got it good. And they a lot of times, man, it wasn't. We've definitely improved. Society has stepped up considerably since then.
Yeah,
I mean, we owe it to them that we did that.
I don't. Whenever I see someone talking about I want to go back to some classical period, I'm like, they didn't have plumbing, right?
Didn't have antibiotics and stuff.
They didn't have toilets. They didn't have toilet paper. That's already, that's okay. That's the deal breaker for me. That alone. It's no
Careful
toilets.
what you wish for.
It's just like camping.
There's a difference between doing that for a weekend and doing that for your life, right?
Yeah.
So, and even then, when you go camping, you still have toilet paper. Okay.
We're almost done.
That's true.
We're almost there. President Sunday wants to come on. I don't know what you.
It's kind of late.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that should be its own thing at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But natural selection did shape the minds that do drive cultural and political change. And understanding how it shaped those minds may afford fresh insight into the forces of history.
Okay, there we go.
CT sent me this. She says, Adam, hypothetically, let's say you had 3 relationships before you met your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think she would see a difference between those monogamous relationships and you sleeping with 3 women at the same time for years?
I don't know.
Almost like that's a very good question, CT.
Look, first of all, it's different for women than it is for men because men put a higher premium on chastity. I mean, and this, you can disagree, but I feel like this has been thoroughly studied. So men, they can get their numbers higher up, and it doesn't necessarily hurt them in the marriage market as much as it does women. Women often lie about the number of men that they've slept with. So
yeah, but again, the question was, if you told your wife, I dated 3 women before you in my entire life, versus I dated the same 3 women at the same time, that would have a very different effect on how they would perceive you.
Okay, sure.
Do you disagree with it?
Yeah, but
okay, so then serial monogamy is not the same as polygamy. People just don't perceive it that way. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, they perceive it. First of all, I was saying that the outcome is the same. So I wasn't saying how people perceive it is the same. I was saying that the effect it has on the number of guys standing at the end of the line with no good marriage options is the effect. So polygamy has a bunch of guys, like you said, be sweet. They're literally trucking them off because they're like, these guys have no marriage options here. We got to get rid of them, right? And also in societies that have serial monogamy where other men are completely locked out of the marriage market because, it's considered socially okay for a guy to...
You're not... Again, that doesn't work. The math doesn't work on what you're suggesting unless women are just Unless guys are dating multiple women at the same time, which is not monogamy, or women are just taking huge gaps in their relationships because they're all just waiting for the top, whatever % guy, which I don't think is happening.
Okay. Sure.
Did you draw these pictures, Kava?
Why do you think do you think that part of, and this goes back to the video we were talking about, do you think part of the reason why men are disaffected is because they feel their relationship options are not promising?
Repeat that.
Do you feel like the reason men are disaffected, the purpose of the video was talking about disaffected men, obviously Anna and VAUSH want to turn them into Democratic voters, so they're trying to figure out a way to do that. Do you think part of that problem is because they're not happy with their relationship options?
I don't, as someone who's not in that age range, is not in that environment, it's hard for me to know what's going on there.
Okay.
Is it true that all the women are just looking for the chads and all these guys are locked out? Or are these guys just not in good environments for interacting with women? Or I don't know what's going on there. That's why I said this is what annoys me with these conversations. There was like one fucking study that came from Tinder data that everyone draws on. Everyone's drawing all these massive, wide-scale societal conclusions from like a single fucking Tinder study. And I'm like, this just is preposterous to me.
It's not good. I agree.
Right.
I totally agree.
So I don't know. Is that what's going on? Or is it just, there's lots of guys that are fucking antisocial shut-ins like me, and they're complaining about it. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I have no clue. But I want to see some data before I make these massive social considerations. And I think part of what I like in that video, and I think the thing that is the important point, is to dispel the notion that monogamy was some sort of invention of egalitarian for women's rights. Because that's not what it was. And I think that's the important part. It was actually egalitarian rights for men, that is monogamy. But I think he falls into trouble whenever he starts bringing up evolution, because I think he's using the term very incorrectly. So, or he's not adding the caveats, I think, would be necessarily to have that conversation.
I sent you the definition of
I saw
alpha widow.
I saw Andrew Clark. Yeah.
Can you read that? Just because
a woman usually with average. I like this. This was written by some manosphere person. A woman usually with average sexual market value. I like that term, sexual market value. Who sleeps with a high sexual market value male. The alpha male who does not wish to have a long-term relationship with a woman, the woman views the alpha male superior to most, if not all, other men pursuing her, and so the woman continues lusting after the alpha male she cannot have, sacrificing future long-term relationship with lower sexual market value men, making her a widow in sense to the original alpha male. So there you go.
What's your take on that?
I mean, I'm sure that happens. I don't think that it's happening to. I would guess, based on my gut intuition, that's not
like
happening
half the
in
women
any sort
in
of
LA.
Exactly. Well, LA. That's the problem. LA is like totally where all of the people. Maybe that's part of the problem here. I think in LA, that's like is highly selective for those sorts of women. Highly selective for those. Like all the women that are engaged in that behavior, they all literally go to LA. And so that could very easily paint you like a false picture if you live in LA.
Of course. Yeah, it could.
So maybe that's what's going on here. But, if you're in the middle of the country somewhere, I don't think you're going to have like these social dynamics happening, but at least to the same extent. Kava drew this picture. I think I remember seeing the Jordan Peterson one before. She had the Jordan Peterson as a mouse, and now she has Andrew Tate as like a weasel.
Did you draw that? It's amazing.
He did draw that. Yeah, I remember the mouse one before. That looks really good. He looks like Andrew Tate looks like one of the weasels from like Roger Rabbit, so which is appropriate. Let me read the supers from reverse order now. Sammy G, thank you so much for being Order of the Enlightenment for 9 months. Thank you, Sammy. says, asking men, isn't there a point where keeping chastity/pureness is a red flag? Example, a late 30s virgin woman. Are they still seen as high quality, or is that more of a red flag? Is a 7-year-old virgin woman the highest quality? I mean,
you could be too pure, I suppose.
Right.
You could certainly be that. 30, I don't know. I think it just depends on the person. If someone is super like confident and outgoing and very social, but they're a virgin, I think that's way different than someone who's very, very shy and introverted and very unsocial and also being a virgin.
I mean, I think I don't know. It would be weird. I think it'd be unusual if you met a woman in her 30s who'd never had sex before. I mean, I wouldn't be like a deal breaker. I don't know.
It would be strange, but it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be a red flag. Just like it'd be curious.
It would be a curious thing. Like, that's interesting, right? But see, the interesting thing is that I think for most women, that'd be a huge red flag if the guy was in that situation, don't you think?
Yeah, I think it's like what I was saying before, the different kinds of people. So if someone was very, like I said, outgoing, confident, super social, but they weren't a virgin, you almost wonder, is like, are you just really picky, or do you not really care all that much about sex? Because like you can clearly get it, but you just haven't gone for it. You know, that's
maybe
different than someone who's just maybe.
I think that's
very true.
That's a good point, Rags, is that it's not the sex that's important, it's that it signals something about their social abilities or their other personal, it signals something about
it's not
their
a shortcoming of your personality. Exactly. It's not a shortcoming of your personality to be a virgin if you're very just being selective or you don't care that much. If you have access to it constantly, but you're not going for it.
Well, even that, they'd be like, wow, there's this person's like, maybe it would be a red flag. She'd be like, this person's like very picky.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be.
Like, what's up with this person?
But you wouldn't be having this, but you probably wouldn't think that about the super introverted, very, very shy person. You wouldn't think that they're being very picky. It's that, they're just not, they just can't get it. They don't have access to the opportunities because of some flaw of theirs.
True. Lord of the Brains for $2, taking the Groucho Marx approach, says, I don't trust any woman that would sleep with me.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
You'd sleep with this guy? What a weirdo.
I also wouldn't trust any woman that would sleep with Lord of the Brains.
So cruel.
Mr. Dolphin, thanks so much for being free singer for 8 months. Says, hope y'all been doing well. We have. Thank you, Mr. Dolphin. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, check DMs. Oh, I sent you sent the definition.
Yeah.
Josh Keesley, thank you for the $20. Thank you. Shirio Hiyake for $20 says, Mike seemed nice. However, more Christians need to embrace the phrase, I don't know. An all-powerful God could probably manage evolution. And I think moving away from the idea of original sin undermines the whole message.
Good. Original sin is bullshit.
There you go. Well, wait. Yeah, right. I agree.
Also, if you start an assumption with an all-powerful God, then yeah, of course everything's possible if you start out with that premise.
Mm-hmm.
Original sin is a part of the philosophy that gets the human psychology right, though.
That we're inherently flawed people who need to be rescued by the person who gave us that flaw in the first place?
No, that we're
inherently sinful nature.
Yeah, that we're inherently selfish, thieving, backstabbing, lying, cheating, stealing, fraudsters.
The problem with that is that original sin has so much theological baggage to just explain that that we have elements of ourselves that isn't necessarily good. That it's really, I think it's really bad.
I mean, I'm not talking about it from a theological perspective. I'm looking at it purely from like a pragmatic perspective. We as human beings need to socialize people. And it's easier to socialize people if we start from a belief that you are imperfect and there's room for improvement. Now, part of the problem I have with wokeism is it starts from a belief that you are a perfect, shining sunbeam that just needs to express yourself so your perfection can shine onto the world. You're not going to get a lot of self-improvement out of that belief.
I think that's given original sin a lot of credit. It's doing a lot of work for it.
Well, hold on. But that, I mean, you agree that
humans aren't perfect, sure.
Right, that we need to, you agree with my premise that we need to socialize people into, like, we need to teach people to improve, and starting from a place where they need, you just think the religious framework doesn't do a good job of that.
It does a terrible job.
Okay, but you agree with that we need to do this. That's what I just want to separate out.
Yeah, humans are perfect and you should strive to improve, sure.
So if religion isn't doing that presently or has done it in the past, what is doing that?
Well, no, wait.
Telling people
religion can do it. You're saying specifically that the concept of original sin in the Christian theology has too much baggage.
It does a terrible job at getting across what should be a somewhat very, very ambiguously similar general kind of concept, but you have to be insanely good faith to original sin to give it that, to the point where it's almost pointless.
So,
okay.
I mean, Judaism, now it's interesting because, like, I don't know if I know modern Judaism, there's no concept of original sin in modern Judaism. I don't know if in old Judaism, if there was. I'm not aware of it.
I'm not sure either when it comes to
Judaism. It would make sense because you say, well, it's from Genesis, obviously, which is in the Torah. But I mean, in Judaism, there was an idea of self-improvement. It was a big part of Judaism. And I don't think there was this concept of original sin necessarily.
Because original sin isn't about self-improvement, not really. Not in the sense that you would like teach someone in a productive way.
It depends. Like, you could, if you're like a priest or preacher or whatever, and you have kind of like a more modern version of Christian, you could definitely spin it that way. And
if you change what it is,
right. I'm sure many people interpret it that way. But my understanding, and again, I'm not Christian, so I could be way off on this, was that it was more inherently tied into why you personally have to accept Jesus as your savior, was to wash the taint of that original sin away from you, even if you are a good person. So
sort of, yeah, pretty much for all intents and purposes, yeah. But it's also all the stuff that comes along with it. Like, why do I have original sin in the first place? Who gave it to me? Whose idea was that? Why is this the way that it needs to be done? How come the criteria to get to salvation is so awful, and everything that comes along with that?
Right.
How do you put that idea into society?
It's super basic. You just tell people that they're not perfect.
Okay.
That you need to recognize your flaws. You need to strive to improve as a person because it's good for yourself and it's good for the people around you.
Okay.
You don't have to tie into religious or the supernatural or
you have to give
deities
why.
That made you this way.
What reason are you going to give?
Were you raised
to improve? I was, yeah.
Right, yeah, okay.
What reason would I give someone to improve?
The reason the religious people give is because God said it and it's in this book, and that's end of story. Which, I mean, is a good reason for a lot of people. A lot of people accept that reason. I don't.
A lot of people
obviously,
do.
I'm an atheist. I don't accept that reason. But what reason would you give?
The reason that I would give to do what specifically?
The reason why you as a human being should believe humans are imperfect, flawed, and that there's plenty of room
because
for
it's just
improvement.
Self-evidently true that we make mistakes. Like that wouldn't require any convincing.
Hold on.
No.
If it was self-evident, then why would the woke people come to the exact opposite conclusion?
That I don't think so. I think we're using it in two different contexts, right? When we talk about not being perfect, like having character flaws, I don't think even the wokest person would say that someone never has any of those like character flaws, that someone can't be. In fact, it seems to be the opposite, that we're all on the inside, like we're super flawed and everything like that. That's what I hear more than anything else. But I also know what you're saying, that you're special, you're wonderful the way that you are.
Yeah, special.
You don't
snowflake.
have to change, but they're not consistent with that. The people that they tell who should do that are generally the people who are, if you're fat or if you're this or if you're that. It's never like you should strive to improve because it's virtuous to improve yourself and it's better for those around you. It's generally done to browbeat someone or to do something along those nature, to get their political idea across. So you should change because you're white and you're privileged and you need to do da.
Cool.
Blow the brains. I'm seeing lots of you complaining about of us not understanding original sin, but I don't see you actually
Tell me what it is then.
Yeah,
because
what are we not getting?
Yeah,
I see lots of
I hate the
complaining.
concept. I think it's really terrible. I think it's an unhealthy way to get people to engage in good behaviors.
Well,
I think there are
hold
way
on.
better ways to do
Can I
it.
take a shot at it as a former Christian?
No.
I feel like original sin is the idea that, I mean, the actual original sin was eating the apple in the Garden of Eden, disobeying God, being disobedient from God, and being cast, for this reason, disobedience to God. We were cast out of the Garden of Eden because we were imperfect. God was like, you bitch.
As long as you don't take the story literally, then that's not a terrible way to sum it up.
Sure. Right.
So that's my thinking. Like, what did I get wrong, Lord?
I don't know. That's what I assumed it was. Is there some other?
As long as you don't take the story literally, but even symbolically, I think it has issues, because if you go into this with a mindset that we were created to be this way, then it raises all the questions of why were we created to be this way? This didn't need to be how it happened. We were essentially set up to fail, all that sort of stuff.
If God is all knowing, it gets into all sorts of problems because you go,
why would you, like, the more literal you take the story, the worse it gets. But even as symbolic as it is, if you have this being that's capable of creating people in any way that he desires, or it desires, then why was this
are
the
you
way
an
that we chose?
Are you an atheist, Rags? I don't remember.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Are you an anti-theist? Do you think the world would be better if religion didn't exist?
I don't know about that. I wish it didn't have to, but it certainly has advantages for a wide number of reasons. For a lot of people, like if someone was in a really bad place and turning to religion legitimately made their lives better, then I hope they turn to religion. I just wish it didn't take religion to get people to improve. I wish there were more rational reasons why people would choose to change their lives for the better. But if it helps you, it helps you, and I want you to be well. So
there's a super chilling story in the book, Why We Need Religion, by Stephen A. Asma, where he was basically a college professor, and he was telling this, basically just running a secular class, making secular arguments. And one of the students came up to him after class and told him a story about how religion saved his life because his brother was brutally murdered, and his mom just completely fell apart and was not taking care of him and his sister. And I mean, they were super young and like completely distraught over the situation. And their mom turned to religion and found, the idea that there would be retribution for her murdered son at some level, in some afterlife or whatever, got her to get her act together and, focus on taking care of the kids that she had and just basically surviving.
Well, I think, I'm certainly glad that it got her life back into a good place. I just wish it didn't take the idea of some eternal punishment or supernatural forces or different realms of existence to do that. But ultimately, it's a small price to pay, I think, for getting someone's life back together, and especially as a caretaker of other people, as a mother.
Well, there is so much unfairness in the world, though. We're heaped.
There is, absolutely.
We're all forced to suffer so much injustice, so much. It's just heaped upon you. Like there's, the reason why ancient societies had human sacrifice is because they believed, the world was such a detestable place that they believed that whoever created it just was into, they wanted blood, basically. They wanted suffering. So their idea was, we will give them the suffering that they so desire, and it's better that it's this human sacrifice that we all pick than in one of us, right? So that's just, I feel like religion evolved to kind of deal with that situation.
It's really easy to see from like an evolutionary social standpoint why religion is incredibly useful.
Yeah, of course. Yes, because people want to be able to convince themselves that there will be some sort of retribution, that the unfairnesses of life will one day be rectified. And I do think a lot of people
Yeah, we have a
get
desire
great
for
solace in
justice.
that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We take there's a great deal of I guess what would the word be? We take a great deal, not necessarily pleasure, though certain people would consider it that, in that the bad people, there will ultimately be a judgment for them, that they can't get away from the bad things they do, and on the inverse, that there will be a reward at some other point given to people who do good things.
Yeah.
It's a very appealing concept. The details are pretty horrific, but in concept, this element that there's some cosmic justice out there that no one can escape from, it's a very appealing idea.
But
it's very easy to see why people want that.
But you don't like it because you don't
not
like
in its execution, or the idea that we're constantly being watched and we can never escape that.
Okay. So
but there's also the element of like
Liberty
the specifics
Oppression
of hell
Foundation.
and things.
You feel like you're being oppressed by some invisible watcher.
In a sense, if there's never a way for us to do anything that's truly private, if we're every thought and every action that we take is being monitored and tallied up on some cosmic scoreboard, it's a really chilling thought.
Yeah.
Especially considering that, depending on what your personal view on the specifics of this punishment and rewards are, that you either end up brainwashed or eternally tortured, when there's nothing that any mortal being could possibly do that could warrant an eternal punishment.
Well, I can think of a couple things, but
I can't.
I mean, Hitler obviously deserves
Hitler
eternal
doesn't
punishment.
deserve eternal punishment.
Oh, I think so.
His crime was finite.
Yeah, I don't care about the philosophical aspects of it. Give him 3 eternities.
I think it's just flat out justice. I don't think any mortal being is capable of doing an evil so great that it warrants an eternal punishment that is literally never ending.
True.
10 eternals.
Based. I agree completely.
I mean,
Phil Moore for 10.
Go ahead.
You disagree with it?
I understand why you feel that way. There are terrible, horrible people in the world.
Mm-hmm.
What internal punishment is?
But I just don't think that any crime can be
no
committed by a
crime.
mortal being that warrants eternal punishment.
I mean, I
crazy.
understand it logically. I see what you're saying, but at the same time, I'm like kind of glad that, first of all, I don't believe in any of this stuff. I think the world is unfair, and I think that's just a feature of the world. Yeah,
it really does suck. The idea that there's justice out there that surpasses our deaths is an extremely appealing one.
But anyone that wants to reach out and grab that justice, that delusion,
it means that
I can't take that away from people. I really can't.
It's a really, I don't think I could ever, I've got grandparents. Their time is running out. They're very religious.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I would ever want them to, it brings them a lot of comfort and joy to.
Yeah, sure.
That I
know the opium of the masses idea, but I just we use opium all the time to aid in people's suffering. We literally use drugs to aid in people's suffering. So
what about mega ultra super Hitler? Doesn't he
mega ultra super? Well, he gets mega ultra super hell.
How about infinite mega ultra super?
Oh,
that's
my
the
goodness,
worst.
definitely.
Yeah.
Then if he's infinite mega super evil Hitler,
yeah,
absolutely.
So okay, we finally reached some agreement. He gets eternal damnation.
Phil that remains. Hey Phil, thanks for another $5. Says religion came with consciousness. God was anything that worked. It's so intertwined with humans, we can never escape it. I think that's a big part of it.
I kind of agree with that. Yeah.
Hopefully we can, I think the best thing that we could sort of realistically hope for is that the religious and spiritual concepts that we have sort of evolve along into less super strict dogmatic kinds of things and maybe more into philosophical, virtue ethics, I suppose.
I don't think we can escape the dogma though, because it's just going to shift. I
just think it's probably not going to happen. But the more rigid and super structure and rules oriented a lot of this stuff is, I mean,
it depends upon the dogma though. If the dogma is be honest, I'm in favor of that dogma. I really am.
Even that I'm not in favor of dogma that says be honest, because sometimes you should lie.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, yeah, you can't have a strict Kantian I never tell a lie. When the Nazis say, "Are there any Jews hiding in your house?"
Right.
It's a complex thing that I think just a good set, like a good responsible philosophy of could really serve well.
Okay, here's your question.
Mhm.
Would you rather, you don't have to fight it, but you have to own it. You have to have it forever. Would you rather have a duck-sized Hitler in your house
Mhm.
or a Hitler-sized duck?
That's a tough one. I mean, I'm inclined to go with the duck size.
I am too. I want to focus.
I want to torture.
I want to ask her about the. I want to
look.
I want to ask Hitler about the prequel trilogy.
You would have a little Hitler running around.
You have a
Hitler running
duck-sized
around.
Hitler. Like you can do whatever you want with that fucking.
I'm coming back the Third Reich. You want like that all day? Fucking. Have you read Hitler's writings? Oh my god.
Yeah, but
unbearable.
You'd beat the shit out of him, and you like you wouldn't feel bad. It's like it's like that
I don't know.
line from
I
Sin
probably
City.
actually would if I had complete and total dominance over Hitler. I just don't think I could beat him
Look at
up.
this.
You know.
There
I
you
feel
go.
like I'd give
Rags
him
is
to
a
the
bleeding
authorities
heart.
or something so he could
Rags
face
a
justice.
bleeding heart lefty.
Look,
I just don't like.
you
I
drop
don't
that
like to be
duck-sized Hitler off
responsible
at
for the suffering of other people.
You drop that duck-sized Hitler off at the closest.
I would
can't
turn
kill
him
it.
into the police so he could face.
You can't kill it.
Justice.
You have to take care of it.
I'll have
for
to
the
take
rest of
care
your
of it.
life.
Well, then maybe over time I
okay.
could change him into a nice Hitler. I don't know.
I'm going with the human-sized duck.
We'd
then.
have to have
human-sized
some
duck?
very stern talkings.
Not
too,
being
that's
able
for sure.
to torture Hitler is a deal breaker.
Well, I mean,
for
you
me.
could torture it. I just said you can't kill it.
Oh, really?
That's fucked up.
Torture's an option.
Oh my
How
God.
tall?
I would
was
not torture
Hitler?
a duck-sized
Look, I
Hitler.
feel like there's a good.
Hitler's
Dan-
5'9", so there you go. Yeah, you have a 5'9" sized duck.
I
Hey,
think.
that's taller than I'm
an
taller
average-
than that. So
that's an
or my
average height
human's
duck.
taller than that. Gotta stay in character, but.
Look, I feel like there's a good Dan Brown novel in here. So you can torture him, right? But you
Yes.
can't kill him. So you end
Can't
up
kill him.
passing the duck-sized Hitler down through the generations. So you're
Well, it's not immortal. It's just with your lifetime.
so the Hitler's eventually going to die of natural causes,
Yeah, it's like a normal human being. It's just tiny.
right? Okay.
Like little midget Hitler.
Well, midget Hitler, you're right. But
Well,
it's
I
not a
mean-
midget. It's like perfectly proportioned human, but just. the
Oh,
size
okay, I
of a
got
duck.
you. Yeah, little mini.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you can't kill it, that implies it's immortal. But anyway,
I'm just saying for the sake of the hypothetical.
Okay.
You can't murder it.
Mhm.
Anyway.
Yeah, you're not
That's
allowed.
that's
the
part of the
spirit
rules?
of Deutschland will prevent it. Yeah. So speaking of
Uh,
Hitler,
well, I'm gonna
someone had
try.
asked. Oh, that's fair enough. That's it's your duck, Hitler.
Mhm.
Yeah. But speaking of Hitler, someone in chat had asked,
Mhm.
in what cases does Rags think lying is fine? Which is odd. You should be able to answer that yourself. Maybe it's just out of curiosity. But
was it beyond
do
the
you have-
one?
When
like
your girlfriend
the
says, "Does
Jews
this make me
hiding?
look fat?"
Well, I was just gonna go with the topical. Are you hiding Jews in your attic, that sort of thing?
Right.
And you are. You should lie to the Gestapo and say you are not hiding Jews in your attic.
Is there another one though? Aside
I'm
from the girlfriend.
Aside from the girlfriend one? I mean, like
Well,
white lies.
Does this make me look fat? You could always say. I mean, what's a
I
way?
think there's plenty of times where telling just harmless white lies is
Let's say
fine.
it does make her look really fat though. Like
I guess we gotta have to
obese.
get into the argument of
Then she's just
kindness
morbidly
versus
obese.
being
Nothing's
nice
gonna make
versus
you look
kind.
morbidly obese. You just are.
Well,
Well, it
no,
depends on what it's. Maybe it depends on what your mindset
it could be
is
a fat
behind
suit.
telling
You don't
the
know,
lie.
Sitch.
Uh-huh.
Well, telling someone they're fat and ugly just to make fun of them is different than telling someone fat to hopefully get them to not be fat anymore. I think your intentions behind things can be it owes a lot to the morality of doing the thing.
As someone who once had a Patronus that was a weasel, I just want to know an answer that is
There you
technically
go.
true, but
So you're saying a lie that
Look,
is
I-
moral to
I-
tell, or
I've
not
said
immoral
many
to
times,
tell?
like I've had dinner with Jay Leno, which
That's
is
not a lie, it's a
technically
joke.
right. But what is I've had dinner with Jay Leno.
Right, but a
equivalent
lie-
for
I
when
would
your
say a lie
girlfriend
is
asked
done
you.
with the intention to deceive someone
Right.
for a malicious reason. There's
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think anyone I think, even though for instance,
Oh,
I'm an
okay.
atheist, but I don't think that a parent telling their kids that there is a God, if they believe that, I don't think that's a lie. They are reporting what they believe to be the truth.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it's like when parents tell their kids Santa Claus. Is it a lie? It's like
Yeah, is it a lie? I wouldn't classify that as telling a lie. They're
Right.
doing it to just for
Liars.
funsies, and it's not going to hurt the kid in the long run, I don't think. And it's
You
just
don't know
for
that.
fun. Doesn't do any damage. So
Does terrible.
He could
damage.
never
What are you
trust his
talking
parents
about?
again.
Yeah.
What, they believe in?
I never trusted my parents again once I found out the Santa Claus lie.
That explains.
I mean, I felt justified lying all through my teens because of the Santa Claus.
Because of the Santa, the SQ.
I was like, listen, you guys lied to me. I lied to you. Okay, we're even.
Lie for lie. Yeah, weigh them up, scoring points.
A lie for a lie makes the whole world Santa.
Of course.
Asa Yar, thank you so much for being a discipline equals freedom for 5 months. Says, I watched your chat with Sargon. He's 100% wrong and sounds like a socialist saying, quote, socialism will work this time, only it's monarchy. And the reason for it working, this attempt will be less immigrants.
Wait, is Sargon a monarchist?
No. But he was kind of arguing against democracy. So I'm not really sure what his position is. Exactly.
Did you hear his talk with Peter Boghossian? That was super fascinating.
I haven't heard it yet. Did they talk about that topic?
Well, they are. I mean, he is going at the liberalism is the problem.
He's been going through that for a while now.
Well, there's a lot of issues with just like pure democracy.
But that's not what he was talking about.
Peter hits back. Peter's obviously a philosophy professor, so he's speaking Sargon's language when he goes in there and really just. I mean, I felt like he made some great points.
Here's what's a little confusing about Carl's position is that, I mean, when we talked to him, he said even when he wrote his like flaws of the foundational ideas of liberalism, he said that he wants to create a new liberalism that has correct flaws. That has correct foundation. He didn't say he wants to throw out liberalism and replace it with monarchy.
Right.
At least that's what he said. So I'm assuming that's true. I just don't know why everything has to relate to immigration. So, I don't think that should be the foundation.
It's all about immigration.
I mean, when he was talking to us, everything circles back to immigration. So I don't think that's the problem that's plaguing American society's immigration. So
have you watched much of Fox News? Because Fox News is like hitting this drum so hard.
Is that all
the
they talk
border
about?
Crisis?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised, but
we're being overrun.
That's that fear you were talking about.
Yeah, no, they're like, we're gonna win tonight. We're gonna win in 2024.
Of course,
hell or high water.
Well, because it's what I always said. The
we're
left
being invaded.
So like the left complains about everything being racist, and then the right complains
plays right into their van.
Well, no, that's not what I was going to say. So the left complains that everything is racist because the left conception is that all the problems of society come from within the pre-existing system.
Right.
They say, okay, well, it's all this racism. And the right believes that all flaws or most flaws come from outside the system.
Right.
Something's invading and destroying a good system that already existed. So immigrants become like the very easy emotional elephants to point to. So I'm going to say immigrants are the right-wing version of calling everything racist.
Or the postmodern academics from France.
It feels the same thing. So yes, there are real actual racists that can cause problems in society. And yes, there are real actual problems where if you have too many immigrants can cause problems in society, obviously. But does all problems from society stem from immigrants or racist? No, obviously not.
Well, we talked about this earlier with the fear of others, the fear of the outsider, emotional. And you got to believe that, I mean, that's got to be some component. Obviously, the left has the lower fear of outsiders component, or maybe they just
they have an opposite. They have they actually like outsiders and they have a fear of insiders.
Do they? Fear of insiders is.
They tend to speak very poorly about the group that they're in and all of its issues.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
they seem to have.
There's that one study where they care more about rocks than they do their own family, which is awful, but whatever.
Asayar, well, that's not quite what I said, but whatever. Asayar for $5 says, original sin is when you fart and blame it on your dog and people continually talk about how bad your dog's farts are.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
I like it. That's okay. Good.
I mean, I have a friend that does that, so.
Andrew Haskins for $5 says, Rags doesn't understand the story of original sin. It has to do with our choice to be sinful, not God creating us to be sinful. Maybe read the book, Rags.
I did read the book. You have a very rose-tinted interpretation of all that you've read. God, sorry, man, but this is your theology. God's literally responsible for everything.
Well, you get into
Adam and
two
Eve were
prompts.
set up to fail. They didn't really have any choice in the matter, especially because God knew it would happen before it happened and made it that way when he could have done alternatives.
Right.
I know that I didn't think about this when I was Christian or religious, but I mean, it's really, I guess once you see it, it doesn't go away. Literally everything is God's fault.
Well, you'd say, okay, so if God created humans, God is omnipotent. That means God knows the future.
Yeah,
so
depending on how you phrase it, he's either omnipotent or maximally powerful, which seems to be a much more popular modern, elaboration
I always thought it was
on his trait.
omnipotent. I've never heard maximally powerful.
That's what is used to be said, but omnipotent just doesn't make any logical sense. So that's why people, or at least a lot of apologetics I've seen, no, it doesn't.
It doesn't make sense within the conception of certain organized religions.
No, it doesn't. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, why would it? I mean, it could make sense in a different framework.
Can God make a rock so heavy even he couldn't lift it?
There's ways to. I understand what you're saying. Right, I understand what you're saying. But that's a whole longer conversation.
If you want to dismiss this basic logic in order to make that work, that's what you have to do.
No,
that's why a lot of modern apologetics.
There's sneaky workarounds, which you would say that's a sneaky workaround. Right?
I would like to.
So therefore, is not actually omnipotent, and I'd say yes, you're probably correct.
Yeah, it could. So that's why a lot of modern apologetics say that he's maximally powerful, which means he can do anything that it's possible to do. If it's possible, he can do it.
Sure.
So he can't do two things that are mutually exclusive.
Well, usually when people say, yeah, right. I think that's. I understand what you're saying. Usually, when I think of omnipotent, I don't think of including like inherently logical contradictions that are not technically possible by the way in which we understand reality, because that doesn't even really make sense. But
anyways, to carry on with what you were saying,
Sitch is a theist. Rags, did you know
I had no idea. I had no clue.
There you go.
So be careful. Don't offend him.
I'll be very careful. I'll be super careful.
No, but not just that. If God knows the future, like God would know that God is creating a human, an animal that would thus, go against God's will and original sin. But then you say, okay, but God gave humans free will. You said, but wait a minute. What does that mean? Like humans, that would mean that God created the human brain and the human consciousness to work in a specific way in which it would then go to make the choice to disregard God's will, if given the capacity of free will, which God would know, being omnipotent.
You certainly can't have free will if everything's predetermined, which it is if you believe in God and the certainly.
Well, no, you could have some conception of like God can perceive time in some way that is different than the way humans do. So humans still have a choice, but God can see the outcome of that choice.
But he knows what the choice. He knows the choice you will make, and could have had you.
Yeah, but you still have free will to make the choice.
No.
Yeah,
you can't deviate from his will. He made you knowing what you would do in advance, and he created you that way when there were alternatives.
Well, okay, yeah. Under what I understand what you're saying, right? Yeah, right. Because that'd be the question. Would be why did God do that in the first place?
The free will part, that when it comes to things like hell and punishment and stuff of that nature, is God could allow you to make those choices, but he could nullify its effects. So, if let's say this gets brought up whenever the problem of evil is talked about, why would God allow suffering, death, and free will is trotted out as a defense of that. It's like, well, why doesn't God allow me to make the choice to do evil things and then protect the victims from its consequences? That way we get free will. Right. Someone isn't victimized.
Kind of the Tom Jump. Why do we not live in the Tom Jump perfect universe where everyone can do everything?
Should I send President Sunday the link, or you want to? I mean,
no.
We can't get accused of running because he's literally on the schedule.
Well, that's your fault.
What do you mean?
I don't want to talk to President Sunday at 11:14 at night. Okay. When I'm trying to wrap up super chats.
Okay.
If he wants to, I mean, I'm fine talking to him some other time, but
yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, we're fully protected.
No.
Yes, we are. What are you talking
about?
No,
I'm saying no, don't send him the link.
Okay,
I don't want to talk to President
fine.
Sunday at 11:14 at night.
I'll just tell him we're wrapping up.
Yeah,
no big deal.
If we could, I'll talk down.
He's on the schedule on the 24th, so we're good.
Okay.
By the way, if just saying that I'm edgy and that I hate God and stuff, it's not actually a rebuttal to anything. So you're gonna have to come up with something a little bit more clever than that. Also, I don't hate God. I don't believe he's real. So,
Rags, can we set up a 2016 atheist versus theist style debate with you? I mean, I could probably get you like Ken Hovind or something.
Oh no. not him.
I've debated Kent Hovind.
I can't stand that charlatan.
Well, come on, it'd be good. It'd be good content.
I don't want to talk to Ken.
Look, Rags versus Kent. Look, do you guys want to see Rags versus Kent Hovind? Because I can probably make that happen.
Alive?
He's still alive. He's still hanging in there at his fucking compound or wherever he is.
I mean,
what about Rags versus Darth Dawkins?
Darth Dawkins.
That would be.
I've heard
tough.
that name. But...
That would be tougher to do, but I could make some inquiries. It's like maybe that's like a 50-50.
Well, I appreciate it, but I'll pass for now. I'll pass for now.
Very wise decision.
Why?
No one cares.
It's not
these
wise.
atheist like debates or passive.
Yeah, but it's just
maybe one day. I don't know. If they're impromptu and casual, and they just sort of happen, sure. But like, a preset, structured kind of thing. Nah.
So let me get my email open. Kent,
there you go.
What are you doing right now?
There's this guy. He's like a dog. He wants to talk to you about Jesus.
You want to talk to a cartoon dog about Jesus?
Look, we can't even get the Fight Club stream organized. How are we gonna? How's this impromptu atheist debate gonna come together?
Not gonna happen. It's fine. Phil Moore for $10 says Gnostic teachings explain the suffering is because our God isn't really the over God, the demiurge. The demiurge. I'm not familiar with that word. What is that word? The demiurge? A being responsible for the creation of the universe. Oh, okay. Feeds on our suffering, and the white light is a reincarnation trap. Don't go into the light. Wow.
The white light.
I never heard that one before.
I don't know about the white light.
It's a trick. Andrew Haskins for $2 says Jews believe in reincarnation. Square that one. Rags.
Do they? I had no clue. I thought they went into I just thought you just sort of
the
went
shadow
to
realm.
The Great Sleep or something.
Well, okay. So according to Jewish doctrine, they believe they'll be reincarnated once the Messiah shows up. So
okay.
I guess
yeah.
that's what
I
you
guess.
mean, right?
Yeah.
They don't believe in like. Was it who believes in reincarnation? Is it Hindus or Buddhists?
Hindus believe in reincarnation, as far as I'm aware.
Right. They don't believe in like classical. You die, you get reincarnated. You die, you get reincarnated. At least not. I mean, I'm sure Jews believe that, but that's not according to Jewish theology or anything, Jewish doctrine. So, Lloyd Brands for $2 says, "Feeling theological. Does Satan deserve hell?"
No.
Well, I mean, he owns the place, so he probably likes it.
I don't know. Does he? As far as I know, he
Lucifer. He's tired of it. He doesn't want to be.
Oh, he's bored of it. Damn, that sucks.
He wants to have a nightclub where he can get into relationship drama with a will he won't she relationship for like 7 years that just goes on forever and annoys you.
Ouch.
Andrew Clark Fedora says there's no fucking correct answer. Lair or asshole?
What are asshole?
I'm not sure, but that's in relation to. Andrew Clark Fedora says, no, Sitch, that was your interpretation. I think related to Carl. He let you make. I asked him specifically. I said, we asked him specifically. I could swore in both that conversation, the last one we had, and previous ones, we asked him very specifically, are you in favor of monarchy? And I could have swore he said no. And then in the liberal conversation, I could swear, if you go back to it, he literally said, I'm not in favor of destroying liberalism. I just want to have it create a new liberalism based on foundations that are true. I could swear he literally said that if you go back and look it up.
I feel like individual rights is the universal moral value.
Right.
That they weren't really talking about specifically in the Peter Boghossian conversation, but Peter Boghossian was trying to say, reason, rationality is the universal tool set for society. And Carl was against that.
Well, Carl is very skeptical of rationality now and science and all that, trusting the science. That's why we had a weird conversation where he was like anti-scientist but pro-engineer or something. That was the difference he was making, which I thought was silly. But Carl said post-liberal. Yeah, but what does that mean? I don't know. Well, next time we have Carl, we'll have to say, okay, Carl, there's lots of confusion between us and the chat. What the fuck do you want? Remind us next time Carl comes on. Just say, "What the fuck do you want, Carl?" What are we talking about here? Do we have a democracy? Do we have liberalism? What exactly do we have here? So we'll have to ask. Andrew Clark for $900 says Carl said that freedom is a punishment. Interesting. Sounds like some 1984 stuff. Junebug for $2 says play Disco Elysium. I have not.
Is that a fun game?
Have you played that, Ranks? Disco.
I have not, but I've heard very good things about it.
Sitch loves the movie Elysium. That's one of his favorite movies.
I hate that movie. Well, I don't hate it. It's just boring and stupid.
It is boring and stupid. It was obviously written by someone on the left.
I like the other one a lot better. District
9, yeah, is awesome. It has its flaws, but you know, it's overall it's so good you're willing to overlook the flaws. But,
well, the end sucks, but before the end, I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, when he has the total
character fuck up.
Yeah,
reverse.
He totally goes off on his friend.
Yes, poor Christopher.
Oh man, Christopher. What Christopher? What his name is like Christopher Thomas or something.
Yeah, they all had like very boring, you know.
It's like this
names,
bug man.
Yes.
Christopher Johnson, that's his name.
That was his name, yeah.
Christopher Johnson. Oh, that's such a good movie.
Your Ray for $5 says you two should talk to Wendigoon. He's a fine man and he'll make a good theological talk.
Well, Sitch likes to talk theology.
Wendigoon.
If you want to talk theology, Sitch, I'm totally down.
Adam doesn't like to talk.
As long as I'm not in the
Yeah, exactly.
I just don't know how much I have to say about the theological stuff.
Sure. That's understandable.
People seem to like your conversation. Well, people seem to like your conversation with Mike, which, I mean, I can dig that. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
People like the fact that we could have that conversation without, you know, turning all into edgy teen, religion.
Yeah,
needs
rags.
to die. Oh, rags? You think that's rags?
Edgy. I'm super edgy.
Everything
I've been saying is totally edgy.
Are you saying that Rags sounds like one of those edgy anti-theists?
No, he was accused of sounding like one of those by someone in the chat.
Yeah, man, that's a great substitute for an actual argument.
That's what an edgy anti-theist would say, though. I mean, that is literally like the comeback of the Matt Dillahunties of the world.
Well, I guess they got something right then.
Got him.
Matt Dillahunty would come out and say, that's not an argument.
Well, but that's true.
But also,
not an argument.
Yeah, that's not an argument.
Is it?
If someone
calling
says
me,
you're
calling
being
me edgy and that I
not
hate God is not an argument against anything I've said. I
Right.
think I've been pretty rational with my reasoning, whether you agree with it or not. I don't think any of it's really emotionally based.
Sure.
Like there was responses that I'm saying.
If we had if we did the debate with Kent Hovind, what would the debate question be, Rags?
What would the debate question be?
Yeah.
If I had to debate Kent Hovind, what would the question be? I honestly don't know. I'd have to think about it because he's such a bizarre character who seems to be just denial of all reason and science. That
would it be like, does God exist? Is that something you would debate?
It would probably be, is there good evidence for God existing instead of just, does he exist?
How about
because my position is that because I just don't believe that a God exists. I'm not saying there isn't one.
How about, is religion a net good for society?
That could be potentially a question.
Okay.
That's not a terrible one.
That's all Adam wants to know. If you say maybe, then he'll be your friend. If you say no, he'll be angry with you.
I don't even know. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in a God. No.
Gosh, I love you, Sitch. I really do. I do. It's so.
I'm just saying it how it is, okay? Let's get rid of the subtext here.
Sitch is like, Adam's probing. I can tell.
Yeah, exactly. You already did it once. You get one freebie.
Look, I really don't. I don't care if Rags is an anti-theist. Come on, I don't
even know if I'm. Rags' lack of sophistication on the topic is what makes him too edgy. I don't know.
I
think I'm pretty
offended by that, Sitch. I don't hate anti-theists. I said some anti-theists.
Okay, fine. Annoyed.
Definitely.
That hate's too strong a word. You'll be annoyed. Okay.
Well,
So
be
is
annoyed. Look, already Braggs.
You're
is
annoyed
talking-
by anti-theist? Is that a better way to frame it?
Already,
I don't even know
Braggs
if I'd
is-
call myself an anti-theist. I would prefer there was no religion, but it certainly has does a lot of good. So
there you go.
Okay,
I don't know
so
how to weigh it up.
What would why is that your personal preference?
That there isn't religion?
Yeah.
Because I don't think that there's any good evidence that any of the religions are true. And I want
Okay.
people to have a more solid foundation for what they believe that's more based on reality.
Team truth, baby. I totally agree.
Absolutely.
With you.
Yeah.
Team truth.
I am team truth. I would prefer people have a much more solid foundation for what they believe. And I don't think religion passes those tests.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, but Rag's only talking about like what he thinks is true, not whether something is has a social utility to it, which is a completely different question.
Of course, he
I've always
said-
held
Look,
that, yeah.
he understands the dilemma. Like there is
there's
social utility to it, but it's not true. So I mean, it's
Absolutely.
like-
If I went back in time, and I was made the king of a nation or something, I wouldn't be like, yeah, there's no religion. This is obviously horseshit. It obviously doesn't make any sense. There's huge amounts of problems with it. I'd be like, no, how could I take the religion and maybe nudge it in a good direction? I would. It definitely has its uses. It's
well, there's not a lot
what
of
it is.
there's not a lot of truth in politics, and I mean that drives me crazy about politics too. It's all just social manipulation.
Yeah, I don't like social manipulation. I don't want people to be manipulated for things that are this important.
Yeah.
Junebug for $2 says the almighty Lolly did a great stream on that game. Well, there you go.
Oh.
I'm not familiar with the almighty Lolly. I'll take your word for it.
Sounds vaguely maybe bad, but I don't know.
Yes. Zero Fuck, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 4 months. Says new misogynistic poll in Discord in the During Show channel, Anna versus Emma. Well, there you go. If you want to weigh in who you want, Anna versus Emma, feel free.
Emma is the one on Sam Cedar's show, right?
Yes.
Okay, I got it right.
Right now, Emma is winning.
Oh, Emma's
which is a little surprising to me.
Why? You're an
Yeah.
Anna? You're an Anna over Emma? Really?
I don't know. I can't get their personalities out of my head, so it's hard for me to think about it objectively.
Well, they both, yeah.
As an objective misogynist, I mean, of course.
In the personality department, both are epic fails. You're really just.
I'm not sure which I'd be in.
Terrible. Can you imagine the smugness? Can you imagine being married to Anna Kasparian?
Oh my God.
The amount of smugness you would have to endure.
Oof.
I wonder if her husband is
That would
really
be
just
rough.
like, like a man's man. And Anna's like,
I don't know.
Totally totally diminutive at home.
Yeah.
Maybe.
She
She gets it all
defers.
out with Shank being like aggressive. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Of course.
They have a new Anna now. It's the
Really?
Yeah,
A new
Jessica
Anna.
Burbank is her name. Yeah. You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah.
I don't watch the Young Turks regularly, so
Well, that makes it sound like I do, but I mean,
that was the implication.
He's a big fan. Big fan.
the only time I watch Young Turks is when someone sends me a video because they're like, "Oh my God, you guys have to cover this."
Yeah,
It's
that's me too.
insane."
Or if
Yeah.
I watch like Sean talking about them or something.
Yeah, but I'm not a regular watcher.
The Wooster for $2 says Zahan was on Rogan. Woo! Yeah, I'll check that out. Andrew Clark for $2 says Adam, your hair is fine.
Oh yeah, thanks. I was telling everyone in the chat when you were taking forever, and
You were doing your hair
no, I said my hair is a disaster, but
I see.
I'm still here on time.
when you had your hood up. I thought you were doing a Nick Fuentes impression, only with a baby blue hoodie instead of a darker blue.
I have the Nick Fuentes blue.
You
I
do?
think I
Wow.
showed it. Yeah.
There you go.
Want me to grab it?
If you want.
No.
Samuel 5527 for $5 says, as the designated A-team representative, I need to inform you, I bought fake boobs for my anime body pillow, and now Amazon thinks I'm trained.
They didn't come with that? They don't come with fake boobs? What do you mean?
It's amazing. That is
Well,
amazing.
I'm assuming what they mean is they got like the what's it called? I forget what it's called. The dye. It's just like the pillowcase.
Dakimakura?
Is that how you say it? I don't know. They got the pillowcase, and I'm assuming they bought fake boobs for the pillowcase. So
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious. And now Amazon's like, well, you're probably not degenerate, so you're you're not a degenerate weeb. You're just trans.
Hilarious.
That's funny. Sam, I want you to send a picture of the anime body pillow with the fake boobs to Adam.
Mm-hmm. I have to bring some picture up. I can't. That sounds like it'll get the stream yeeted.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Because I read these all out of order. Lord of the Brains for $5 says, "Hey Rags and EFAP scrubs.
Hello.
Know that nobody is watching Shroud for the story.
Shroud for?
No, oh no, what nobody's watching Shroud for the story. L2A
Shroud. Is that a show?
The show or a game?
That's there's a streamer named Shroud who plays first-person shooters that I'm aware of, but
is this okay?
But I don't know. But that they say that like Shroud is a TV show or an anime or something, or maybe it's I don't know.
They're saying nobody is watching the streamer Shroud for the story.
Well, that wouldn't make that much sense, right?
Okay, I guess that makes sense. L2A while you cry about Bonk's adventure and how Bonk's a cool dad now. Who's Bonks?
Bonks?
Bonks. Does that mean anything to you?
No, maybe we had a horny thoughts or someone did, and so someone had to get bonked for it. You know how Adam is. You know how he goes on.
Bonk's Adventure is
what did
a
I do now?
1989 side-scrolling game. Brian, what are you talking about? This is like indecipherable. Okay. Gene Naming Penguin for $5 says VAUSH's equivocation versus Angry Husbands Golf Club. Who will win? There you go.
I'm gonna go with Angry Husbands Golf Club. How about you?
He meant Kratos. Oh, why didn't he say that?
Who are you putting your money on?
Why would I know Bonk's Adventure means God of War?
Bonk's Adventure? Yeah.
Okay. I guess he's taking the anti-story side of the conversation.
Ouch. Why would he?
Why do you
that?
have the picture of the weasel that's riding the woodpecker?
Is that a woodpecker?
I mean, it looks like it. It's got the little beak. Maybe it's not.
I mean, that's a baller weasel right there. Are you kidding?
Isn't it? People were like posting. I thought people were like, "Oh, this is so cool. It's riding this bird," but isn't it like attacking it in reality? Like it's like biting it or something.
I thought it was like woodpecker surfing. This is pecker surfing, right?
Weasel riding bird. I mean, it's an amazing picture.
Yeah.
Weasel riding woodpecker. Is it a real photo?
Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming it's real.
Look, we got to do it. We need a fact check. Jamie,
I'm just curious.
Can you bring it? Can you figure out if this picture's real?
I think we may have distracted the weasel as when the woodpecker landed and managed to escape and the weasel ran in the grass, he told the BBC. I mean, it looks real. It doesn't look fake. Though National Geographic won't let me read the fucking article without giving me this. You have to be a fucking subscriber. Professor of computer science at Dartmouth College and total buzzkill says he thinks the image is fake. So there you go.
Wow. Why would he do that?
I don't know. It looks real to me. But
I mean, it looks real awesome.
yeah. Gotta like Snake. I read that one.
I love it.
You guys should watch the hit piece. Read that one. Chicken Chaser, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Have you tried the chicken chips yet? The chicken potato chips made out of chicken?
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, they're pretty tasty.
Chicken potato chips?
Yeah, they're made out of like chicken. But they're the same consistency as potato chips, and they kind of taste like buffalo wings.
Chicken, I mean, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, they are tasty.
Chicken potato chips? What's the brand here?
Oh,
what am I looking for here?
I don't know. Just type chicken potato chips and see what comes up. What happened?
Farm to pet? That's not right. Dog treats? I'm finding a bunch
chicken
of
chips.
Chicken chips.
Let's try that.
Chicken chips.
I'm finding lots of things that are not.
Yum. I like chicken.
These are dog treats.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that's what.
Don't order the dog treats.
I don't want the dog. Is it wild
Let's
protein
try
chips?
Let's try buffalo wings.
Is it wild protein chips buffalo style?
Sure, I don't know.
Oh my god, you're fucking useless.
Owen had them down at the studio yesterday, and I was like, "Oh my god, these are amazing."
Andrew Clark Fedora says, "Moments after birth, Sitch. I am Sitch.
Okay,
This world will end."
It is wild protein chips, buffalo style, crisp, crafted from chicken breast.
There you go.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I like jerky. Pretty much everything that I've had that's meat, I've liked.
This has the same
try it.
exact consistency as a potato chip, except for kind of like it does. There is a little bit of like chicken meat texture once you start chewing it. Yeah.
I think what really happened was, I think Owen was giving you dog treats and tricking you into thinking that.
No, look, this is obviously not that Owen wouldn't try that, but this is obviously human food. Yeah.
You know, someone said pork rinds are better than chicken chips. I remember I never ever had pork rinds.
Pork rinds? Pork
in,
rinds are good. They can also be terrible, but generally I like them. You can make them. It's one of those foods where it could be all over the place. But generally, I like pork rinds.
So I never had pork rinds, and I remember I'd always hear about it growing up because if you remember Rugrats, Stu was very big into pork rinds. He would reference them constantly, and so I remember I was going on a diet where I was trying not to eat like potatoes anymore. I was doing the elimination diet like years ago, trying to figure out what was making me sick. And you know what I could eat though was pork rinds.
Really?
It's just pork, yeah, or at least natural ones because I'm sure they put all sorts of horrible shit in like the normal ones. So I go to the store and I'm really excited. I'm like, oh my god, I've never had a pork. I like pork. I like salty, crispy things, and I get a bunch of different pork rinds, and they were all fucking disgusting. And I don't know how anyone eats that.
Oh my god.
Well, pork rinds, like I said, all over the place. Some can be amazing and good, and others can be really meh. So
maybe I've only had the
that's
bad
just
ones,
how it is.
What's the good pork rind?
I don't know much about them. I'm not crazy about them. I just generally like them, but I just know there can be good ones and bad ones.
Someone in chat, give me like the good pork rind brand, okay? Because whenever I've tried it, I was like, this is disgusting. I like literally was gross, and I thought they were gonna be delicious. I'm like, I like pork. So I don't understand why I wouldn't like this. Chicken waffle fried chips.
Yeah. Look at that. They have your chicken and waffles. You said you like chicken and waffles.
Who doesn't like chicken and waffles?
Yeah, who doesn't?
I mean, this is a little scary here. I remember reading this.
You know who doesn't? Nick Fuentes. That's how you know you should trust him. I saw him eat chicken and waffles with Destiny. He barely ate any of the chicken or the waffles. That's fucking sus.
Especially if someone made them for me. I love waffles.
He was at a restaurant.
I love chicken. Oh, damn.
This is a little sus here, right here. It says real ingredients. Well,
yeah.
Thank goodness.
Chicken breast, egg whites, and bone broth.
Yeah, the bone broth.
Why is that sus to you?
Well, I'm like, bone broth?
Yeah, bone broth.
I mean, they're dry.
Okay. Well, you understand if something's made with bone broth, doesn't mean you pick the chip out of the bag and it's like coated in like liquid. You're like, why are my chips all soggy? It says made with real bone broth.
It says
you just you open the chip bag and it's just soup inside. It says made with real bone broth on the outside.
I might try these chicken and waffle ones.
That sounds delicious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the same brand? Oh God, I gotta try them.
It is.
Now I'm hungry.
Wild protein chips. I mean, who doesn't?
I've heard
like
mixed
protein?
things about bone broth being good or bad for you. So,
I bet when it gets put into soup and stuff, they put a whole lot of sodium and stuff in it.
Oh yeah, sodium.
So the bone broth might be okay, but then they just decide to add like a whole bunch of.
So apparently, this is what a doctor told me. A lot of the metals and shit that you ingest will end up getting stored in your bones, and that's true of animals. And so if you're eating the bone broth,
calcium.
You're basically
magnesium,
ingesting a lot
uranium.
of that stuff. All the uranium that the chickens
All the uranium I eat makes uranium bones, which are incredibly dense yet extremely sturdy.
Mercury.
Exactly. All the uranium. That
Oh
the
yeah,
chicken and cows are
mercury in
eating.
bones. Yeah.
Get it all.
Yeah.
But hey, at least you'll be able to power your own house. So let's see. Anonymous Coward for $5 says, by the year 2045, MPreg will outpace regular pregs.
Ugh.
Intellectually.
Oh, wow. Good. Thank goodness. It took a turn for the better there at the end.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says, a team goes to a homeless shelter to keep food out of their mouths and regularly hates male slurs at random Bolivian officials. S-Class is a pescasa.
None of that is true, Rags.
Wow.
Dr.
A stunning
Diddler.
endorsement from Daddy Diddler.
Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
Dr. Diddler is an S-Class general.
Oh, Dr. Diddler. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I mean, I'm sure
ignore your doctorate.
I'm sure someone knows him as Daddy Diddler.
I suppose so.
But yes, you have to acknowledge his doctorate.
I'm so glad he's S-Class right now.
Is it true, Adam? Is this what you do? You hate male slurs to Bolivians and you go to homeless shelters and you just eat food in front of them?
Everything Dr. Diddler has ever said on this channel is a dirty lie.
I don't know if you know this, Braggs. Adam
He
will
doesn't
go-
have a
this-
doctorate in
Brags?
honesty.
Did you just call Rags Brags?
Oh, well,
I
okay.
have my moments, but you know.
I don't know if you know this, Rags, but Adam, what he does after the stream, this is his tradition. After the stream, he goes to Panda Express and he gets
And
like
eats
a big
pandas? Wow.
He gets a big it's worse than
I don't know
that.
how
He
they
gets
get away with it.
He gets a big helping of some delicious Panda Express. Then he drives to the local homeless shelter and he sits in the middle of it and he opens it up. So the smell wafts through the entire building. He just starts eating it in front of everyone.
That's a good idea. I might try that. That sounds fun. What slop are you guys eating? I got panda.
I'm eating actual panda.
To be fair, panda is slop, but it's just tasty slop. So,
Ironically,
Kind of.
panda is an aphrodisiac.
Kind of.
there you go. That would be ironic.
I do like panda though.
Yes.
I went to Panda the other day and I almost texted you a picture.
You send me. I just get like a random picture from Adam. He's like eating Panda Express.
I almost texted you because I was like, haha, Sitch will be jealous. I'm eating panda today. Oh, it's so good.
Oh, there's so much meat on these bones. Oh man, how come everyone doesn't eat panda? Man. I mean, it was cute before, but it's totally worth it.
Cute things are more delicious, I've heard. So,
Yeah. Of course.
Stuck for $5 says, in all seriousness, though, even the smarter progressives think that the incel problem is because of toxic masculine type things. Argue with Erudite, please. Oh, does she have this opinion? Maybe we'll argue with her about that.
Yeah.
As long as she
She's
defines
cool.
what toxic masculinity is.
Yes.
Right, well, that
of
would
course.
be the main point. But...
If it can be done.
Is arguing with erudite toxic masculinity? We might want to find that out before we have the discussion.
What does panda meat taste like?
They're endangered species, Sitch. The FBI is gonna be monitoring your computer use.
How does giant panda meat taste? Terrible, apparently. In 1983, a Chinese villager, I don't know if I trust some random Chinese plebe,
I certainly fucking don't.
named Lang Xinghong was tried for illegally killing a giant panda. He told the judge that his wife cooked the meat with turnips, but they didn't enjoy it, so he fed some of it to his pigs and gave the remainder of it to his sister.
That's weird. If you killed a panda bear, I would just, even if it was bad, I feel like I would be just like obligated to eat it, you know?
Yeah, it's an endangered species. Jeez.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you can't let a panda go to waste.
First of all, I don't know if you knew this. Teddy Roosevelt had a son named Kermit.
Kermit?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did you know that Sean
Kermit
Connery
Roosevelt?
has a brother named Neil?
Neil Connery?
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
But so his son Kermit and Theodore IV killed a giant panda in 1928.
Mm-hmm.
Their local guides refused to join them in eating the meat and called in a priest to purify the hayloft where the beast had been butchered. The Roosevelt boys left no description of the taste. Wow. Wow, Teddy, come on.
Wow, you didn't even tell the rest of us, you prick.
Killing a panda.
Well, it must have not been very tasty if they didn't even really mention it again.
99% of giant pandas died as bamboo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Probably tastes
but
like bamboo then.
Look, bamboo is a grass. 99% of a cow's diet is grass.
Well, if you get grass fed, that's true. But
And cows are
point.
delicious.
Cows
there
are
you go.
delicious.
So there you go. So
Cows are machines that turn grass into delicious steaks.
Yes. I mean, it's a miracle.
Ergo proctor ad hom ad stominin L2 L gato. Therefore, pandas taste like beef. And we should be eating them.
We don't know. No, don't say that. They're too adorable to eat.
I mean, cows can be cute and we still eat them.
Cows
They're
can
not.
be. Calves are adorable.
No.
Calves.
You've
Cows
never
Look,
seen-
all
Really?
baby animals are adorable. That's not
You've never
fair.
seen the cute cows? They're not like the little brown fuzzy cows. They're adorable.
Mhm.
You know what I'm talking
Highland
about?
cows and stuff.
Is that what they are? The Highland cows? Yeah, those things are like the cutest things in the world. They're big, fuzzy brown cows. I'm sure they taste delicious.
How now, brown
The fuzzy
cow?
ones are cute. Damn.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't think of this when I'm going to
A lot of
Panda
cows are
after
cute.
this.
A lot of calves are cute. Some
And have you seen those videos? Like the girl will start playing on the violin, and all the cows come up, and they just like stare at her. And they're like, "Oh, this is
Is that how the cows come home? I always wonder
Yeah.
where that comes from.
you start playing music?" and
What
then
does that mean? You can do this until the cows come home.
I don't know
assume
what it
had
means.
something-
A long time.
Mm-hmm.
till the cows come home. Does it mean the cows won't come home on their own?
I mean, it means forever, right?
As far as I know, like cows do not come home, and it's not the natural state of a
Right.
cow to return to its dwelling.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's what it means.
Maybe cows are just roamers by nature.
Well, I assume they let them out to graze, and then they had to round them up. Like I don't know if they come back on their own. But
Did you have any take on the big news of the week was the Republicans couldn't nominate a Speaker of the House? Were you paying
Yeah.
attention to that, or?
yeah, slightly.
Okay.
I thought what would happen is exactly what happened. That everyone was like, "Oh my God, they're never going to elect him. This is going to go on for like a month. This is going to go on for years." And I'm like, "It's going to go on for like a week at maximum.
Right.
We'll just cut out some deal, and then no one will forget about this, and no one will care about it anymore."
No, there's one person that's not going to forget about this, and that's the
Matt
Speaker of the
Gaetz?
House.
Oh, McCarthy? No.
Well,
Well, I guess that's the question.
you-
Will he penalize
look.
Gates and Boebert and some of those people?
I'm sure he would. I mean, why wouldn't you say, "Oh, of course, we'll give you whatever you want"? Then as soon as you're Speaker of the House, you'd go, "Fuck you guys! You're not getting a speakership. You're not getting like a committee chair. You're not getting jack shit."
Right.
I mean, I'd
I don't
like
know.
to see how that plays out, but
Well, I'm
feel
assuming
like,
he can't do that because then they all eventually fell. Well, they didn't vote for him, but then they vote present, so they fell in line eventually.
Well, I mean, I wasn't paying too close of attention. I was just thinking he's
Right.
probably going to get even with them. I did see the one video of Sean Hannity and Laura Boebert, like
Attacking each other. It
yeah,
was funny,
arguing
yeah.
like crazy, which I was just,
That was pretty funny.
it was hilarious.
I saw Matt Gates's campaign manager on Twitter like
Mhm.
trying to say Matt Gates, fought for some amazing rule changes, and that was all worth it. And I was like, well, what were the rule changes? People in the replies were like, well, what was the change? There's no answer.
Oh, really?
There
They
are
wanted-
some weird rule changes that were, I don't know if they're going to be beneficial or not. I guess we'll see how they play out. But
The question is, are they going to make a big deal about the debt ceiling? I feel like they probably are because
oh,
they don't
God.
want Democrats.
No.
They don't want Democrats spending any like. Look, the ultimate goal of the Republicans is making sure that the Democrats don't keep any of their campaign promises, and the way to make sure they don't keep any of their campaign promises is to cut their funding.
Is this what a post-Trump Republican Party looks like? They're still sorting their shit out.
Yes.
Well, yeah, obviously.
God, I hope not. The debt ceiling is.
I
hate the
know.
debt ceiling makes me want to like end my life in Roblox.
We get
Oh my God.
we get to listen to all
You're
the
gonna listen
just-
to me be just triggered as fuck.
all we're gonna hear about is like all the arguments around the debt ceiling are all garbage.
I know.
Just
so bad.
completely fallacious based
So
on
bad. I
total
know.
nonsense.
Oh my God. If you make me lose my mind on the debt ceiling, I'm gonna be a very unhappy Sitch.
But it's gonna be
Okay.
great content. So you
No,
guys should-
it's not.
You should
It's gonna be
expect
terrible.
that. Sitch and I
no.
both are gonna be tearing our hair out, going, why?
No, I know. It doesn't matter. It's literally like
America
talking to-
has to get its house in order.
It's literally just like yelling into a cave. You're just hearing nothing. There's just echoing in response. There's nothing there. People are just too elephant driven on it.
We got to have Phil on again because Phil's like interested in the economic stuff, but we could do a, economics for rock stars. It'd be great. That's awesome content.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyway, Adam Robot, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Hell yeah! Thanks for joining.
Solo Doge for $2 says, "Does VAUSH really care, or is he playing the numbers game?"
He's playing the numbers game. Yeah,
the numbers game.
I don't think VAUSH cares at all. No. I think he's just a terrible, horrible person who doesn't give a fuck about anybody but himself.
Yeah. Typical.
If you're telling me you don't understand the debt, if you're telling me I don't understand the debt ceiling, I can literally promise you that you don't understand the debt ceiling.
What's this, Johnny? Look, we will have if this ends up being a thing, we will have people on to argue with us about the debt ceiling. It'll be great. Debt ceiling will be paid by third world poors. Don't sweat it. Oh, Johnny D. I mean,
the debt ceiling is literally like you're literally just being gaslit by it. I don't know what else to say. You've been gaslit into it. Even it was funny because even I'm trying to remember, is it that long podcast you sent me? It was like the MMT guy and like the crypto guy were arguing about it, and even he was like, he acknowledged that the debt ceiling was bullshit, but it was just a tool used to basically leverage for
that was Bob.
Budget stuff. Yeah.
So. Oh, what's his name? He's the big libertarian guy,
right? So.
Rowan Gray and Bob. I can't remember the Bob guy, but he'll tell us in chat. I'll look it up. Because that is... Did we watch that whole thing? I don't think we watched it on stream, but it's amazing.
I listened to it private. I don't think we watched it on stream. But Creeping Pence. I looked through the CRT law from Iowa, and it's literally the exact same as it is in all the other states. So, that's why I'd say you have to ask your sister to point out what part of the law she specifically thinks is going to like cause all the problems. It's literally the same.
Bob Murphy, that's who it is. Sorry.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, "What are your thoughts on the anime Day Training X and Machina no Danshi? They're anime that are simulations for the viewer. Good, bad, or sign of the times." What is it? I don't understand. Simulations for the viewer. What does that mean?
Like you have a simulation of having like a real relationship with a human being or something?
Anime. Wait, here it is. What is this?
Bob Murphy Show 130. Rowan Gray deep dive on legality of MMT and $1 trillion platinum coin. That's a conversation, and they do talk about the debt because obviously whenever they pull out the $1 trillion platinum coin, they're literally talking about the debt ceiling, are they not, Sitch?
Yes. So this anime, I'm looking about this anime thing. It's more important than the debt ceiling. Anatore EX is translated to "move your soul and body." Each episode contains a variety of routines such as push-ups, sit-ups, spine twists, dancing, yoga stretches, trunk training, and something called Tai Chi. 5
trunk
girls
training.
aiming.
Is that what they're calling it these days?
That's what they're calling it. 5 girls aiming to become idols will exercise with you, and that troubling body fat percentage will go down by 1,000%. So this is basically just an anime where you watch girls work out, and then you're supposed to work out while you're watching them. Is that all that is?
What kind of workout are we doing, boys?
Masturbating.
So we get a good calories, right?
I get a good 3 minutes in, and then their workout's over.
Right?
Rags,
okay. That's weird.
It's a right elbow workout.
I'm supposed to say it out loud. What are you doing?
Oh yeah, that's right. Because anime is about beating around the bush for 30 fucking episodes, or explicitly saying everything that's on your mind with no middle ground.
It's
that's right.
true. Oh, Rags, you.
Wow.
I forgot we were talking about anime. Sorry.
Got him. Listen, I don't even have. You're not wrong. For bad anime, anyway. But.
Hey yo.
Wait,
the meat. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I have to pee a lot. I drink a lot of water.
It is also like when I shouldn't say this, but because you're gonna be. You're gonna realize.
Yeah. I'm gonna realize what?
You have to pee more in the wintertime. You have to pee more when it's cold.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Why would that be true?
The bladder doesn't work as good in the cold.
Does the bladder like shrink when you're cold or something?
Yeah, something like
Okay.
I don't know. I just read that you have to pee more when it's cold.
Oh, why would I don't understand? You were like, I shouldn't tell you this. Like, what's happening? What's
Well,
the secret?
As soon as I read that in the article, I'm like having to pee all the time. I'm like, this is.
It's psychosomatic.
I think it
Wait,
might.
it's not cold where you are. What the fuck? It's like
It is-
80 degrees.
It's freezing here now.
What's the
like
temperature?
winter kicked in and it's cold.
What's the temperature where you are?
It's like 60.
60.
Yeah, it got down to like 65 last night.
It's freezing. It's 65 degrees. Oh, it's so cold.
Such a bitch.
Am
I'm
I
back.
the bitch or you the bitch?
Well, I admit. Look,
Yes.
As soon as you go through, a few mild winters, like you're done.
What are we talking about now?
Adam is cold because it's 60 degrees where he lives.
60 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yes.
Oh, 60
Well, if it was
is
Celsius, that'd be pretty hot.
I was just making sure in this weird upside down topsy turvy world. All right.
That'd be pretty hot.
But yeah, 60 is not intense at all in either direction. It's a very
65. I'm sorry, 65 degrees.
65
New York
degrees.
City,
oh,
right?
65 is perfect. That's like
New
the
York
perfect
City.
weather.
New York City right now, 36 degrees.
Oh man,
Wow, that's not
Ouch.
even freezing.
that's cold. It's almost.
I hope you guys are peeing. Don't hold it if it's.
I went outside
if
last
it's
night.
36 degrees.
Or,
out.
no, it was the day before last night, and it was like a nice 70-ish degrees. I was like, oh, so nice and cool.
70 is like perfect for me. I generally prefer. I like the warmth. I don't like the cold. I can deal with it, but I don't like the cold. I'd rather sweat than shiver. So
Yeah,
I
me
like it when
too.
it's 70. I like a good 70 degree.
Yeah, I can't stand the cold.
Warm
It's
air.
57
cold sucks.
degrees right now.
But that's not anywhere. That's starting to get cool.
That's freezing.
Hot
Yeah,
Kavah
it's
says, I
madness.
looked it up. Common Jewish teaching is that humans have a conscience given by God, but also inherent selfish nature. Does that mean, is God inherently selfish?
Well, I mean, he didn't
We
have to
were
make us
made
with an
in
inherently
God's
selfish nature, but
There
that
you
was
go.
his choice. So
well,
I
he made
don't-
us.
he
hold
can't
on.
get upset with it if
Look,
we act on that. I suppose.
He did have to though, because he made us in his image, and he said.
So he's a selfish. Well, the
Yeah, he said
the
you.
first
look,
commandment's
the first,
literally
yeah,
jealousy.
You will have
so
no other gods before.
I'm a
me.
jealous God.
He
yeah.
said, yeah, he wears it on his sleeve. I can respect that. He's like
Yeah.
the Trump of gods.
God is the Trump of God.
Je-
There you go.
jealousy. Yeah.
Junebug for $2 says, I recommend watching his 24-hour Berserk narration. I don't know if-
Whose?
that's the Mighty Lolly.
Oh.
Hello,
okay.
I'm gonna watch that. I don't want to watch that. Drew the Dogman for $2 says, S-Class eats grass and pukes it on the carpet.
Whoa.
True.
You're confusing me for
Wow.
rats,
Whoa.
True.
Wait.
but
What?
that's a dog move.
Or cat
It is.
move.
It is helpful if you need to just throw up. To
Yeah,
just
sometimes,
munch on
you
some
know.
grass.
Cats do that move too.
Right. Drew's upset because he thinks that with zero evidence that Joe Biden 100% flew down to the Virgin Islands and told the governor to fire the person that was investigating or managing the case related to Epstein. So I will wait till there's actual evidence of the claim, Drew. I'm so sorry. If that means I'm vomiting on the carpet, then I will vomit all over the carpet.
Not on my carpet. Vomit on your carpet.
No, I'm gonna vomit. I don't want
With
to.
the debt, I'm gonna rewatch this Bob Murphy show because the debt ceiling is coming up here. This is interesting. This is
Okay,
topical.
so Andrew wanted me to look up the other anime, Makura no Danshi.
Boy,
Synopsis.
how do you spell that?
I agree. The less
Whispering-
Danshi, the better.
You'll like this, Adam. You'll really like this. Whispering sweet lullabies into the ears of the viewer,
Mhm.
Makura no Danshi presents the watcher with an experience of comfort. Each short episode features a different boy who will listen to the audience and hold them when they need it. This is just anime ASMR, is what this is. Okay, this is
I'm
just
not-
boy anime
I'm not into
ASMR.
this. You
So-
you know I'm not into
Yeah.
this. This is not my
Okay.
thing.
Wow. Not
Sitch
a fan.
Sitch is the ASMR fan.
Not of this. Not of this. Kyle J, thanks so much for 7 months. Being Order of the Enlightenment says, I never had pork rinds. Is it wrong that I'm starting to trust memology 101 when it comes to news? I'll be eating hot dogs, maybe. There you go.
You should try pork rinds. I think they're delicious. Sitch doesn't know what he's talking about.
Did anyone say in the chat, what's the brand pork rind I should try?
2/3
I don't know
of
much
this
about
panel
brands. So.
is in favor of pork rinds. So
Tell me what the pork rind brand I should try. Okay.
let me see. I don't know what we have around here, but I mean, I've had a bunch of different brands, and they're all great.
Kava says, the Jewish teaching I looked up said that selfish nature doesn't have to be bad. It's what motivates people to create. When it's used while ignoring morality, then it becomes bad. Well, I mean, I guess that's a very nuanced way of looking at it.
Okay, I think Mission is the brand that I have eaten
Mission
recently.
pork rinds.
Yeah, Mission. They do tortilla chips and pork rinds and all kinds of different
Okay,
stuff.
if these are gross, I'm gonna blame you. Unless I add them. You're dumb.
Got to get the super hot and spicy too. You want like
The orange ones,
fire.
the spicy ones,
Yeah.
the chickarrons.
God, they're good. Yeah. CT got me a bunch
Tante
of
flavor.
some crunchy popcorn.
I think
too.
I just had
Delicious.
normal,
Oh my God.
basic bitch pork rinds.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that was the problem.
Basic bitch brand pork
They weren't
rinds.
spicy.
Oh, really?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
That's kind of like cheating, right? Like you can make anything spicy and it probably tastes better.
Yeah. That's not cheating. That's like awesome.
Stog for $2 says, I sent a thingy to you on Twitter, Sitch, for later. You did. You sent me a video. The last thing you sent me was Quizno Subs commercial too, which I appreciate. That was the little weird mouse people. You sent me Not So Yurdite talking to
Bring it up.
someone or watching a video.
Bring it up.
No, she's watching Hunter Avalon talk to Sneeko. So there you go.
There are a few things that make me not want to listen to a conversation more than knowing that Sneeko is a part of it.
Man, you guys had just the ultimate Sneeko hate.
I mean, it's just like what is there of any value? Is there anything of even the tiniest amount of value that can be gained from listening to that bot?
True.
Yeah, I mean, he does.
Base take.
He has adopted a persona that is
That's
like
him.
Ridiculously smug.
He's
and,
just
like,
an incredibly stupid idiot who's extremely confident.
Yeah.
True. Very
Yeah.
true.
Some people are just like that.
Confident in their stupidity. I know it drives
Incredibly,
me. It drives me crazy. But
Very
I
true.
do. I mean, I am willing to give more forgiveness because that seems to be the typical, male 20-year-old pattern. To just, I don't know. Maybe it's just me because I was that same person in my 20s. So I feel like this person can be rescued.
Maybe.
But since you guys were never like that in your 20s, you're like, why would you want?
Well, I don't know if I
rescue
was
this
like that.
person?
I can only hope that I wasn't, but I'm not sure.
Oh, so you may have been like that.
Most
I mean,
likely-
the
He's still
edgy
like that.
boy,
Most likely not.
The edgy boy anti-theist is like the epitome of that. What are you talking about?
No, I'm very
Were
aware
you-
of how I got to it and how to defend.
Well, now
my
you're very
positions and
reasonable,
beliefs.
but were you at one time the edgy boy, unreasonable anti-theist, crapping on everyone?
No,
Okay.
I was never that guy.
Well, good for you. Good.
Up until I was pretty religious for a long time. So
I mean, I was
always
never
surrounded by
that
religious
guy,
people.
but I was definitely like laughing as those guys were like crapping on people. I was definitely like going, "Oh, that's funny."
Mhm.
there's a lot of fun to be had. There is a lot of fun to be had. It is fun.
Okay.
Chaos Lear Lynn for $5 says the future of humanity requires an EFAP series of One Piece in order to avoid the calamity.
No. People, we get super chatted One Piece questions like, would you eat such and such fruit? And the fruit gives you like a magic power, but you can't swim.
Why?
I take most of them because the amount of time I actually ever swim is very small.
Why do people don't you guys don't even like anime? Why would you review One Piece?
They describe what the fruit is. I don't know anything about One Piece, and there's some anime that I like. I was really close this stream to referencing Togusa from Ghost in the Shell.
Well,
but
there you go.
The moment passed.
So sorry.
That's all right.
I tried to watch One Piece and I found it incredibly
annoying
and annoying. Dull and annoying.
Well, that's a lot of anime though.
True. Andrew Clark for $2 says, look up the other series. It's different. That was the ASMR series. Thank you, Andrew, for that horrid thing. Andrew Haskins for $5 says, jealousy is a good thing for monogamous relationships. So if you're going to have one of anything, it's good to be jealous about it. Well, there you go.
I agree. Yeah.
So God wants us to be in a monogamous relationship with God.
Oh, wait. The nature of are you jealous of something that you... How are they using jealousy there? Jealousy is good for monogamy, for a monogamous relationship because you are what again?
Well, jealousy is a negative emotion. And if you're experiencing a negative emotion from the behavior of your mate and your mate says, well, I don't give a fuck, like, deal with it. Like they don't care about their behavior causing you negative emotion, then that's probably not a good mate to be with because they really don't respect you and they don't give a fuck about you. So might be time to find someone that does care about you.
What is the difference between envy and jealousy?
Isn't envy for something you don't have?
I don't know.
And jealousy is for something you do have? That you're afraid of losing?
Oh, yeah, that's a good... Look, Sitch, look at the big brain on Sitch.
I don't know if that's the answer. I'm asking a question.
Could you look it up? I'm legitimately curious.
Okay. Let's see. Envy.
Hold on. I liked his
answer.
Why are we going to take the...
Or resentful
because we're on Team Truth.
Google isn't on Team Truth anymore. I don't know if you've checked Google lately, but...
I think we could trust him on this.
Here we go. Envy and jealousy. What's the difference?
Okay.
Many people consider envy and jealousy synonyms, but they're actually distinct. Envy is the painful feeling of wanting what someone else has, like an attribute or possessions. Whereas if you're jealous, you feel threatened, protected, or fearful of losing one's position or situation. Someone else. Okay, so
nailed it. I knew it.
Why? I assume that's common knowledge.
It's not. I do not think that's common knowledge. I think if you ask most people what the difference is, they'd say they're the same.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm just a genius.
I guess you are. That's why you're on.
Well,
Team
don't let
Truth.
it go to your head.
Oh, there you go.
Look at this.
Don't be so envious of my intelligence, Adam.
I'm jealous of losing my intelligence.
No, actually, no, I'll say this. You're right. I'm sure I've probably said, I think people use the term, oh, you're jealous of something. They use it to mean envious colloquially very often.
Yeah, they probably just use them interchangeably. Yeah,
right. They say, "Oh, you like literally when someone says you jelly," they mean like you're envious.
Right? Oh, you're right. People misuse it all the time.
Right, but I think
they're jealous of Elon Musk when really they're envious of Elon Musk.
Right, but I think that's just colloquially. If you say like, "Oh, but like in the context of what is the difference," then I think you can get it. But yeah, okay, that makes sense. But people do use it incorrectly, so it's just one of those things. Like when someone says literally. Andrew Clark for $2 says...
That's the worst.
I know. Andrew Clark for $2 says, I know Carl is coming from an immigration point of view, but his recent ethnic-only arguments are making me uncomfortable. I hope he ditches the ethnic arguments soon.
I blame Quackademic Agent all the way.
He's rubbing off on him.
Did you see the Britisher is on Twitter? Like I interact with the Britisher on Twitter a lot. I like his content, obviously. He used to be on Academic Agent's show. I think it was Unpopular Opinions. I've been on it a couple times, I think, but he was on it consistently.
You were on a show called Unpopular Opinions?
Well, Quackademic Agent did a show called Unpopular Opinions. He may still be doing it for all I know, where other creators would come on and they would...
I think he is.
They would talk. And the Britisher was a regular guest on his show and is no longer a guest on his show. And I always wonder, like like I've never really talked to Britisher about the change in Academic Agent's kind of outlook and content and whatnot.
Didn't we talk to Britisher or am I thinking of someone else?
I don't think he's been on our show. I have invited him on our show, but I don't
Who's the
think
guy
he's
that said
been
the
on our
N-word
show.
that you got very pissed about? I thought that was Britisher.
No, that was some other. That was
Who was that?
That guy's like a black creator. Britisher, I don't think is black, but I don't know. He uses an avatar, but
Who am I thinking of, chat?
the black guy that used the N word.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. What's that guy's name? You're thinking of Lewis.
Look, he used the F
Louis,
word. He didn't use the N word. He used the F word. The guy that I got mad about, who is also
did he?
English.
I thought that was the Britisher.
No.
Who was it?
I don't remember.
It was some British guy.
Right. Or, yeah, it was a British guy. You're right.
Well, maybe he was British, so I'm thinking he's the Britisher.
All British people are the same to Sitch.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, there's people that have freedom and people that don't. So.
Yeah. Well, but he said something in a tweet the other day that I was like, okay, finally, I have the solution to how Britisher feels about all the quackademic agent stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He basically said that quackademic agent just blames the Jews for everything. So he is like aware of this like shift in the
right.
Yeah. So he is perceiving that same thing that we're perceiving, that everyone's trying to gaslight us into thinking it just doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was it Ivan Getterix? It wasn't Ivan Getterix.
Look, you're just totally obsessed with who it was.
Well, I'm just curious because I thought we talked to Britisher, but I guess I'm thinking of someone else.
Yeah, you're thinking of a different guy who came on. I mean, he used the F slur on the thing, and I
didn't even give him the pass. You guys have the pass, though. I give you the pass.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
'Twas the Jews. I remember
Kavah. I sent Kavah the link, and I think she's trying to get in. So
I remember when we
hear
first
a woman's voice, don't. I know Rags is
freak out.
Well, I always panic whenever I realize a woman is anywhere within my proximity.
Well, also she's a cat.
It helps a little bit that I'm prepared for it, but still.
I like when we first covered that academic agent video, and I was like looking into Avola. I'm like, wow, I think academic agent's like racist and anti-Semitic. People were like, no, Sitch, how could you say that?
Yeah,
people were doing so much like bullshit, like
totally
apologia for it, and it's like, well, I guess I was right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was on that. Like, Britisher is a regular content creator. Like, I'd never seen any racist or homophobic shit out of him. So I didn't know how he.
I guess he didn't. He said
the term.
He said,
well, I always wondered if he like left the show because Quackademic Agent started getting weird about the JQ and stuff.
Right.
You always wonder. Like, I would
That'll
never
do it.
go. I would never go on his show again.
Adam, if you start becoming weird about the JQ, I'm not sure we can stream together.
Well, I wonder if, obviously that's like so nutty. But I mean, yeah. I feel like you and I have both been gaslit into thinking that it's like not a thing.
The best phrase for the JQ, but all right.
You're probably right, yeah. Kavah is asking for like a meeting number or something. I don't know. That's like, I don't see that.
Why'd you send a link to Kavah at midnight?
I mean, look, she's in the chat like raging.
Oh, why does she want to? What does she want to talk about?
I thought she could at least. I mean, we're gonna be done in like 5-10 minutes, whatever. I don't like. She can tell us why women shouldn't be able to vote.
Oh my god! The most dope for $2 says Shad believes. Oh no, that's from last week. The most dope for $2 this week says correction about last time. Shad said same-sex couples having a kissing scene was inappropriate for children, not all same-sex depictions. But even that position seems off, should be equal when it comes to those portrayals. Well, I thought he said, when we talked to him, I thought he said he was against equal depictions of sex/romance. I thought that's what his answer was.
Was this Shad?
Yeah, I thought that's what he said last time. But
either you shouldn't introduce young people to, I think, overly sexualized really anything. I think that's
well,
something
there's
that
something
they
like
need
a kissing scene.
I wouldn't. Yeah, not yeah, that's fine, but you can't say that you could only show them straight ones and not gay ones. It's got to be either both or not.
Agreed. Gorosero, ex-Doom Patrol. Wow. Gorosero is distancing himself from Doomer. Shocking. For $5 says, I'm conflicted on AI art. Or Shad says, I are.
I art?
Is that how he says
He
it?
does have a bit of an accent.
On one hand, it makes lefty artists seethe. On the other hand, I'm a Luddite. We are fine where we were 5 years ago. That's funny.
That's awesome. You're like, anything that makes the left seethe, I'm kind of game for.
Kind of down for, yeah. VI Lenin for $5 says, in Russian, VAUSH means louse. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, do we know
the
what
good
the
name of lice?
Right. I mean, I'm going to assume that's why VAUSH chose his name. So. CT for $2 says, about the robot partners, I don't think it'd be that dangerous. Like if you have a game with cheat codes and you remove all the challenges and excitement, it's fun to be good for a bit, but then it gets boring. Yeah, that's what Adam was saying. But
yeah, I wouldn't mesh with it. It just wouldn't work with me. But then again, when you think about like gambling and stuff of that nature, and then you know how susceptible a lot of different people are to that kind of thing.
Oh wait, CT continues saying, I'm sure there would be some content with a puppet, but most people probably won't. It's why arguments, minor ones, are a sign of a healthy relationship. Humans like excitement and challenge. Yeah, but I mean, this is what Adam said, and I think you're correct. I think you're both correct. But then they can easily tweak the robot so that it does seem like a challenge, and people will choose that because they'll know at the end of the day that they'll actually get what they want. Where with a person, you don't actually know that for sure. So.
Yeah, I there would probably be models that are super submissive, but I don't think most people would go for that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you could change it on the fly. Like,
yeah, it had settings and everything like that. Yeah.
Do you want to be submissive or dommy today?
Yeah, best of both.
There you go. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, VAUSH is wrong. I make lots of friends being as rude as humanly possible. Based. Let's see. I read this one. Social media makes me feel angry. I was stopped by dudes on the theme park. Sodoge for $2 says, the other issue not getting talked enough is the dangers of parasocial relationships. Thankfully, I know my bestest friends in the world, Sitch and Adam, would never fail me. Their closest friend ever. Right, A-team and S-class.
See, that's the thing right there.
There you go. Listen, I will only be your friend if you continue to support me with your credit card number and monthly $20 payment.
It is a technical challenge too. There are lots of people in our audience that I feel like I probably would be friends with. It's just like a time constraint. Obviously, you can't have 1,500 friends. It's just
right.
But hopefully, you build a community that can break down into the buddy system, and you can have real friends. I wonder if we have Sitch and Adam fans that are close enough that they really could go bowling together.
I'm sure.
That sounds mildly fun.
Yeah, see?
I think CT said someone got married.
Yes.
Or met in the Discord or something.
That. Look at that.
So I assume if you get married, you can go bowling with them. But
look at this. Equal shout-outs. Confirmed. Adam would be our friend. Yeah, but Sitch is...
I wouldn't be a friend.
Look,
Sitch, I'm hiding, so...
I'm not even sure Sitch is my friend, guys, to be honest with you.
I actually secretly hate it.
Sometimes I call him on the phone and I think, wow, this guy really does not like me. But I think that's like, I think
I
that's
ask the
like,
phone, I'm like, what?
No, I just
like,
some people,
they're not married, they're dating. Okay,
well, that's good.
There you go.
Yeah.
Anyway,
no,
you're talking smack about me on the phone.
Some people just like to, they're more outgoing than other people. So it is what it is.
Well, no, it's because I look at my phone and I'm like, Adam is an old man. He's actually calling me. Instead of texting me. This is weird.
Look, it's true. It's so funny. I think of all the conversations I've had on the phone with friends and I'm like, well, that could have been content. What a waste.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
All the interesting. I mean, I would love to listen to just interesting conversations of people talking on the phone. I understand why people. I mean, that's basically what people are into.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun. It is fun.
Mm-hmm.
Sitch is like, nah, it's not that much fun.
Andrew Clark for $2 says it's okay if you don't have Fight Club stream. I'll stop bringing it up. I think we're just gonna do it on our own. So I think that's.
I mean, we can do it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Rags invited, but
Rags likes to come on and just jump
maybe
on.
we'll just talk about it, and he'll just show up,
which is great. I love it.
There you go.
I generally, I just like to hang out. I'm just a hanger outer. I just love hanging.
You're just like a good bowler.
Just like a modestly decent bowler.
Andrew Clark actually sent me pictures of difference between a wood bowling lane and a synthetic one, and you could not tell by looking at it. They look exactly the same.
Really? Okay, maybe
I don't know.
Maybe they're doing some fake wood grain or something like that.
It's literally what it is. It's fake wood grain. It's not like it doesn't look like you're bowling on a shag.
I figured it out.
Oh,
holy cow!
You know what I had to do?
What did you have to do?
So apparently, when I had uninstalled Zoom a while ago because I was trying to like free up space on my PC, I somehow did
You're
it.
getting desperate if you're uninstalling Zoom.
I was uninstalling everything. Okay, I was just wiping everything out.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, the way I uninstalled it left some file somewhere, so it was still on my computer, but if you try to open it, it just gives you a dead end.
Right.
So I had to like go to the Microsoft Store, reinstall it, and then uninstall it, and then install it again.
Microsoft Store.
Wow.
Apparently.
Doesn't Zoom have like a normal Zoom website?
I Googled
you can
downloading Zoom,
Store.
and it led me to the Microsoft Store. So.
Putting apps on PC is always weird.
So, Kavah, tell us honestly on the women
app
voting.
Is short
thing.
for application.
But you know what I meant, fucker.
I don't think it's right to go into a conversation about women voting, highlighting that women are technologically
bad at
challenged.
computers.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they can't
I'm not
get Zoom
technologically challenged because I figured it out.
True.
That's what it means. Yes, that's what that means.
So women have persistence.
Women do have persistence.
Do you
Man,
really?
it's the late
Much
night,
to our chagrin.
late minute, so I won't be here long. But
You're
sure.
doxing yourself.
You want to hear
your picture? Is that intentional?
Oh, you want? Yeah,
it's not.
You see
That's
my
not
picture.
on. That's not on stream. Though.
It's not.
It's not a big deal. Yeah.
You can see how very white I am. Outed myself. Women voting. I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on the trolling whether I'm serious thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that is the answer. That is the answer that I wanted to hear.
All right then.
I feel vindicated. Okay.
I think it started as a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
But I don't know. I just thought about it more, and I'm like, if I could, if the world was such that I could just snap my fingers and things happen, and I don't think this is ever feasible, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think if someone came to me and said, you will never be able to vote again in exchange for women, all the rest of the women in the United States not being able to vote, I think I would take it.
In exchange?
In exchange for my own right, yes.
No, what's the thinking behind that? What is the reason?
Some fucking weirdos in your chat.
Why? Hold on. This is a valid This is a valid perspective, Rags.
I didn't say it was an invalid perspective.
Just that it's fucking insane. Weird. It is very weird. Funnily enough, I came across this position from other women that I was talking to and following.
Okay.
So this is like a sort of niche opinion that's forming there. But I guess my reasoning would be, I think as a class, the female class, and I think it's appropriate to think of voting as a class issue because, when we think about who has the right to vote, it's really about groups.
Yeah.
Not so much. It's not groups. A merit. This is what I was thinking about last time. Voting is not merit based. We don't assign who gets to vote on an individual basis based upon their merit.
Mm-hmm.
What we do is think about what groups have the right information, the right access to information, the right instincts, the right maturity, the right.
Not me. That's not how I think about it.
That's not you.
But continue.
And I acknowledge that because, right, you think children should vote, for instance.
Well, no, let's leave the children thing out of it.
Are Sitch and I the only people who are normal in this call? Just to
yes,
I feel like
all right.
I know you've kind of backtracked on that, and that's understandable.
Well, no,
I just want to make sure that
here's
gave
the
me
technical.
LSD and didn't tell me.
Here's the technical aspect of what I'm saying. I am saying
no,
that
wait.
We don't care.
Wait.
No,
we've heard your kids voting spiel a million times.
This is not about
women shouldn't vote.
This is not about kids voting. And only
we're moving to
take
the
a
new
second.
crazy idea.
Look,
the old one's played out. No one cares anymore.
This figures
Let's go to women not voting.
People who can't vote tend to be subjugated by society.
I think
External
that's true.
costs tend to be foisted onto the people who cannot vote.
And I think if I were to sit down and workshop like a realistic way to do it, I would do a couple things. For instance, I think maybe I should circle back to my reasoning.
Yeah, what is the motivation?
The motivation is I think women as a class don't have the information or the sufficient rationale or the instinct for national politics. Generally.
I don't know what any of that means. But.
That means women are highly neurotic. They're emotional. They are easily misled and manipulated by men.
I don't know. I think men are just as easily
like how
manipulated.
men are easily manipulated.
I love this conversation.
But I think
like women can
again.
be.
I mean,
who's
spending money on all the cam girls?
A 17-year-old is manipulable, but so is a 21-year-old. Like we still separate some people into not being able to vote and some people into being able to vote. So again, I'm talking about groups. Are there individual women who probably make sound decisions on national politics all the time? Sure, of course. But I'm talking like group level dynamics. I think women in general do much better at a local level, which is why I would prefer that women focused, let's say, on not national elections, but local elections, like their immediate community.
So they only not vote in national elections?
That's I think what I would do. Yeah.
Luckily, we know that national their brains can handle local stuff, but
the
national
election
stuff is just
I
too
think
much
there's
for
a couple.
them to
There's a
handle,
couple things that I think women don't have an advantage in with national policy. For one thing, though they're not invested in the right way. For instance,
first of all, take
they're not
triggered warning thing off.
For instance,
you weren't supposed to see that. What are you doing? Pay attention. She's making a point.
I'm trying to listen. You're
are not on the what's it called? Conscription, right? They can't be conscripted to the army. Mm-hmm. So that's an element. So the idea of like war,
we could change
it's
that,
really
right?
We could, but we
and
won't.
The vast majority of military positions are not in combat. So that's not true, a problem at all.
So we could have women conscript. I don't think that's ever going to happen. So I think that element is just like
obviously we're in the realm of fantasy anyway.
Yes,
so fucking
that's
go
true.
with it.
That's true. We could debate like a two system, like one where all women are conscripted and one where they are not. I'm assuming they are not going to be. And so my compromise would be that the national election be reserved for men who are on that list.
What led you to is this kind of like you just think that you like look at the statistics and say I don't like the direction women are voting overall, or is it something?
I think there is a good argument for that. I mean, if you looked at the last numbers, let's say in the most recent wave of elections, and you see how left women have gone, and I think it's largely a symptom of like the way colleges teach young women. And I think it's been a process of a lot of a manipulation and a lot of fear mongering that women are very susceptible to. Not to say men are not, but I think women, there's a particular way that they can be led in that direction. And that's just like my experience.
I think aren't women on average more to the left? And
they are, and they're pushing more and more and more to the left. I think the biggest jump in change.
Of the time, though, that's not really indicative of like women.
Men didn't jump nearly as much, though.
Yeah, but that's because
thank goodness, or else we'd have to take away the right to vote.
That's true. That's because we
true.
live in this weird time right now with like the weird woke left kind of dominating everything. But
There
there's
is,
nothing
well,
that
I
would
mean, the
indicate that
wokeness,
would continue on.
who
forever
is
in
really
America.
contributing to the wokeness? It's going to be largely women.
Right, but what I'm saying is like pre-wokeness. Okay, say like you have America where it's actually like the right. That's the quote unquote woke. You have the right that's kind of controlling the culture. That's anti-free speech. That's being highly restrictive. Then you want the women on the left that are advocating for freedom, individuality, liberalism, freedom of speech.
But they don't. That's the thing. Women are the ones who back then, no, women have never been pro free speech, pro freedom, pro any of that.
Is that true?
They are pro for themselves. And I think that's understandable because obviously you're sort of a subjugated class. So it's very attractive to want to advocate for your group rights. I think the problem has come down to those group rights are now at the detriment of the nation as a whole. I think a lot of those things have really
women are falling prey to this when men aren't.
Because I mean the field that I'm in is education. Education is like 90% female, and it's all very, very woke.
Right, but isn't that the problem? Like, isn't that the problem? You're in a specific field where there's a lot of women that are terrible, and so it's pushing you in this direction.
Give me an example of a field with mostly women that's like very non-woke and very like individual liberty.
Well, first of all, I think all fields are now becoming dominated by woke, so I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay, fair enough. And I think what's interesting too is a lot of these institutions are becoming more and more female. I was talking to my uncle who's in banking, and he's like, "Oh yeah, all the managerial positions are women now. Like they're just really." What's effectively happened is they are getting affirmative action into a lot of these larger corporations, pushed up and up and up and up. And as that's happening, you're seeing a lot of these corporations go very woke very quickly. And I think that's just the progressive nature of women.
What year was it that women were given the right to vote in America?
In America? Oh, I gotta look up the date.
Like 1928. I don't know.
Okay, right. So 19.
Yeah. No, I get that was a guess. I have no idea.
Well, you're close. It's like 1920.
Really?
Look
at that. Ratification of
Hi, chat. Okay, I gotta see who's mad at me and who's not.
So okay, but my issue with kind of the argument you're making is like, okay, so if women get the right to vote in 1920, that's now 2023. So it took 100+ years for wokeness to manifest in our country. I don't think that women voting took 100 years to manifest wokeness. I think it's something.
There's a couple things to think about. First of all, women voting was just the start. I mean, that was at the time it was still very controversial.
Dark times.
Not all women wanted the right to vote. It was a fairly divisive issue even at the time. So I think, first of all, you had to go get over that hump, right? You had people who were kind of stubborn and maybe didn't really participate for a while and then later did. But there were other cultural shifts that happened in that time period. It's not just the voting.
I just don't think it's because of women. I don't understand why women are getting the blame for this.
Well, say what you want to say, but as we look at every cultural shift that's happened, women get increasingly more progressive, and it's basically come to a head now, I think.
Yeah, but society has become increasingly more progressive, right? So wouldn't that dictate that women would...
Again, you look at the numbers, that's not the case.
What are the numbers?
There's some are slightly more progressive, but women consistently are big jumps.
So they're going too progressive, so they need to be removed
too fast.
The right to vote needs to be.
I think what it is it's a yet another piece of evidence of the sort of nature of women intellectualism. It's not that it's only happening now. It's not that they're getting too liberal too fast necessarily. It's just a symptom or a signal, like this is sort of the natural result of that.
You're saying you can't argue them out of wokeness. You can't persuade them. You have to literally.
I think you can. I think it's probably the only feasible thing you can do now.
Right, like obviously.
But if they
And I
don't
guess
see reason, we have to take away their right to vote.
Exactly.
That's so bad.
Yeah.
That's
Look,
you
man.
should never
author-
tell
that is
anyone this opinion you
authoritarian.
have ever.
Oh, I'm going to. I'm
what
going
if-
to continue right
First of
You
all,
can't
Rex,
tell a lady not to tell what her
Yeah.
That's right.
opinion.
What
Don't be
about my
sexist.
rights?
Okay.
My
Oh, I
free
tell
speech.
everyone that. You're in
but
good company. Don't worry.
Wouldn't that, I mean, that argument that could apply to anyone, not just women. We could have like, oh, if I feel that black people are voting in some way that I don't like, should we take? I mean, you could say.
I mean, I guess the only difference is, I think,
whoever
that if you look historically, pretty much every culture in every time period, national politics has been the place for men. Like that's been the man's
That's true of
area. And I
everything.
think,
Wait a minute, that's true of
and I think there's a
everything
few
historically,
reasons why that happens.
Yeah,
And
doctoring
one is like
used
the
to be the
obvious.
manosphere.
Right.
And obviously the big one people throw out is patriarchy, it's subjugation, and there's an element of truth to that. I think though, really at a much deeper level, the reason men are in politics is for biological differences in that women have children, and so naturally they're just going to end up at home taking care of kids. Like that's just sort of how things shake out.
Yeah.
So who has the time and even the energy and the aggression and the instincts to go out and do national politics and conquer and do war and be involved in all of that? It's going to be males dominantly.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't get a say. You shouldn't get a vote. Like that's a
Women have they have the ability to go and do those things.
But I do think they did have a say. Just not
that's 'cause they could
necessarily
vote.
in
It's
a
not a legal
even
say.
before then. Not
They
even before
nag
then.
their.
And I
Are you saying
think
they nag their husband into voting some specific way?
It's part of it. They also raise the children, and they keep the households. And again, what I would encourage people is
but under your
local,
own-
involvement in education, your local community.
Right, but under your own under your own worldview, they didn't really have a say because you're saying that once they did have a say, it changed things. So they didn't really have a say before.
Yeah, it changed things for the worse. Correct.
I feel like
we're
it's too
worse off
easy
now than we
for,
were
like-
in 1920.
Like I remember when we were talking to, I think it was the distributist, or I hear this a lot. People make this argument that like, well, ever since we had the Civil Rights Act, it like led to all these like negative things in our society. And I feel like anyone can kind of take this sort of string and connect it down the road to any sort of progressive thing that's ever happened in American history.
I think that's
and attach
true.
it to today. I don't think that means that that's
if you
truth
look
to that.
Yeah, I think the trouble is, right, history is a sequence. And so you can just sort of pick any point in a sequence to be like, here's where it all went wrong. And then you just trace it up back to the present.
Right, exactly.
And it's very easy to do that with pretty much anything.
Yes.
What would my response to that be?
Because you could say like, like the Nazis, someone could be like, well, this is really traces back to all right-wing ideologies are inevitably going to lead to the Nazis. And I can trace it back. Like anyone can kind of just trace anything back specifically.
I think what I would say is I don't think society as a whole is worse necessarily. I think there are instead very specific malfunctions that could be fixed or could be adjusted.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, hold on, my family's probably trying to sleep.
Well, that's okay.
It's okay.
It is late. I guess
as a good woman, you should respect their feelings.
That's
and not
right.
make yourself heard.
It's 12:30 at night, so I'm
far too late for a woman to be up.
That's true. Hold on one second.
You know that like most people are going to answer that poll like memeing. I hope they are.
Yes, people are going to memeingly say women shouldn't vote. And as of the last 15 minutes has convinced me that they shouldn't.
Look, how appropriate is it that
I'm
the
voting.
last...
Oh, wow. Yeah.
How appropriate
50-50.
is it that we asked how much of the audience was male and how much of it was female?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, this
Now,
better
it would
come
be
out.
really interesting. You gotta
What's
ask
going
like
on
a
here?
group of
Look,
women.
why isn't this 90-10? What's going on here?
There you go.
Boys, you're voting wrong. Boys. I thought we trained
Don't
you
do
better.
it. Don't fall for it. Falling for it all
I'm
over.
gonna go grab a drink.
Well, I think,
like I said, I'm like 50% trolling here.
Well,
but
you're
sometimes
I think part of the issue
kind
is,
of
I think
That means you're
voting should
50%
be-
not trolling, which is
I
crazy.
think, I know. I think voting has to be based on a principle, not on an outcome. And I think that's kind of where you lead into
Well, what's
troubled
the
waters.
outcome for letting 15-year-olds vote?
No, I'm saying
how's that any different?
Stop.
because it's
Look,
not.
this
The
is
reason
on
I don't
you,
think 15-year-olds
Kavah.
should
Stop
vote is
trying to
based on
drag
an
me
outcome.
into this.
I think it should be based on a principle. That's what I'm saying.
What is the
Shouldn't-
principle?
The principle is that people have a right to be represented by the government that they live under, that they give a monopoly of
Who's to
violence.
say women have to vote in a national election to get that?
They don't have to vote. I just think they should have the
I mean,
right
a lot of
to
women
vote.
don't vote.
And that's their choice.
True.
But
Yeah,
they
but
should.
they still have the right.
They should
But
at
they
least get
still
married
have a
and let their
representative
husband
government.
vote for them, though. Let's be
I think
honest.
if you don't have the right to vote, I don't think you do have a representative government.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's fair too.
So
People often say that, I think you even kind of implied it with selective service. You said, the people who serve society should have the right to vote. I look at it completely differently. Like if you're giving a government the right to incarcerate you against your will, like you have skin in the game in that society. You literally do. I mean, the rules of society affect you to the point that you can lose your freedom. So that's enough skin in the game for me. Like people should be allowed to vote.
Okay. Well, I gotta log
Yeah.
off. So
Well,
family's going to bed. But I guess my closing thought is without my magic scenario happening, I think what I would tell other women is to think about where are your talents best used? Where are your emotions best utilized? And I think for me, it's 100% go out into your local community, vote in your local elections, be involved in the school board, be involved in your family and your neighbors' families, because I think that's where most of that power lies.
Yeah.
So that's me. That's just my.
Okay.
But thank you for having me on. I don't know if I ever want to talk about this again, but
I hope we didn't like rook you into.
No.
I just thought it'd be interesting. So
zero problems for me. I know
Cool.
it's a crazy belief, or
it's an interesting
even
position.
an idea.
Right.
So
well, it sounds like you're still kind of forming it. Like you said, you're
Yeah.
50% memeing anyway, and you're kind of like, that's what we try to do anyway. I mean, there's lots of stuff we're figuring out.
I'll share the Twitter thread that I found of some lady talking about why women shouldn't vote.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
There's a lot of those.
Right.
I mean, we're obviously super interested in voting, so that's why it's interesting to us. But come back. We'll talk to you again.
Yes.
All
And
right.
check out
Thanks.
Kavah's channel.
I'll check it out.
Yeah. I posted a video yesterday, so people should go watch that.
Oh, okay. Look,
It's on the,
how did I miss a Kavah video? Like I have the bell
I
rung
don't
and
know.
everything.
I'll DM you.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks
Thanks,
for coming on.
chat.
You're winning.
Well, that was fun.
53% says women should not vote. So there you go.
Look at that. Look, I'm embarrassed for our audience.
I know. I'm embarrassed too, but all the trolls coming out.
Well, no, this should be 90-10. What's going on here? Why
There
is
you
there
go. That's why you're
why is it 48-52? We just
Adam says the yeses are too high.
Yeah. No, obviously I'm kidding. Look, I think everyone should vote. You understand my look. People who this is why society was structured at putting women at somewhat of a disadvantage was because they couldn't vote.
Somewhat, yeah.
Well, now literally women vote more than men. I would argue that's why we're moving in that direction, is because men are no longer voting. Like they're not voting their interest.
Andrew Clark for 2 hours says, Adam, check your DMs. I don't know what's there, but check them. Andrew Haskin for $5 says, women voting changed the dynamic of politics so that pretty boys could promise you the moon and do nothing once elected. Women don't deserve the vote. That Andrew, that's preposterous.
Oh, did Andrew Tate leave?
Be nice to Kavah. Kavah's great.
nice to Kavah.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting.
But Andrew
you should check
Haskin,
out her channel. She's got
Andrew
great
Haskin.
videos.
That's it. Let me tell you why what you said is preposterous. Because that's literally what every politician does. They promise you the moon and then they don't deliver. It has nothing to do with looks.
Well,
okay.
Listen,
that's literally what politicians do. So saying that only women fall for that is ridiculous.
And it's not always for lack of trying. We're having the conversation about the debt ceiling. Literally, the reason the Republicans want to not raise the debt ceiling is because they don't want Democrats to keep their political promises. You have the
That's
other
true.
party actively working against you keeping your promises.
Right.
They did this with Trump. You think they wanted Trump to build the wall? Hell no. They
Here's
wanted to
my
be able in
question.
the next election to say, look, you promised the wall and you failed. Ha ha.
I don't know how someone can say that women more easily fall for scams.
Mm-hmm.
Because you say, okay, how many women
Depends
fell
on
for
the
this?
women.
How many women fell for the scam of being being a cam girl for Andrew Tate, who was scamming them?
And how many men fell for the
fall for the scam of giving money to cam girls who then gave them to Andrew Tate?
Yeah.
So don't tell me that women are falling for scams more. The amount of fucking scams that guys fall for, as soon as it has anything to do with women or sex, is just astronomical. So I'm gonna have to say, spare me on that one. But
well, and isn't it true that women cluster closer to the mean and men are basically
cluster more to the extremes? That is true.
Yeah. So
in terms of intelligence, yeah, to my understanding, women.
And I think personality.
Men and women have they have the same IQ averaged out, but men occupy the extremes. Women are more averaged in the middle.
So there's more dumber men who obviously are going to fall for more scams.
There's more genius men and more dumber men.
Right.
But here's the problem. It's not even that. You could be the biggest genius man on the planet and still think with your dick.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like those things are not separated from each other. So.
Mm-hmm.
Zero Fox for $2 says
Sitch is self-reporting here.
There you go. I'm just being a realist.
That's true.
Not me. I'm a super hyper mega wizard.
Yeah.
So I would never think with my dick. Zero Fox for $2 says, don't take women's vote away. How about a 3/5 compromise?
Nice.
Everyone always brings it up because it has a really racist connotation.
Right.
Yeah.
Junebug for $2 says women can vote once they change gender.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
What's funny too is that if one day women just lost the right to vote, the first thing men would do is give them the right to vote back, like the same day.
Really?
Yeah, I think mostly. Well, at least in America. So it's so ingrained in our culture of it's so ingrained in the culture of kind of like the idea of liberal democracy. Like it's hard to wrap our minds around how we could rationalize it with our founding philosophy.
Yeah.
So
it's
nowadays anyway.
It does
certainly
seem
plenty of people out
authoritarian.
there.
Does seem really
absolutely.
Yeah.
Taking away half the population's right to vote. Jesus Christ.
Andrew Clark for $2 says maybe show Rags a Soul Snack video. That could be fun. Well, that would be fun.
Soul Snack?
Yeah, Soul Snack is a really weird. They do these like I don't want to say educational. How would you describe it, Adam? Like
Educational was good.
No, it's not educational. It's like they're like these like 10-minute videos that have like little moral lessons in them, and it's made by some church group, but the acting is so like preposterous and silly that it's very fun.
It's entertaining in a bizarre kind of way.
Have you not seen one, Rex?
Like those Generation Hope videos?
Look, it's getting late now. We don't have time, but next time you come on,
next time we'll have to watch the Soul Snack video.
Soul Snake.
I mean, you could come on a Tuesday
Snack.
stream and we
Soul
can watch
Snack.
them.
Soul Snack.
Yeah.
Soul Snack.
They're
Okay,
pretty-
I gotcha.
But they're just
pretty
insane.
incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
usually there's like
bad
a white
woke
cop
writing.
who's racist against a black lady or something.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
It's bad woke writing.
Oh,
and
that's the best
bad
kind of
woke acting. Just incredibly terrible.
nice.
Acting. Yeah.
There was one though that was funny
I'm
that we
down for
watched
it.
that was like, was it a guy? Was it crypto? Some guy like
Oh, he got rich with the crypto.
Yeah, he like quits college to do crypto or something or NFTs. I don't know, something like that. And the girl's like, I'm not gonna date him because he's a loser. And then at the end, it's like he becomes very rich and she's sad that he
because she
can't-
wouldn't date him. Yeah.
She wouldn't date him. I was
And
like,
then
oh, that's a weird
He
message.
snubs her. He shows up in like his expensive sports car, and she's like, "Oh, well, now I want to date you." And he's like, "Sorry, I already got a girlfriend."
Yeah, he's like, no, thank you. You should have known that my crypto scam would have blown up.
He said, "I'm scamming other people now.
Exactly.
You can't scam me. I got a crypto scam."
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, show Rags a picture of everyone eating at the Twilight Diner. I'll send it to you again so it's easy to find. Oh, the plushie picture. That's what he wanted you to bring up.
Oh, yeah, those are starting to get on out. People are getting their Rags 2.0 plushies.
Yeah, Andrew showed he took a picture of us and your plushies. We were all at the diner from Twilight.
Do you guys I totally bought yours, didn't I? Did you guys do plushies?
We did, yeah.
If
you didn't buy our plushies?
You didn't get it.
I would have if I knew. I didn't know.
It's okay.
I would have if I knew. Yeah.
Wow.
Look at this.
Wow. I thought you were our friend, Rags.
I am your friend. Your friend is it's ignorance, not malice.
Literally so disappointed right now.
I know.
If I knew.
If I knew. Difficult
I don't know if we can let him on the show anymore at this point.
Uh-oh.
It's difficult for me to
Hook me up.
contain how offended I feel.
I think they're all gone now.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay.
That's it. I think I heard
Well,
a
if you have any
teardrop.
spares lying around, please do let me know.
Spares?
You know.
I mean, they sell for like $700 on eBay. Like,
700.
Look, we're not gonna.
You gotta let me know if you got plushies coming out, because if I don't know, I can't buy them.
We're not gonna buy a $700 plushie on eBay for you. Okay, it's just not gonna happen.
So there's a picture, Rags, if you're looking on the stream.
Say what?
If you look at the stream, there's all of us.
Oh, I got the chat turned on. I don't have the stream turned on.
You turn the chat on. There's all of us at the Twilight Diner.
Let me look at it.
Oh yeah.
The official diner in the movie Twilight.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it's like from
looks
the movie.
very nice. Looks very nice.
Yeah. If you squint really hard, you can see Kristen Stewart hiding in the background there in the tree.
Oh my goodness, look at her.
Some weird guy for $2 says, "Hi Rags, your plushie just arrived today, and I bought it its own drink. Now yours and Fringy plushie can drink together. Speaking of the big green bird, why not invite him on for some philosophical back and forth by Rags?" Sure, well, Fringy.
Bye.
But he has to come up in Discord and say, "Send me an invite." And I'll say, "Okay, sure." Though not at 1 o'clock in the morning, but next time. Andrew Haskins for no $2 says, "Your rebuttal proves my point. My rebuttal that you're ascribing to women the thing that all men do too proves your point. Unless your point is that no one should vote. I don't know. Maybe is that your overall point, that nobody should vote? So,
if we're going to start making criteria for voting, it probably shouldn't be one's immutable characteristics.
Probably not.
Yeah.
No. Well, the thing is, and this is my problem, it's not a stance that's built in principle. It's all just, I don't like
how women are voting.
Yeah, they're voting
remove their right
incorrectly.
to, yeah.
And the thing is that why does it stop with women? Why don't you just do that with stupid people? Why don't you just do that
the
with
world has just obviously improved since 1920.
Why don't you just say that? Why are we cutting
insane.
out? Why don't we just cut out the middleman? Why don't you just say if you're a Democrat, you're not allowed to vote? Is that really what you're advocating for?
Yeah, totally.
That's really what's happening here. So,
but don't put that poll up. Whatever you do, should Democrats be allowed to vote?
There you go.
That poll would be even worse. Oh.
I mean, here's a perfect example. Anyone that's mind has been gaslit by. That's my criteria. You want to take the vote away from women? I think if you've been gaslit successfully about the debt ceiling, I don't think you should be able to vote.
That's like 90% of people right there. You're
I know,
really
it's so
limiting
sad.
the voting.
I know, it's so sad.
Yeah.
That's why I will never vote for any politician, no matter what they do, if they voted against the debt ceiling, because to me it's so offensive to the idea of truth and so offensive to the idea of. I mean, I think if you want to destroy, I think saying I'm going to threaten to destroy America's entire economy for some weird political stance, for some weird political bullshit, to me that's despicable.
But you don't understand. They have principles, Sitch.
There's literally no principle in that at all.
Look.
And this is what pisses me off. The politicians, by the way, the politicians that are selling you on this debt ceiling stuff, they all know they're lying to you, right? You understand? They all literally know they're lying to you.
They do.
They all know it. Yeah, they all know it. It's disgusting.
They know the truth. They know.
If you guys want to be gaslit by it, I can't stop you.
They know China doesn't. We're not, indebted to China. China can't pull a fast one on us. Give us all our money back.
It's just so preposterous.
You know what we would do if China said that? We'd give them their money. We print the shit. What the fuck? We would just give it to them.
Well, first of all, that's not how debt works. You don't just say, "Oh, I know that we had an agreement for whatever over 20 year principal." Just give back and say, "Oh, okay."
Because it's like a treasury bond.
Right, it's a treasury
They'd
bond.
be like, "Oh, well, this isn't mature yet, so we have to give, we give it back at a discount."
Right. Yeah, you can turn it back in at a penalty. We would do that. We'd say, "Yeah, if you want to give us back the treasury bond at a penalty because a million billion other people want to buy it, yeah, we'll be more than happy to do it."
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, you don't want the interest anymore? You just want cash? Okay, fine.
Right.
There you go. Have fun. Here's your cash inflating away.
And here's the thing too. The debt ceiling doesn't even matter anymore, actually, by the way. Now not only is it stupid, not only was it stupid because it was literally holding the country's economy hostage for nothing, but now it doesn't even matter because now that the Treasury has figured out their loop-de-loop workaround where they can just make any money that they want out of platinum, the debt ceiling doesn't matter. It's literally completely just virtue signaling at this point.
Oh, really?
Because the Treasury will just say, "Oh, I'll just make another platinum coin and do whatever the fuck I want."
Did they do the platinum? They didn't do the platinum.
They did it last time.
They did the platinum coin?
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
I don't remember this. Really?
They did. You don't remember? They did the platinum coin for like $1 billion or whatever the fuck.
Did they really?
Yes. You don't remember this?
I don't remember. No.
Treasury platinum.
Because that's what that podcast is about with Rowan and Bob.
Yeah,
Murphy.
they talked about it in the coin. They said the whole thing was bullshit. The whole thing is bullshit now because they did the platinum coin thing.
Well, I didn't know if they were just talking.
Or are you saying? Are you saying that they didn't do it? It was just the thought process.
Yeah, I don't think they did it. Yeah.
Oh, I thought they did do it. Maybe they didn't.
No, they raised the debt ceiling. Did they do the?
I really thought they did do it last time. I guess. Let's see, $1 trillion coin. Oh no, you're right. They didn't do it. They just thought about doing it, right?
Yeah, they talked about doing it, but
regardless, they could.
Lion Ted came out and was like, "Oh, okay, well, let's raise the debt ceiling," and
right. So yeah, it was all pointless. So I think it's all pointless anyway because they will do it. I will bet you anything, unless there's literally the dumbest fucking person on the planet is president. Mm-hmm. The Treasury will print the $1 trillion platinum coin before they allow the country to default on its debt.
The problem is, and this is why it's so bizarre that the Republicans are the ones that are always doing this, is because so many of their voters are on Social Security. And this people on Social Security are the ones that worry whenever they do this debt ceiling thing because they're like, we're not going to get our Social Security checks.
Right.
Like, why are you holding out on me? I show up at every election and vote Republican. Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $2 says the second thing is a 20-second MMF Fight Club video clip.
I can't believe you thought they did the platinum coin. No, they didn't.
I really thought they did last time.
Look, that would be front page news.
That was my what's it called? That was my bear seen bear moment.
Well, it's getting late.
In my original universe, they did print the platinum coin, but
it's getting late. So
that's true. It is 1 o'clock in the morning.
1 o'clock. It's only 10 o'clock.
You do accept that they would do that to prevent the country from defaulting.
What do you mean?
They would make the platinum coin.
Hell yeah, they would. Yeah,
and they would say, "Oh, you want to sue us? You want to try to fight this through some weird legal mechanism? Go for it, Congress."
Treasury would mint the whole idea behind the platinum coin is Treasury has the ability to create coinage, so they would just mint $1 trillion coin that they could immediately turn into digital money and start paying the bills as if nothing.
Well, I thought
happened.
it was more. I thought it was that the law said that if they print a coin or mint a coin, I should say, that's gold or silver, they have to have permission. But it doesn't say anything about platinum. I thought there was some weird like loophole. I thought that's where it came from. I could be making that up.
Okay.
But I thought there was some weird loophole, which is why, because like that would be why they would use platinum as opposed to gold or something else.
I just thought it was they were allowed to do coinage.
Well, then it could be a coin out of anything, right? It could be a lead coin.
And if you're going to do a $1 trillion coin, I mean, you might as well.
Might as well make it platinum.
Right. Yeah.
It says the issue of paper currency is subject to various accounting and quantitative restrictions. That platinum coinage, well, it says specifically platinum coinage is not.
Oh, okay. Maybe it does have to be platinum.
Blah, blah, blah.
Strangely specific. Do we lose Rags? Oh no, Rags.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
He just doesn't
You
know
can
about
take
platinum
off,
coins.
Rags.
I don't know anything about debt ceilings and platinum coins, so I'll just let y'all
Do you
talk
like
about it.
Do you like economics? Are you?
It's interesting, but I don't know
Yeah.
too much about it.
Mm-hmm.
I like capitalism, though. That seems pretty cool.
Yeah, capitalism is
seems to be
economic freedom, right? Well, unless you don't have any money, then it kind of sucks. But
Anyway, let's see, platinum, or maybe there's something that platinum could be. Maybe there's some sort of limitation on. I'm pretty sure there's some specific limitation on gold and silver. They can't use that. There's some reason they have to use platinum. There's some loophole, I believe, specifically for platinum. They didn't just say, "Well, it's going to be $1 trillion coin, so we got to use platinum because it's the best metal." Like,
no, I thought it was just coinage.
So
I thought it had to be a coin because there's some
it has to be a
loophole with coins, and it doesn't matter what metal it is or whatever. It's just
I'm pretty sure it does.
Look, they could make a paper coin, which would be kind of
well,
funny.
no, that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure there's some specific reason.
It might say metal coinage. I don't know.
Right. Well, then they would just make it out of like gold or something. But
they should make it out of diamond.
Diamonds.
A diamond.
The diamond
coin.
coin.
Interesting.
Nice. Just a disc of diamond.
Right.
I've never seen that before. That
They
seems
should-
interesting. Do
they
it. Make the diamond coin. The diamond disc.
Mm-hmm.
The diamond frisbee.
A diamond frisbee.
Mm-hmm. Whatever. I can't find the answer to it. Anyways, I think that is.
Is that it? Oh wow.
Belch.
Andrew Haskins for $2 says both sides need women's vote, and so ... I don't know what that means.
It's true. Yeah. A lot of women vote Republican. A lot
That's
of women
true.
vote Democrat.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Rags, for joining us.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Kava, for joining us briefly. And thank you, VAUSH and Anna, for coming on and saying very stupid things that we could refer to and talk about. And thank you, you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true enlightened individuals. Unless you don't understand the debt ceiling. But listen, you can buy free will from us and we'll explain it to you. Anyways, I'm
Here's
sure
the
it'll
thing.
come
I
up.
don't know anything about the debt ceiling, so I don't
That's
talk about the debt ceiling.
That's the attitude you should have. So, thank you all for coming, and we'll see you all on Tuesday.
All right. Well,
Bye-bye,
I'll see you later.
everybody.
Goodbye, everybody. Toodaloo.
Hi, Rags.
Hi.